From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. We are live here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thank you for waking up with us. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back.
Good morning.
We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We appreciate you being a Tolo on the home of the Cowboys and World Series champion Texas Rangers. I am so discombobulated. My head is in such a gray area. I don't know whether it was the salmon I ate that's making me feel a pit in my stomach. I don't know whether I just didn't sleep properly, so I got the fog in my head, but things are so bad for me, I forgot my cell phone. Don't have my cell phone. Feel naked. Was it you who sent the story about cell phobia or something?
That was not me.
Okay. And I know you don't know what I'm talking about because no one reads emails, but it's
I'd be surprised.
It's the feeling of, you got a phobia without having your phone on you, and that's the way I feel this morning. But all of this is Jerry Jones' fault. My salmon stomach, not having my phone, don't know whether I slept correctly or not, but the news broke last night that Mike McCarthy is coming back.
He is coming back. Right or wrong, he will be here. And carpe reparte. Carpe repeat. Seize the repeat. Or whatever the hell that thing means. So let's give it a shot. Why not, right? There's a lot of why Gotta be happy. You gotta be happy. You got no other choice but to be happy.
Yeah, I'm gonna need some of your therapy tricks today. Some of your positivity.
All right. Very simple.
Some of your optimism.
By the way, I'm buying a Lions hat right now online.
That doesn't go along with all the optimism that I need. And what are you, RJ Bassick now? You wearing other colors?
Listen, they're my gym crush. I've said it before. Cowboys are my wife. Lions are my gym crush. And I don't know if it's going to be a golf jersey. Could be a Hendon Hooker one. You never know. Hat. But I'm ready to go. I am ready to rep. SOL, baby. Same old Lions.
Help me with this decision.
All right.
Help me.
It's tough. The best way, I think, just to be able to get over this is you did not make the decision.
Oh,
right?
God, you sound like my wife now. Here we go. Yes.
You can't do anything about the decision. September is coming, right? The start of the season. You have no choice but to just accept and watch. That's it. It's out of your control. You can't get upset with things that are out of your control, except for traffic. You get upset with traffic. So I guess that would be my advice to you. Just, I understand. I feel your pain. I feel where you're coming from. But
I've always struggled with that control thing. There's nothing you can do about it. That's the one thing that I would focus on the most with a therapy session for myself is there's one aspect of the new home that we're building that I can't go back and fix. I lose sleep over it. It's been for months now. It's just, it drives me crazy. I'm like, it was preventable. I could have done something about it. Now it was a lack of experience, right, with like home building, but it's something that I can't accept those factors. Yeah, I can't let it go.
You could technically do something about it. You could tear the house down. So that's an option.
We could Jerry it. I chose to be Jerry, and I'm just gonna
cheap.
Forge ahead.
Yeah, you're gonna be cheap. So you could tear the house down. Laughter is generally the best remedy, so I suggest doing a lot of that. Okay. But yeah, I mean, I think the main thing is that you just recognize this is if you don't agree with the decision, which I think many don't.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do about it. You're not gonna root for somebody else,
right?
Like no one's. I know fans always say they're gonna leave, just like people say, "Well, if this person gets elected, I'm moving to Canada." No, you're not. You're not going. You're not moving. You're not going to, become a Texans fan. So you just have to. That's the way it is. You just got to deal with it. And I guess that's the advice I would give.
Do you guys think that this is the most upset that the fan base and the Tolos have been with Jerry Jones since we have been doing this show together? I was trying to think of any of the Garrett continuing years. I'm trying to remember when everyone. So my devil's advocate. Okay, I'm gonna try to throw out something positive. A lot of times in sports, when we all feel this strongly and one-sided about something, we're wrong. Okay, Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott could prove all of us wrong. There is a chance of that happening. And many times when we what does Vegas say? Vegas says go against the public.
Yeah, always fade the public.
Yeah.
Bet with the sharps. I don't know if the sharps are going to be on this one.
Yeah.
But that's generally what they say, yeah.
The only other time I can remember the recent anger to this degree, and it's not as much as right now, is when they had the offseason of Randy Gregory, Leo Collins, and Amari Cooper. They were right, except for maybe Amari. They were right about LC. They were right about Randy. And we lost our minds. The whole city, all the Metroplex were like, you don't know what you're doing. You're letting too much talent walk out the door. You guys are being cheap. You're trying to replace it with Dante Fowler and Michael Gallup contracts and all that stuff. And overall with that, we were wrong. So I'm trying to tell myself that. Like, we're all on one side, basically. We're all against this decision from Jerry Jones. And, even more disappointing to me is Jerry. I'm so disgusted and disappointed with Jerry Jones because there's a strong belief in my mind. I'm waiting to hear from them, which I'm going to be waiting a long time because they're not coming on the fan anymore, running away from this decision. When the company that you work for gets exposed for not giving you the tools, it's okay if you compete. No, not Odyssey. I've thought about it at times. But when your company doesn't give you all the tools to win and compete, I lose faith in you. You're not about it. You're losers. That's what you are to me. If you're not going to send us to training camp and we're not going to, spend some money here and there in order to compete and ultimately win, what are we in this for? What are we in this for? And you get exposed. You get exposed for being penny pinchers. You get exposed for being about the bottom dollar and not the top of the standings. And that is the sick feeling I have in my stomach about Jerry Jones, RJ. The Mike Bassick theory that complacency and status quo is just fine. And I've never wanted to believe it. I've never brought myself to believe it. And this move is it's very difficult to fight that thought process with this. From cheap to complacent to not being able or willing to write that check that it would take. He loves dropping that line in order to go out and get the best of the best in order to win. No, it has to be on Jerry's terms, and Jerry's terms may be too expensive. That's what bothers me.
I don't think that they're. I don't think he's not cheap. I'm with you. I think that there's a money aspect to this. Look, what have I told you? What have I told you that that he called Bill?
That would make me feel better.
And Bill said no.
That would make me feel better.
And
if they did their due diligence, I wrote that down here as an excuse. If they did their due diligence, I would feel a lot better.
Because like I don't think Mike Vrabel's an upgrade over Mike McCarthy.
Okay.
Jim Harbaugh, you can argue that he is, that he isn't. I don't know. I'm lukewarm on Jim. Bill was the guy that I think people would like fall over their chair for.
But there's a lot of people here, and I mean on this staff and on this text did not and don't want Belichick. Did not want him.
Right.
Past tense.
Correct. But like, let's just say that he called Bill, and Bill was like, "Man, I need this or that," and you know, we don't agree on how to run. Bill wanted total control of the organization, and you know that means Will McClay is pushed to the side. You know, then I think that's a situation where I'd be like, all right, you know, that's
you checked in.
You checked in.
You did your homework,
and that's a non-starter for me too. So I would not have an issue if that was the case.
That's how I think about my house project, my mistake. I said, okay, if that would have cost me $10,000 more, I can let it go because I wasn't going to spend $10,000 on this mistake.
Right.
And I've been too, worried to even ask what that would have cost. If you told me that, I would feel better about Belichick.
Okay. So I mean that's an option. I mean, like I think it's far more likely than not that he made a phone call.
Yeah.
I think I'd be stunned and disappointed if he didn't.
And we'll never, ever, ever, ever know because of,
Correct. You'll never know. You gotta just have have faith in the.
Maybe one day we'll know, but.
Right. Maybe one day, if somebody's got to record him in a restaurant.
I just got to know that you tried. I just got to know that you tried. That's it.
Yeah.
I got to know that in your mind you gave the effort and that you tried. But this is very frustrating. We're going to be taking phone calls throughout the entire day. Babe Laufenberg at 8:40. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. What the hell is Bobby Belt going to be like? What is Bobby going to be like at 6 o'clock? Inconsolable? I predict he'll come in here like the Joker. Like he'll be laughing and strangely happy.
Yeah.
It'll be like something snapped.
Might be.
Something snapped mentally with him. And I don't know. We could get Bassick Jr.
He might be strangely happy. You're right.
Did Nick Sirianni survive as well? Your phone calls, reaction. Tell me how this is actually a good thing. Don't text it to me because I don't have my freaking cell phone. And we have Mavs Lakers from last night as well. That's all coming out with the Thursday edition. Need y'all with us here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up. Russell, catch, fire, connects. D'Angelo Russell, 21 points.
Lakers mixing and matching with their starting lineups. I see the Tolos have already gotten on the phone lines, and I appreciate that. We're going to take some of your phone calls right here in this segment, which we never do at 5:45 here on Sean, RJ, and soon to be Bobby Belt. I think our Cowboys insider will join us at 6 o'clock. But LA slumping. Darvin Ham already on the hot seat. Get an amazing performance from D'Angelo Russell. Where did that come from? He drops 29, and the difference in this game was the third quarter. The Lakers just could not miss. They dropped 42 on the Mavericks in the third, and they beat down the Mavs at in LA, actually, 127-110.
What a defensive clinic the Mavs put on. Just tremendous. I saw better defense at the All-Star game. That was just fantastic.
Lively was there. Derek was there, 16 and 11.
Hey, there you go. You know, when he was dominating, he was dominating. But other than that, man, like there was this one possession, I think it was in the third. Lakers just kind of like up the floor, hot knife through butter, and then LeBron does sort of like this, not even a behind the back pass, just this like a flick handoff to the corner. And there was nobody within 15 feet of Austin Reeves. Like nobody. It's just like
it's like defending Packers receivers.
Right, basically. It was like I see that at that point it was like, okay, just if this is what you're gonna do, just get Luke out of there. Get these guys out of there and not even worry.
Anthony Davis started off really strong in this one. He ended up with 28, 12, and 9. He's been really good and consistent this season. Kyrie maybe being in awe of LeBron after the report came out that he showed up to 2 Laker games in person to make the statement to LeBron, I want to play with you. That was last year. He went 4 of 16, and the Mavs lose in L.A. But, of course, the big story of the day is Mike McCarthy returning. We'll read you the words that I was saying, the expletives I was dropping during that Jerry Jones statement that I was reading. It made me sick. But the Tolos are here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Tony in Dallas, start us off. You're live on Sean and RJ.
Hey, this is the big truck driver, Sean. This ain't Tony.
There you go.
That's my fault, Peyton.
Well, Peyton.
Dummy.
Hey. Hey, son, RJ, man, I don't know, man. I'm like you, man. I don't know what's the deal with keeping McCarthy. As I look throughout the years, yeah, Dak had good numbers. CD did good, but I just didn't see them, beating the 500 and plus teams,
Yeah, he didn't.
And the scheme, man, I heard Texas Coast, but I really couldn't see a lot again versus the 500 team. So it's a shock to me, man, that they're actually keeping Mike. And I'm just gonna sit back and watch it unfold again next year, man. We almost 29 years, man, in nothing, man, but setting us up for failure, man. But I heard it this morning riding, listening to y'all, that they kept Mike, and I did not think that I said Jerry needed to fire himself and everybody else.
Yeah,
is how I really looked at it. Everybody fired.
Well,
along with Jerry.
I can tell from your tone, you're calm, you're cool, you're easygoing. Keep that 18-wheeler on the road, Tony, and thank you for the phone call. Sorry that we were the ones that had to break the news to you. Hopefully that's not the case for anyone else in DFW while you're operating a vehicle. Steven in Jersey on the Odyssey app. Steven, you're next up on the Fan.
Hey, how you guys doing, man? Good morning.
Not well, thank you.
Yeah, me neither. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little disappointed, yet I'm not surprised. Jerry is very hard to admit that he has made a mistake, and I don't know if he just doesn't know or if he just doesn't care.
Yeah.
You need a guy in there that's going to come light a fire in there, not where these guys are just sitting on the sideline, look like they're ready to pout. Like year after year, you got these guys clapping on the sideline, or they're just too easy. You got all these superstars and all these all-pros. Congratulations. You play the Giants and the Redskins twice a year. And then when there's someone that you really need to go out there and play, their superstars are nowhere to be found. That's all, guys. Have a good one. Good morning.
Thank you for the call, and good morning. Jeremy in Arlington. Jeremy, you're next up on 105.3 The Fan. Hey, Jeremy.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Yo.
Good morning.
Morning.
So I'm okay with McCarthy staying, but I think that we definitely need to move on from Dak Prescott and at least give Trey Lance a shot. He's really not had a chance to prove to what he got. You know, he's been hurt. He's gotten hurt.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I don't know, did he play like 6 games or whatever? I just think that he needs to have a chance to prove himself that he can be an NFL quarterback.
Thank you for the call. Well, I got news for you. That's not happening. These two are married together. I got a lot of messages last night on social media.
Dak and Mike?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got a lot of messages. Does this mean, okay, at least does this mean they move on from Dak? No. No. Mike McCarthy is getting Jerry Jones points. You could argue Dak Prescott saved Mike McCarthy's job because the Cowboys know they have to get Dak's deal done. They have to. And
they can't give him a no trade.
Well, he's gonna he holds the power, the leverage.
Nah, I mean, I don't not after Sunday.
That to you is like
there's no leverage. He holds the leverage on they have to give him a contract, but the parameters of said deal. I mean,
and a contract, you're gonna draw a line with the money amount as well.
No, I mean the money is the money, right? You know, if you're gonna want to be able to get a no trade rescinded, then you're gonna have to give him the money he wants, which may be a no trade in its own right, because somebody else isn't gonna want to trade for that money, but. You know, if the same thing happens again next year, then what you do is you just trade him.
Yeah, Jerry is looking at this like, all right, we're going to have the quarterback here. This offensive mind helped him take the next step to an MVP conversation. So they are married together.
Yeah,
we're not.
Which they should be, from this regard. If you're going to keep Mike, you know, if you're going to keep Dak, you're going to, or let's just say if you're going to keep Mike, you have to keep Dak. You can't blow it up because that's a. The blow-up move would be get rid of both of them or get rid of one of them, right? But if you're going to keep the coach, you have to keep the quarterback. Otherwise, there's no point in keeping the coach.
Marcus and Terrell. Marcus, you're next up here on Sean and RJ.
Hey, good morning, guys. So I just need to get something on the airways for these Tolos because none of my homeboys back at home believe me. What if I told y'all that Dak Prescott was not the main issue? You know, like – yeah, I think we put him on such a high pedestal because of our team. Him and Tony Pollard both. You have to know what you have. You have a 4th-round quarterback, you know, from Mississippi State. That's all you have. So if you just expect that, you know what I mean? I think the problem is the defense. Like the defense was so soft on all these games.
Yeah.
The Cardinals, the Niners. Yeah, I mean, you can even say the Lions because they let Jared Goff go right down the field. So why are we not putting all this blame on these losses on the defense?
Yeah.
Even in the Green Bay game, once you get so far behind McCarthy, there's nothing him and Dak could really do except sling the ball. So if you have him slinging the ball 24/7, they're going to figure out the routes, and that's when the interceptions come because they don't believe in Tony Pollard. They didn't believe in him one bit.
Yeah, thank you for the call. Look, I think you bring up an interesting point. Now, I'm never going to absolve Dak for the Green Bay game. So anyone that says, "Oh, well, the defense was that," he threw a pick 6 too, and he could have had 4 picks. I'm never going to absolve him. He was garbage. He was awful. But there is something to a roster problem maybe being the main issue. Marcus Spears went off on that yesterday. Bobby Belt has just walked in studio. Let's see what he goes off about. Phone calls throughout the entire show as Mike McCarthy is returning for the 2024 season, and we'll read you Jerry Jones' statement. Try not to burn yourself with a hot coffee while we read you the way that Jerry justified this next.
Always a and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Bobby Belt joining us in studio, Cowboys Insider. He sent us the group message from Adam Schefter that Mike McCarthy is returning. The headline on ESPN right now is "Same Old Cowboys." Bobby, your immediate reaction last night, and how are you feeling this morning?
Same old Cowboys indeed, and that's a 12-win team. That's better than 2/3 of your game. You don't know what you're talking about, Randy Galloway. Cowboys won more than they lost by a considerable amount this year. This is an exciting football team.
Doubled it up,
It's an exciting time. You kidding me? Who's been better than them the last 3 years? This is great news.
Who's got it better than us?
Who? Nobody. It's a great time. What it is, Sean, is I've resigned myself to the fact that this football team won't win next year. So, okay.
Won't win what?
Yeah, they'll win. They'll win plenty of games.
No, I think when we talk about win, we're talking about win. I mean, look, it's very possible they are a 5-in, 5-out team. And, I'll hold on to that all offseason.
Well, we know that they're not going to win the NFC East based on history.
Right.
20 years running.
Look, with absolute certainty, I know that if they go in the playoffs next year against Green Bay or San Francisco or Detroit or whoever one of the new 5-in teams is, or the Rams, whoever they go up against in the playoffs, they will pee down their leg because they're being prepared by the same guy who makes them do it every single time, and it'll be a collapse. And Jerry will talk about how heartbroken he is and how he thought this was their greatest opportunity. And Dak will say, we damn sure know the standard and we haven't lived up to it. And yeah, it's disappointing. And McCarthy will tell us how it's just like anything, and he'll tell us whatever his stupid F and Latin phrases for the year this year and how he really felt like they embraced that. And at the end of the day, we'll all sit there and go, okay, what now? And we'll figure it out from there.
Here's the statement from Jerry Jones that he released on DallasCowboys.com. I believe this team is very close and capable of achieving our ultimate goals, and the best step forward for us, and start me whenever you want. And I believe the best step forward for us will be with Mike McCarthy as our head coach. There is great benefit to continuing the team's progress under Mike's leadership as our head coach. Specifically, there are many layers of success that have occurred this season as a result of Mike's approach to leading the team, both with individual players and with our team collectively. Mike has the highest regular season winning percentage of any head coach in Cowboys history.
Stop. I don't care.
He does.
I don't care. That's not what he was brought in for.
Well,
you brought him in to be different than Garrett in January.
He is.
And he's the same freaking coach.
Well, he actually gets
Actually,
to January.
no, I apologize. That is an offensive comparison because Jason Steams didn't quit in the postseason. They didn't just piss down their leg. I probably can't say that. But they didn't just fall apart. They didn't quit. They weren't completely unprepared. For everything you want to say about Jason's preparation for this and that, they didn't walk in there just like completely scared of opponents when they would play them.
But again,
they do that consistently here against good teams.
I think you think that they quit going into that game. They quit.
No, they quit within 5 minutes of the game. They went into the game terrified of their opponent. That's what happened.
That to me is on the players.
Really, all 53 of them? If
the
all
ones that
53
matter,
people react the same way and have the same approach to the game, that's the guy preparing them.
I don't think all 53 quit. I don't think all 53 quit eventually, but I don't think all 53 were scared. I think one guy was scared.
One guy.
The main guy was
That's when
scared.
the entire defense just completely falls apart.
The defense got beat by a good
That's when
quarterback.
guys don't want to go over the middle of the field.
The defense got beat by a first-round draft pick at quarterback. That's what happened. The defense got beat by that's the problem with defense. Defense is not stable. We know this. So
it's been stable for 3 years, other than
it hasn't
in
been
January.
not against great quarterbacks, and that's the problem. Great quarterbacks don't allow defenses.
Then
to
blow
do
out
what
the
they
defensive coordinator too. Blow out all of them.
I mean, I'm fine with that.
Blow them all out.
He's
But
been
we worry
better
about,
than Jason.
But we worry about no, he hasn't. Not in January. He has not. That's what he was brought in here to be different for.
Jerry continues, we will dedicate ourselves in partnership with Mike to translating that into reaching our postseason goals. Certainly, Mike's career has demonstrated postseason success at a high level, and we have great confidence that can continue. Further, our loss on Sunday is shared by everyone here, not just Coach McCarthy, our players, our coaches, front office, myself. There is accountability for our results. I am accountable for our results. Stop! BS. Horse crap. Absolute garbage. You just proved there's zero accountability. What are you going to do? Dan Quinn is going to walk, not from your decision. He's going to go get promoted to be a head coach in Seattle or somewhere else, and you will spin that as major change. You don't think it's major change? We lost our defensive coordinator? Yeah, but that wasn't you doing it. That wasn't you ending the relationship. That's her walking out on you. There's accountability for our results. I am accountable for our results. You're definitely not accountable for the results. That's for damn sure. That's the sentences. Those are the sentences that tick me off the most from this whole thing. Jerry continues. The lens we use to view and evaluate Coach McCarthy is holistic.
Help. The hell does that mean?
Please help me.
Tor Ekman? They're drinking cramp bark and rose hips and bioflavonoids before the game?
While we're all disappointed with the result and with our playoff record, I am 100% supportive of him as our head coach and ability to reach our goals. We will start our process of review and decision-making regarding everything that impacts our team and roster. And while we're not going to address specific players and extensions of free agents at this point, it deserves our deepest review and consideration, and it will get it. That is my serious way to end my statement as the owner and general manager. You better damn sure be confident that after we finish, that when we're done that fourth Mai Tai on the yacht, okay? When we reach back into port, when we dock, we're gonna sit there and look at this roster and we're gonna review it seriously.
Settle down just a little bit.
Get out of here. Get out of here. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line.
There is no genuine, authentic commitment to fixing the things that are wrong. If they have a plan in place, if they got a 5-year plan, it's going to be a 5-year plan.
I think Jerry's plan got blown up. I think he went into the postseason and said, all we need to do is get past round one. If we lose to the Lions slightly, we can justify it. If we lose to San Francisco, we can certainly justify it. I think the Green Bay game was obviously his worst nightmare in terms of justifying what he was thinking all along in bringing Mike back. This was the hardest thing he had to swallow, was figuring out how to explain that McCarthy was going to return. Because I think in his mind, and that's a terrible way to think, how can we justify it? How can we sell it? And you can do it. Arguably, it would have been tough in the second round, but that regular season Detroit game may have given them a little bit of a pass. It was a coin flip. It was a toss-up, just like that. That, unfortunately, is how my brain has been reprogrammed to think about Jerry Jones not doing whatever it takes to actually get a Super Bowl. It's how can we justify whatever to keep you spending money, keep you watching, and to keep my head coach here with the status quo. That is a terrible feeling. That's a terrible feeling that I have, just in terms of, I just don't believe Jerry when he said I would do anything. He was never going to pay Belichick.
No, he wasn't. He doesn't pay coaches that salary.
And I don't even think he's willing to pay. He was never going to pay the final year for Mike's deal.
No, he wasn't going to pay somebody to sit on a beach. Now, he wasn't going to do that. He'll pay players to do that. But I mean, look, they just operate their organization a little bit different.
Cheap. That's cheap.
Yeah, it is. They just operate their organization a little bit differently than a lot of other. They wait. Most organizations fire on Monday. They wait to make a decision on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday the next week. Most organizations will give a quarterback an extension early. They wait to the final year. Like, that's just the way they do it. That's the way they do things.
And most organizations have been to the conference title game in the last 30 years. So the way they do things is wrong and diseased and broken, and they don't care.
Most organizations, that's right, but most organizations also will actually spend a first-round draft pick on a quarterback, and there's two that haven't in the last 30 years, us and the Saints.
Yeah, and also the Patriots didn't use one for 20 years. It doesn't matter. Yeah. That's irrelevant.
Yeah, for 20 years they had Tom. That's
right. Who was not a first-round pick. That's the whole idea.
You want to luck into it? You want to luck into it?
No, but you cannot commit to the idea of what the original draft evaluation was. Chop. We get new information over the course of 8 freaking years.
Then fine. Then try to hit lightning in a bottle. That's.
What do you mean try? They already have.
No, they have.
You said he was elite this year.
They're in quarterback purgatory, and they have been.
He was elite this year, right?
Yeah, and he won't be next year.
Okay, but that's a projection. That's not the reality of where we
historically,
are.
It says
the reality of where we are is he is elite this year, and he changed and he played differently. So going forward,
so don't play that
yours is an assumption.
It's not an assumption.
It's fact.
It's not fact either. It's a historical reference on his entire career. If you're elite, you're generally elite by like year 2 or 3. If you're elite.
I mean,
like Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady.
Year
Peyton
1, 2,
Manning.
and 4, he was top 4 in the NFL in QBR.
Okay, and he's been inconsistent. Elite stays there. Elite doesn't go up and down.
I thought it was like year 7, 8, 9 until it fully clicked.
That's when it fully clicks. But if you're elite, you show that you're elite really early. Okay, there's a reason why the only quarterbacks in the history of the sport that make their first Super Bowl with their original team after their rookie contract are like Manning and Ryan. Like, that's it. If you don't make it by then, you history shows you just don't make it in the salary cap era. Now, whether that's what do they call it? Confirmation bias or whatever. That's for a different argument. If you want to make an argument for Mike staying, the simple argument is, questioned, did Dak have his best year under him?
Yes.
Okay. Second part of that question. Does Dak have to have, does he have to be at that level to win a Super Bowl?
I don't.
More often than not.
More often than not, yes.
Okay. So if that's the case, if he has to be at that level,
yeah,
and the only guy he's done that level with is this guy,
yeah,
that's the reason.
I agree with you.
Now I don't necessarily think bringing him back was the right call. I can make an argument that it was. Yeah. I can make an argument that it was the wrong decision. But like if he had his best year under him, and him having his best year and playing at an elite level is the easiest way to win a Super Bowl,
yeah,
then this is a no-brainer.
How did the first 5 weeks look?
The first 5 weeks.
How did that look?
No.
Yeah, but they changed.
They changed. That's to their
they
credit.
They changed to what?
And that's to his credit.
Some more wide open.
That's to Mike's credit.
Why is it credit? Why is it credit?
Because
Why is it credit? Why is it credit to wreck it for 5 weeks
humans are
and
not
go
perfect.
back
Bobby,
to what people told you they didn't want to do?
Humans are not perfect. That's why.
So you're calling Dak Prescott, and I'm on your side with this, but I do have to try to be balanced. You're calling Dak Prescott a liar when he stands up there and says,
I'm calling him a politician.
Okay. So you think right now today, if I hook up Dak to a lie detector and I said, who would you rather have running the offense, Mike or Kellen, that he would say Kellen?
I think he'd say myself. And I think McCarthy ultimately got out of the way for 12 weeks. And so he's like, cool, get out of my way. Let me run the offense.
I agree. I think a quarterback running the offense is the right way to go. So
that's not Mike.
But Mike did say to us in training camp that is the goal, to give the offense over to Dak.
The goal was he didn't trust his quarterback, and he was trying to completely limit him and handcuff him. We talked about how he had kid gloves on. That was Mike's goal. And he does not get credit for cover your ass moves in self-preservation.
He gets credit for adapting. I think you get credit for that. When you make a hire and, whether that hire works or not, you get credit if the hire works. If you're a CEO and you hire somebody underneath you and that person takes your stock from X to X, you get credit for that.
Can you text Justin how to get my phone? I just sent you the info.
I already did.
You forwarded it to him. I changed it up. I woke up my wife. She's not very happy with me. I was leaving on the front porch. I need to get my cell phone. My headspace is just in a fog. I'm not here properly. And this is off to an interesting start. Jay Hood, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. It's going to be sitting on the front doorstep. My wife is waiting up for the gate code. All right, let's turn it over to the calls. They're all lined up. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Your reaction to Mike McCarthy returning to be the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. I can't even say it correctly. Your phone calls with Sean, RJ, and Roberto next after K-Post.
Let's get over to
go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-3333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
As I tweeted last night when Atolo asked me what the show rundown is going to be, yelling, confusion, depression, phone calls, sadness, anger, phone calls, yelling, arguing, phone calls, Babe Laufenberg 840, Patrick Walker 920.
And then acceptance at 940.
That was some of your best work. I was proud of you on that one.
Got a tweet from Spieth Island already, who we know very, very well. He got a phone notification. Based on your headphone usage over the last 7 days, you've exceeded the recommended limit for audio exposure. That was after Bobby erupted to start off the 6 o'clock segment and says volume should be turned down. So that was the phone notice from Spieth Island.
Bossman Spittle said the same thing to me before. Your volume should be turned down. Just you're coming through a little too strong.
A little hot. I might just eat the bomb sauce today. Just get it over with.
No,
I was thinking about that 720. We do the bomb sauce. That'd be great.
I don't know. I'm just like, maybe just get it over with. I don't know. Versus tomorrow after losing the Eagles bet. Let's hear from the Tolos. Jason in Rockwall, your reaction to Mike McCarthy coming back next year.
Good morning, boys. Thank you for taking my call. I just have to ask, what are we doing here? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting different results. God forbid that somebody comes in and causes some waves in Jerry's little pool of entitlement he's got up there. So he's going to keep Mike McCarthy, and when he's got the perfect head coaching candidate out there to come in and change the culture of entitlement and hand-holding and non-accountability on this football team. I'm not talking about Belichick. I'm not talking about Harbaugh. Mike Vrabel is the perfect person to come in there and change the culture of this team, but Jerry don't want that. Jerry wants to make money. Jerry wants to see a full stadium. He don't care if there's 30 or 40% of the opposing team's fans in the stadium. He don't care as long as he looks up there and sees a full stadium and he's making money. Jerry, the fans are sick of this, man. We're tired. It's been 28 years. We are sick of the same thing. Do something about this because you expect us to stay loyal, keep watching, keep showing up, keep wearing our gear, and you disappoint us year after year after year. Jerry, we're sick of it, man. Thanks, guys. Out.
G-Bag of the Day.
You're right.
Nominee. Send it on over to the nation. And that's what I worry about as well with us and the fan base. And I was looking up synonyms for apathetic because you know who's laughing the most today is Bassick. Bassick is looking at all the rest of us and he's like, one day you guys will get here. I've separated myself from the emotion of it. And he's just going to come in here. I know he's up right now chuckling on his damn Peloton. He's sitting there watching us on YouTube and he is just giddy and he is laughing because he made the emotional decision to divorce himself a few years ago.
Do you think he's sitting there going like, okay, I get it now. Now I get why they think it's funny when I get mad and start screaming. Like, I bet he's sitting there just like, this makes sense now. I get it. It's funny.
Yeah, he loves it. Ray in Dallas. Ray, you're next up on Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
Yeah, man. Good morning, man. Very mad at Jerry Jones for this, man. I'm a longtime Cowboy fan, and there's no change, man. There's this odd look that Dak has, in the pregame. And I know we're going to lose, man. This dude is gutless, man. We need to get rid of Dak. Mike McCarthy, I'm okay with him staying, all right? He's only been here 3 years. Give him another 4 years or whatever. Dak's got to go. Dak got to go, man. When he comes to the crunch time, man, he folds. He folds like a lawn chair, man. We need to get rid of him, get another quarterback, draft a quarterback, get somebody with some nuts in there that's going to perform when there's pressure on them, because pressure busts pipes, man, and pressure makes diamonds. Look at Patrick Mahomes. All the pressure, man. He sucked all year. I bet you he gets to the AFC Championship or the Super Bowl just because he's Patrick Mahomes. So, real quick, man, I want to give a star up. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Can I do that?
Yeah.
I want to give a star up to Bobby, man. And
right,
I've been wanting to do this.
Not cool. Go ahead.
Well, Well, look, I'm a big firm believer. If it isn't broke, don't fix it. And I've always listened to y'all, man. You and RJ, and y'all have always had a great show. Bobby made it good. At first, when he first got here, man, I was like, man, I don't know about that, man. This guy right here, but he made me a big fan when y'all had that crosstalk with San Francisco. And he stood up for Dallas, man. I was like, okay, Bobby. Well, that's who we need quarterback. We need Bobby as quarterback.
All right, there you go.
You didn't see me throw out the firehouse.
Thanks for the call. And also, did you notice he said,
thank you, Ray.
Took us from great to good.
Great to good.
That's a downgrade.
Downgrade.
You heard that, right?
Great to good.
Great to good.
I thought that was going to go sideways when at first he was trashing Dak, and then he's going to go, and Bobby.
I know. He softened it right
It's very odd to like Bobby but not like Dak. I don't think you could do I didn't know those two existed.
We're tied together. Just like McCarthy and Dak.
Todd in Indy listening on the Odyssey app. Todd, you are live on the home of the Cowboys.
Yeah, thank you guys for taking my call. I actually live in Dallas. I'm in Indy for business. I'm coming home today, but I had to call in.
Hang on, is the basketball court there? Is the basketball court in the airport?
Yes, it is full court, basketball court as you walk through.
Wow.
Yes, it is.
Awesome. Thank you for the reporting.
But yeah, just a little frustrated that the focus is on McCarthy and Dak when clearly Dan Quinn and the defense is a bit of an issue, or maybe a little bit more of an issue. I was reading an article on Blogging the Boys this morning that perfectly highlights the issues with Dan Quinn's defense against Shanahan-type offenses.
Yeah.
So they played 7 games this year against offenses that had that were from the Shanahan tree, and they did poorly against every single one of them. And of course, Green Bay is from that offense tree, and that's all I got to say. Something needs to be done with the defense.
Have a great flight. Thank you for checking in.
Yeah, every offense has a kryptonite. Every defense has a kryptonite. Now it's just a matter of, is it a big enough kryptonite that you can't ever beat it? Brady destroyed a zone defense. If you put a zone defense in front of Tom Brady, you had no chance. Doesn't matter who your quarterback was. It was now you probably weren't going to beat him anyway, but that was even more of sort of like a nail in the coffin. There are certain quarterbacks that struggle against certain defenses. We've seen that throughout history. Manning couldn't beat a 3-4 for a decade. Couldn't figure out how to do it. You have certain offenses that just fit right against the defense that you're trying to put out there, and maybe that's the case. And maybe that's why he doesn't beat any of his assistants.
Defenses and offenses all have their little answer key that give them problems. For this defense, it's the Shanahan offenses. For this offense, it's the head coach. So, we're all crippled by different things.
The offense, your quarterback did have an MVP-type season. And I'm not going to do it right now, but I have a bunch of are we overreacting topics. And one is what he just brought up, the Tolo, about, focusing on the defense, focusing on Dan Quinn. Are we overreacting to one game? Are we overreacting to one game? I'm just going to throw these things out there down the road and sprinkle them in. And if they make some major personnel moves in the offseason, will we feel that much better about it? Can we change this feeling of hopelessness if the personnel changes? I think there's a chance that we can. I think there's a chance. I don't know. I'm so disappointed and pissed off at Jerry. I just really am, because to me, it's a strong case that he's just wasting a year. He's wasting a year. His life, he's wasting a year of this talent. He's wasting a year of Dak's prime. And Dan Orlovsky tweeted this, and even Bobby would have to agree, not serious about winning a Super Bowl, all talk. And when you hear someone talk as much twice a week on the station about I'll do this and I'll do that, he exposed himself with this. That's my big major statement about Jerry Jones. He exposed himself by doing this. Because unless you're going to tell me, if Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport are going to tell me he did check in behind the scenes with Belichick's camp, which I think you could report the more I think about it. That's not tampering. He's a free agent. They did check in with Vrabel. They did check in with Harbaugh, and they all said no. That would make me feel better. That would make me feel better if you checked in.
I find it hard to believe they didn't. Now, you couldn't obviously bring him into the building. Right, because people would have found out about that.
Sure.
But I don't think there's a question. I don't even think it's possible that they didn't make a phone call to Bill or I mean, whoever. I don't think it's possible.
Daquan in Virginia listening on the Odyssey app. Daquan, you are live on Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
Yeah, what's going on, guys?
What up?
What's up? Carpe Omnia.
Hey, not much. I've had some time to put my emotions to the side. I feel like keeping Mike isn't the worst thing you could do. 3 straight 12-5 seasons, made the playoffs. But but one thing I know that Mike didn't expect and we didn't expect was not having a running game at all. Like, I think we should have kept Joe Philbin. I think that Mike Solari dude or whoever he is trash. I think we need an actual running back coach. I don't know why we got rid of Skip Pete, because it's Jeff Glasgow, whatever his name is, never coached running backs before. And we all know, like Chop said, you couldn't play zone coverage against Tom Brady, but you can against Dak. Dak struggles the most against that. And I think with a run game, you can't run cover 4 and cover 6 all game. I think a run game softens the looks and makes them play more simplistic. So I feel like if we fix a couple things.
You don't sound like you've put the emotions to the side. You sound depressed.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm depressed, but I'm not angry depressed. I'm not angry.
You're apoplectic. Is that the word? I don't know.
Yeah.
And it's
apathetic.
Apathetic. Apoplectic is the word too. I just don't know if it applies. And that's 7:30 there in Virginia. So he's got another hour.
He's got an hour.
He's not just waking up either. Man. California is the next call.
California, very bad place. 4:30 a.m.
4:30. So how's Randy going to sound over the McCarthy news? Randy, you're live on the Fan.
Oh my God, thank you. I cannot understand some of these people's calls. I want to tell you right now, I'm so angry that Mike McCarthy came back because one, before the season started, he said we're going to run the ball more.
Yeah.
And he had one of the most worst rushing offenses imaginable. Then we do a Texas Coast offense with the first 5 weeks of the season was terrible until you took your number 1 wide receiver to say, give me the ball more. Who knew that if you gave the guy to number 88 that the good things would happen? He's led the league already with this team in penalties, and he's been in the top 5 in another year and the top 10 in the other year. And his time management has been a concern all season long. And I know Bobby is a super Dak lover. Mm-hmm. I got something for you.
Mm-hmm.
So this season, with all the playoff teams that we play, Dak is 1,960 yards passing, 15 touchdowns, and 8 interceptions. Against the teams that they played this season that weren't in the playoffs, he's 2,600 passing yards, 22 touchdowns, and 3 interceptions, which is immaculate. So please explain that to me.
I mean, that's about league average performance against the league's top teams. So that's how.
Yeah, 2 straight calls about the running game. Mike has to be held accountable for that because that was his big, bold statement when he got rid of Kellen. We're going to run the damn football. Look how that turned out. Like, this running game was non-existent. It was a joke. Did they misevaluate Tony Pollard's health? Sounds like it. Was the offensive line a problem? All I know is Mike's identity that I agreed with to start the year blew up in their face very quickly, and the running game never got going throughout the season.
Yeah, I assume that they planned for one thing with the running game and got to camp and were like, oh, no, he's not the same guy that we had before the injury.
I mean, they tried. The first 2 weeks of the season, he carried the ball like 22, 23 times a game. Like they tried. That wasn't even camp. It took into the season.
Then they should have upgraded it.
Sure.
And they should have upgraded the linebackers.
Sure.
I need to know whose call it was for Damone Clark, Marquise Bell to be fine. We're sticking with this. Jerry Jones came on this freaking show and said, "What are you talking about? Oh, this is like as good as we've ever been at linebacker." They've changed my mind now about the value of linebackers because of their approach and playing safeties there. Whose call was that? Was that Dan Quinn? Does Will McClay catch heat for not upgrading that?
To be fair, I do think that their approach was supposed to be, it was 2 guys who ended up getting lost for the season. They planned on Vander Esch and Overshown were the starters, and then when they got to the backups, they were trying to go after Leonard. Like, I do think that they got stuck. And now, by the end of the year, I think they believed too much in what they saw, and they're like, we don't need to go scouting around for any extra linebackers.
Yeah, in terms of guys coming off the street, now they could have done something at the trade deadline, but I have to go back because Van Der Esch was hurt before the deadline, so they could have gotten somebody.
And we know Overshown was gone in the preseason.
And Overshown was gone in the preseason, so they could have gotten somebody at the deadline. Now I have no idea what the availability was and compensation, yada yada yada. After that, then you're going to be scratching the surface of bums, looking for guys that are just coming off the street.
All right, we've yelled and screamed for an hour. Let's see if Peyton Russell can put us in a little better mood with the payload.
Guys, Dallas is back in the top 10, not for football, obviously. And is it right to kick out the screaming baby in your own business? We discuss that next on The Fan.
Let's get you some help at BetterHelp.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
Why does Bobby continue to talk in my ear when I'm trying to do live reads? Yep, he just did it again, and that was a bad word he just said. Did you know that he did a live read on the KNC Masterpiece yesterday coming back?
No.
He's up here. It was like 10:22. He said, "You know what, Alec? Move aside. I'm going to take over and do a live read." He confused everyone. I was expecting him to get in trouble for that.
How was it?
It was great.
Terrible.
Perfect. Flawless.
Terrible. Said unprecedented or something, and it really, really bad. But guys, look, I sent you all a text to participate in this segment real quick. So let's hold up our cell phones real quick. And
Shut up.
Oh, okay.
Did Justin get it? Did he get my cell phone?
It will be here in 12 minutes.
Wow. That's incredible.
Tolo stopping by. People are like, why you always trust this and that? Why you let people come randomly to your house? Because of this. Because I'm about to have my cell phone.
So a Tolo just went and just picked up your cell phone.
Well, it's not just any Tolo.
Oh.
I played tennis with him for years, so I know him. He brought up he went on a golf trip with Choppy that he won for Gaylord. He brought us all some liquor and gave Bobby some fake golf balls.
Oh, this is that guy.
That's Justin.
Oh, I respected that.
Tolo Justin. So I know him. My wife wasn't too thrilled, but I said, go find my phone, put it on the front porch. Random Tolo's coming by, but that's why I do it.
So guys, we all have our daily routines, some nightly routines, some daily routines, but I thought of this the other day, and I've been doing it for a couple years now, and it's an uncommon routine that I do every night, and I want to see if it relates to y'all, or if a Tolo, says the same thing, or just if you have any uncommon routines that you do that maybe someone else doesn't think of or doesn't do at all. So mine is every night before I go to bed, I will check my wallet for my credit card and debit card. I've done it for a couple years now. I've never lost it. It was just one day I decided, I haven't seen my credit card in a while. Let me just go look for it, and I'll just go check. I'll flip open my wallet, look, see credit card, debit card. I'm good to go. I'll go to sleep.
Really?
And if I forget, I'll be laying in bed and I'll go, did I check? And I legit will get out of bed, go into my kitchen and check to see if I have my credit and debit card.
Wow, something that maybe you should listen to a little bit, given your wallet problems.
Yeah, I've lost my wallet 3 times in the last week. And I don't think I've lost it 3 times in a year.
I don't know how that is possible.
My brother does this.
Lost,
and I'm like,
I've never done it before. And all of a sudden, I've lost it 3 times in a week.
But you're always losing something important. You lost your keys at the Globe. And then you're losing your wallet.
But to lose the same thing 3 times in 1 week, and I'm starting to get it's progressing fast, the gray over here, more so in the last month, thank you, McCarthy, than it has at any other point. So I'm starting to worry that I've got, I don't know, a tumor or
you're probably just
something.
aging. These hours do age you.
Before bed, I will, I'll do the same thing. I put Ollie down, and then I'm making sure the lights are on, the mid-hallway lights are on, the lights outside are on. I'm going to my phone, and I got to do the temperature check. I got to put the alarm on, and I got to check my alarms 3 times. I'll look at my phone. When I get off the show today, when I get home, my first break, I'll immediately set my alarm for tomorrow morning. And then out of paranoia, before I go to sleep, I'll go on my cell phone. I'll go to the DFWSecurityAlarm.com app. I'll put the alarm on from there. I'll set the temperature, and I will make sure that the times are set to wake up. Every night.
Yeah, I lock the doors, turn the lights off.
Because my parents will do that. They'll go around to every door and make sure that
I go to every door.
I wish I had that.
I go to every door.
So does Bobby.
I do lock the door. That is what I'll do. I'll lock the door, and even if I see it's locked, I usually lock it. And then even if I'm sure, I'll walk up. Even if it looks locked, I will literally twist it just to see that is locked, right?
Yeah.
And then I go to bed.
I will check every door. I'll fill up my water with the thermostat, and then I'll tap Sarah on the shoulder and see if she's down. And if she's not, then I go to bed.
We call that a courtesy tap, don't we?
It's courtesy tap. Yeah, every night.
And then in the morning, I have to have.
And I do that too in the morning before I leave.
And then in the morning, except for today, because of the Cowboy news, I forgot my cell phone at home. But I got to do. I'm very big about trying to multitask and be time efficient. So I'll go out. I'll turn on the Keurig. Then I'll go to the bathroom because I'm like, okay, when I get out of the bathroom, it'll be warmed up in time. Then I make the first cup. Then I go brush my teeth. And then I go back and make the second cup.
You make 2 cups in the morning?
2 cups. This is 2 cups.
Oh, so you fill it up twice. Okay, I get you. So you fill it up twice.
Yeah. This is 2 cups in here. But I'm trying to be as like time efficient as possible. Then if it's like mornings like this, I'll go outside, start my car, and then I'll go back in, pack my bag. I always have my cell phone like where I keep my keys. And this morning I just walked out the door. I walked out the door without remembering to grab the phone.
And Bobby, the Tolos are texting a bunch of them, 817-214, saying, bro, get an Apple Wallet AirTag. Get an AirTag, put on your wallet. You want to forget it. But wait, you don't have the Apple iPhone,
I've only actually lost it one time. I couldn't find it. I lost it last Friday. Couldn't find it till Sunday. The other 2 times, I've just forgotten to take it in the morning.
You're either a person who keeps the wallet on you 24/7 or you just leave it like sitting around. Like Mike Bassick always leaves his wallet. I'm like, Mike, stop leaving your wallet around. Someone's going to take it. And Bobby will just have it laying out on the counter.
Yeah.
Just have it in your pants, or like me, it's always in my backpack. Like my wallet is never on me in here. It's just sitting here in my backpack. I leave it like that. What's so hard about why do you have to leave it in that rickety ragtag bag, or put it in your pocket? Put it in your jean pocket.
That's the thing. It was in my jean pocket when I lost the other day. I had left it in my office in Irving.
My office.
That's because I was taking a nap on an inflatable mattress in there, and so I took it out of my pocket.
You have an air mattress in your office?
That's glad they're paying you.
That's pretty badass.
Glad they're paying you over there.
So, RJ, you said you tapped Sarah on the shoulder to see if she's down. Well, Dallas does it all the time, and that's why they are top 10 in cities to having open relationships, and I'll call it 3-person hookups.
I think you can probably say threesome.
Threesome, yeah. You know, you're getting on with multiple people, more than 2. Yeah.
I saw this story a couple weeks ago, and I was impressed. I was blown away. So why would Dallas be? Is it at the top or like
they're in the middle of the top 10. So number 6 in the top 10 of U.S. cities that are into open relationships and threesomes.
So to stereotype, which I know gets everyone canceled, what would make a city more apt to that? Like, why would Dallas Fort Worth be ranking so high?
Alcohol, I think is high on the list. I don't know. I think there's an element of like of childhood depravity. You know, you were like kind of held down by parents' rules.
So now you want to be held down actually by a couple people?
Absolutely. And then now you spread your wings and you want to fly.
Just your wings?
Bobby, shut up.
Bobby.
Shut up. We already get the innuendo. We don't need your obvious cherry on top.
I think
if you grew up if you grew up in a very strict
this is gonna hurt. This is a big ass Sharpie.
That's a huge Sharpie.
That's a huge Sharpie. It's gonna be
right through his eye.
If you grew up in a very strict sort of like
like you lost your virginity late.
I was 17.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Or maybe it was drinking.
That's late.
I didn't start drinking till late. Yeah. But like if you grew up like a very strict traditional household, maybe with like religious values that you just were not told to do anything, and all of a sudden you get to college, it's like, well, okay. I think you kind of burst out, and maybe that's what happens.
This is on Reddit. These are the number of people who are members of these forums. DFW Swingers, 13,000. DFW Casual Encounters, 170,000. DFW GB.
Really?
Yeah.
Green Bay fans?
6,000 members.
Wow.
DFW Gone Wild, 13,000. DFW by Gone Wild, 21,000. So there's plenty of people around DFW that are members of these forums on Reddit.
In a lot of these cities, and I have the list of the top 10, so you can go through and guess, which cities in the U.S. are in the top 10 of people that want to have threesomes or open relationships. And a lot of it's dating apps too. Like I've noticed people using dating apps, it's gone wild. It's increased so much in the last 4 to 5 years. Like you cannot find relationships that aren't like from dating apps. It's all over the place.
Totally realize that you probably can't answer, but if anyone would like to around the room, have you ever? My answer is no.
I still think about this all the time because I passed it up in like 04.
Oh, was that with like the 2-hour drive away?
It was like in Saxe, and it was like 2 a.m. and I was just getting home. I was living with my parents in Grapevine. I was just getting home, And back then, driving to Saxe was like 121 was not a thing past like Grapevine Mills Mall. It was a stoplight fest. I was like, I am not making that drive. I am lucky I got home at this point. Sorry. I was like, it'll happen again. Never. If dating apps were the thing, dating apps are like the cheat code for that. That's, that is.
Like that's a category on there?
I don't know if it's a category, but like, you could like, it's easy to like meet a lot of people. Back in the day, it was like, I mean, this had to happen by accident, for crying out loud.
On some dating apps, you can say like, do you want a one-night stand or do you want like a long-term relationship? So then they kind of find you with that person.
That's awesome.
It makes it a lot easier.
I also passed it up. I told Chop and Sarah in Oxnard, I was like, I gotta get up early.
Instead, it was you and Zach.
No, she wouldn't go for Zach for some reason.
Oh my God.
Oh, no. So do we want to guess what cities are in the top 10?
No, just read them.
No? Okay, so we got 1 New York City, 2 Los Angeles, 3 is Houston, 3 tops Dallas.
Godless place.
4 is Chicago, 5 is RJ's city, Las Vegas, 6 being Dallas, 7 San Antonio. I was surprised to see San Antonio on the list here. 8 is
Muy
Phoenix,
caliente.
9 Miami, and 10 Philadelphia.
When you go to Rio,
that's like the top 10 population cities. That's all that is.
Yeah. They mean the largest cities in the country. I also wonder if the majority of them are 2 girls or 2 guys.
It's usually 2 girls, right?
Or 3 girls.
I don't think.
Or 3. What? Go ahead. You want to complete that?
No. I was saying usually, it's the one guy and the 2 girls, but like.
Tell us about it, Dave.
I don't.
You ever had this discussion with KK?
Yeah, and we said no. So.
We?
Yeah.
We said
she
no.
Or
Said
you?
No.
I said no.
Yeah, because you
Really?
are jealous. You and Bobby are the jealous ones.
Really?
Yeah. Wait, you think she?
No, I don't. Wait.
You think she would?
No, I don't think she would.
entertain?
No, I don't think she would.
Who brought it up?
I did.
Like as a
How?
question,
No,
or like
because
what's your
we've had
position?
friends that have been into that stuff. And so I was like,
Pineapple
and
necklaces?
so we brought up, we talked
that
about
the
them,
sign?
and I was
It's
like,
upside
that's something
down
we would never do, right? Like, you want to be into that. She said no.
Look
I was
how
like,
he
yeah, I don't
asked it.
think so.
We'd never do that, right?
We would never do that, right? That's a Mike
She
Fisher
knows.
question.
Yeah, she knows.
You're leading the
if I
witness.
say no, she says no.
Wow.
Yeah.
Laying it
And
down.
you'll see her Saturday.
Oh, yes, we will.
Yeah, we will.
All
We're
of us
gonna
will.
talk. We're gonna talk about that.
Sean, RJ, Roberto, and that is the
Is that a
payload.
proposition?
Any message for Alec Medford after that segment?
Your tattoos still suck, bro, and you suck at hosting. Sorry.
Did Nick Sirianni survive like Mike McCarthy? And how are the Lions going to deal with their game outdoors? All right. That's all next on The Fan.
Get you over to Platinum Chrysler.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Adam Schefter broke the news last night. Jerry Jones then released a statement on DallasCowboys.com that Mike McCarthy is returning for next season. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Bell. You know what you're going to end up doing, messing with that hot sauce that you want me to take a day early? You're going to end up rubbing your eyes like a moron.
No.
And there's going to be sauce on the outside of the bottle, and then you're going to rub your eyes, and then you're going to be in the hospital.
I'm using my body heat to warm it up so that it's a little thinner. It's a little too goopy right now. I'm making it a little thinner so you can take it next segment.
Just breathe on it so it'll boil. Mike McCarthy is going to address reporters today at 10 o'clock, I imagine, to start off the KMC masterpiece.
He can't even do it at 9. Give us a segment off or something.
I know.
Like you couldn't even do us that solid.
I know. So
just like anything, I guess.
In Jerry's statement, he said there's accountability for our results. I'm accountable for our results, and we are going to go ahead and take a holistic approach to this. Do you think there is as much anger from the fan base and the Tolos today than there was at any point while Jason hung on?
Ooh,
question.
I mean,
Yes.
maybe the last year, because that the last year of Jason was very similar to the last year here, right? With this, is that he gave him one more year and then he went into it as a lame duck.
Yeah, because Dak never had the contract extension, didn't have the money under Jason. Whereas, like, now it's compounded by the fact that you've got all this anger towards McCarthy, and you've got people who go, and we're paying this bum, and we're about to give him more money. So I think it just has compounded the anger and made it all worse.
Let's go to Adam. Let's go to Adam Schefter. When he starts talking, he's live on ESPN. Let's see what he says about it. Go.
Well, Greeny, with each day that went by without a decision, that told you more and more that the Cowboys were not going to go in a direction. And there began to be whispers about it the last couple of days that Jerry would not be making a change. And I think he made it readily apparent in a couple of things that he said yesterday. Number one.
All right, stop. Is that them?
No, I think that's us. It's the TV glitching out.
Is it raining?
Your TV is messing up?
Yep.
Good job, Peyton.
Boy, it's good now.
That statement stayed with Jerry Jones. And he talked about the fact that it was not just Mike McCarthy that deserves the blame for Sunday's loss against the Green Bay Packers. It was Mike McCarthy, it was the rest of the coaches, it was the players, it was the front office, and Jerry Jones said it was himself. So all of them played a role. And as Jerry Jones thought about all of that, and thought about the record in the regular season, and thought about the blame that everybody shared in Sunday's disappointing loss to the Green Bay Packers, he ultimately decided that change at this point would not be a good thing. He's done this before. He's had Jason Garrett enter into the last year of his deal on 2 separate occasions when he was the Dallas Cowboys head coach. Now, Mike McCarthy is scheduled to head into the last year of his contract, which obviously brings a whole other set of issues. But the fact of the matter is Jerry Jones believes in the end that this team is better with Mike McCarthy than it is without him.
Okay. So that is going to be the message, right? It's everyone. We're a team. We play as a team, we win as a team, and we lose as a team in terms of sharing all the blame. It's not just on Mike.
It's not just on Mike. It's on Omnia. You know, everything is to blame for this. And that's their approach. They're going to say this is a shared responsibility, and we're going to reach them out. I just love that. Why is it different this year? Well, because of Mike. This is all Mike. Like, that's what Jerry told us the last 2 weeks of the season. So then, okay, Mike is the reason you're here, but then it's shared together that it collapses. Okay.
And now, sense. Chop, what Schefter was referring to right there is a whole new set of circumstances, and that means a lame duck coach.
Correct, and that's my biggest issue with this. It's not bringing Mike back. I don't have a hardcore take on bring. This does not bother me. What bothers me is bringing him back as a lame duck. If you're going to make this decision, you have to give him even a 1-year extension.
Can you imagine if they gave an extension on top of it?
But, like, seriously, you can't
You know what the city is already going to do when they give Dak his extension? It's going to detonate. It's going to blow up. Imagine if they gave McCarthy back. McCarthy extension.
You can't coach.
And Dak deal.
Right. You can't coach as a lame duck. You can't. You're going to have a lame duck and a lame Dak in the same year. You can't have that. All right? You're going to have to extend Dak because of the $60 million.
Yep.
Okay? Whether you want to or not, the only option is unless you blow it up. Okay? And then if you don't give Dak the extension and then you move on from him, you draft somebody else, you're like, screw it, we're going to bite the bullet and move on. But they're going to extend Dak, and then the option is, okay, if we extend him, we don't give him a no-trade clause this time around, and then we trade him in the offseason if things go the same way and they end a similar way where they don't make the conference championship game, you move whatever, and then you move on from Mike. But you're going to have to pay Mike that extra year. But I understand if you're going to bring Dak back, you have to bring Mike back too. Or if you're going to bring Mike back, you have to bring Dak back, I should say, because you don't want to bring him back with a new quarterback. That makes no sense. He fits with Dak Prescott.
What is this line about this person's accountable and I'm accountable? What does accountability mean?
Yeah.
Like
that they're aware of it? It means that they're aware.
Yeah,
it means that they're aware of it.
I aware and acknowledge, is that what it is? Because that doesn't sound like accountability. Accountability is usually like
it's a joke. You may as well, it's like when you try to you fake discipline your kid, and they know it's a joke, and they let it go in one ear and out the other, and they continue to do what they want anyway. And Jerry just yelling and shouting this from the clouds. It's fake.
That's exactly. You know what it is? It's Jerry going 1,
yeah,
2. That's what Jerry. That's what Jerry does.
2.5.
Yeah. Yeah.
2.5.
Jerry's never going to
get to 3.
Jerry will never get to 3.
And Jerry's not accountable for himself either. He's just not. So they're all teeing off on this. But you be Wink Martindale. You taking this job now? You take it. You taking this?
Oh, no. This would be very difficult to build a coaching staff.
How you replacing Dan Quinn now with McCarthy's status?
And that's the problem with a lame duck. Okay, the problem with a lame duck coach is it's also very hard to build your coaching staff. He is not. If you're Dan Quinn, he has options. It's okay. So Dan Quinn's gone, I assume. Now, Dan, if he doesn't get a job, it's a perfect opportunity to stay. He's been here a lot of years, whatever. A guy like Wink, who's looking for a job, this is probably not the place he's going to go. Fangio, he ain't going to come here on a 1-year deal, right? Like, you're not going to get that.
Rivera. Go get Rivera. He's basically on the beach, but he still wants to coach. He'll take a head coach. He might be one who'd be willing to hook on for a year. Maybe Zimmer wants to hook on for a year.
Is Nick Sirianni? Did Sirianni and McCarthy survive on the same day? Diana Rossini yesterday said both Howie Roseman and Sirianni have been reaching out to available NFL coaches and coordinators, as well as coaching agents across the league to evaluate potential coordinator candidates to join their coaching staff. So the whole internet said, okay, if you're making calls to come and join us, that means that Sirianni is safe. Rossini followed up. Though this may suggest that Nick is safe, I'm told he has not met with Jeffrey Lurie, something that was not possible because of logistical issues yesterday. Until that meeting happens, all bets are off. So they actually did not meet, even though they're making phone calls to go ahead and try to recruit.
Yeah, I mean, look, if him and Howie, I assume Howie has like full control there. If him and Howie are going over the coaching staff, I find it hard to believe they're going to move on from Nick. I get it. Like Lurie could have a nut job reaction and change things up, but I do think they put a lot of faith in what Howie says. So I mean, if him and Howie are going over coach's staff, that signals to me he's back.
Fletcher Cox gave it to a reporter. Apparently, like Philadelphia, the city, the fans, the media, they're living on another planet because Jalen Hurts and Fletcher Cox, they have not heard one word about a Sirianni hot seat.
You have confidence in if you do come back, that confidence in him if he's also the head coach.
Like any news about what about Nick?
Nick, I mean, there's obviously some speculation about whether he may be fired or not.
Huh?
Yeah.
Come on, man. Nah, man, he head football coach of this team, man. Come on, man. There ain't even no discussion about that.
Yeah, okay, you don't think it's gonna happen?
Like, I don't got nothing to say about that, man. You're a clown, bro. Get out of my face.
Save that as a drop. You a clown, bro. Get out of my face.
That's a strong statement. Which Fletcher Cox is supposed to, like, there's talk that he's going to retire.
Yeah, and then he's like, I feel like I have some time left. Jason Kelce pumped the brakes yesterday.
Well, that's podcast numbers. You got to keep your he planned on announcing his own retirement on his podcast, so he's like, damn it, I gotta keep it up that I'm actually still playing.
Yeah, but Jalen Hurts was asked, right, with the follow-up again, and he's like, I'm not aware. Is that a backing of the coach, what they're doing?
No, I don't know.
Not Hurts.
Because Fletcher Cox said he's a winner, and Jason Kelce said, I really like Sirianni.
I'll tell you what
as
it's not a backing of. It's not a backing of WIP. It means they don't listen.
Hurts,
it means they ain't paying attention to the outside noise, which may be a good thing, but whatever.
Hurts yesterday said, players play, coaches coach, owners own. So he's like, I don't even know anything about that. Man. Is that a discussion? He still is leaning on that. Is that something people are saying?
That is such a Romo statement. If I ever heard one in the locker room, well, football players play football during football season.
It's just I don't like. It takes nothing for Hurts if he wants him back to go. Yeah, he's here. What are you talking about? Like to do the Fletcher Cox. Yes, he's back.
You're a clown, bro. Get out of my face.
Meanwhile, Gerard Mayo was introduced in New England. I was watching this whole thing live, and Robert Kraft was struggling a little bit to introduce some members of Gerard Mayo's family.
Sherman. I'll get it right. Get it right. Well, we'll have to. No, it's all right. It's one of those black names. I'll help you with that.
Good. You lied.
And then you love the nickname throughout this whole thing.
Find me an owner in the NFL with a better nickname than Bob Kraft as Gerard Mayo. There was a compilation put that Gerard Mayo was giving in the speech. He called Bob Kraft by the nickname Thunder.
Thunder, I call him Young Thundercat, has a young heart. Thunder talked about, Thunder alluded to from Thunder. Thunder just talked about. I appreciate, Thunder.
You have that is amazing. Okay, this is without question that some octogenarian is being called Thunder is one of the most insanely wild things I have ever come across. I
love the Thundercats reference.
Yeah,
back when we were kids.
And then you counter this with this massage thing that happened, and then the Thunder. Man, this is amazing.
Meanwhile, the audio of the week in the National Football League was this reporter asking Todd Bowles what?
It's so uncomfortable I can't hear it. I've heard it already, so we'll play it, but I can't actually listen to it back.
She's asking Todd Bowles about the Buccaneers braving the elements, playing the Detroit Lions outside this Sunday.
Looking forward towards Detroit. The weather has been a factor in some of the playoff games, even for the most prepared teams. Today, it's 13 in Detroit, which doesn't compare to some of the temperatures we've seen it drop to. Any special plans to acclimate the team to not only endure but perform in those kind of frigid temperatures should you face them in Detroit?
You do know we play indoors, right? And they got a dome. I don't know. Nothing planned. We're indoors, and we only have to be outside for 20 seconds getting off the bus going under the thing, so we'll be okay.
So amazing.
That's so bad.
Audio of the week. Of the week.
It reminds me of when
No time
Rondo.
for jokes, Batgirl.
when Rashawn Rondo got traded here, and somebody asked him this really long setup about why he chose Dallas, and then he goes, I was traded here, right? Like I didn't. I'm happy to be here, but I didn't pick it. I was traded here.
Doug Williams, man. How long have you been a black quarterback?
Did that really actually happen?
Yeah. So I've been told that somebody was at the press conference and they said it did not happen, but I've also heard people that were there that said it did happen. So
more of your Tolo reaction to Mike McCarthy's return. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby. I'm not doing the hot sauce
If you
today.
do it, I'll do it during Below the Belt.
Then RJ's gonna have to host solo.
No, I'll do it during Below the Belt. So if you do it now, I'll do it during Below the Belt.
The belt.
No, tomorrow.
No,
Too
don't
many
be a coward.
topics.
Then I'm doing it next.
How's it a
time.
coward? I'm doing it. I'm going to do it.
You're
We got
running away.
Too much stuff to talk about.
Running away.
Just like anything. All right. Is it actually, some people think that it's not McCarthy. It's not Jerry. It's actually this team. It's actually the roster. More reaction to Mike McCarthy's return during the commercial-free expressway after this.
Let's get you over to Platinum Forward.
Time experts.
What are you doing?
I'm putting some hot sauce on my spoon.
Why are you doing this right now? I lost the bet. Buccaneers, Eagles, straight up. I said tomorrow, 7:20.
You can do it tomorrow at 7:20.
I've
got my spoon here.
But you don't have to. Why would you take it?
Because I need some levity today. I'm angry, and I need something to laugh about.
So you're gonna voluntarily. What's the name of the sauce?
The bomb.
You're gonna voluntarily take this bomb sauce right now.
I'm not gonna take as much as you are.
Is it a spoonful?
No.
Okay.
A spoonful we wouldn't survive. It's like it's a healthy drop.
I don't know if this is the amount we agreed.
It is.
That's healthy.
It is.
So Ryan, get Bobby on the fan cam. You're gonna do this for real right now.
Bob, I wouldn't do it.
In the middle of McCarthy mania. You don't have to do it. I'll do it tomorrow.
I know you can do it tomorrow. I'm gonna do it right now.
All right.
I wouldn't do it.
All right. Let's see.
Have you done it before, Chop?
No, I have a very weak colon.
Have you ever tried this?
Yes.
I think I tried this with Adam Richmond at the Super Bowl. Well,
I've done it several times.
Okay.
And I've done it on the air a few times. It's just usually been the weekends or nights when it doesn't matter nearly as much.
Put it on your eye instead.
So you're obviously like
I'm not Mike Nolan.
You're not afraid of it?
I mean, no, I'm afraid of it.
What do you mean, Mike Nolan?
Mike Nolan got hot sauce in his eye during a press conference, remember?
Jalapenos, right?
He rubbed his eye. Then he was like, he had to cancel his press conference. He was like, I'll be right back. I have hot sauce in my eye.
Jalapenos in my eye.
All right, more of your McCarthy phone calls, 877-881-105. Let me see how much you're doing.
It's just a drop.
That's not going to do anything.
It's hot.
Make him do more, Sean.
I'm not doing anything. I lost the bet.
You don't have to do
Coward.
anything.
I lost the bet. Look now. Look at mine.
Mine.
Can you see it, Pave?
Yeah, that's death, man.
Can you see? Look at that. Y'all can see it on the camera. Look at the amount of that. And Bobby put a drop on his spoon. But go ahead. Let's see how much.
I did a second one of
Yeah.
those.
All right. Go ahead. Do it. Now I'm going to monitor how you are.
It hit my throat.
Oh, no. It hit the throat, huh? That's
Y'all get on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube right now.
This is going to be bad.
Get on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. As Bobby voluntarily, this is what the Mike McCarthy news has done to him.
Self-harm has done this to me.
Self-harm with the bomb hot sauce.
I can't believe it.
Ooh, that's weird. It's like going up to my gums now.
But you look like you're okay.
It builds.
You look like you're all right. Fortunately, we have a third co-host with the Tolos, Charlie in New Mexico. You are live on Sean, RJ, and soon to be gone. Charlie, your reaction to the McCarthy news.
Well, here's the thing, guys. Did you actually think that this narcissist old drunk was going to change coaches? No, I did not. The loss crushed us, and Jerry waited until 3 or 4 days when we were almost healed to tear the damn scab off again. You know, my dad always told me the fish rots from the head down, and the common denominator in all this crap for 28 years is Jerry Jones. He comes on and he says, there ain't a check I wouldn't write to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You had a damn check out there, blank check for 2 guys that could get you over the hump probably. I mean, nothing's guaranteed, but they're better than McCarthy. Almost 20 years as a head coach, and this guy still can't manage a game when the game's played. I mean, it's unbelievable that he has to put us through this again because everybody knows what's going to happen. When you got a coach that comes out there and stands on the sideline and acts like he has no clue what to do once somebody gets the lead on him, it's pathetic. And here's the question. If Dan Quinn does not get a head coaching job somewhere, are they going to retain him? 18 games that he still ain't learned how to stop the run.
Great question that I had written down. Good call, Charlie in New Mexico. How you doing?
Fine.
You okay?
I mean, it hurts.
Okay. You're handling it like a champ, though. You're taking it like a champ, like you normally do.
I mean, I'll be honest. I didn't hear anything the last guy just said.
Oh, okay. Your ears blacked out. That's an interesting question. And that's part of my, are we overreacting to not just McCarthy? Are we overreacting to Dan Quinn because of the Packer game? And let me ask you all right now. If he doesn't get hired in Seattle, would you welcome him back here as the DC with open arms? Like we've done the past 2 years, and we celebrated. We were jovial about it.
prior to yesterday, the answer would have been no. I don't believe as a lame duck you can hire a good staff. I think you're forced into it because to get a guy like, I think it's a lot easier to convince Dan to stay for one more year than it will be convincing Wink Martindale to come here for 1 year. Like, he'd be moving, uprooting, as opposed to just get another job at a 3-year deal. With Dan Quinn looking for a head coaching job, he stays another year.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Good point.
So I think in that situation, I'd be much more apt to bring him back. In terms of his ability, he can't. Him saying that he can't figure out how to have a run defense. We need to do some of these sites that would go beyond just how many yards did you allow. Ran out of money, so they don't operate anymore. So I don't know. I have to go back. What was Dan Quinn's run defense in Seattle?
Like Legion of Boom era?
Because he was at the DC in like 2013, their Super Bowl run, right?
He was in 2014.
2014. So what was it that year? I'm sure it was pretty good. So maybe it's the players and not Dan being able to scheme. Maybe the Cowboys, because they do go small on their defense.
Yeah.
That is conducive to pass rushing, not stopping the run.
Yeah. They had the number 2 run defense in the NFL that year.
In terms of what? Yards allowed?
Yards per attempt.
Yards per attempt.
Are you eating crackers?
No, Pop-Tart.
Okay. Would you welcome back Dan Quinn?
Yeah, I mean...
You're stuck. If Mike's a
lame
lame duck,
point.
you're stuck.
Hold on. I had a point. If you don't bring him back, you would just have to pick somebody who's like loyal to McCarthy. Because I don't think anybody would come here.
No, but would it be a gift for us? Would it be great for us if Dan Quinn came back?
I'll say this, is that if you're not going to hold McCarthy accountable, you can't hold Quinn accountable. Like, if you're not going to let McCarthy go, you can't let Quinn go because McCarthy, like if the same level of accountability is not going to be extended there, then Quinn deserves another run back.
Bob in Frisco. Bob, you're next up on the D&M Leasing Hotline.
Yes, morning, guys. Hey, I'm kind of cool with this move as far as keeping the coach. To me, the only coach I would have liked to have seen that possibly, if they would have been on the market, would have been Tomlin. I don't care about the others. I don't know if that necessarily upgrades us. Now, I know Bobby likes to bash and kind of blame McCarthy for a lot of things. Surprised he didn't do it when he lost his keys at the Globe, for Christ's sake.
Could have been him.
I'll say this. He's had 3 12-5 seasons coaching. One of those was a 6-game stretch without Dak. And they still managed to win when everybody in this town was afraid that, oh, my God, hopefully we'll just be 3-3.
Yep.
He's proven he can win without Dak. Now, I like Dak. Dak's a great guy, but I can tell you this. And I don't like the argument I heard in the little snack thing about, I know Bobby said Dak played, he equaled the guy on the other side of the sidelines. You do not want that. I've never heard anybody say, God, we'll be okay against the Giants if Dak can just play equal to Daniel Jones. You should be playing better than the guy on the other side of the thing.
Whoa. Rodgers, Goff, and Russell Wilson or Daniel Jones. That's the games we were talking about.
Playoff games.
But shouldn't your quarterback play better than them? I mean, shouldn't Dak? You rank Dak ahead of Goff.
Yeah, he did play better than Goff that day. He did play better than Goff that day, and he probably equaled for the most part Rodgers in that game. And so, I mean, that's the setup. My issue is he started underplaying against opposing quarterbacks when Mike McCarthy got here. The underperformances have occurred since McCarthy got here, and the McCarthy stretch in 2022 with Cooper Rush in there. What was he doing? Like, Kellen was calling the offense, Quinn was the defense, and the defense was dominant during that stretch. What was McCarthy doing? What are we giving him credit for in that run?
This is really impressive that Bobby is just
I can't believe he's doing that.
Eating crackers and drinking. I'm not even paying attention to what he's saying. I know that Pedro, I think he said on my Facebook, waited for 2 hours yesterday. So I got to get Pedro from Carrollton on, the home of the Cowboys, next. Pedro, good morning.
What's going on, fellas?
Yo.
A lot.
Hold on.
Take your spoon, Sean.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up, man?
Hey, sorry, I was on my headphones.
All right,
man. So this whole accountability statement from Jerry Jones, when are they going to start accountability for the past 30 years, man. It's the same over. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of buying gear. I'm tired of supporting. Of course, I'm going to watch.
All right, Pedro, I'm sorry. You got a bad connection.
Pedro, you got to
there.
take accountability for your phone, bro.
Ocho Cinco saying the same exact thing, going after the man in charge. This was Chad Johnson on the Nightcap Pod.
Guess who the motherfucking problem is and why they keep losing every single year? 28 years, guess who the common denominator is? All the pieces to the puzzle every year, the Cowboys play good guy football and get sent the home in the first round. Guess who the problem is? Jerry? Say his name loud and clear. You blaming Jerry? That's the problem. Jerry Jones is the reason why they can't get past the first round. That's the problem. Jerry Jones gonna see this. Jerry, I love you. I love the way you conduct business. Go ahead and get in the background. Let them boys handle their business from now on. We don't need you at the forefront. Talk about nothing, and this is the best team since 1995. Don't do none of that. Let them boys go out there and play ball. We know who own the team. Don't put no more added pressure than what already comes with the star on the helmet already. Watch the problem be solved. I guarantee the problem be solved when Jerry stopped doing that.
So there's Ocho Cinco with his input. Also said the Eagles were playing possum and they would turn it on and go through the playoffs like a hot knife.
I mean, look, he's not wrong in the sense that Jerry is the one constant that's been here throughout this entire run. For all,
what's better for Jerry's timeline? Keeping Mike continuity or, going and getting a Belichick or Harbaugh or Vrabel and hoping. Yes, you have to take time for a new program, but maybe you get the Super Bowl that eludes you. Which decision is better for Jerry's timeline?
Well, okay, so I guess So here's the thing, Jerry. The conventional wisdom is that Jerry's too old to restart. We've been saying that for 10 years, right? We've been saying that for 10 years now. He's too old to restart. If you restarted 10 years ago, who knows where you'd be now? You might be in a worse place, you might be in a better place. From Jerry's perspective, if you want to say what's better for Jerry's timeline, Belichick or McCarthy or Vrabel, okay, yes, you're assuming that those guys, come here.
Right.
It's very possible that Bill was contacted by Jerry and Bill told him to go take a hike.
Sure.
I don't think that's likely. Now, here's
it's far more likely. I think that's more likely than the idea that Jerry didn't even call Bill.
Well, here's what I think is a possible scenario. Which by the way, I'm past it, Sean. So, it's just a quick 5 minutes. It's just a quick 5 minutes.
A hot tub.
Nobody's dying. It's fine, Sean. Okay, listen. So, if the question is Belichick the only coach that you would have made this move for?
Well,
that's currently on the market for you, Sean.
Well, no, I would have done it for Harbaugh, and I would have probably done it for Vrabel.
I think Jerry's probably only making this move and paying out that contract to go after somebody like Belichick potentially. What I want to know is, was this question really about Mike for Belichick, or did Jerry get the sense that this question was about Mike and McClay for Belichick, and he decided, I don't want to lose McClay. I don't want Belichick enough to lose what Will McClay's doing, because I think that if you go get Belichick, that starts in motion Will McClay leaving.
And I agree. I think Will McClay is far more important to this organization than any head coach.
And that may have been ultimately if
you see the last draft class.
Yeah, the last draft class was a problem, and it was a problem because they don't understand positional value as an organization, which Will McClay needs to own.
Well, I'm fine
from that draft pick.
I'm fine to continue to draft D tackles and linebacker now. I am.
As long as they're good.
That's an off-season discussion. But let me ask you. Mm-hmm. You did not want Belichick. I'm gonna make you come around to accepting this news today that Mike is returning.
No, you won't.
you did not want Belichick. Mm-hmm. So what if Jim Harbaugh said, no, I'm going to be the Chargers head coach? Then what?
Then, at that point, I didn't want Belichick until I saw what happened on Sunday. And it's not even that I want Belichick. It's whatever it takes to get him out of here. That's where I was at.
No, but you got to give me some names now. You didn't want Belichick. You don't want
Vrabel.
You didn't want to lose Will McClay.
Yeah, there are several guys I would have taken. I would have taken Vrabel. I would have taken Harbaugh. I would have taken some of these assistants out there. Steve Wilkes, the defensive coordinator in San Francisco, I would have taken. Raheem Morris, the defensive coordinator with the Rams, I would have taken. And those are guys with previous head coaching experience that you can go out and get. I would have taken just about anybody. I would promote a Quinn.
Winning.
What'd you say?
Wilkes.
Raheem Morris, Wilkes have no history.
Wilkes wasn't given a chance at all, and Raheem Morris did take a Tampa Bay team to the playoffs. He got fired after 3 years. It wasn't. He didn't really get a chance.
You can win with Mike. Mike actually has a ring. Like we know this. You can win with Mike. He's shown that.
But you were also
Group Project McCarthy. He got to slap his name on it.
You don't but you don't say the same thing about Sean Payton.
No, I don't.
No, you don't. And Sean Payton had Drew Brees. And Sean Payton, newsflash, did not make Drew Brees. Drew was, he won like 20 of his last 26 games in San Diego.
But I thought yesterday you didn't agree with the notion, Choppy, that you had to have experience. You were mocking, it worked out for McVay and Shanahan, so why can't Raheem Morris and them work?
Because, first of all, I didn't say that they had to, like, they didn't have, I don't say that matters in this situation. I'm not talking about that. He was just giving names. That's why I use those names.
No, yesterday I'm saying when we were saying Jerry would have to have someone with experience. You mocked that and said, because, how'd that work out with the other guys that have won who didn't have it? So when Bobby's bringing up Raheem Morris and those names, why do you say, they haven't won?
Well, it has nothing to do with that. It's just like you can't say they're better.
Okay.
Right? You can't say they're better.
Okay.
Why? Why can't I say they're better for what this team needs?
Well, it's because it's an unknown. Now maybe
Raheem Morris and Steve Wilkes' style are known.
Well, they're unknown coach. They're major question marks as head coach.
Yeah, I'm not sitting here going to say that they would be bad head coaches. I have no idea what they would be bad. I'm just saying, like, we're forgetting. Again, this goes back to the perception of Mike. We're forgetting that Mike has won, and whether you want to give him credit for that, credit is such a perception thing.
True.
Sean Payton gets far more undeserved credit, and Mike McCarthy gets far more undeserved criticism for their careers than what should be, because they're the same guy.
You know why though? Is because do we trust that? Like I think we all trust we don't necessarily have the same ideas and understandings that guys on those football field do. Like Aaron Rodgers knows more football than we do. Drew Brees knows more football than we do. Drew Brees never looked across the field at Sean Payton and showed him up and said, "Dumb effing call." Players did not talk anonymously to Bleacher Report reporters to write an entire article about nobody here thinks he knows what he's doing in Green Bay. Everybody's glad to see him go. Like the players there all time. Remember, we're not far removed from 2020. A ton of leaked reports coming out of that building saying McCarthy has no handle on this room and no handle on his coaching staff.
Well, Drew Brees is
that's never come out about Payton.
Considerate human being, and Aaron Rodgers is not. That's a start. And secondly, maybe, just maybe, Mike did do some of those things in Green Bay. I bet you we're going to see some stuff coming out of when Russ leaves out of Denver.
I agree.
All right. And that was completely uncalled for, what he did to Russ on the sideline. Completely uncalled for.
And what about the contract? What about what they did? It should get them in trouble with NFLPA.
The grievance? Trying to make him take less money? No, I'm out on Sean Payton.
Ariz in Dallas. Ariz, you are next up here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How y'all doing?
What up?
What's up?
Yeah, first I want to thank y'all for and you and Mike Fish for going in on Jerry and not letting him make it on this decision. I'm 47 years old. Been a Cowboys fan since I'm 7 years old. This is the hottest I've ever been. And at this point, I'm done. Because this decision shows me that they're okay with being a regular season team and the playoffs mean nothing. I could care less about 12-5 every year. I'd rather go 8-8 or 9-8 like Green Bay just did and go somewhere than being 12-5 and be one and done. So Jerry obviously thinks us, the fans, that we have no other option. There are 31 other teams we can root for. So at this point, that's where I'm going.
Thank you for the phone call. All right, I'm going to say this last thing. We're going to get back to this at 8, and I'll probably get in trouble for this. But it's the truth. It's how I'm honestly feeling. I'm a real myself. Part of my disgust and frustration is for selfish purposes of doing this show. If you brought, I told my wife this. I told Choppy this. If they bring Bill Belichick in here, I'm gonna build another house. We'll be living on Easy Street. We'll have made it, mama, because the ratings bonanza would have exploded, and I was really looking forward to that. Seriously. Now, this is the worst case scenario for us as a radio show. I'm giving you all the real behind the curtain. For real. I'm being honest about it. Part of my disgust. I can't hide it. This would have been, the ideal thing would have been for them to make it to the NFC Championship, then possibly make a change so we get 2 weeks of playoff celebration. Then you lose, but at least we're going to get a brand new, exciting head coach regime, a big name. This is the worst case scenario for me, like in terms of the show. Like awful worst case scenario. You lose, and within hours, they announce that Mike is coming back. The thing that I'm going to say that I could get in trouble for is, I know we all do this topic and we say, well, are you done? And are you done? And KNC did it the other day to lead off, and odds are you're not done. Right. We'll all get sucked back in again, and we'll fall for an off-season move, and maybe that's their plan to make us feel better. They're finally going to have a big splash. They're going to go get Derrick Henry or something like that.
Dear God.
The only question, they're not done. Everyone's going to be back at 3 o'clock on Sunday. The only question is whether you're willing to admit it to other people.
Yeah, and the part that I was going to get in trouble for is, and I'm separating myself from my job here, I would like it if you bailed on them, like in terms of your support financially or emotionally or tuning in and not going to the stadium. I think Jerry Jones deserves that punishment. I think, the only thing that we know that hit Dan Snyder in the wallet is when the sponsors started bailing in D.C. And it's not going to happen, but I think I would like for that to happen from a fan standpoint. From a host standpoint, I don't. It sucks. The amount of people are like, sorry, love you guys, I can't tune in. I'm out. I'm not going to listen to the offseason. I have no reason to hope. And that's what Jerry Jones destroyed with this move. He destroyed excitement and hope and optimism and the what if, the unknown. I talked about it the other day. My dad hammered home to me, Jesse Jackson, HOPE. You have to have hope, right? And I would like it if people could actually follow through with it. I don't think it's going to happen, but I would like Jerry to get punished for what he's done. Seriously. I might get in trouble for that. I don't know, but that's the way I feel about it. Because this is ridiculous. Bringing Mike back is less ridiculous than all Jerry's words in hot air. All this I can't get the write the check statement out of my mind. Here's, you know what you damn sure better hope? You better hope that Bill Belichick doesn't pull a Tom Brady. You better freaking hope that Bill Belichick doesn't go somewhere and win it all within the first 2 years. And Tom did it in 1. Because the greatest coach of all time fell in your lap, possibly, unless Bill said no. And either because of ego, sharing spotlight, salary paid, not wanting to cover McCarthy's buyout, all that other stuff, you turn your back on the greatest coach ever, sitting right in front of you. If you didn't explore it.
Which I think there's zero chance they didn't explore it.
I hope you're right. It will make me feel better if I know that they place calls.
I don't think there is a chance that there's no reason to wait that long to make the decision to keep him. There's no way that a call wasn't made. Yeah, and I don't think it was a given that Bill was going to take this job.
I agree. I agree with you.
I mean, there's
it didn't make sense on paper.
It
doesn't make sense.
It makes sense from the standpoint of it's a good team.
Yeah.
But if Bill,
doing something Parcells couldn't do here, finishing the job.
If Bill goes to the Chargers,
if Bill Belichick goes somewhere and has personnel control, that might be a big clue for us. Because that was going to ruffle feathers and maybe tick off and run out Will McClay.
Right.
If he goes somewhere, now here's the nightmare. I'm sorry to cut you off.
The nightmare.
If he goes somewhere and accepts the head coaching job without the GM control, then I will take that bottle of the bomb sauce and I'll snort it. If he goes somewhere and doesn't, I'm just joking. I'm not doing that. I'm joking.
Please do.
If he goes somewhere and doesn't take, if we could have had Bill on the field and Will upstairs and they turn that down, I don't know what I'll do. I'll have a full, complete, total scale meltdown. Hit the intro. We'll get back to this at 8. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news. So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Sean, that was such a hot rant. I think you should just take that spoonful now to match the heat of your words. Come on, I'm leading Neighborhood Watch.
No, wait.
No, don't wait. Take it, Sean.
Oh,
There we go. Okay, Sean just took a big old spoonful of the bomb.
That was a
This
big
will be good.
scoop.
This will be
A
good.
spoonful
All right.
of sugar.
If you are interested in Sean's face already, get on the fan cam, twitch.tv/DallasFanCam or youtube.com/1053 The Fan. El Paso homeless shelter is saying, hey, if you're giving up on these Dallas Cowboys, if you're getting rid of your hoodie, your windbreaker, your jacket, whatever you're doing, please do not burn it. Please do not throw it in the trash. Give it to us. There are plenty of homeless people, we think, that would like to rep Dallas Cowboys gear. So an El Paso shelter put out a Facebook post the other day and said, hey, if you guys are getting rid of those things, please know we're collecting them. Love hurts, but these jackets will find a new fan who will cherish them like a Super Bowl win. Let's spread warmth and laughter in every huddle.
This is you. Look how upset he is that we messed up a segment tomorrow for him to have to prep. Humanitarian efforts. That's you. That's what you've been doing.
Almost every year. Not quite every year, but almost every year. Black Friday is a great time to go buy blankets.
How intense
Bring
is
them to a
that?
shelter.
It's burning my esophagus.
Is it getting to your gums yet?
Gums.
It's burning my throat.
It gets up to your gums, yeah. Stuff like that. No, this is...
Just so you know, I just paid off the bet. I'm paying off the bomb bet right now.
Oh, my gosh.
So this is
I hope
actually...
that'll be done by 8 o'clock. We got Cowboys segment to do.
I don't know that it will be. It usually
There's
lingers.
hot sauce on that you just wiped your
Ooh,
nose
I
with.
didn't even notice that.
Did you see
It's
it?
going through. It's could be blood.
Oh,
I might go take scoops of that Daisy sour cream dip in the
Gross.
fridge.
That's
just and scoop.
so moldy.
It's not moldy. It
It's
just got
brand new.
here.
Oh, did?
Yeah, he just got a case of it.
It's amazing too. It really is awesome and good.
So
Daisy French dip or ranch. There you go.
This is like, you know, whenever the people have always asked what happens to all the Buffalo Bills Super Bowl champions shirts or hats or whatever else. Those actually get donated to like other poorer countries so that they have clothes and things like that.
Clothes to wear.
Yeah, and so you've got people running around like somewhere in Africa. Somebody thinks the Buffalo Bills are the greatest team in the history of sports. But this El Paso shelter says, hey, don't burn it. Donate it to us. Same sort of thought process here in Dallas. If you're going to burn a jersey or do something for social media, just go ahead. Just give it to a shelter around
Yeah,
here.
Jimmy,
I'm
my
sure
buddy Jimmy, he took some Dallas Cowboys towel or something, and he threw it right in his grill, right in his Cowboys grill. He lit it up.
Oh,
And after I said yesterday
lit it up like your mouth.
that Dak should get his extension, oh my God, I might as well broken his
You
heart.
have tears. Look at him. His
No,
eyes
I
are
don't.
red. His eyes are
I'm trying
red.
to eat this apple right now.
Oh, so
apples help.
No one's
do
dying.
things appear as if they've gotten more expensive?
Yes.
That's not just in your head, RJ Choppy.
No, it's not.
That's just the reality. This is from culturemap.com. Inflation has certainly rattled the national economy, but some cities are feeling that sting harder than others, especially Dallas-Fort Worth. According to a new study by personal financial experts, Wallet Hub, Dallas-Fort Worth, and Arlington. I don't know. Have we started including Arlington as the name of the Metroplex? It says Dallas-Fort Worth.
DFWA.
That's no shot at
DFWA.
Arlington. I just think of Dallas as Dallas County and Fort Worth as Tarrant County, and we're just talking about those two counties. That's how I think
fair.
of it. Dallas-Fort Worth, Arlington has been saddled with the number one highest inflation rate in the U.S. So if things look more expensive here, that's true because it is the worst city in the country for inflation. Surprising?
Yeah. No, because things were so cheap here for so many years, and we're finally caught up. Like houses.
Tolo, Ted, eat bread or tortilla chips. This is not a Walgreens.
Yeah, we don't.
I don't
Walgreens.
have bread up on the counter to just go ahead and grab. I don't have.
You went with Walgreens, but thinking bread to where you get bread and tortilla. But I'm here for it.
Oh yeah, but this isn't Michoacana.
There you go.
I don't have tortilla chips in the vending machine.
Yeah.
Oh,
man.
Doritos, I guess.
No, but I'm not surprised at that. Like we were so behind in terms of where the houses are respective to the rest of the world, and now we're finally catching up, and that's bad. I don't like that.
There is another casino coming to the Oklahoma-Texas border.
Oh, no.
Oversaturated. This will be the third one now.
Oh, get another sports team.
This is construction on a new Hard Rock Hotel is set to begin in March near the Texas-Oklahoma border. It's going to be on the Oklahoma side of Lake Texoma, part of a 2,700-acre resort. It'll include the signature guitar entrance, guest rooms, suites, and a conference center for weddings and corporate events. The plans also call for a casino, golf course, marina, indoor water park, family entertainment center, spa and fitness center, rooftop bar, and restaurant. So they're building this entire entertainment complex. Starts in March, will be finished by 2026, which should be around the time you would think that have we figured out if it's Adelson or Adelson?
Adelson.
Adelson.
I can't do a read here next. I can't go
should
to the commercial.
No,
Or just reschedule
make him do it. Make him do it, Peyton. This should be around the time that the Adelsons have like corrected things and have gotten it to where it's like, hey, we've got this legalized. We're going to build this big entertainment complex. Where again, RJ Choppy? You broke that news, I know.
It's going to be right between. It's Old Texas Stadium.
Right over by Old Texas Stadium. So this is oversaturated. Peyton, is this going to be a stop for you along the way? Will you go to Lake Texoma, party on the lake, go to the casino?
Exactly. Got to hit up all three. Got to go WinStar, then over to the Hard Rock, and then finish at Choctaw. I think you can make it a nice weekend trip for the boys.
You see Choctaw's pipes busted?
I did see that. Right over the machines, too.
Ugh.
That's terrible.
Dan Snyder running that casino now?
This is like from the map on this thing, it looks like it's pretty far north of the border.
Is it?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I don't understand how they're going to be able to fill 30, WinStar, you're right up 35, and then Choctaw, you're right on 75. This looks like it's in the middle of nowhere.
You're going to have to go 75 to 70 and then cross over to the lake. But here's the thing. White sand will be brought in to create beach-style amenities along the Lake Texoma shoreline. So they're trying to turn Lake Texoma basically into a beachfront for this Hard Rock Hotel.
Sounds about white.
It does. It does sound about white. Atmos Energy is saying, not us, fam. We didn't blow up Sandman Hotel. That was not us. That was not our gas lines.
Oh.
So apparently the investigators are accepting this as the case, that it was not their gas lines, it was not them. They still think it was a gas explosion related to that, but they've now turned their attention to problems with vulnerabilities inside the hotel or issues there. It is not a problem specifically with Atmos's gas lines, which is good news because that would probably send a lot of people into a panic.
Yeah,
thinking
that would
susceptible
scare the
to
entire
next thing.
world.
But it's not. That's not what it is. Also, my hood, where I grew up, Farmers Branch, Texas. New cool event coming to the area there for families. They are having a glow-in-the-dark park to hold a grand opening on Saturday. This is the park that I grew up playing at when I was a kid. Orrin Good Park. We called it the Lion Spit Park because there was a giant lion head that was a water fountain. So we said it was like the lion was spitting. So they have created a glow-in-the-dark park. It's part of this 18,000 square foot interactive setup that they've got there. But you can basically show up there. Here's let me pull up the image here. Like Ollie would love that, man.
Oh yeah,
like you can play at night. It's all lit up,
That's
different
really
colors.
cool.
Stuff
I'll
like that.
basically have that in my backyard because of Emerald Custom
Well,
Pools.
look at that.
Yeah.
He still gets in his little sponsors there while his mouth is on fire. But good news there. If you want to go through Farmers Branch on Saturday, they'll be opening that up, and cool thing for the family.
Well done. The Neighborhood Watch with Roberto in the commercial-free expressway.
I think there was like a little bit of residue on that because mine, like the inside of my nose, has just had a little sting to it since I wiped.
Yeah, that's you. It's gone up your nostrils for sure. You all right? Good gosh.
Now you've got indigestion.
877-881-1053. The Tolos are still lining up to react to the Mike McCarthy news. Steve Young on how the Cowboys screwed up. And Marcus Spears. It's not just Jerry.
Yeah.
It's the roster.
Oh,
next.
Let's get you over to QC. Kinetis.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on Sean, RJ. Stop fist pumping, Bobby. Peyton with the head nodding.
Why wouldn't I fist pump? They just brought back the winningest coach in the history of the Dallas Cowboys, winning percentage-wise, of course. The most successful coach in the history of the franchise.
I'll tell you the only thing Jerry Jones did for me yesterday. He made me
Ryan.
He made me look like a hero to all my friends outside of the state because they're like, "How did you know?" I told you yesterday when they all said, "Oh, McCarthy gone." I was like, "He's quietly conservative." It's not covered by the national media, but as Albert Breer pointed out, Jerry Jones is not the perception of who he's made out to be. Over 35 years as owner, all but 2 coaches he's employed have made it into a 4th season. The 2 that didn't, Chan Gailey and Campo, got 2 and 3 years. Jerry doesn't have a quick trigger. And look, a lot of times, right, you get praise for that in Pittsburgh. You get praise for that in Green Bay. But here this morning, the Metroplex is not praising. 877-881-1053 for your phone calls and the text messages on the truckwreck.com text line. Would you like to hear, before we get to the Tolos, would you like to hear from Steve Young, Marcus Spears, or Deion Sanders?
Spears.
Okay.
Yeah.
Marcus Spears is saying it's also the roster.
There's a lot of blame to go around. And you, along with other people I've had this conversation with, just go back and look at the last 4 or 5 Super Bowl champions. Look at how aggressive they've been about getting championship caliber players. Dallas has stood pat. They signed Stephon Gilmore. Great. Stephon Gilmore is a really good cornerback. Did we think that was going to put them over the hump as winning the Super Bowl? No. I have said on this show time and time again and told y'all that Dallas roster is an issue when you get to the point of winning a Super Bowl. If we're just talking about winning games, phenomenal. They are a really good roster. I'm not saying they suck, but when we get to the point of winning Super Bowls, there is a difference in what teams that have won them has done and what Dallas has done. That's period.
I agree with him. I think the roster is getting overlooked. Very good roster, 12-win roster, props for that. They've lacked toughness for 3 years. They lacked toughness. And in the offseason, I would not mind whatsoever. I'll feel better about this if they make a heavy commitment, RJ, cover your ears, to toughness, stopping the run, and getting a run game so you don't have to rely on a Dak MVP type season. And if you're terrified of Dak in the playoffs, which you have every right to be, then they still need to kind of shift towards Mike's formula of what he wanted to do earlier this year. I'm not talking about full scale. That was proven incorrect. But they need to balance it more for the postseason if you're scared of Dak choking in the playoffs, because Dak is going to be here.
They tried to balance it.
That's what I want in the offseason.
They tried to balance it in the playoff game. I mean, they were running the ball left and right. They definitely tried to balance it.
Right. Yeah. Especially on second down.
Yeah.
When I look at the Jerry statement where it's like, hey, this isn't just right there. Our loss on Sunday is shared by everyone here, not just Mike McCarthy. Okay, well then don't in the same breath talk about how close you are, because that was pitiful and embarrassing. And that says that you have a culture-wide problem that needs to be eradicated and fixed. That doesn't mean keep Mike McCarthy. That means, well, you need to get rid of a whole hell of a lot more than just Mike McCarthy. That's what that tells me.
Maybe they do. Now, it's easier just to get rid of one than it is to get rid of, 14 players.
Not for this organization. It's not even easy to get rid of one.
Well, no, just in general. But look, I mean, it's easy to point the finger at the quarterback or the coach or the GM as it is in all these situations.
Jerry's a hoarder. That's what Jerry is. Jerry's a hoarder. He can't throw away. He can't throw away the things that he needs to get rid of. Has too much sentimental value. It's easier to just like it's pack rat. That's what he is.
Victor in Plano. Victor, you are up live on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Go ahead.
Guys, I'm telling you, I've been a Cowboys fan for 30 years. No more. I am not watching any single game this season coming up. Because what do I have to look forward to as a fan? Nothing. What are they going to do? They're going to go get a running back in the draft? Been there, done that. It's not about just that, guys. I mean, you talk about culture. Jerry Jones built the team in the 90s, and then he built the brand. That's what he's done. He's built the brand. You sign with the Cowboys, you automatically become a star. You would get the endorsements, you get the money, you get the recognition. You don't have to try because Eggman and the other guys did that for you guys. So you're getting paid on the 90s players. I mean, this is what it is. And then finally, I mean, we've had Drew Bledsoe, Tony Romo, Dak Prescott. Obviously, we need a number one pick quarterback. I mean, Bobby sits there telling us that he'll take that over Love. Seriously? I mean, come on, guys. Dak is not elite. Elite is defined on what you do after the post game. And Dak has done nothing. Tony Romo did nothing for us. I mean, it's time to move on. And I'm just so mad and upset. And Sean, you're the guy that's saying everything that we all are feeling. If you get fired for what you said, or if you get in trouble, then I'm done with the fan as well. Because
hang on a second.
Hang on. What do you do for work? Can I get hired with you? What do you do?
I try not to work. That's what I do.
There you go. That's my kind of guy. Yeah, look.
Thank you for the call, brother. Appreciate it.
Victor, real quick, by the way, I will just say this. If somebody says you got to get rid, I'm not going to fight with you anymore. I can't fight with anybody. If you think Dak's the problem, it's like, well, look, I mean, they've had such sustained trouble finishing in the playoffs. I can't push back against it. Like, I believe it's incorrect, but I don't have a leg to stand on that says definitively it's wrong. I think it's going to be wrong, but I don't have a leg to stand on to say you're absolutely wrong.
I mean, look,
I think you could say he's a problem.
Was he a bigger problem in that game than the coach?
Hang on, Mike Tannenbaum, this is the right decision. It's incredibly hard to win 36. With that said, he needs to significantly improve upon his clock management, his overall body of work. Just tell me that you don't watch the rest of the NFL with that statement. Clock management, every coach has a problem with clock management. They all do. Don't bring me clock management. Was Dak a bigger problem than McCarthy in the game?
In the game.
That's very hard for me to answer because...
Or is the defense the bigger problem? I mean,
because... Was Dak pressing because of all the third down situations that Mike's second down runs put him in? Mike still had to sign off on the game plan. And his offensive game plan was bad, and Dan Quinn's defensive game plan was stupid. So Mike McCarthy has the final say on that. He gets blamed, Dan Quinn gets blamed, and Dak Prescott was abysmal. I mean, he was so off. I don't know who's more at fault.
Yeah,
but we need to have a segment tomorrow, multiple ones, if we're overreacting to one game. We really do. We do. And I'm going to follow it up with this maybe for tomorrow. If they lost if they got their ass kicked like this in the NFC Championship game, what would we be saying? Part of our brains might need to say, okay, law of averages. If they play Green Bay 10 more times, maybe the Cowboys win 6 or 7. If this was a one-off, if this was a fluke, is this going to be a day we look back on that we're totally, completely overreacting? Yeah. Or would you have a similar reaction if they got their ass kicked by San Fran in the NFC Championship game? The answer is no.
Yeah, because it's progress. The NFC Championship game. Yeah, it's progress. So what if they got their ass kicked by Detroit the following week? Right. Detroit played them pretty well. I think the Cowboys were the better team, but
And here's my big problem and the big worry. And I know, RJ, you disagree with this, but for me, it is enough is enough. Discipline, head cracker, be smarter, stop being a stupid football team. Mike McCarthy can't change now.
No.
This is a players-friendly coach, and there's a lot of positive attributes to that. You can't change now and be a hard ass. That's done. People know. People know whether you're being fake. People know whether you're being fluky. It's not going to fly. I don't believe. You are what you are. It is what it is. And Mike is a player's coach. That's what he has been here. So now, what was his plan? What did he go in and tell Jerry when he sat down? Did he go, this is going to be a tighter ship now. I'm not putting up with no BS. I'm not putting up with any of it. Short leashes everywhere. That usually doesn't work when you change.
No,
5 years in.
It doesn't. The reality is he went in there and said, look, if we want to win, we need to have our quarterback play the same way he played this year and just have a better game. And the best way for him to play this year is to have me be back.
Right.
And there's evidence to suggest that, these two guys work well together.
Yes.
So if I was Jerry, I could easily, buy into that notion, because I think that there's a really good chance they're 12-5 next year or somewhere similar to that. And, take your shot. Take your shot, right? Take your chances and see what you have. Whether or not the game plan was right, wrong, I think there's certainly a possibility that, they was 2nd and 9 and Dak goes at the line of scrimmage and he sees a pass coverage defense. Is okay, let's run the ball. I like that. That's
so now you're blaming Dak for the play calls.
No, that's not his fault either. He made the right call. If you go up to the line of scrimmage and they're showing you a pass defense, you absolutely run the ball. They just didn't block or they just didn't run it. You know what I mean? Like that's I don't consider that the wrong call.
There's so much that if it extends beyond, like I said, if it extends beyond just Mike, if they really believe that it's more than just Mike, then they're not that close and they need to have a semi-overhaul.
Rashawn in Baltimore. Rashawn, you are next up listening on the Odyssey app. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How y'all doing? Thanks for taking my call. Yeah. Hey, listen, so I flew down there to that game. It's just very, very disappointing. I don't know why I keep putting myself through this. I've been a Cowboys fan since, 92, 93, when I was about 8 or 9 years old. And even in 96, when the Ravens came to Baltimore, I was okay. I got a hometown team now, but I'm still going to support my Cowboys until they win another Super Bowl. I'm not going to just leave them while they on the, why they lowest. But I don't think that's going to happen. And now my expectations is changing for the Cowboys. I don't think they're ever going to win a Super Bowl in my lifetime, maybe while Jerry Jones is alive. And so it is what it is now. I mean, I'm just expecting them to 11-6, 12-5, make the playoffs, maybe win the playoff game. And then and that's it. But I'm not going to support. I've been to 6 Cowboy games this year.
Wow. 5
on the road. Yeah, and one home game this past. Of course, I flew into the playoff game, and I'm not giving my money to Jerry Jones and supporting the Cowboys this next season. I am coming to the Texas next year as a Ravens fan when the Ravens come down there and play the Cowboys. But other than that, I'm supporting from a distance on TV. But I just can't, buy the jersey. All this money I spent on jerseys and plane tickets, hotel tickets, rental cars, and the alcohol, the women, But
yeah, baby, there you go.
So we've been talking about this, and that is a good call. Thank you. Appreciate that, Rashawn. We've been talking about this a little bit. Just a few minutes ago, Ed Werder tweeted that should he not be hired as a head coach elsewhere, the Cowboys expect Dan Quinn to return as Mike McCarthy's defensive coordinator.
I think that
is just a few minutes ago from Ed Werder.
I think we got to continue with phone calls.
Yeah. Look, I mean, that considering if Mike is not going to get an extension, which I don't think anybody thinks he should have one, but from a managerial standpoint, he probably needs one just to be able to manage his roster and his team. But if he's not going to get one, it's going to be very hard to fill out a coaching staff. So Dan Quinn coming back, it's probably best case scenario because you weren't going to get Wink Martindale if you were on a 1-year deal as head coach. Most likely. Holy cow.
I don't know how much more a Cowboy fan can take.
You want to just mainline this bottle right
here?
Yeah,
the hot sauce. McCarthy back. Dan Quinn, who has turned into the enemy. would be retained.
I don't think that's the worst, by the way. I still think Dan Quinn's a very good coach.
And Dak is going to get his extension too. Bam, bam, boom. 877-881-1053. We'll continue with it. Your reaction to the Dan Quinn report. Then Babe Laufenberg at 8:40 as we continue on a Mike McCarthy Thursday. But let me go ahead.
The 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
We've entered the final 5 minutes of the game. Reed's on its way. Down and go! Timeout, Dallas. Empty the bench.
That was the call last night on Lakers radio. By the way, why is ESPN like putting their big team out for Wednesday night games? That was on ABC last night with Mike Breen, Doris Burke, and Doc Rivers. Struggled from the field. Anthony Davis was good early on, and the Lakers won in LA 127-110 over your Mavericks. Derek Lively had a good stat line, 16 and 11. Luka, triple-double.
He's always good, Derek Lively.
Luka got someone tossed, too. Did y'all see that before halftime? Someone said something to him in the stands. He turned around. He went and got the security.
He went full-on Djokovic.
Full-on Russ.
Got somebody tossed at the Aussie. No, at the Aussie Open.
I'm happy here.
He told reference. He told somebody, why don't you come down here and say it to my face? Walked right over to the stands.
By the way, did you see the viral NBA clip yesterday? Tolos sent this to us. Ian Eagle. Was that his kid doing that game?
Yeah, it was. And Ian did the radio broadcast of that game.
Gosh. And he looks just like him.
Yeah, he's the Clippers guy.
The son?
Yeah.
Noah's the son. Ian is the dad. Fantastic play-by-play guy. He got into it with the Czar. Bobby, who's the Czar? Don't say anything, RJ.
Peyton, who's the Czar?
No, Bobby, who's the Czar?
The Czar, of course, is Jimmy the Greek.
No.
Peyton, the Czar, the telestrator.
Zaza Pachulia.
No, good reference, though.
Mike Fratello. Do you know who that is?
I do know Fratello. I didn't know he was the Czar.
Yeah, that's what Marv used to call him.
Mike Fratello and Ian Eagle on their Nets broadcast.
Could I make one point? Sure can. I just want to say that earlier, you had a very patronizing tone towards me. I fully understand what a slip screen is. I've been doing the NBA for 18 years. But the way you presented it initially was gobbledygook. So, like the audience, I wanted you to come back and explain yourself. And you then just took a firing line on me, and it was uncalled for.
I don't think so.
That's exactly what happened.
You are overly sensitive today.
I am not.
Did you have a bad day today?
It's second game of a back-to-back.
The ride back from Philly,
tough.
did it disturb you last night?
That was 2 hours with you, which is probably the reason why I've had enough tonight.
Wow.
Your name's Ian. Quit being a douche.
This is a 12-year-old clip that somehow resurfaced yesterday. Because I listened to this yesterday. I'm glad we didn't play it before I researched it, Pepe. And I said, that sounds like Mike Fratello. I was like, is he still doing games? He was Marv Albert's partner, NBA on NBC. And
the NCAA on Fox.
And when I Googled Mike Fratello, it had this story, and Ian Eagle was like, I don't know why this keeps resurfacing. I'd never heard it before. Had you?
No, I never heard it either.
A 12-year-old clip, and he goes, by the way, I was totally joking in that. No way I could have been able to tell listening to that. It sounded dead ass, as the kids would say.
Dead ass, man.
But he said, I'm amazed at the shelf life of this bit. I woke up in Portland to 40 texts. I thought something serious happened. A clip of me using the term gobbledygook with Fratello is not what I had on my 2024 bingo card from 13 years ago. So Don't fall for that and thinking that it's recent.
That is not a bit.
Gobbledygook.
12 years later, you can't own up to how serious you sounded there. That doesn't sound like a joke at all.
By the way, one last NBA note before we get your Dan Quinn reaction. You're like, Dan Quinn, what the heck is going on? Pascal Siakam gets traded to Rick Carlisle's Pacers for a package that included Bruce Brown and 3 first-round picks. You know, our immediate follow-up is, should the Mavs have done this with all the Siakam talk here?
Well, they don't have 3 first-round picks, I bet, to give. Yeah, I mean, that seems like an awful lot to give. Am I wrong?
For a rental?
Yeah, he's a free agent in 4 months. And you're going to give up 3 first-round draft picks?
Now, I think a team like Indiana may have to do this type of stuff, you know, versus like a free agent like Siakam just going there.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah, because they're probably not going to sign anybody.
It's like the Rangers having to overspend, you know? Like,
sure.
That's the way they have to bring guys in, or did.
Yeah,
till
but
we
like,
won it up.
I guess, you know,
Till we won the chip.
I would have to see what the market was on Siakam for the trade. You know, like what were other people offering? 'Cause that seems like an awful lot.
Did you, speaking of Rick Carlisle, did you see his quote the other day about Lauri Markkanen?
Dirk?
Called him, the closest thing to Dirk that we've seen. Is like, Lauri Markkanen's really good.
You got to stereotype, man. Big, tall, white foreigner. Got to do it.
Man.
Ed Werder. 19 minutes ago, the Cowboys expect Dan Quinn to return as Mike McCarthy's defensive coordinator should he not be hired as a head coach elsewhere. Quinn has completed 2 of his 5 scheduled interviews for head coaching vacancies, and more heads just blew off in DFW listening to this program. Let's see if we can capture some of that on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Benjamin in Washington, you are on live before Babe Laufenberg. Go ahead, Ben.
Morning, gentlemen.
Morning. Hey, by the way, do you go by Ben? Like, do a lot of people go by Benjamin, or they all cut it down to Ben? Because you go by Benjamin.
It's Ben, Benji, and Benjamin. All of them.
Okay.
What about Benjamin? Anybody call you Benjamin?
Yeah, all of it. Ben Hameen, all of them. It's
Benny boy.
All right. We get it. RJ, Bobby. Go.
Sean, real quick.
Yeah.
MCPS alum, brother. MCPS alum. I just live in D.C. now. I went to Watkins Mill High School.
Oh, okay. Nice. Excellent. AU. Once an Eagle, always an Eagle.
Yeah. But,
don't look at my history there.
First theory is now, gone because Dan Quinn is coming back. I thought at first that maybe Mike McCarthy just went into Jerry and with his clever, slick talk and just blamed it all on Quinn and was like, look, we scored the 32 points. We couldn't stop anybody. But now since Quinn is coming back, I guess.
Well, not officially if he doesn't get a head coaching job.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but I just think at this point, I've been a fan since I was 5. I'm 47, so I'm at this point, I'm officially in Raiders Al Davis mode and just hope the son does better.
Yeah.
That's it.
Thank you for the call, brother. I saw a lot of Al Davis last night. People saying Jerry has officially hit Al Davis status. I don't think we're there yet. He's just a lot more conservative than people outside of the Metroplex think. And I'm just afraid and worried that he was full of hot air. And I know, I feel stupid. I feel naive and stupid. And that's probably why Mike Bassick has called me in commercial breaks this morning. Because he may have been right the entire time. Right in that. How much does it burn him? And there's two separate things. How much does it burn him to win a title? And how much does he have to win a title his own way? And would Bill Belichick have satisfied him? Would he have paid it? I'm to the point now where I believe he wouldn't have paid the salary. And he didn't want to pay McCarthy to go away for a year. That he's cheap with it. For real. Which doesn't also make sense because he doesn't spare any expense for the star and the stadium and everything else. So those two things kind of don't add up. David and Carrollton. David, you are live on the Fan.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Hey, put him on hold for 1 second. I love all y'all. I do believe we have the best and most intelligent callers in the Metroplex. Do not ask any more. How are we doing this morning? I can't answer it. Stop, please.
If you're not,
I know it's a common courtesy thing. It's reactionary. Don't ask how. I don't want to answer it because I'm going to answer it seriously. I don't want to go into these rants.
Just say carpe omnia.
Just carpe omnia. Carpe omnia for every phone call from here on out. David and Carrollton, back to you.
All right, Sean is good. All right, here we go. Listen, guys.
Why did he say that?
Shut up.
What are we doing? Stephen A. Smith is rolling over right now. Hearing that Dan Quinn possibly comes back, I understand he has a couple more interviews, but McCarthy had to go. He had to go, and if you guys paid attention to the Kansas City Chiefs game, did you guys see when they put on swag and surf because they weren't having the energy? I think that the Cowboys need somebody in the audio team to put something on, get our hype going, and our offensive coach needs to go. I don't mind Al Harris even being our defensive coordinator. I don't understand why can't we in the playoffs have any swag?
Are you a DJ?
Are you talking about the music where Taylor Swift was going back and forth?
Yes. Yeah. And you know what? And you see the defense on the sideline going, they were getting hyped up.
Well, they were winning by 3 touchdowns.
That shots fired towards our guy, EJ the DJ, Eric Jorgensen.
Yeah.
Come on, Eric.
Yeah, I mean,
get Shippy in there.
I love EJ. He listens to us all the time.
I think
Eric?
EJ does, yeah.
You know, I mean,
Matt in Orlando. Matt, you're next up on the fan. Go ahead, Matt.
Damn.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Hey, man, I've been a Cowboys fan for like 35 years, and I got a giant star tattoo on my arm. I'm about to get it covered up with freaking Joe Exotic or something, man.
There you go.
I'm wondering, I wanted to ask you guys, like, I'm in Orlando. I wanted to ask you guys, where would be a good place to rent a billboard to come up with something to, like, really embarrassing for Jerry Jones to have to, like, read every day? You know, like, where would be a good place to get his attention?
Highland Park. Go see what those billboards run for.
Not near the stadium because they ain't going to be going there for about 8 more months.
I'll start a freaking GoFundMe page or something.
Frisco? Yep, Frisco. And Highland
Buy
Park.
one on the tollway right at the Gaylord exit.
Highland Park would not allow billboards, but Frisco. Or your area that
right,
you're talking
right in
about.
the tollway.
Right there.
Or like about now Cancun, something like that.
And Matt, let us know if you start it. Maybe we'll go ahead and retweet it and put it out there on the socials. Connect us if you're serious about it. Ryan in Lubbock. Ryan, you're next up before Babe Laufenberg.
Morning, boys. Carpe, whatever.
Omnia. Morning.
So Sunday at about 6:30, our season officially ended. The 2023 season ended. About 6:30 last night, our 24 season pretty much ended.
Oh.
And so Jerry's going to come on here in the next couple months and sell us a bunch of hope and all this garbage. There's not a shade of lipstick that you can put on that pig to make her look pretty. There's nothing that he can say or do to make me believe it.
Yep.
And so one thing I want to shout out to everybody on the station is y'all all stood in unison saying McCarthy's got to go. And I think the fan base as a whole agrees with that. But, Bobby, I'll point to you directly here. Even 300 miles away in Lubbock, Texas, you annoy the crap out of me. You really do, man.
Thank you.
But I got to give you the flowers, man, because you've been on this from pretty much day one. And you were right. That there's nothing else that anybody else can say about that. So, while you annoy me, your football IQ is up there, man. So shout out.
Thank you. Carpe Omnia, Ryan.
Good call, brother. Good call from Lubbock. All right. I feel like the two guests that we have today can make us feel better, possibly. The first one is Cowboys color analyst Babe Laufenberg. He said this talk last week was a joke. He said it was ridiculous. It was laughable. Does he think of the same thing now? Let's talk to Babe about the McCarthy news and the Dan Quinn possibility next. But let me go ahead.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet? In Grapevine, they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys color analyst, joining us here as he does every Thursday, brought to you by Johnson Fitness and Wellness Home Fitness Equipment Stores. Good morning, babe. Make us feel better, please.
Good morning. And we started with a trivia question, but we have so much to hit. I'm going to make this one pretty easy.
No, I want a hard one.
Which NFL team in Texas will be playing this weekend?
Oh, not for long.
Is it Bob Stoops' team with this XFL
banner?
banner?
I believe it's this weekend.
The armpit, baby. CJ.
All right, you got it, so we can talk about other things.
Yes, I like it. You have the floor.
Oh, gosh.
Actually, let me start with this.
Yeah, please.
This time last week, you said, and I get it, all this McCarthy talk is ridiculous. It's insane. What were you thinking after the Packers game ended?
Oh, I didn't wait till after it ended. In the middle of the second quarter, we were on break, and I said, Brad, who do you think will be the next head coach here? No, I'm kidding. Well, when I said it was insane, and I truly believed it, that it was crazy talk. You win 12 games 3 consecutive years, and you're talking about replacing the coach, and you make the playoffs in each of those 3 years. But nobody told me 27-0 in the middle of the second quarter was going to happen.
Yeah.
But I'm honestly, I thought he would be back even after that. And I am in favor. I really am. I'm in favor of bringing him back. And I've said it. I've done naturally other shows this week, not locally, just so our bosses know. But I said, I'd bring him back. And we'll see what happens. And I do laugh, guys, and you know this. Everybody, I'm out on the Cowboys. I will never support them. I can never root for them. I will never watch another game.
Yeah.
Training camp, everybody will be asking me, hey, who do you think is going to be the fifth receiver?
Right. Yes.
But I understand the emotion after watching what they did on Sunday.
So why were you in favor of him returning no matter what?
Well, just where are you going to go? What are you going to do? And again, he and Dak, we talked about this last week. I said there are two guys in the media guide. There's only two people in the media guide who have their records attached to their name, and it's the quarterback and the head coach. And so I think these two, Dak and McCarthy, you keep them together again. Remember, this was Dak's first year in McCarthy's offense, even though we all know it was similar in this and that and terminology. But, I think you give it another go. Again, it's a 12-win team that destroyed a bunch of teams as the season went on. And I know you can look at, hey, there were bad teams, this, that. I'll give you a quick little stat here. There have been 4 teams in the Super Bowl era. 4 teams have had 8 or more 20-point victories during the season, right? So the Cowboys had 9 games this year. They won by 20. There's only been 4 other teams. 3 other teams. They became one of 4. The other 3 teams all went to the Super Bowl. 2 of them won it, and the one that didn't was the New England Patriots in 2007 when they were undefeated up until the final game against the Giants. So while you say, well, they beat a bunch of bad teams and this and that, the other teams that were in that category all went to the Super Bowl. Obviously, this one is not going.
Right. Now, Dak Prescott and this whole playoff label now. Yesterday was an advocate of giving him his extension, giving him his raise. Many others disagree with me. What do you say to the label of Dak playoff choker or guy who can't get it done?
Well, I don't want to say the evidence is mounting, but that was not a good one, obviously, for Dak on Sunday. For anyone that is of that mindset, that certainly backed him up. I'm not really a believer that all of a sudden the playoff comes and now you lose your mind. But it's just interesting. Everything collapsed. That was the beauty of that game. There will be no finger pointing because who's going to point the finger at who? The D line did not get a sack. The back end of the secondary was terrible. They couldn't stop Green Bay running the ball. They didn't run the ball well. So who's going to point the finger at that game, right? I mean, many times you get that and you say, shoot, if the defense had just got to stop, or if this. Everybody was bad. And I'm usually not one to say, oh, they were out-coached, because everybody comes in with a game plan. But the offensive coordinator got out-coached and the defensive coordinator got out-coached in that one. I mean, that was pretty evident. The other part, I think, we talk about the defense, Dan Quinn. It's a defense that is built to play from ahead, right? Get the other team behind. Here come our pass rushers. We're going to come get you. We got guys that intercepted on the back end. And I thought it was instructive that Matt LaFleur, Green Bay won the toss, and they didn't go in for the double dip. Hey, we'll score before the half, and then we'll come out the third, and we'll give them the ball to start the game. They said, no, we want the ball. And obviously they went on an 8-minute drive for a touchdown, and Cowboys are behind. Now, not to say anybody panicked at 7-0, but I thought that was instructive that you're on the road, crowd's going to be going crazy, and you say we want the ball. To me, that said a little bit of something about how Matt LaFleur looked at this Cowboys team.
Well, babe, game plan-wise, real quick, Chop, did it seem bizarre to you, forget about the performances and the players, Mike running so much and all the second down analytic stats that are out there when Dak got them here offensively and Green Bay's pass defense was supposedly woeful, and then Dan Quinn backing off in the zone or off the line of scrimmage? Were these bizarre game plans to you?
Well, you go into a game, and obviously each game is different. So I'm sure when they sat down during the week, they looked at it a lot more than I did. Let me just say that. And they felt like, hey, this is the way we're going to go about it. And obviously it didn't work. You could go down the rabbit hole on a million things, individual plays of why things didn't work, both sides of the ball. But the funny thing was they gave up so many big plays in the pass game. I mean, they had 6 20-plus pass plays. All those came in the first 3 quarters because they didn't need to do anything in the fourth quarter, obviously. So you say, well, we gave up the pass, but we stopped the run. And no, they got bludgeoned in the running game, and they gave up big plays in the pass game. And hey, credit Jordan Love. I mean, he played great. Made a lot of plays. Made the kind of plays you were hoping Dak was going to make. Now, I will say he did not have the open receivers that Green Bay had, but I thought he was fantastic. Matter of fact, Mark Murphy is the Packers president, who I played with in Washington. We've been friends through the years, and I texted him after the game, and I said, well, Murph, it's nice to know you guys finally found a quarterback there in Green Bay. How about that team? I mean, they're going to have, if Jordan Love may not be a Hall of Famer, I don't know, but you're going to have 3 quarterbacks that are going to take your franchise for about 40 years. If he goes another 10 years, It's incredible. They are to quarterbacks what the Steelers are to head coaches.
Yeah, they really are. Babe Luffenberg, Jonas here, 105 through the Fan. Is Jerry scared of taking the risk of not bringing back Dak? Like KC did this. Now he's better than Alex Smith, but the Ravens did this with Flacco. They moved on. San Francisco did this with Jimmy. They moved on. Is he too chicken, I guess you say, to take the risk of maybe taking a step back and failing, but ultimately to get the better quarterback?
Well, I mean, it's a good question.
They're all good.
I mean, I think if Dak were out there on the open market, you'd see 20 to 22 teams, 24 teams clamoring for his services. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
I mean, is Kansas City going to go swing a deal for him? No. There's a few teams like that, a few, but there aren't a ton. So I remember I did an interview with Sally Jenkins from the Washington Post when Kirk Cousins was in the second year of his franchise tag up there in Washington. And I said, you can go a long time looking for a guy as good as Kirk Cousins. So he's not your top 3 quarterback, but you can go a long time trying to find that guy. And look what Washington has done. Now, they've been looking for the guy since Kirk Cousins left. Wouldn't Washington have loved to have had Kirk Cousins over the last 6 years? I mean, yes. But, and I don't know where you put Dak in with Kirk Cousins, and I'm not trying to make that comparison, but my point being, you can go a long time looking for another Dak. Look at the Jets, right? I mean, you can go on and on with that. Sam Darnold came through, the 3rd pick in the draft. Zach Wilson, 2nd pick in the draft. They're still looking for a guy. So again, I'm content to have Dak as my quarterback. Now, very quickly, as you know, the money, $60 million on the cap hit next year. I don't know what they're going to do, but that's up for Stephen Jones to figure out.
Well, you said something earlier of like, where are they going to go for a coach? You know, a lot of people would say this is the greatest coaching free agent class out there with Belichick and Harbaugh and Vrabel and Carroll and whatever other names. So why not one of them?
Well, Belichick, in my mind, wouldn't work here. I mean, the relationship wouldn't work. I think if Belichick were to be interviewed here, which obviously he wasn't, and he'd be interviewing the Cowboys.
Yeah.
The Cowboys wouldn't be interviewing him.
Right.
He'd be seeing if it works for Bill Belichick, if he can deal with the structure here, as opposed to Cowboys interviewing Belichick saying, hey, what's your plan here? And Vrabel, I love him, right? Look at his winning percentage. I mean, he's barely won half his games.
With Ryan Tannehill.
Well, he's the coach, isn't he? I mean, go out and get yourself a quarterback.
Well, he's the coach, not the GM, isn't he?
Well, that's why I go back to, again, hire your coach and have your coach hire your GM. That's the way San Francisco did it. And I'm a firm believer that the coach, A, knows more football, and B, he knows what he's looking for. You don't have a GM that says, hey, here's your guys, make them work. No, the coach says, here's the guy I want. And again, look what they've done in San Francisco. And it's been a great marriage between Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. And Shanahan picked Lynch. Lynch didn't pick Shanahan.
Right. Thank you, brother. We appreciate it. It's chaos today. Thanks for checking in.
It is. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Have a great day.
You too. Babe Laufenberg, brought to you by Johnson Fitness and Wellness Home Fitness Equipment Stores.
I should have had a trivia question ready for Babe for his sign-off, man.
What a mail-in that was.
You want to expound on that?
The trivia question?
Oh, the trivia.
Yeah.
Thought you meant the segment.
Did he feed you that answer in advance, Peyton, before he asked us?
No, I already knew it.
Oh, okay.
Nick Sirianni coming back as well. And we have a G-Bag type controversy at ESPN Milwaukee. Final hour on a Mike McCarthy Thursday continues. But let me go ahead and get you.
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Payton. Everyone is getting it.
Yeah!
Here on DFW Sports Station.
Should have been a cowboy.
105.3 The Fan. What is going on over here with you?
Should have learned to rope and ride.
Not you singing with this chaos during the interview, commercial break. You're leaving.
Kristen, the dang dishwasher exploded at the house.
Yeah.
So a couple nights ago, I walked into the kitchen. I was like, "Why did
she exploded?"
No, she did not. I mean,
shame.
She tends to. You know what I mean?
That's a dishwash joke.
I walked into the kitchen. I was like, "What's this?"
Daddy,
I got it.
No one got it.
I got it.
You just do housework.
I got it. I walked in there and I was like, "What in the world is like something just smells like burned rubber in here or whatever?" And we were trying to figure it out. So it was coming from under the sink. So I was like, "I think it's like got something to do with the disposal or there's something going on." She's like, "Well, I just started the dishwasher and." Maybe it's something related to that. So she called the apartment. They went over there. They checked on it. They said they replaced something. But she just started the dishwasher again and was getting ready to leave the house. And then she heard like this loud explosion. And now there's smoke filling our kitchen and just emanating from underneath the sink. So she was calling to tell me it freaked her out. And she called there were lots of F-bombs. And she called and said that she's telling the apartment that they need to come over and just take it out. She's like, you need to put another one in there, but even if you're not going to put another one in there, you need to throw this one out. I don't want it in the apartment anymore, and I'll go get my own. So that's what was happening. I was trying to figure out why would she be calling me during the show? She knows better.
Dishwashing meltdown. So there you go. Meltdowns everywhere.
Wouldn't happen in a house.
No, it would have. You just had to be on the hook to pay for it yourself.
I just got to call my guys at Rafter Peak Construction, get them to build me a house.
There you go. So not only is Mike McCarthy safe, Nick Sirianni may be as well. As Diana Rossini, man, she's been off since she went over to the Athletic. I feel like, some people think she's been missing on some things that she puts out there. That Sirianni,
she knows a lot though.
Well, let me finish my sentence before you go ahead and defend all of Slater's friends. She said that Howie Roseman and Sirianni making calls around the league to go ahead and join the Eagles. And then everyone's like, okay, well, Sirianni's coming back. That's the implication. And then she's like, whoa, before you imply too much, that's not factually correct. That's not the case. Sirianni and Jeff Lurie have not met yet. And Jeff Lurie is going to hear the plan and the presentation from Sirianni to officially save his job. So it looks like it's trending in that direction for Sirianni and McCarthy to survive. And Fletcher Cox yesterday, the longtime veteran, the possible Hall of Famer, he was not hearing it when reporters were asking about his coach's job status.
You have confidence in if you do come back, that confidence in him if he's also the head coach.
Like any news about what about Nick?
Nick, I mean, there's obviously some speculation about whether he may be fired or not.
Huh?
Yeah.
Come on, man. No, man, he head football coach of this team, man. Come on, man. There ain't even no discussion about that.
Yeah, okay. You don't think it's gonna happen?
I don't got nothing to say about that, man. You're a clown, bro. Get out of my face.
You a clown.
You a clown,
Clown
bro.
question.
Get out of my
Clown
face.
question.
And then he followed up with a strong endorsement of why Sirianni should stay.
What is it to talk about, man? Because, man, he's a winner. He's a winning head coach. Do we have some bumps this year? Yeah, but every team, every organization, everybody goes through it. But we don't look at firing a man who, obviously has won 10-plus games 2 years in a row, that's took this organization to 3 playoff appearances 3 years in a row. That's a respect. Coach he's a good leader for this team. He does a really good job. Did we come up short? Yeah. Did things happen this year? Yeah. But you don't look at, or I don't discuss about, firing a man or, this man got a family.
All right.
This man got a family.
That can't be the reason you don't fire a coach. This man got
That
a
is
family.
a family. No, I think most of them have families.
He does. That sounds like an RJ Choppy argument, though, from Fletcher Cox. Like, bro, he's won the games. Like, he is not. He's taking you to the playoffs every year, double-digit win seasons. It's foolish to move on.
Look, I mean, I'll be honest. Like, I think that what happened on Sunday was, like, I mean, obviously it's completely unacceptable, but it's like the missing the playoffs is the far more egregious.
Which job questioning is more valid for you when it came to McCarthy or Nick?
McCarthy. Now, they both have drawbacks because Nick lost the team.
Yeah, see, Sirianni, I think, actually has more.
But
than
like
Mike.
Nick, I think it's unquestionable. Nick has done more over the last 3 years than Mike.
We're interpreting a lot.
Yes.
With Mike, and we're filling in gaps, which my therapist said I need to stop filling in gaps. I need to stop making assumptions. I need to just take things for face value and what they're worth. But with Sirianni, there's not a lot like they're talking about we're having player only meetings away from the coaches. Jalen Hurts is refusing to fully endorse him. That's a dangerous thing to play with in a locker.
Yeah, it's a lot of difference.
There are more. Sirianni is on more fragile ground. It feels like that whole thing is more fragile than ours going into next year because theirs took place over the whole second half. This was basically a one-game thing in addition to the opponents over 500.
A couple hours. It was over a couple hours, right?
In addition to the question marks of, are you a real contender? Are you tough enough? Was this just going to happen against San Francisco if you made it to the NFC Championship?
By the way, one-time Cowboys coaching candidate Bill Belichick, according to Ian Rappaport, is having his second meeting with the Falcons today, and things are progressing quickly. So, there you go.
Maybe he's on the.
I don't want to hear any more about. I don't know if I can take Belichick updates. I don't know if I can take it. The only thing that's going to save me here is Atlanta doesn't have a quarterback right now, so he can't win the championship next year. That's it.
Oh yeah, he can't. He goes to Atlanta. He is going to.
Well, they haven't drafted or made moves yet.
No, they haven't. They're 7-10, so their draft pick is not going to be super high.
Yeah,
it'd be okay. It'd be good.
Yeah, they have the 8th pick right now, I think.
I need Belichick to have full, complete control there. I need the report to come out that he had to have that. That was an absolute requirement.
Well,
I need to hear that to feel better about this here.
They fired their GM too when they fired Arthur Smith. Did they not?
I believe so.
I think they did. So I mean, if he's hiring him, he's taking the Babe Laufenberg route at worst, which would be hiring the coach, then let him pick the GM. Which, that worked in San Francisco. It did. It worked to the tune of 0 titles. You know what I mean? Like it's just yes, it did work. They built a nice thing there.
Okay, we got a controversy.
Oh baby,
in Milwaukee. ESPN Milwaukee. I didn't actually realize that Mark Shimura was on a show, and he is. This is the former tight end who has had some legal issues in the past. Here is Mark Shimura on ESPN Milwaukee previewing San Francisco.
I go back, and it's little things like this. And the reason we won in 95 when no one gave us a chance in San Francisco is because we intimidated them. I mean, and I always revert to Wayne Simmons. Wayne Simmons kicked the crap out of Brent Jones. And then it got contagious, and then it carried over. That's why, you guys are going to think I'm crazy.
Well, we already think that, so go ahead.
A 15-yard penalty, and I don't condone this, but I kind of do in the playoffs. A 15-yard penalty for a late hit on Brock Purdy is not a bad thing as long as it's worth it. I'm just saying. This is the mindset you go into when it's battle, and it's kind of like the reverse of hockey. What don't they do in hockey in the playoffs, Joshy?
Shave their beards?
That and one other thing.
They don't fight.
They don't fight. They don't fight, right? This is kind of like sometimes a 15-yard penalty is worth it early in the game if you knock the living crap out of the guy, and then he kind of like sticking your helmet in the ribs of Nick Bosa is like,
but
I'm hearing ghosts.
Well done, Peyton.
Hey, he's playing the G-Bag music for you, Mikey. Where you going? Mike, come back.
No, get him out. I can't deal with
No,
Ric Flair.
I want to talk to him. I want to know.
He's got a little Ric Flair drip right now.
First, Mike Knuckleballs.
That's Michael P.S. Hayes. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah, baby.
Mike,
the fabulous Freebirds.
Mike, how excited are you?
Pumped.
Run it back.
Yes.
Run it back.
Look, there's only 5 records better than 12-5, and nobody's going 17-0, and probably nobody's going 16-1. You only have 3 records better than what they're doing.
Did the Eagles finish with a better record than you?
Nope.
They were the defending conference champions, bro.
You were a McCarthy advocate, though, so.
Yeah, baby. I'm a everything advocate, man. This team's going all the way next year.
Your big victory
12-5
is looking
12-6
more and more right about Jerry.
Oh well,
that's your big victory. That's what yesterday was.
Actions speak louder than words. I'd write the biggest check. It's amazing when he'd write the biggest check. He's literally the one. He is the leader of the pack who said, we will not write the biggest checks. I want a salary cap in this league. Like Sean, I would give you $100.
Yeah.
And I have $100 in my wallet, but I've created a rule where I'm not allowed to give you $100.
Right.
But I would.
Yeah.
I'd write the biggest check. Like, that's a complete, like, it's amazing what he says, and people believe it. That's the amazing thing to me about him.
Because Cuban ended up getting the reputation of, like, all right, he's not going to spend luxury tax. Maybe Mark is a little lighter in the pockets than what we all think.
And he was.
And he was.
Yeah.
We've never talked about this with Jerry Jones. I've never thought about it. I've never thought, would Jerry not spend? Whenever they go into free agency or not want to trade or this or that, I'm like, they're just managing the cap and they're getting ready to pay their own players. It never occurred to me in my own mind until RJ brought up the history of the salaries that Jerry pays. And I think it's never been over $5 or $6 million. And when all the Sean Payton talk was happening, you were like, they're not going to pay Sean Payton.
They're paying Sean.
They're not going to pay Sean Payton. And I was like,
and they're not going to pay Mike not to work.
They're not going to pay Mike not to work, and they for damn sure we're going to pay Belichick's salary. That's what I'm thinking now.
Do you know what the Dallas Cowboys were paying in salary to the team that won the championship in 92-93? Because I've gone and done the research. It's like 17th and 13th in the NFL.
Was that because they had young draft
but
picks?
It was Minnesota. It was San Francisco. It was all of these other teams. Obviously, a lot more teams. There were 10-plus teams paying more money than Jerry paid. But Jerry saw, oh, no, I'm going to have to pay what the 49ers are paying to have a team like that, to keep a team like that. Let me create rules where I'll never have to pay that amount of money.
95 they were near the top, though.
Yeah, when there was a cap. So he knew he was capped off. He could not go past a certain number. He created a number that he couldn't go past. But it's great. Mike McCarthy is great. Dak is great. Let's do it again, baby.
Dak is great. I'm glad you agree. What is
from
that dance move?
This is from
I
Adam
don't know.
Schefter.
I'm just happy that the Cowboys
There
are
is
the Cowboys.
no way you survived Duncanville High School dancing like that.
Oh, I did.
This is from Adam Schefter. This makes me more miserable. It really does, if this is true. To the best of my abilities, I don't believe Jerry Jones reached out to these coaches and tested the waters. I think he was deciding on what to do with Mike McCarthy singularly, and he made the decision that his team was better off.
Hasn't Brian brought up the fact that he didn't even go on a coach search when he got rid of Garrett? He interviewed Mike McCarthy and said, that's it, we're done.
Marvin Lewis as well, Mike.
Marvin Lewis.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to go over the whole thing. Obviously, we know the rules. So he had to call up somebody and say, hey, do you want a fake interview for this job? And Marvin Lewis said no. And then the interview process was over.
My favorite, there were a lot of great tweets last night. A lot of people retweeting the old Mike McCarthy video of I didn't watch every play for the season, guys. I wanted the job. Okay,
that was great.
I love that. My favorite one last night was from Kevin Clark, where he says, "Do not let Mike McCarthy being retained distract you from Mike McCarthy should have never been hired." And that's what it is.
And now the
next thing is they're going to do what you wanted. They're just being, honestly, with your opinion yesterday, I believe it was, they're kind of being consistent with your opinion. If it's good enough for the quarterback to get a new $300 million contract, why wouldn't it be good enough for the head coach?
Right, because Jerry's take and angle is going to be that Mike McCarthy was responsible for a near MVP season.
You said Dak's never been better, and he's going to stay this way.
Right.
What if I take away the person that supposedly helped him get to this point?
Yes, I didn't say he would definitely stay this way. I didn't say that, but I was advocating for him to get extended, and now.
But if you are, my opinion would be this is only my opinion.
I
hear
think
what you're saying.
That way, then why would you pay?
Yeah,
him?
like if you're going to give him close to $60 million a year, which this new contract will be.
Yes.
Then you would assume if you're the person giving that contract, he will stay at this level.
Yes, I think he can have top 5 quarterback seasons now. I think
Washington and New York, man, 45 points, 5 touchdowns.
I know. And then Ed Warder says if Dan Quinn does not get a head coaching job, he's expected to come back here and be retained.
Oh, man.
What is it?
I'll tell you what.
I think it's Carpe Repartee.
I saw there's a cornerback who's 6'1", 180, who's right around the 24th pick. Mm-hmm. That is a good combo player for him to play cornerback and linebacker for the Cowboys. So it's like you're drafting 2 players in one. You're like, dude, if we're loaded with Bland and Diggs and we don't have a spot for you, we can always put you at middle linebacker.
Do you think that Corey could snap on you like the rest of this week? Do you think Corey? Oh no, he was fine with McCarthy coming back.
Yeah, we're good, man. Evan Carter's coming on at noon today.
Oh,
we're going to
baseball
the World Champs.
show record.
A nooner with Evan.
Yeah, Evan Grant. Evan
Grant.
Carter.
That's
Evan
what
Grant. I mean, hey, follow him. He writes about a world championship team that they did a lot to try to change the culture and everything.
They did.
Hey, Cowboys culture.
Get out.
Hey, seize. Isn't that 2024? We seize up.
No, seize Carpe.
Yes.
Carpe.
Seize
Oh,
everything.
we seize up.
Yeah.
We seizure.
Yeah.
Seize up.
Hey,
yeah.
I mean, could you seize any better than on Sunday? You tell me.
Turn off his mic, Peyton. Patrick Walker, spin it for us, baby. Patrick Walker, look at the strut of him getting out. He was ahead of it. He's looking like a big winner so far. He was ahead of it with Jerry. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. Please try to spin it for us next. But Be a very interesting crosstalk with KMC at 9:40. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt meeting up again with Patrick Walker. Patrick, we thought we were going to give you a little bit of a break, and then the breaking news took place. So we're happy to bring back Patrick Walker from DallasCowboys.com, who said he was a McCarthy guy. So we need to try to balance things out here as the Metroplex has exploded upon the news that Coach McCarthy is coming back for 2024. Good morning, Patrick. How are you?
Good morning, fellas. There's no such thing as a break when you cover the Cowboys. We all know this.
That's true. So you are on social media as much as anyone. What's been the temperature of it on your timeline?
I'd have to say 80-20. 80% of the fan base is furious. They wanted and demanded change after what was seen on Sunday. And then the other 20% are, fully supportive of Mike McCarthy and feeling like while Sunday was also his fault, it wasn't only his fault, and they, would make a list of reasons to justify their argument. And I honestly see it both ways. I get it. I 100% get it. I was sitting there in the press box watching the exact same game that everyone was watching on their televisions and in the stands. And the product that was put on the field was absolutely unacceptable. And I said this on Cowboys Break earlier this week. On Sunday, the Cowboys did not play like a professional football team. And that's on all levels. So the execution was not there. That's on the players. The scheme was not there. That's on the coordinators and the play callers. And, of course, it's the job of the head coach, which is the CEO of it all, to make sure that mentally these guys are up and ready to go, especially for a game of that magnitude with so much on the line and, where you're playing and what you were able to achieve before you got there with the number 2 seed NFC East title. Cowboys fans deserve more, and those that are furious, I get it, I understand, but I also understand Jerry's decision. So I could argue it both ways, and kind of like what I was telling Bobby offline and some of my other colleagues, this was a purgatory for the Cowboys. It was a purgatorial question in that which direction do you go? Because you might lose Dan Quinn anyway, right? So if you then part ways with Mike McCarthy, you are quite literally detonating the entire environment. And that means you're back at square one completely. So then what does the next 3-4 years look like? So, again, I get it in both directions. Fans have a right to be furious based on what they saw on Sunday. But there's also evidence as to why Jerry Jones decided to keep Mike McCarthy. I get it.
Yeah, expand on that a little bit as to what you think Jerry's thinking may have been with the decision.
Well, it's like I wrote in the Emergency Science Lab piece on the .com, shameless plug, last night. It's past versus future, and that's what Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones were basically weighing. They're weighing the past, which is as far as regular season percentage goes, this is the winningest regular season head coach in Cowboys history of Mike McCarthy. You get 36 wins in the past 3 seasons, 3 playoff berths, an advancement to the NFC Divisional round last year. Record-setting wide receiver in your first year back as offensive play caller, MVP candidate, and another Pro Bowl nod for Dak Prescott in your first year back as play caller. But that's past. Now you got to look at the future. When you look at what happened on Sunday, that paints a pretty bleak future. So that's the counterbalance, because the window is going to start closing here soon on a guy like Dak Prescott, and contract extension talks are now on the table there. You got to, pay guys like CeeDee Lamb, obviously Micah Parsons. Every year that the Cowboys do not win a Super Bowl is another wasted year of these cornerstone players like CeeDee, like Micah, some of these other guys. You're not going to have DeMarcus Lawrence around forever. We talk a lot about post-Tyron Smith. Okay, well, it's time to start talking about post-Zach Martin. Like, these windows are closing on these Hall of Famers and these historic players, young and older. So that's the future, and that's kind of what Jerry Jones was weighing up against. This is what Mike McCarthy has shown he's capable of doing, both in his past outside of the Cowboys and in recent past with the Cowboys these past 3 seasons. But then future tense, what does that look like? And it just sounds like ultimately it was maybe a 51-49 in favor of the past, giving Jerry Jones enough confidence in what he feels the future can be.
Patrick Walker, Cowboys Insider, joins us here at 105 through the Fan. All right, so if you were tasked, which you are, with putting a number, a percent blame on the coach, the defense, the quarterback from this game, how would you structure that out?
Oh man, this is where the math gets kind of wonky because you can't put 100% in three different places, right? You have to split the pie somewhere. So let's just go even thirds, 33.33%. It's on defense, it's on offense, and if you put the coordinators together, and when I say coordinators, I'm talking about Dan Quinn plus the offensive play caller in Mike McCarthy. So that's, three factions. It's on everybody. It spreads evenly across the board, and few individuals escape the blame. Jake Ferguson, for example, he escapes the blame. Tony Pollard in this game, he escapes the blame. The offensive line had its issues once in a while, but that's not the reason you lost. So guess what? The offensive line as a unit, they escape the blame. Outside of those types of players, outside of those players, I should say, everyone else is accountable. And everyone else has been admitting it. You heard Dak Prescott outright say, quote unquote, I suck tonight. You heard McCarthy take accountability. Players in the locker room, I talked to Jordan Lewis at depth. He's taking accountability. Everybody's taking accountability that needs to take accountability. And that's good to see for getting the issues fixed. And clearly there are more issues than we thought going into that game. But at the same time, I would be completely disingenuous, guys, if I sat here and pointed at one or the other, knowing full well that everyone has to take the blame.
Pat, when we talk about accountability, because I know that's a word that people will use a lot, like fans, analysts, the team themselves will use it. Is there a difference between accountability and acknowledgement? Like, can true accountability be had without consequences?
Oh, there is 100% a difference between acknowledgement and accountability. Acknowledgement could be me pointing out to you, Bobby, that, hey, there's a broken glass on the floor. But then if you look at me and say, I watched you, Patrick, I watched you break that glass, and I turn around and say, I don't know what you're talking about. Well, I didn't take accountability. I acknowledge that there's a problem, but I have to be willing to say, you know what, that's my bad. I did drop that glass. I will clean this up. I will take measures to make sure that this never happens again. That's what you have to have, the two things working in tandem with each other in order for progress to be made. If either of those things are absent, because if you're not acknowledging, you're not going to be accountable anyway, because you don't know what to be accountable for. But simply acknowledging is only half the battle. The other half is looking in the mirror and saying, I did that. Here was my responsibility in this particular failure, and here's what I'll do going forward.
Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. What do they need? What do they need, either roster-wise or culture-wise?
Well, I know this is one thing that fans are kind of railing against. And I think fans are railing against it because at this point, and again, it's fair, I understand, they don't want to hear anything that's positive right now. And I get it. I empathize with that 100% because I have as much, if not more, vested in this team than a lot of the fans that are, tweeting and listening. Trust me, I get it. I'm right here. You guys see the work that we all put in from 7 to 9 months every single year. But I will say that first and foremost, the culture is perfectly fine. This is one of the best coaches I've seen with the Cowboys, not simply as someone covering the team over the past 10 plus years, but as someone who has been a fan of the team since childhood. Obviously, Jimmy Johnson's culture was the best, but post Jimmy Johnson, this is the best culture I've seen with the Cowboys, in that you have coaches that players rally around and want to run through a wall for. Unfortunately, they didn't do that on Sunday. But these players, look at how they're celebrating on social media at the news that Mike McCarthy is coming back, Jake Ferguson, Wanye Thomas, some of these other guys. They're celebrating. That tells you what the culture is. And that's a big part of why he's still in the building. Jerry Jones had to weigh that as well. But as far as what they need, number one, they need guys back that impact the game. Trayvon Diggs, for example. They were able to overcome the absence of Trayvon Diggs for most of the season. But I have to wonder if Trayvon Diggs is on the field, does he at least affect the game in a way where it's more competitive against the Green Bay Packers? You got to figure out the linebacker situation. You got to figure that out ASAP. You don't know if LVE is done for his career, if he's coming back. And even if he does return, you still need to figure it out because durability issues. You don't know if he takes one more hit to that neck area, he might be done. You get DeMarvion Overshown, that'll help, but this is a rookie who's not taking a single snap coming off of a torn ACL. That's going to require some time. So they're really going to have to get creative with what they do in free agency, and they're really going to have to nail this upcoming draft. The 2022 NFL draft, one of the best ever. The 2023 NFL draft, jury's still out because it's just year one, but it's looking like the antithesis of what 2022 was. So this year in the draft has to be a very potent one, starting with the 24th overall pick.
All right, so you mentioned the draft. Let me ask, if they took a quarterback in the first round, would that upset you?
I riot. Now, here's why, though. My response to that, RJ, has little to do with Dak Prescott and everything to do with, didn't you just trade for Trey Lance? You just traded for Trey Lance. And the reason you traded for him was because last April, you went into that draft saying that you wanted to get a quarterback to develop, and you did not do that. So then you circled back and you said, hey, Trey Lance is available. He's a top 3 overall pick. Didn't pan out well for him with San Francisco, but we like this kid. He's young. He has the skills. He has the tool set. Let's get him in quarterback school, and let's groom him, right? Let's get him under McCarthy. Let's get him behind Dak Prescott, and let's get him ready and see what he's got. I feel that the correct approach at quarterback, and I've said this earlier this week as well, they're not going to move on from Dak Prescott. I don't think they should either, to be honest with you, because the calendar doesn't work well for you. He is coming off of an MVP caliber season. Yeah, he faltered in the playoff, just like almost every other player did, and the coaches as well. You need everybody to improve, but I need to see Trey Lance. I need to see Trey Lance in training camp. I need to see him push Cooper Rush for QB2, hopefully get the QB2, which is not a knock to Cooper Rush, but we're talking about future tense and long-term ramifications for the quarterback position. I need Trey Lance to show if he has what it takes to be ultimately the heir to Dak Prescott when that time comes. And if you use a first-round pick on a quarterback, then my question to you becomes, why did you trade for Trey Lance in the first place?
We thought we were letting you have a little break. Not the case. Who knows what tomorrow brings? So keep the beeper handy. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I'll talk to you soon.
Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the Winstar.
right, it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fans. Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods, more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads, Bobby.
The Mike McCarthy.
4 more years! 4 more years! 4 more years! 4 more years!
Yes!
5-4 Dak.
From McCarthy.
5-4 Dak.
Bring him back.
We want Dak! Bring him back!
I was in the
We
bathroom.
seized up.
I was in the bathroom, y'all. It had nothing to do with any of that planning for the chant.
My ears are ringing since you threw that marker at
Well,
my
I
head.
told you, stop talking in Peyton's ear. I'm going to rat you out publicly.
Yeah.
The boss said stop it. You're messing with people's money during their advertisements and reads. Stop.
Good news. We don't have any commercials, so you can do that on our.
You know what's great?
We're the number one show who can't get any advertising.
Can't sell the number one show, man.
That is
All right.
confusing.
All of DFW.
The Mike McCarthy press conference will take place at 10 o'clock today. Do you think it will be uncomfortable? Will Mike sound
Hell
happy,
no.
relieved?
Is it just like anything?
I hope he shows up with a cigar in his mouth and he's like, ha ha ha, bitches, I'm bulletproof. That's how I hope the press conference starts.
10 o'clock.
He's never. The thing that I'm confused with is I've laid this out. He's never fired. Like, people think Jerry is.
He doesn't fire you.
He doesn't fire people. You have to go 1-7 and your team lose by 50 in a regular season game for Wade Phillips to get fired. Barry Switzer went 6-10 with a team that he felt like everything is still here. Troy, Michael, Emmett. Look, it wasn't a great team anymore, but it's like,
Well, the cap killed him.
yeah,
All those guys can be
I don't see when people are like, he is not ruthless at all. He is, in fact, the most loyal, probably, general manager, owner, maybe in all of sports. You have to do really bad. In fact, guess what? If they make the playoffs next year, Mike is going to be back. In fact, I need to call him Mike now. He's going to definitely last longer than I am because I think the team's good enough to win 10 or more games next year, somewhere between 10 and 13, and that is perfect.
Albert Breer said, over 35 years, all but 2 coaches that Jerry has employed have made it to a 4th season. The 2 that didn't, Gailey and Campo, got 2 and 3. Jerry does not have a quick trigger.
But I don't have a problem with that in a vacuum.
Yeah, normally that's a good thing.
Yeah, I think patience is great. I think the continuity is massively underrated. Sometimes you do need to make a change, though. Like, it's okay. You know, like, 'cause I think there's the other side of that is a maddening one, too. Like, nope, the George Steinbrenner side is just maddening. The David Tepper side is like, what are we doing here? I mean, you can't even let these guys get up
drinks on people.
Throwing drinks, right? He's unhinged. Like, so I appreciate the recognition of A, patience, but B, yeah, like, so what would be worse? 12-5 and getting blown out or missing the playoffs? I mean, obviously, missing the playoffs is obviously worse, regardless of what your expectations are.
Depends.
And maybe that's the thing. You know, maybe we need to adjust our expectations.
See, I don't actually agree with that at all. Is like, I think if you're breaking in a young quarterback and you miss the playoffs, but you jump up and go like 8-8 after you were 2-14, well, I guess we'll have to adjust.
Yeah, right.
9-8 from 2-15. I think that's way better than
the
Cowboys
but
scenario.
they're in a different spot, right? You know, like if you miss the playoffs with this team, like that's bad.
Fair enough.
That's bad.
What's coming up, Corey?
Guys, we do have Mike McCarthy's press conference at 10.
Hell yeah. Winningest coach
where
in franchise
I'm
history.
told he'll show up with a cigar and yell the B word at people and say that he's bulletproof. We also have a baseball player joining the show at noon today. He played for the Rangers last year. His name is Evan Carter.
Wow.
And at 12:20, could the Cowboys, should the Cowboys
Evan Carter?
trade Micah Parsons?
For Evan Carter?
Hell yeah, I'd take
Bobby,
Evan
how
Carter.
do you
He's
think?
a champion.
What do you think the tone of the presser is going to be? Is it going to be uncomfortable or pleasant?
It'll be it'll be, I hate to say it, it'll be just like anything.
No,
That's what he'll do. No, I'm serious. It'll be that tone. It'll be the same tone he's always had.
Will he be defensive?
No,
or-
he's got his job. He doesn't care.
Will the media be attacking?
No. Nope. Nothing to attack. He's got his job. He's not got the most uncomfortable question he'll get will be like, hey, what about you not getting a contract extension? That'll be it.
I'm under contract.
But I'll tell you what, I don't know.
Is Jerry going to be at this?
You know what? It will get defensive. You know why? Because every single time you talk to Mike McCarthy for more than 10 minutes, he'll get defensive about something.
All right, well, easy there.
No. That's, look.
What just made you snap?
Because why can't that? Because the more I just think about it, why can't that? Look. I'm not saying he's a bad person or anything else, but he is absolutely a defensive individual. How many times? At least once an interview with him, he will get defensive about something. At least once a press
Jason
conference,
Garrett,
he'll get defensive.
you always forget. You weren't here.
I'm not praising Jason Garrett as an interview.
Jason Garrett was an awful. Mike McCarthy blows him away as an interview for us every single week.
That's almost as relevant as Mike McCarthy talking to me about tackling when I asked him about the Green Bay Packers defensive line. That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
What I'm talking about is he just gets super defensive whenever you say anything that could potentially be like, hey, are you totally doing this right? Then he gets mad, he gets defensive, he starts getting all flipping and gets all huffy. So yes, I'm sure something today will get him a little huffy. So not the whole tone of the press conference, but at some point that will come out because that is how he talks to people.
Will you remember where you were when the news broke last night? And what did you do? Honestly,
I don't know if I'll remember where I was.
Were you when you looked at your phone? How'd you find out?
I just made sure when I saw Schefter's tweet. Actually, that's not true. A friend posted and was like, "Oh no, is this true?" And I looked it up and I was like, oh, that's unfortunate. And then I posted it to our Facebook page.
And then on top of it, for you Tolos just tuning in, Ed Werder says if Dan Quinn does not get a head coaching job, he will be expected to return as defensive coordinator.
4 more years.
And then
he's under contract, right? Still?
Yes.
He has 1 more year left on his contract as the defensive coordinator.
And then once that gets paid, we'll start seeing little explosions here and there. Smokestacks throughout the Metroplex.
Look like my dishwasher.
Of heads popping off.
Yep. That's going to happen.
Yeah, everything. Mikey, I don't even know what to say to you. I was going to ask you about Pascal Siakam.
Well, I mean, we don't have 3 first-round draft picks to trade for Pascal Siakam.
Nope.
So, I mean, when you see that trade go down.
Are you surprised they got that much for him?
Yes.
On a rental? That's a lot.
To Indiana.
Yeah, and Indiana obviously doing that is saying, we're going to give you so much money, you can't say no to it. Because you're limited. Dallas obviously has no salary cap money in the offseason. Like most teams don't. So when they did that trade, they said, if we're doing this, we're trading 3 first-rounders, we don't care if he commits to us or not. We've looked at the marketplace. Nobody has money that's relevant in this marketplace. We will win, and we will give him about $45 to $50 million a year. Like that's the... It's kind of in a weird way, I hate saying this because it sounds old and great for the players. I feel like how much money there is now in sports, especially in the NBA, is the destruction of the NBA. Guys don't have to play hard anymore. You don't have to compete in 82 games. I think that the NBA product of competing in your 82 games is at its all-time worst as a consumer of the sport. My consumption of the sport happened around 85, 86, right? I mean, that's it. And let's face it, the United States of America and the world could care less about NBA basketball until Magic and Larry changed everything. So
that's my pet peeve too.
I just look at it and go, I wonder if this is what basketball looked like, kind of a different style, but I wonder if this is kind of what basketball looked like in the 70s and 60s when nobody really cared and they couldn't put it on television, is that players were just going around going, I'll do whatever I want. I don't care. Like, it's just one of 82, and when we get to the playoffs, I'll try. That's not good for a league when you have 82 regular season games and you know for a fact the owners are telling you they're not trying their best. The general managers are telling you they're not trying their best. The players are saying, I need to, plus the team's telling me to sit out 10 to 20 games a year. When I do play in my 70 to 60 games, I will try about 70% of the games. There'll be 30% of the games where I walk up and down a basketball court. If we lose by 50, it's not embarrassing to me. It happens to every team about 5 times a year. We lose by 20, that'll happen 10 times. Like it's a weird league right now that I've been in love with that is, to me, deteriorating.
And, of course, last night, the Mavs lose in L.A.
Yeah, and their next game might be postponed, I guess.
Oh, are they playing TCU women?
Oh, man.
No, I think Golden State's,
Warriors.
Golden State's coach, assistant coach
guy
had a heart attack, and then so that game was postponed. I think they're moving everything.
That was like he was 46.
Yeah.
Like just like that's how old I am. And I don't know that I haven't looked the person up. Like I'm just assuming he was normal size and everything.
He was a big. I looked him up yesterday. He was He won 3 straight MVPs, like 15 years ago in Europe.
So I'm going to
he was a legitimate
Via
player.
scan right after the show. Got my Via scan.
I'm going to the
appointment.
cardiologist today.
Are you?
Oh yeah.
Oh, my wife wants me to get a colonoscopy.
Yes, do it, baby.
How old are you?
Why?
46.
Why did you say
You're
it
supposed
like
to at 45, and I
Cleans you
didn't.
out, man.
So
45.
Yeah,
You're supposed to.
I'm
That's
doing
at
next year.
45 is when
I'm in my colonoscopy year.
You look so excited.
I'm 44. Well, I kind of. I'm at some point. September's the birthday. I turned 45. I gotta do it.
Did you correct the cardiologist based on my dad's advice?
I did. I called him, and then he
took that well.
Yeah, he seemed a little put off by it.
What was the correction?
Shaw's dad just had some recommendations from based on what he said I was.
He thinks he's an idiot, basically.
No, he didn't say that. So I'm going back today, and
You're gonna apply it, or have you started applying it?
we have not applied the Medicaid, the new stuff yet.
Yeah.
We're gonna do that.
And your drinking consumption.
It's very low.
The all new Bachelor's coming out on Hulu. That should be great for you, Sean.
Why?
Well, aren't you a Bachelor
No,
fan?
Bravo Liberty.
You used to love The Bachelor.
Bachelor in Paradise. That's
Bachelor
where
in
they just all
Paradise is
sleep with
good.
everyone.
Agreed.
Yeah, I don't watch the other stuff like that. That's Tony Casillas.
Oh, what was the one that y'all were watching when we walked in that day and you shushed us?
With Aaron Rodgers' brother.
That could have been The Bachelor.
Dude.
Could have been.
I think that was the trip where
We're
we learned a lot
7
about
minutes
Josh.
away from hearing from Tom Landry, Mike McCarthy.
Now, look, you wanted McCarthy back.
I do.
Or you supported it, right?
I just think you have to be consistent. If you're telling me the quarterback is good enough, why isn't the coach good enough? They're putting up the same record.
The Mike McCarthy press conference.
Disgustingly.
Buckle up is next.
Yes!
On 105.3 The Fan.
Mike!
4 more years.
We're giving DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is going to be a huge show for us today. We got Evan Carter coming up at noon. We will ask about the trading potential of Micah Parsons at 12:20. And then Mike McCarthy is set to speak here imminently. Could be any
Well, it's
moment.
not 10 o'clock yet, Kevin.
Okay, what about now?
Now it is.
Now it is. All right.
Ready?
Mike McCarthy.
He's right on time.
Okay, well, we will get to him. Hopefully he will be pretty close to on time. But also my question to go along with all of this, and I don't know if this question will be asked, is does the return of Mike McCarthy kill your hopes of any meaningful change to the Cowboys? Because we've talked about Dak, and I know it feels unlikely that anything is going to change there. McCarthy's back. We heard that if Quinn doesn't get a job, he's back. And so you're returning a lot of the same cast that was excellent in the regular season and terrible in the playoffs. Does his return kill your hope for any real change?
Yeah, I knew that they weren't changing anything. But I would ask him, if the game started with 10 minutes and 23 seconds left in the fourth quarter, would you have won that game by 40 points?
So define change.
We would have won 16.
Define change. Because there will be 14 players that have contract discussions this year.
Right.
Jaron Kearse may not be back because he may be too expensive.
Right.
You're $11 million over the cap right now.
Yes, we are.
And so that means that you're going to have to be very reserved in your ability to spend. Is there anything they could roll over from this year, Kevin? They saved, what, $4 million by not
Well, I
spending?
think that includes the rollover.
Oh, wow.
The most logical thing that you're going to do is, and look, I've talked about this. I'm not saying this is what I would do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just telling you the logical thing they're going to do is give Dak his contract extension, and that's going to lower the number. And that could lower the number quite a bit.
Okay.
So all of a sudden you have a good chunk of money available, and then you have some other ones, and then potentially what happens with Zach Martin could throw this whole thing into kind of into a blur.
If you only believe that the coach is capable of making the change, then no. But if you believe that some of the players can make the change because you can add new players or bring in new blood or add something different to this, then I still feel like no, because you can't change the quarterback. And Mike, what is it that the Hunt family told us?
You have to have a top 8 quarterback in the NFL to have a legitimate chance.
He had
to
a
win.
top 5 quarterback this year.
No, I hear you on that.
Still couldn't do it.
I just want to change one part of it.
Okay.
You absolutely can change your quarterback. We will just not. Like, I understand all the people who are like, oh, you can't change your quarterback. Yes, you can. You absolutely can. But we won't for a lot of reasons, some more logical than the rest. There are plenty of logical reasons to bring Dak Prescott.
The Dallas Cowboys, if they ran the Baltimore Ravens, would still have Joe Flacco at quarterback. Let's be honest here. They wouldn't even have drafted Lamar Jackson. The Kansas City Chiefs would still have Alex Smith. At least they'd be moving on from Alex Smith by now, but they would not have Patrick Mahomes. They traded a lot to trade up to get him. The LA Rams, and maybe this would be good, they would have still had Jared Goff. They would not have had Stafford to win the championship. Like, that's, if the Cowboys ran all 3 of those organizations who took bold decisions to move on from a Dak Prescott, the Dallas Cowboys would have never done that. And they're not going to. They never will. The next quarterback 5-10 years from now is going to be some 3rd to 7th rounder who you go with for a good 10 to 20 years. That's the Cowboys way. Like, let's just stop listening to Jerry Jones and just watch his actions. Stop listening to him. He's selling you things that aren't real.
Yeah, when I look at this team, there's a lot that I'm like, okay, I'm missing so many different areas. And do I believe that those coaches can replenish that? They didn't this year. Right? Like, they had the opportunity to stand on a table and say, I need a freaking linebacker, but nobody did.
Yeah.
They had an opportunity to say, we need more than just Hankins, and they got Mozzie Smith.
Yes.
And was it good enough? No. Jerry, look, we're a damn good team. We got to make a push here, trade deadline. We got to make a push here at any moment to add to this team.
Coach is ready to go right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Morning News. A quick follow-up for you. How would you characterize your meeting with Jerry yesterday? Was it talking a lot about you in a fifth season? Was that a brief part of it? It was like, hey, what are you looking for? What do we need to do here?
It was a long meeting. I think we went probably a little bit past 3 hours. We talked about a number of topics. I mean, the first topic was obviously the disappointment of the ending of the season. Went through all the layers of that. Then we talked about pretty much everything in the football program.
So it was more looking forward and just what happened and then what initially.
Yeah, I think it. We went the whole course. Went back through things that we felt may have factored, and like I said, the disappointment component had a lot of layers to it. So we went through all those layers, and then we talked about personnel and coaches and everything involved. So business affairs, and so like I said, it was a long, productive conversation.
I know a lot of veteran coaches in your position feel it's important not to go into a final year to want an extension. Can you talk about working without an extension in this final year and any complications that
I think the biggest thing is, and I've been asked this for 20 years or ever how long those questions pertain. I've never talked about a player's contract, coach's contract. I mean, I'm not going to start today, but I will say I am very confident in the direction, and I like where we are, as far as moving forward. So I'm very confident where I am.
Clarence, a four-star Telegram. Can you talk about what the last few days have been like, and for you and your family with the uncertainty, if you felt there was some uncertainty regarding your future, and is there a sense of relief, focus? Where are you now mentally going forward?
I mean, professionally, this is what I do. I mean, so, and it's, it's tough, no doubt about it. I think when you have the opportunity to sit down and talk to every player, every coach, that's what Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday was, and then really shifted from the player exit interviews right up to, the conversation with Jerry. So yeah, I mean, to say it's not emotional would, of course it is. I think it's being Captain Obvious, but yeah, the family part of it is the only part that concerns me. Everything else is, I have great confidence in, who I am as a man and who I am as a coach. But the personal part of it is a challenge.
That just going forward. I mean, what's the mindset? I mean, obviously you refocus as relief on where you are going forward. I mean, with.
I'm focused on the press conference right now. So, I have a job to do. So, and, obviously I think all of us spend as much time as we can with our family. So nothing's changed for me.
Mike, Todd Archer with ESPN. What needs to change with this team, organization, staff to get past?
Todd, it's still raw right now. I'm still a little bit numb. It doesn't matter what year you're in, the level of success you have. My experience and really my approach has always been, you're going to have changes, you're going to have adjustments, and you're going to have emphasis. And, starting with the emphasis, there's a lot of things that were accomplished. So we want to make sure we can try to build off of those. We're always going to adjust, whether it's, staff responsibilities, players responsibilities, scheme, all those things. And, and then in changes is really part of that adjustment, how big of a change you need to make. So, we're just getting started.
What's the biggest regret from what happened on Sunday?
Biggest regret? Well, not winning the game. But yeah, we haven't, the coaches have done their evaluations, and, I got those last night. So I'm still working through it, and I've had some conversations. I'm going to a meeting from here. But yeah, I think the disappointment is just not playing to your standard of play. And I mean, you go through the whole regular season, you establish a standard of play, a standard of productivity, approach, and all those things. And one team played to their standard, and the other didn't. And unfortunately, we didn't. So, I'm very disappointed that in our performance. And just not playing to our standard.
Joe. Joe Trahan, WFA TV. Mike, because of the performance was so far below expectations, and you talked that you got reports from coaches and everything. Do you try and tweak the way you evaluate it because it was so far below what you expected? Are there any things that you could do different in your evaluation process to try and get to the bottom of what happened?
I'm not sure what you're talking.
You have a certain way that you
yeah.
evaluate any game.
Yeah.
Do you think, hey, listen, because that was so far below or so out of the ordinary for what you would expect, do you think about trying to tweak the way you evaluate it?
I look at evaluation process because I think the biggest thing is, the way, when you build a football program, from my approach is, you have education, education, how are you going to do it? And then what you're going to do is the application of it. And then you got to have a healthy, strong, well-oiled evaluation process. And from that, you have things that you put buckets in. So, and those buckets, have goals and statistical, filters that give you direction and make sure you're looking at. Statistics don't tell the whole story, so that's not what I'm saying here. But I think it clearly gives you a light to shine on and make sure you lock into those things. And the hard part about coming in here right now is, there's a tremendous amount of emotion, in all of us right now. And, you have to get the emotion out of that to have clarity in your substance of how you're going to move forward. You got to learn from it, and then how you're going to grow. So then you got to swing back around. Now you got to educate again. Then you got to apply it, and that's that's a process. So the evaluation process that we'll go through is, I guess you would say it's tweak because you're applying it to different people. It's never the same. I guess to answer your question.
And then just a quick follow up. Will you go back to the Bills game, to the 49ers game, to try and find common denominators for that kind of performance from your team as you move forward to the franchise?
No, absolutely, and that's and that's the insight that you're always is always part of your evaluation. No, absolutely, the negatives in those games are definitely at the forefront of what we got to be better at.
John Michaud with The Athletic. Mike, obviously the fan base is really frustrated. What is your message to them about, moving forward, why this team can eventually have that playoff success?
Well, we have an unbelievable fan base, and they should be frustrated. We're extremely disappointed for them, disappointed in our performance. But my message would be this: we have established a championship program. It's just not the world championship yet. We know how to win. We know how to train to win. We have the right people, but we have not crossed the threshold winning playoff games. And it's extremely disappointing to be sitting here talking about it. But I know how to win, and we will get over that threshold. I have total confidence in it, and that's why I'm standing here today.
And then with the trajectory you had at Green Bay, winning the Super Bowl in year 5, do you see this program that you've built here being on a similar path?
Yes. There you go. Thanks, John. But didn't expect a layup today, that's for sure. I think you build a program and you continue to grow from it. But the reality of it is you have to go through the tough questions and make sure you have answers. And the reality of it is this team's going to change. We're going to have changes. It happens every year. Just start with your roster. So 25% of our players will be different than what they were this year, and that's and frankly that's part of the disappointment because I thought we had an unbelievable team. I love the way these guys work, their connection and belief in one another. They're very coachable. When you kick them in the ass, they responded, and they love one another. They love one another, and I think that's important. The chemistry, and so there's so many good things, but we clearly came up a lot shorter than we anticipated.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. How difficult were those exit meetings with your players?
I'll tell you, they're amazing men because the thing that just always blows me away is just how strong they are. The discipline in their emotion and the ability to express, and I think part of that too is, you start, and every day is different, because Monday's the veterans, so those conversations are more in depth, deeper, a lot of brutal honesty there. And they
they do a good job of giving me plenty to think about and to look at. And then you have the mid group, the mid guys, years 3, 4, and and then there's a little more there, and then there's a little more. This is what I need from you moving forward, and so forth. And then the last group's the first year players and the free agents and so forth. And it's more, taking some of the things you had in days 1 and 2 and applying it to the conversation. So, I started doing it back in 06. I don't even recall why, but I every time I do it, it's a grind, but it's so productive. But there's a lot of strength and confirmation that comes from those conversations, and I applaud our men for that.
When you talk with your assistants about who you want to bring back and those kinds of things, when have you start that process?
Yeah, we'll start that probably end of next week. Some of those conversations will be preliminary right now. So we're just kind of moving forward in that direction. Obviously, this is the time of year when there are other opportunities, and so we'll work through that. I mean, the obvious is Dan Quinn's situation, so we'll just continue to work through that on a day-to-day basis.
Ed Werder, ESPN. Mike, to what extent in your meeting with Jerry did you have to make a case or an argument for him to continue forward with you versus him recognizing the value after your 4 years of partnership?
I wouldn't view the conversation that way. I think clearly, it started off with the, peeling back the layers of what went wrong and the disappointment. And then, frankly, it got to where Jerry and I were one-on-one. And frankly, the best meetings I have is with Jerry is one-on-one. I can't. They're super productive. I mean, he's an awesome boss, but he's even a better leader because he asks all the hard, direct questions, which I love and appreciate, because you get to a depth and you get into conversations that go in different directions, but there's always so much that comes out of it. So I'm just trying to go back through the conversation to answer your question. So we talked about everything, the right, the wrong, the indifferent, what we need to build off of, and so I don't know if there's much we didn't talk about as far as topics, that apply to the football operation. So. So it's a conversation, hard conversation, definitely throughout a number of points there, but it was they're conversations that I personally always look forward to, because I've never walked out of a one-on-one with Jerry where I didn't think I was better, one way or the other.
And regarding Dan Quinn, if he doesn't get a head coaching job somewhere else, is the assumption that you bring him back here?
Dan's a highly valued, member of our coaching staff. So, but we'll go through the process here.
Jane.
I ask this question as respectfully as possible, Coach, but I've heard you talk about why fans should buy back into this team. Why should they buy back into you? And then as a second part of that, I think talking to players, it was clear they wanted you back, but what was some of their feedback for you moving forward?
Their feedback for me? I'm not sure what you're asking me.
Give you some feedback in those evaluations.
Well, the feedback's on every topic, every category that I talked about. So I think it's the confirmation of how we operate here. There's training, there's expectation, there's the development physically, the development mentally, and the development emotionally. In the emotional realm, you're always chasing, because of the different maturity levels and different backgrounds that come into your culture each and every year. It's that's definitely the arena that's the most challenging and definitely is something that we'll continue to focus on and definitely need to learn from this past experience.
And why should fans buy back in to you as the head coach of this team?
Yeah, because I believe that the direction, the leadership, everything is in place, and I'm not very comfortable talking about myself, but I came here to win a championship. I didn't come here to get another contract or anything other than that. I came to Dallas to win the world championship, and that's why I'm standing here, and buy into us.
Scott.
Scott Ritz with the AP. How was the exit interview with Doc?
That was productive. I thought that we talked about a range of things, and I think just the biggest thing, with Dak, because we spent so much time together, so it's not like we had to go have a big conversation. It was more of a continuation of a conversation on a number of different topics. But I have unbelievable belief in Dak. I think he clearly has another step. I think this offense has suited him well. I think the things that we were able to improve on, it's a system built around making the quarterback successful. So the growth opportunity that we both see for the future is, was something that we are excited about. But the big part of the conversation was the disappointment, and we talked about the particulars of the game and, some of the things that went wrong and how we can improve it on it.
As part of that growth opportunity, year two as the play caller and the quarterback, I know you all been around each other for 4 years, but it's kind of the beginning of that relationship. Is there growth there that you see?
Well, it'll definitely be more growth, because now that we've gone through it, and you can't get to this spot without going through it, is, the situations that we were able to go through and now apply it to the training, and that's just how my brain works, because as the conversations you have not only with Dak and particularly the veterans, there's a number of things that come out of it, and you're like, okay, how do I tweak the training component to maybe move the needle, a different direction in that area you're focused on. So, but yeah, that's really what those conversations are about, and then obviously, his conversation is a big part of that, because not only what he means to the team, but playing quarterback.
Michael Galkin, Dallas Morning News. How do you evaluate the way that your offense was able to run the football this season, and then on the other side of the ball, stopping the run, and we talk change, the run game on both sides?
I think just big picture wise, over the course of the year, we were below the line. I think we need to be better in both areas, and I think it's something that, that would go right off of what we were talking about in the last question. Those are the things, the training and how you do it and how you can improve there. But yeah, I'm not, we're not where we need to be in both those areas.
Nick.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. When you look at the current roster, 16 impending free agents, pair that with your conversation with Jerry yesterday, how much change do you anticipate this offseason?
Too early. We touched on, some of those things, but yeah, it's really too early to get into that. But.
And in your exit meeting with Tyron Smith, did you kind of have a pulse on his future and what his mindset is right now?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for Tyron is we talked about the the path of his season and the training plan that was in place for him. This is clearly his best season that I've experienced with him since 2020. So he felt really good about that. I think just the fact that he's not going into the offseason without any big postseason surgeries is a real plus. But we'll continue to talk moving forward.
Garrett.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Mike, you said you went through an evaluation process. What, if anything, connects sort of the 3 postseason losses the last 3 years? Do you view them as individual incidents?
Yes, didn't sit down and go back through each one of those together, but the fact of the matter is, we did not play well enough in the 3.
Mike.
Mike Fisher, Sports Illustrated Arena. How much trepidation, following up on that, did you walk into the Jerry meeting with, wondering about what the outcome might be regarding your job security?
To be honest with you, I didn't really go there. I met with the staff, and I just, I told them, really what was about to happen, just as far as the evaluation, and frankly, it was a bit of a sprint just to get everything together, coming out of the exit interviews and everything, get that to go in there. But no, I was, like I said, I was just in the moment. Frankly, I wasn't. I'll be honest with you. The only thing I worry about is my family. I'm extremely confident in who I am. I can't say that enough. And I'm confident in what we've done here, and I have great confidence in where we're going, and that's really it's how the meeting ended. So,
is there a threat that connects?
I don't think, and not only where we're going, but we got work to do. The job's not finished yet, and we both know that.
As you do that work, is there a thread that connects the 3 seasons of not being able to get over the hump, and the hump?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people that are here, that are part of those three experiences. So, but no, I'm just trying to go through the three games. I think there's a number of things. There's too many things that are different, So, and the reality of it is, in the game of football, it's going to be different next year too. So to sit here, and I'm going to tell you this too, I will take no responsibility, and I tell our players this too, and they have no responsibility on what's going on here the 20 plus years before that. We're responsible for what's going on in our program, and I know it's disappointing to the fans, but we are in position to learn and grow from this and build off it, and that's the best answer in my opinion.
Jeff
Cole with Fox 4. Coach, after Green Bay, when questions of your job future came up, Dak Prescott was very strong in his support of you. What does that mean to you, and what does that bond look like heading into year 5? Well,
I think it shows the connection that we have and the belief in the direction we're going. Like I said earlier, I believe in Dak Prescott. I think he's clearly the answer. He's part of the solution moving forward, and I think as difficult as this time is right now, when we can work through this emotional period that we're in, we'll continue to build off of what he brings to the table.
And as far as the threshold you talk about of being close but not getting it done in the postseason, what do you think that process looks like of figuring out the missing piece?
What does the process look like, the missing piece? I think it's like anything. You get back to the beginning and you train, to win games, and you got to, you don't even get an opportunity to answer these questions until you do your job in a regular season. So we got to take care of first things first. But it'll all be about, building and developing, the mental, the physical, and the emotional realms to make sure we're more than equipped and ready to win in all those arenas.
Kyle Yeomans, Dallas Cowboys TV. Coach, you mentioned earlier the heightened emotions of these last few days. Was there another point in your career where you dealt with emotions that were comparable, and how did you get through that?
Yeah, I don't want to go back there, but yeah. No, I mean, the NFC Championship game, losing my brother, so yes.
How did you get through that?
One day at a time.
Jane.
Coach, you've obviously had your meeting with Jerry, you've had your meeting with us now. How would you describe your mindset, and what's the next step for you in the next couple of weeks?
Oh, I just got to continue to work. I mean, there's work to do, so just stay the course.
Is there a relief now that this has all been put to bed?
I think it's more of a direction, and that's all we ever want is, what's the direction, what's the schedule, and get to work.
Mike, just going back to the games for a minute, was your team into the game mentally? I know I saw you talking to City on the sideline. I'm just saying, coming to the game, did you feel that they were mentally ready for that game?
Yeah, absolutely. Talking about me talking to City during the game?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the one time I went over to talk to City during the game was about a route. We anticipated them rolling their coverage to him, in which they did. Both when he was inside and out. And our conversation was about a vertical route, an option opportunity, at the breaking point. So, and just how we saw that option, because there's two ways to go there. So, just give them clarity to make sure that the receivers and Dak were on the same page.
So you didn't see a being flat or anything like that coming in?
No, I think if anything, we were going too fast. That was the common message. With the players, and I watched the game, Sunday night when I got home, and that's what I felt. We've done such an excellent job in the big play, production component of the game, and it's definitely one of our strengths all year. But you can't chase big plays, and there's a number of times we were chasing plays, and it bit us in the ass.
Dak talked about playing too fast. Is that something that, in a game like that, you have to talk about calming down and letting the game come to you?
Oh yeah,
That part of the learning process you're talking about, the next step you have to take.
Yeah, those are all characteristics of the ebb and flow of a football game. I mean, you have every player has a gauge. You know, some play too fast, some play too slow, and you know the biggest thing is to get into that neutral mindset and that gear that gives them, you know, the right fit and into the scheme, playing to the guy next to them, and all those things. So that's part of football.
John. Mike, John Giavato, WFAA. After the game, many fans expressed a desire for change of some sort, be it coach, be it quarterback. You know, here we are a few days later, and you know, y'all are moving forward. I'm curious what change fans might be able to expect heading into next season.
I clearly understand and respect the emotion of all this, and definitely the fans' perspective. But you know, that's what really the evaluation process is for. It's very raw right now, still is as I'm standing here in front of you. But there definitely will be changes and adjustments that are made, and I think we do have a lot to build off of.
All righty, thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
In your North Texas Ford dealers. We'll be right back. We'll continue our conversation and maybe do a little bit of breakdown of some of the things he said, or maybe some of the things based on our feedback he didn't say that people wanted to hear. Let's fire that up next right here in The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to get y'all's thoughts about what Mike McCarthy was saying during his presser, but I'm just going to give you an overview of the feedback. Is people don't want to hear it, but they still listened and hated what he said. But I don't think there was anything he was going to say that was going to fit people's criteria. I think the only thing, if he would have come out and been like, you're right, I suck, and I probably shouldn't have kept my job. Like, I think
Matter
that's
of fact, I quit.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing
been nuts.
that would have satisfied a lot of folks. But then other people were mad about, hey, we just got the same variation of the same question. Why weren't there more questions about penalties? Or, like, people seem generally dissatisfied by that press conference. But I think that was always going to happen. And I'm not going to lie, I was too. Like somebody, I responded to several people on the fan text who maybe didn't have the best opinion. And sometimes we shared some of those opinions about what he had to say. And like one of the things that he said again and again that I appreciate is he was like, hey, I came here to win a Super Bowl. And my thought was, sure. And I acknowledge and appreciate that. But people want things all the time that they don't get. Just you wanting something doesn't mean that you can reach it. So when his answer to why should people believe in you? Because I want to win, I find that to be an unsatisfactory answer.
All right, well, what do you think would have been satisfactory to everybody? Because
nothing. Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree with that too. And I don't think he was going to be like, all I've done is studied this game, the Buffalo game, the San Francisco game, last year's San Francisco game, and looked again and again and again for the mistakes. Why the hell do we keep getting pre-snap penalties? Like, even that, some people would be like, yeah, that's great. That's talk.
Mm-hmm.
So, I to your point, I don't think there was any answer that was going to be given that everyone would be like, I get it.
And I know this is maybe a little bit different, but Cowboy fans, the ones that have stuck with this your whole life and never seen the Cowboys do anything special, make it to a Super Bowl or a NFC championship game, you're in the worst place possible. But about a month from now, after the Super Bowl's over, you're going to be asking, and hey, this is your life and it's great. You're going to be asking Broadus about the 24th pick in 5,000 different ways. And you're going to be asking about the second. It might be 58. I can't remember the exact. But you're going to be so enthralled with who can we get at 24? There's 72 players I like in this draft.
Yeah.
And you're only going to get one or two of them that you like. But you're going to, and then the offseason is going to hit. And you're going to get upset again because Dak is going to get close to $300 million this offseason. And you're going to have to be okay with that. And you will be eventually. You'll be upset about it at first, say that's too much, and then be okay with it.
Or
and
you
then,
won't be okay with it, but really you'll just keep watching.
Yeah,
What's
and
the difference?
You're going to get to July.
I fit in that category.
Yeah, and then the training camp is going to start. It's going to be around the corner, and you're going to be excited and go, look, this is it. We have a guy who finished top 3 in MVP. We have a guy who finished top 3 in Defensive Player of the Year. We have a coach who wins 12 games on a regular. So this is the dark time. And you can say what you want to say, but I know a month from now, 95 to 98% of you that are done with the Cowboys will be right back into, I got to follow the draft. I need to know everything about it. And maybe this draft pick, maybe this guy can turn it around for us.
And I hear all of this from the 817. Keeping Mike isn't a sexy pick, but who fires a 12-5 last 3 season coach who really wants to go through another fresh face losing season period? I do. Because I know that I believe, I don't know, thus far, it hasn't worked. And I don't think it's going to work next year. And I'm okay with stepping back at the risk. You might not ever step back to this point because I know this point doesn't ever get you to the ultimate goal.
Okay, who do you trust to make the decision to get the guy that's going to change that, though? Like, I get
Will McClay,
okay,
maybe.
Kevin, and that's like, I want picks. Because I think I can do stuff with picks, and I can grow those veterans. I think picks are great.
And I
think
realize
it's an
this
absolute
last
blast.
season doesn't help.
And making sure you got the right people and all that stuff. Now, that's the thing is, Jerry Jones is the guy, Stephen Jones are the guys that hired these coaches along this way.
Yeah.
And every one of them has failed in some way,
Yep.
shape, or form. So going back and saying, well, we'll just start over with the draft, you're going to have to find me the Jimmy Johnson. You know, like, you're going to have to find me the guy that can do that too. And that's where I don't trust the people making that decision to make that decision for it to change. So I would rather stay in a winning situation at this point, where I'm winning football games in the regular season and have a shot at it. Then, because I don't believe they can find a guy that can take them from a going back to a 1-16 season and getting a number 1 overall pick. I don't believe they can, because they've proven over and over. If the case is only a playoff success, then they've proven they can't find that guy. Jason Garrett wasn't that guy. Chan Gailey wasn't that guy. No, go through the list. I mean, even Bill Parcells wasn't that guy.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the quarterbacks that are like, if you're just looking at quarterbacks, the quarterbacks that are left in this draft is you have all different, I mean, a lot of them are first rounders, but there's a lot of people in this playoffs right now that are like, you don't have to be the number 1 overall pick, but you probably do need to go in the first round, with the exception of the 49ers, but their roster is incredible. So I don't necessarily think you need to destroy your team to the point where you can only get Caleb Williams or bust. But to your point, I don't know if I trust us picking.
And that being said, right now, I know around 12:20 today, because we do have Evan Carter, who is a champion on this radio station, coming up at noon today. But around 12:20, you're going to try to acquire some more picks, or you're going to ask the Tolos if they'd be willing to do it.
Yes, I am.
And to get you in position to possibly make that move. If you kept if you were in this offseason and you did bail on the Dak situation, maybe this is for a further discussion. Is there the quarterback that you get in this draft, if you were able to get the number 1 overall pick, does that put you in the best financial situation because you're not paying the quarterback then?
Yeah, and it makes it easier to take the hit of the quarterback that you would send on down the road. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
How many Rangers numbers are going to be retired off of this World Championship team? Next.
Abe Laufenberg here.
Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods, more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, this is going to be a quick 4 minutes here. So here we go. The New York Mets are retiring Dwight Gooden and Darryl Strawberry's numbers, number 16 and 18. Now, the Mets had 7 Mets players that their numbers are retired, and then one other one. Everybody has Jackie Robinson, 42. So this will be the 9th and 10th numbers for the New York Mets that can't be worn. And if you don't know who Dwight Gooden and Darryl Strawberry are, in the 80s, they were considered the next Nolan Ryan and the next Ted Williams. And I'm not lying about that. I'm not making those names up going, come on. No, that's who they were compared to, and they reached that ability in 1985 and 86. Dwight Gooden looked like he was going to strike out 5,000 people and win 300 games.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Dwight Gooden and Darryl Strawberry, both being in New York, fell into the major trap of cocaine and alcohol and other drugs. And it slowed down their career tremendously. I won't say completely ruined, because they both went on and played a good decade plus in their career. But drugs ruined their overall status of being the next Nolan Ryan, being the next Ted Williams. But they won a championship in 1986, and Keith Hernandez has his number retired with the New York Mets, and Darryl Strawberry and Dwight Gooden. Enough about the Mets. I'm just giving you, hey, they had struggles. They disappointed their franchise a few years later with their drug habits. Their numbers are getting retired. I was thinking about this Texas Rangers 2023 championship team. First ever champion. Obviously, the Mets had one in 69. I was wondering how many numbers, which is more than getting in the Rangers Hall of Fame. Ian Kinsler just recently got in the Rangers Hall of Fame. How many numbers do you think will never be worn again from this Texas Ranger 2023 team?
Man, that's so tough, because like immediately the one I thought about is Corey Seager, but he's a Dodger, you know, at least as of now. So
like Adrian Beltre.
He's got a bunch of years left on his contract. I agree with you, but he's got a bunch of years left on his contract. By the end of it, he wins another World Series. Like, that's earned. I mean, I feel like even with the one, oh my God, here comes the sneeze.
All right. While he's sneezing, I do think nobody will wear 5 again. Now, obviously, Corey Seager needs to stay pretty healthy the next 6 or 7 years. And I do think, I'm not saying anytime soon, I do think there'll even be a position change with Corey Seager in his Rangers career. I don't think he's going to play shortstop at close to 40 years old.
Right.
So I'm not saying it's coming anytime soon, but I think for the next 2 to 3 years, he's going to be your shortstop for sure. Then probably in about 2027 or 28, the Rangers are going to have to look at what's best for Corey Seager and our organization defensively and to keep him in the lineup. But I do think number 5 will be retired in Rangers history. But it's obviously down the road, but I don't think anybody's ever going to wear that number again. Let me throw out one for you that I'll talk about more at 12:45. His position is Marcus Semien. Do you think he'll have a good enough Rangers career that you should retire his number?
No.
I'm kind of in the same, like, he's another team's player, even though he was ours.
He's going to be here for a while, though.
He probably will be. And he and Seager both have that opportunity to cement that.
2 young guys. I'm going to throw them together. Josh Young and Evan Carter. Obviously, their careers are just getting started.
If Buddy Bell and Steve Buechele's numbers aren't retired, then Josh Young's can't be.
Oh, my gosh.
But I do want Josh Young.
Evan Carter is the option?
Well.
Wyatt Langford.
He wasn't on the team.
He wasn't on the team.
Yeah. I still... There's a lot more. There's a lot. Yes. Okay, Mike, both of them. I think both of them at some point. Rangers, their entire careers, and they won a World Series, maybe 4.
All right, next one. The hero of the ALCS. What do you do with Adolis Garcia's number 53?
My concern about that is he's here for 3 more years.
Okay.
You know, and then probably not.
I think all of these people we're naming are going to go into the Rangers Hall of Fame.
I agree with
10
that.
10 to 20 years from now, a lot of these guys, even like Nate Eovaldi, I think has a strong case to be in the Rangers Hall of Fame. But getting your number retired is another level. And so obviously you look at that Mets team, they have 3. I'll be done now. But I do think Corey Seager has the best case. going forward. He has to play
Yes.
more for the Texas Rangers. Evan Carter's just getting started, who we're having on at noon. So I do think that Evan Carter, at the end of the day, if he keeps 32, which I'll ask him if is 32 the number he wants at noon, but I think he has a case too.
Number
We'll have
15. Number 15, I think, should hang in the rafters. That is Bruce Bochy.
Okay.
I would hang. I mean, he did it, man. We got Johnny Oates up there. He was wonderful. Bruce Bochy's been wonderful and won a world. He won the whole damn thing in his first year.
Just another tease. Evan Carter, noon, 12:45. We'll talk about second basemen and where they are ranked. Where did Marcus Semien end up on the board?
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk Mavs Lakers and how Dallas has adapted with their continual string of injuries. We'll do some hoops next on The Fan.
studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And for a while, there was some good, but unfortunately, I think the bad eventually took over. If we can fire off cut number 1 so we can talk about those Mavs and Lakers from last night.
We've entered the final 5 minutes of the game. Reeves on its way, down and go!
Timeout, Dallas.
Empty the bench!
Fair.
Who just called for that?
Very
That's a
fair.
Lakers broadcast, obviously.
Is the Mavericks were getting worked on the fast break all game long, but particularly in the second half, things fell apart. Look, I love Derek Lively. I thought he was outstanding in the first half and less outstanding in the second half. What say you guys about the game?
Well, that's going to happen with a 19-year-old. That's why
for sure
we're really hoping in the offseason, which it didn't happen, but we didn't honestly know how good Derek Lively would be. But still at the same time, you have to have another center on the team. And Maxi Kleber and Dwight Powell, we've known for a decade they're not the answers.
Right.
So I'm sure the Mavericks know too. I think in that game, they were inconsistent in the first half, but only down by 2. So it felt weird you're only down by 2 watching the game. You're like, wow, we're only down by 2. And then the third quarter happened, and they Jackie Robinson that quarter, which means they put up 42.
And
that
did
was
you
his
say
number.
Jackie Robinson?
Yeah.
That was where I was a little like, okay.
Yeah.
But it's okay.
There can be an extra T in there.
Just a talking medium. I get it.
But that was where you saw when they were talking with Doc Rivers and like, hey, do you see the Mavericks as a threat? He's like, you don't want to take on Luka and Kyrie in a playoff series. It just gets a little bit scary if, you know, how good they are offensively. But then that third quarter, you're like, they can't win a 7-game series with this defense. They just can't. Now, Dante Exum being out does hurt your defense tremendously. But at the same time, you watch the rebounding and the defense and the lack of depth. At halftime, because I looked at the box score, guess how many points, rebounds, and assists the bench had? So besides the starting 5, what did the bench do for the Dallas Mavericks at a 55-53 game? Just give me how many points you think the bench scored, how many rebounds you think the bench had, and how many assists you think the bench had at that point.
8, 2, and 1.
10, 3, and 0.
He was right on one of them. They had 1 assist. They had 1 rebound.
Oh, no.
And they had 2 points.
Oh, no.
So at halftime, you
We
have
both
53
overshot that a
points.
lot.
I don't know how many rebounds and assists that you had, but at halftime, your bench, because of your depth, Grant Williams, I believe, had the 2 points. Maxi Kleber had the 1 rebound, and somebody else, I'm sorry, it might have been Seth Curry. I can't remember. It might have been Jaden Hardy had the 1 assist.
It wasn't Curry. He had 0 stats last night.
Okay, so I remember at halftime going, wow, like if you want to know how a team relies on their starting 5, look at right now, the Mavericks at halftime have 2 points, 1 rebound, and 1 assist. So this is not a deep team. They do not have depth on this team. They're only missing at this point Dante Exum, who was out from that game. So I think I look at this team and I go, I like it, but it lacks a lot of they're going to win a playoff series. They're going to make a playoff run. They do not have the depth. They do not have the defense. They do not have the rebounding. And I don't know how you solve that in this trade deadline.
Because you would have thought, I guess I would have thought, is you would have created a little bit more depth or hopefully found a little bit more usable depth. That's what we always talk about, usable depth.
Because
Not
you can
just-
have depth.
Yeah, no, you've got plenty of people who exist, but usable depth with all of the absences. Because, like, just going into the travel of this game, now I realize, like, most of them played, but you weren't sure about Luka, Derek Jones, Exum. I know he did not play. And then Luka's missed time, Jones, Exum, Lively, Kyrie. They've all missed time. You would have thought, like, hopefully you've seen some other things step up that you're like, all right, now I know what I can use with this player.
And I'm with you on that. And the other thing, too, is I think this team, I don't know if they're learning this, but we've learned this if you're watching the Mavericks. They cannot play at anything under 100%. When they try to coast, and some teams can. LeBron is a regular season coaster for a decade now. And I'm not saying that he's not great. It's just that he knows how to coast and get away with coasting. When the Mavericks go into Kevin, like last night, and Corey, if you're watching last night, they're not getting back on defense at 100%. If you're not getting, because they're not a fast team, what I mean by that is Grant Williams can't run fast. Luka can't run fast. Dwight Powell can't run fast. Maxey doesn't run fast. Now, yes, Kyrie runs fast. Tim Hardaway Jr. run. They do have some guys, but if they're not all out 100% to become an average defense, like 100% every effort, that just makes them an average defensive team. That just makes them an average rebounding team. So when they decide to try to coast a little bit, it just destroys them because they don't have the talent to coast.
And then yesterday you saw what feels inevitable, and this might be the case for most teams, is if the Mavericks go cold from deep
distance,
they are screwed unless it would be different because, like you said, if they do those things, they're average. The only thing that would be different is if somehow you got across the board above average defensive game, and then all of a sudden you're like, hey, maybe that's the case. But you were getting smoked in transition yesterday, and you were cold from three. That is the recipe for how did they lose this game? Like that.
And when you're cold from three and you can't get rebounds and they're a good rebounding team against you, then that's gonna you're gonna suffer with that. I do.
And I was actually, you know what's, this is probably not the best, Corey. I agree with you. I thought they did okay on the boards yesterday. And like, this was still the outcome. I would have hoped, I would have hoped that we got smoked on the boards, and I'm like, that's another thing we're bad at.
Mike, you will gripe at people for not watching the league, just watching their team.
Yeah.
And this is where I have to ask you.
Okay.
Does every team have a Hardaway where you're like, we cannot win without this guy, and then the next night you're like, we can't win with this guy? He's 0 for 7 tonight. Like, does every team have a guy like that? So
there's about 5 guys in the league that you'd say they don't have a conscience. They think they've made 17 in a row and they need to shoot 17 more times in the next 3 minutes. They're not on every team, and I'm sorry, I'd have to go through the league and start looking. But they're just guys, the guys that used to do this at Swaggy P, J.R. Smith, like these, because they played on the Lakers, because J.R. Smith kind of followed LeBron at the end. Like, you remember those guys. There's guys that you're just like, they don't have a conscience, and they will keep shooting, and they will go 0 of 20 and be just fine with it. Now, in a way, that's a good trait. In a way, it's a bad trait because they can lose a game for you because they will not move the ball. They're going to shoot the ball. And so last night, Hardaway being 0 of 7 from 3, I call him Joey Gallo. The other game, he had 41.
Yeah, 42,
yes, he
I
did.
think.
He was
42,
awesome.
41.
Right? And he was him and Kyrie. Kyrie first, Hardaway second. Were the reasons you won that game against a healthy New Orleans Pelicans. Hardaway isn't the reason you lost, but to your point, if Hardaway goes 5 of 7, he usually doesn't go 3 of 7. You know, if you were like, yeah, man, he's about a 40% three-point shooter, but he never really shoots 40% in a game. He either shoots 70% or 10%.
That's like 9 of 12
gets you to 40%.
or 1 of 15.
So agree with all of that. So at the end of the year, you'll be like, that's 40%. He's a good three-point shooter. And I'm like, I hear you, but it's never 40%.
Yeah,
like,
and so on nights when, like you said, whenever Luka and even Kyrie are struggling from 3, then whenever that guy's struggling from 3 too, you're like, well,
ideally,
I feel like, did Kyrie struggle just in general last night?
He had a rough game, and he made a great pass, but LeBron, I mean, I'll tell you what.
Undercut him.
Way better tackler than the Dallas Cowboys on Sunday. He accidentally tackled Kyrie on a pass where Kyrie was in the air, and he landed on his hip hard, and I'll give him the excuse is he was probably fighting through some hip pain during the game and just could never get his game going. And this is one of those things I do not want to say this, but Luka and Kyrie last night didn't mix well. Now, they haven't played a lot of games together this year. It's not like last year. I'm not making this a story, but Kyrie kind of took over the team in Luka's absence and said, we're going to play this way and I'm going to take over games. And he was phenomenal at it. When Kyrie was out for his 12 games, Luka knew I have to play 42 minutes and I have to play at a 35, 15, and 10 standard. And he did do that for the most part to win enough games to keep you in the position you're in. Now we're hoping the rest of the way, that Kyrie and Luka can be healthy together and start creating a consistent chemistry.
Ideally, let's assume, like, just for now, you go with the players you got.
Right.
Ideally, do you sub out Hardaway for Exum, and that's your preferred starting lineup?
Yes, the only thing that scares me is how bad of a three-point shooting team you are in that. And I know that Hardaway's inconsistent, but you have to respect his three-point shot. Exum, you let him shoot. Derek Jones Jr., you let him shoot. Derek Lively, you're only worried about around the rim. Luka, I feel like it's a win a lot of times when a team gets him to step back. I get how deadly it can be, but if I'm a coach on defense and I get him to shoot a step-back contested three-pointer, I'll take that all day rather than him probing in the lane and figuring out how to either make his layup or alley-oop the ball to Derek Lively or kick it to a wide-open corner three-point shooter.
Now, I thought this note was really interesting as we talk about the adjustments with the injury, and somebody did bring up Josh Green's absence as well.
That's true. He rarely plays, so I forget who he is.
He plays on Monday.
I think he's played in 4 games this year.
On Monday, no, that's not true.
5.
They started Kyrie, Hardaway, Green, Kleba, and Lively. That group had not been on the court together all year, and they were your starters.
Oh, yeah.
I think you have more starting lineups this year than any team in the NBA.
That's good.
And that's more because of
Never know what you're gonna
injury.
get.
I mean, I get this. Like, Grant Williams has played himself out of starting, right? I mean, Grant Williams he's only going to start because of injury. Grant Williams is now a guy who's probably going to come off the bench for 15, 20 minutes a night on this team. When you're completely healthy, I'm with you. I just wonder if you start Josh Green over Dante Exum. I'm not saying that he's better than Dante Exum. He's not, but maybe you feel like he's more of an offensive threat while still being an average defensive player. But I don't know. I
don't know if I feel that way anymore. Like I said, Exum, at the beginning of the year was Grant Williams. Now it's Exum and Derek Jones, who's shown more offensive potential than I thought they could.
Is this, for this team to be, in your mind, in your eyes, a real contender? The difference between contender and
2 pieces away that aren't on the team.
And you said 2. I was going to ask, is it just a big body to go to pair with Lively?
No.
Is that one of them?
That is one of them, yes. A Wendell Carter Jr. who seems to be available. I don't know if the Mavs have it. Like, it doesn't have to be. I'm not saying you need Jokic. I'm just saying you need a guy like Wendell Carter Jr. to be a combo with Derek Lively. And now I think you have that solved. And then you need a Pascal Siakam-like player. I know he just got traded, but if you get those 2 pieces, a guy who can play 20 to 25 minutes a night at center and a guy who can be a more reliable wing player, I do think you have a chance to win it all in the future.
For the big, I was going to say I would like acceptable on, because I'm also factoring what I think we can get.
David Robinson.
No.
In his prime.
Great. Acceptable on offense, acceptable on defense, and a really good rebounder. Like, that's the big I'm looking for. Sure, I would
Does
like.
Does that fit? Does Wendell Carter Jr.
I
fit
think
that?
it does.
And do you agree with Mike that you need a Siakam, or that you can be in the mix without it?
I think Mike's right. If your goal, and I get it, everyone's goal is like to go win the championship for sure. I would just see, let's just even say Carter as a potential progress forward to hit one of your big deficiencies. I'm not saying that means like, look out, Denver. I think that would be a nice step in the right direction.
I think you'd be scarier in the first round of the playoffs to teams if they were like, hey, if we get Derek Lively 2 fouls in the first 2 minutes and then they bring in Dwight Powell, the game's over. Like, he can't play in this league. So if you have a guy like, if we get 2 fouls on him, they do have another guy we have to worry about.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or did they bring their head coach back? Let us know, 877-881-1053.
Philadelphia.
We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. There are rumors circulating over in the UK via the Sun and I believe the Daily Mail that AT&T Stadium will host the 2026 World Cup final. We're
in your face
trying to corroborate that.
You said it would never happen.
That is not
said
true.
Nobody wants to watch a soccer match.
I am not one who said that. I said I think it will happen. At the very least, you'll get a semifinal.
It's a soccer game.
We're trying to confirm that. It's the biggest sporting event in the world. We're trying to confirm that from
Wimbledon.
somebody on this side of the pond. So as soon as we get that information, which would be huge.
Why do they say pond? It's a lake. It's not even a lake. It's an ocean.
They used to not know what things were.
They're like, bodies of water.
Yeah, they called it the Atlantic Pond. I don't know about any of that.
And those buddies were idiots.
877-881-1053. It's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your buddy have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Let us know, and we will fire it up right now. Now, obviously, I'm assuming people are going to text in, maybe pro, maybe against. Are the Cowboys idiots for bringing back Mike McCarthy?
No, they're just consistent.
Fair.
Like I
hate it, but
if you just look at Jerry Jones's history, stop listening to his words. His words contradict his actions. If you just look at his actions, especially after Jimmy, like the thing is there was a lot of aggressiveness in this organization from 1989 to 1993 with trading for players, draft pick craziness, cutting players.
Yeah.
And then it stopped in 1994. Now, let's just look at the actions. The actions suggest Jerry will tell you how aggressive he is and all the different crazy things that he does. But a lot of those actions stopped when Jimmy left. So who was making those things happen? If those actions stop in kind of 1994 and they never happen again, Jerry changed or the person that was making the transactions changed? So if you just look at, I know I'm going back in history and I don't want to discuss that too much, but I'm just like, if you look at how Jerry treats coaches and players and everything, well, there was a difference in 1989 to 1993. It was different. Now, if Jerry was doing all those things, then he completely and totally made a 180.
Yeah.
Or there was somebody else running the football program, and then Jerry took over running the football program. My theory is the action suggests Jerry took over in 1994, and the actions have stayed the same with the organization ever since. The trading for players, the draft pick stuff. Like, it's pretty easy if you just stop listening to words and look at actions.
I do think it's difficult to look at your team and ask the guys on, like, the coaches, hey, what happened in this game, and to get a real answer. I really do. I think that they're given the best answers to save their jobs, and Jerry has to kind of cipher. I think that Steven and Jerry and that group, they all have to kind of look at it and go, is that right? Can I replace the whole team, or can I replace the coaching staff? Which one is the one that's most at fault in this, and which one is going to make the difference? And that they decided to continue with that. I don't think they're idiots for sticking around with it. Did they? Yeah, I think they're idiots. They didn't make any phone calls and ask around.
Yeah.
I think they're idiots. They didn't say, hey, Bill, is there a chance that you would like to be here? And I don't know. It seems like businesses can do that, even though you're not supposed to be allowed to do that whenever you're under contract, right? Like, they can go find a replacement for you, but you can't find a replacement job for yourself. So would that be the situation? If they can go call Bill Belichick,
That's why people have agents.
They can talk to
I don't
everybody.
know who Mike McCarthy's agent is, but Mike McCarthy's agent, if he thinks he's going to get fired and he's not fired, he can start talking to the Atlanta Falcons and say, hey, my client McCarthy might be available here. Is there, so to your point, yes, Mike McCarthy can't go talk to the Falcons.
But I would say that they were idiots if they didn't check around and say there's a better option out there.
Is C.J. Gardner-Johnson an idiot? He was trying to trash talk Baker Mayfield, and it didn't go super great because he said that group, he's talking about the wide receivers in Tampa, is one of the better groups we've faced all year besides that Tampa group, talking about the Rams. If you give that Tampa group a good quarterback, that's a great group. Evans, Godwin, Gage, that's a great group. I played against them for real. Baker Mayfield calmly responded, I don't think he's really watched the film because he mentioned Russell Gage. We love Russell. He hasn't played a snap for us all year.
So that's why they lost. It's because he didn't know who he was playing against. He was thinking it was a team from years ago.
Well, or maybe why he's going to lose this weekend. That could be the case. I'm not sure, but I think you have to chalk him up for an idiot. If you're trying to trash talk and you mention somebody who hasn't actually played on the team, it's like this one time. This is one of my favorite stories from the station. Is we replaced Rage for a while, and we had been on air for 3 weeks, and somebody texted in, who the F are you guys? I'm the biggest listener to this station in the world. I don't know what's happening. F you guys. And I just calmly responded, well, if you're the biggest listener in the world, you probably should have known that we moved on from Rage like 3 weeks ago. So you might need to pick it up.
That didn't happen. I was on a 3-week vacation.
He got so mad. He's like, F you, I'm gonna blah, 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 blah. And he made threats about hurting me and stuff like that. And of course he did
It
nothing.
happened.
Yeah, he did nothing.
Kevin's calling you out right now to come do something about it.
I'm not, but I thought that was hilarious. He was like, I'm the biggest listener in the world. What happened the last 3 weeks? I wasn't listening. And that's kind of what C.J. Gardner-Johnson did.
Everybody has a 3-week vacation, Kevin, in March.
Yeah.
Everybody does that.
I mean, If you run the Mavericks, it was when free agency was. If you run the Cowboys, same deal. Like if you run a lot of the teams around here, you can have plenty of vacation. It's fine. I don't, right?
Yes.
It's not vacation when you're working on Shark Tank.
Okay, well, what's going to be the excuse now that he's quitting Shark Tank?
He's not the owner anymore.
Yeah, but he's still in charge of basketball operations,
It's
right?
amazing. Well, yeah, sure.
2 more years. 2 more years.
For Mark, and then you think he's gone?
Yes, that is exactly what I think is going to happen. And then,
what am I going to do with my Donald Hodge NFT?
Somebody just said, how is that trash talk against Baker Mayfield? Well, he literally said, if you give Tampa
a good quarterback.
a good quarterback. So that's the
So
trash talk
he was
part.
saying that Baker's a great quarterback. Is that what they're taking from that?
I don't know. This might be mean. Does the TCU women's basketball team fall into this category because they had to cancel 2 games and now have open tryouts because they didn't have enough players to field a team?
TCU?
TCU.
What happened?
Big 12 basketball. With all the girls who play basketball around here?
Yes.
They don't have kids that can play?
They said the cancellations were a result of injuries within the program and to ensure the health and safety of the program's student athletes. Always got to put student athletes in there.
So somebody failed, and then they had to
They
be
said it was safety.
safety for the educational.
Wait a second.
Yeah, I'm kinda
Aren't there
confused
15 girls on college scholarship for each program?
How many of them were? You're saying sick?
They were 14-4 too.
They had the flu.
I can understand
I don't
that
know.
if you have that situation. Like we had something break out, virus wise, and we don't have enough healthy players. But that seems weird that you have 15 girls on scholarship on a basketball program and you do need 7, I would guess. You need probably 2 players just in case of foul outs or injury or something to have. But that's amazing that they're saying out of the 15 girls under scholarship, we don't have 7 of them available to play.
I believe the open tryouts are tonight and Friday night.
But you obviously have to be at TCU?
Yes, and you have to sign up before 4 p.m.
Us?
on
Can
the
we do
tryout
it?
date. No.
I never used any college eligibility in basketball.
You have to be a full-time TCU student. Sorry, Mike. That's why you can't do it.
I don't know. Wasn't there a school right down the road that had some guy who was 26 years old playing high school basketball for a while?
Yeah, it is
You're
injuries.
not supposed to do that, though.
It's injury related. Wow. Yeah. So not the
What are they running? Pat Riley practices there or something?
I don't know.
They had their point guard had a season-ending injury.
I'll tell you what.
Their
she
center
should
suffered
enter
a
the
broken
draft.
finger.
The Cowboys will draft her in the first round.
And on Wednesday, one of their forwards announced her decision to undergo left ankle surgery, ending her season. So there's
So they have 3 season-ending
3.
injuries?
Yeah. Well, I think the center position, the broken finger, that might be a comeback at some point this year. But yeah, they're like, hey, we need some more. Let's go. Let's go.
How many girls are at TCU that played like competitive high school basketball?
You want to know what's crazy about that? They started the season 14-0.
Look at that. And then all the injuries mounted up, and they lost 4.
Take that, Tennessee and UConn. I don't know if they're the best girls basketball. I guess it's LSU and Iowa.
Yeah, and the Cowboys have lost 1 in a row.
Oh my God!
Rangers are still in.
They got the Steph Curry of girls basketball in Iowa, I think.
Caitlin Clark. Is TCU had to forfeit these 2 games. It'll count against their conference record. And then Kansas State and Iowa State, it counted towards their conference record, but it would not impact TCU's overall record.
It doesn't matter. There's no way if you're the selection committee, you're putting a team in the tournament you're not sure if they will have a team to play in the tournament. Like if we were running the tournament,
That's a tough one.
Wouldn't you go, hey, TCU's a bubble team, or like I don't know, you take 64 in the girls thing too, right? So you take 64 girls teams and
It's
you're
not
at
64 for the men's anyway.
It's 68 or whatever. Who
Right.
cares? Those are the fart knocker games. But you just look at it and you're just like, all right, we're at team 48 through 64. We're trying to make a decision here. TCU's on this list. We have, 40 teams here and we need to eliminate these or pick 12 left, you can't pick TCU, right?
I mean, probably not.
I'm like, I don't even know if who's gonna play for them.
I don't know.
Nolan Ryan's son?
Yeah.
He went to TCU.
Yeah.
I couldn't think of any other. Kurt Thomas.
He went to TCU also?
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
That was good for him.
LaDainian Tomlinson.
You know what? What was that quarterback that lost 70-0 in the championship game?
Max Duggan.
Maxaw
Jim Duggan.
How's he doing?
All right. Let's.
I think he's going to
I
finish
was gonna say
second or
quickly
third in
moved
rookie
on,
of the
but
year.
We waited too long. He's not. Are people who believe in Pro Football Focus idiots because they put out their highest graded quarterbacks for this weekend?
Dak.
No.
He threw for 400 yards and 3 touchdowns. You can't do any better than that.
NFL.com had him as one of the best going into this week.
Oh, okay. Jordan Love had the highest grade, followed by Matthew Stafford.
Outthrew him by 130 yards.
Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes had an 88. He was 4th. They gave C.J. Stroud, who had one of the most unbelievable games in the playoffs by a rookie quarterback ever, a 77.8.
Yeah, but he didn't play a good defense.
It was the number 1 defense in football, Mike.
His rating was a 157.2.
Yes.
Near perfect.
Almost as good as Dak's.
274 yards and 3 TDs.
J.J. Watt tweeted out, "This is what happens when you try to grade football players with an algorithm. C.J. Stroud's performance was quote-unquote graded a 77.8, and people treat this S like gospel." And then the face palm.
Let me tell you this. With as bad as Pro Football Focus grades players, shouldn't they stop putting that on? Is it Sunday Night Football when they have?
They do. When everybody introduces themselves?
They're ranking all the players on Sunday night. The game of the week is Sunday Night Football, and they give so much credit to Pro Football Focus's numbers. They're actually using that on the broadcast, putting it up as this is it. He is the 4th best tackle in the NFL. He is the 8th best quarterback in the NFL. Like, Sunday Night Football needs to look at this and go, guys, until this gets better, we can't put you guys on the board here as you are grading the players correctly.
Well, I mean, I do wonder that because Chris Collinsworth is like a majority owner in that. So I do wonder if that's part of like why NBC does that with the Sunday Night Football thing, because
tell Chris his algorithm is not good.
Hey, listen, man, there are a lot of things about Chris Collinsworth that I would like to say, but yeah, he bought a majority stake for $6 million and 14. He's had a portion of it since then. So that's probably why they use it.
But that was a good investment.
But yeah, I Kevin, I think my biggest concern with them and their grades is like, there's sometimes I'm like, the dude, my eyeball test said he was really good. I have no clue what y'all are grading today.
And then, by the way, does the weather deserve forgiveness for keeping DeAndre Ayton from making it to the game? Remember when he was in Phoenix, there probably wasn't a whole bunch of snow that was holding him back, but he was a scratch from their game on Wednesday due to the weather.
What's the worst weather situation you've ever had that you were like, can't do it?
It was that day
that we thought we were going to die
all on top of the building, and I thought we're going to die driving home, but we lived.
Why does DeAndre Ayton stink so bad? How did he get worse going to a situation he thought he would be better in?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Could Mahomes versus Allen go down as an all-time great QB rivalry? Plus, maybe I did get feedback in a World Cup update. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Here's Mahomes. Look at underhanded. He throws it for the touchdown. How about that throw? Always a little something different. And Travis Kelce has the touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Evan Carter coming up at noon, but right now it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Yeah, here we go.
And let's start talking about Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. Do you think...
No, they will not get paid more than Dak Prescott.
That is unfortunate. Do you think this could be an all-time great QB rivalry? And so they're playing again.
Not necessarily this game this week, this
Sure,
game, but the
just
rivalry.
The rivalry in general. There's
so many great quarterbacks.
No, that's true. One of the things I just thought
in the
was
AFC
really interesting about this is they're tied for the most quarterback matchups in the playoffs. This will be the third before turning 30. Troy Aikman against Brett Favre, and then John Elway against Bernie Kosar were the other ones. I feel like Aikman and Favre is probably more well-regarded than
or Bernie
Elway.
Kosar versus Steve Young. That was a huge matchup.
Than Elway versus Kosar. But they're playing again in, by the way, Patrick Mahomes' first ever road playoff game, which is amazing. Do you think this could reach that level, or I don't know?
I hope so. But will both teams be
good for
Indianapolis Colts, New England Patriots good for a decade together? That's the thing, is we thought, hey, Buffalo seemed to be cracking in the offseason, and then the first 12 games, they were in trouble. They were 6-6, and then they won out. So I don't know. Buffalo, in a weird way, needs to win this game more to stay relevant longer, because if they lose this game at home, I think that they're going to have a lot of questions around their organization and what they do. Not getting rid of Josh Allen, but just will they stay great, and will the players want to be there like Stephon Diggs? I hope so. My answer is I hope so, but it seems really tough to have that rivalry where, let's say, every other year those guys get playoff matched up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of looking at the greatest. mensjournal.com has the greatest Super Bowl rivalries, and that's tough to replicate too, because, like Mike said, because teams aren't making it back the same way.
The Vikings versus winning.
Number one was Staubach and Bradshaw.
Sure.
Number
well, at least
two,
we got ours against them in that matchup.
Number two was Montana Elway.
Jackie Smith.
Number three was Aikman Kelly. Four.
Well, at least they didn't get us.
Elway and Favre. And then number five is Manning and Brady. Do you think it can top Manning Brady? That's my question. If it can get
that
there.
feels like the all-time gold standard.
I don't, because I think most.
And I was saying Eli Manning and Brady, because that's the Super Bowl.
Then yes.
Because the Manning Brady, Peyton Manning, Brady's mostly considered the best quarterback of all time. Montana second, and a lot of people have Peyton Manning third. So if you have two of the top three quarterbacks in the history of football, it's going to be really tough for Mahomes, who I do think can break into that top three category. I don't know if Josh Allen can break into like the top five quarterbacks of all time category.
I will say, if you are a football fan, it's one that you need to watch for the history of it, because it will be something that you look back on and go, man, that was a blast. Every time they matched up, it was exciting.
I could see that. Now, whoever does make it to the Super Bowl, they get to enjoy Reba McEntire singing the national anthem. Remember, at one point, Jerry thought Reba was singing the halftime show here at Thanksgiving.
She did a great job.
But it was Dolly Parton. But yes, Reba McEntire is going to sing the national anthem. Post Malone will perform America the Beautiful.
Oh, so he'll perform post Reba.
Is that the order they do that in?
I don't know. How is it done?
I understand your clever turn of the phrase.
I think I got it
just
wrong.
don't know.
Post Malone was in this studio.
I know. That's
Chris
crazy.
Arnold brought him up here before he was starting to get noticed nationally. And then Justin Bieber, I remember being in here, he was right where you were at, Corey. You and Post Malone are like the same guy today.
Wow.
And he was like, I'm really pumped up because Justin Bieber just signed me to open up for his concerts.
And Pops Mike,
mark that. I
Pops
just
Mike
want
was
that.
neighbors with him. Remember that?
Yes.
Or the Pops that was his neighbor.
Post Malone?
Yeah, his son and Posty were best friends back in the day.
How were they best friends? It felt like Post Malone also let us know he barely wakes up for a day. At that point, it felt like he slept till noon. He woke up, ate something, and went back to bed.
That is cool, man. That all those artists are going to be performing before the game, and that one artist will perform at halftime.
We'll see. Now,
is Post Malone going to be part of the halftime show with Usher?
Not that we know as of yet. We'll see about that. The Ravens went ahead and got rid of Melvin Gordon and picked up Dalvin Cook in his stead for the divisional playoff round.
All right. Hey, two Cooks could be facing off against each other in the championship, right? James and Dalvin.
Yeah. Would you be super pumped about that?
I want to see. I think you have 4 great quarterbacks left in the AFC. So I think that's really cool. And you can't really look at a bad matchup. If somehow CJ Stroud upsets Baltimore,
moly.
that will still be a big story that, oh my God, CJ Stroud just went through Lamar Jackson, the MVP this year, and Lamar Jackson would just die off.
Yeah.
Like he would die as
so
much as
bad.
Dak is dying right now. And then you'd have whoever wins, Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes. Obviously, Patrick Mahomes is the bigger name because he has the 2 championships, 2 MVPs, but you can't really lose. But if you get Lamar Jackson versus one or the other, that'll be pretty special.
It probably won't surprise you to know that, I know they hang their hat on this, the Dallas Cowboys Green Bay Packers game was the highest rated of the wild card weekend.
It's because McCarthy was coaching.
And what? It had 40 million viewers.
He's the connection for both teams.
Which was more than 4 million higher than the next rated one, which was Sunday night Rams and Lions. Think about that. A Sunday night 1-point game was the next highest one, and it was more than 4 million viewers less than a straight-up destruction.
Because those Cowboys fans,
I don't know. I thought I saw where it peaked when we started making the comeback, and we just ran out of time.
How did they get to 40 million when all those Cowboys fans were in the stadium? That's what's wild to me. Is just how that would have been what 40 million and 100,000
watching it in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, but as we've talked about, just as many people, or a lot of people, seem to love to watch this team fail. So I bet those people stuck around. They're
It's
like,
half and half, right? Yeah,
I
half and
can't
half.
believe anybody root against the Cowboys.
Yes, you actively root against the Cowboys.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, what am I talking
They're
about?
my favorite.
All right, let's go from that to, you were mentioning CJ Stroud. This doesn't happen very often, but I still thought it was really cool. The Texans CJ Stroud, or excuse me, the Texans and CJ Stroud, first team to ever start a rookie quarterback against the #1 defense in the playoffs and win. But that's only the 5th time it's ever happened. Previous 4, they all lost. Not CJ Stroud. He gets the job done.
Does he win the Super Bowl as a rookie?
No.
Well, you know what? We have a rookie coming up who won the World Series, and he's still a rookie.
That is a weird thing. Like if next year, I know CJ Stroud's played the whole year, but if next year they were like, hey, now CJ Stroud.
He missed that. He missed that couple games concussion.
I guess we are doing that with Chet Holmgren.
They don't do that in football because shouldn't Jordan Love be considered a rookie this year?
He played a little bit here and there,
Chet
but so
Holmgren's
did
a
Evan
rookie.
Carter.
Chet Holmgren's a rookie.
That is a good
Didn't Donovan Mitchell gripe about?
Well, yeah, he probably did because like Ben Simmons, he won Rookie of the Year his second year.
And Donovan Mitchell was ticked off about it. He was wearing shirts like, "What does rookie mean?"
That's
or
probably
something.
why he was going to be Rookie of the Year. But
yeah,
Ben Simmons, who I mean, obviously proved he's a great basketball player.
future Hall of Famer.
What do you know? What do you think about Darius Slay's analogy about switching defensive coordinators for the Eagles? You're trying to find 2 identities. It's tough. It's like having 2 marriages. You know how hard having 2 marriages would be? One might want her feet rubbed. The other one might want her shoulders rubbed. That's crazy. That is a
You got to figure that out.
tremendous quote.
You got to go
right
through
there.
the learning curve with them.
Isn't that okay with Mormons?
Would you rather rub shoulders or feet for your wife
I mean,
or
I already-
significant other?
My wife
both.
would me rather her rub her feet.
What was
Adrian
that?
would rather me rub her back, so I guess shoulders.
Okay, and you say feet?
Yeah, that's like she likes that.
Okay. There you go. Now, hopefully.
What about Jess?
Yeah, what
We've
is-
all opened up about our significant others. What about your lover?
Her knees.
Not that shoulder, I guess.
Her knees because going into the couch.
I'll tell you what. Let's go to break. We're going to get Evan Carter here, and I'm going to rub your shoulders. So
You know what?
get
I'm going to try to sabotage this interview now just because of you.
Thought he said he was going to stab me.
Coming up next.
I think that's what he wanted to say.
Texas Rangers left fielder, burgeoning superstar, and World Series champion Evan Carter. We'll talk with him live next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, your official home of the Dallas Cowboys and Texas Rangers. With that in mind, right now we bring to you Texas Rangers left fielder, burgeoning superstar, and World Series champion Evan Carter. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, how's it going?
Well, we're doing great, and I know you've been rocking with this for a couple of months now, but how awesome is it to always know that you can be introduced as a World Series champion until the end of time?
Yeah, I don't think it's ever going to get old.
Well, how has the offseason gone? Obviously, I'm sure there's a lot of people that want your time. I know this Saturday you're signing autographs at the Dallas Card Show. How has this offseason been different than your other off seasons?
Yeah, I think that aside from being, for good reason, a lot shorter, this is just kind of the first one that I've had to kind of condense everything down, but, it's been a ton of fun. Got to meet a bunch of new people and have a whole lot of new experiences that I wouldn't trade for anything. So it's been a ton of fun.
Have you been given like any responsibilities to work on some things in this off season? Is that something that Boach talked about as y'all were leaving? Hey, this is what we need from you now.
I think it's definitely just something that you kind of take what you've already got and just try and improve on it. You don't want to change as a player. You just want to kind of master what you've already got going for you,
So, Evan, I know if you go to your baseball reference page, you have the nickname Full Count Carter. But during the playoffs, they called you 3-2.
Uh-huh.
Also, when you got to second base, a lot of times you'd put the prayer hands up for the little savior. What nickname do you like, or what nickname do you think is going to stick?
I think that the whole little savior thing was kind of probably a one and done for the playoffs.
Okay.
Or for just kind of getting called up right there. The Full Count Carter thing is pretty cool. I like that a lot. Everybody had said I've been called that since the minor leagues for forever, and I'm like, I don't remember that, but it's a cool one. Like, I like it. So whoever came up with that one did a good job.
Are you going to stick with number 32? I know on some of your minor league cards, you're not 32. So I was wondering if that number was just given to you, or you picked that number, or sticking with that number.
Yeah, so I was always number 11 coming up. That's what I've, in high school, everything else, that's just what I've always been. That's what I've liked. They just gave me 32. Obviously, Austin Hedges was number 11, so I couldn't take that from him coming up. So I got 32. I didn't get to choose that, but, things went really, really good with 32. So I think I'm going to stick with it. I don't want to stray off course from there.
I like it.
Well, plus if he switched jersey numbers, they might start asking what the number is on your ass. So you don't want that either, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
The 3-2, as we were talking about with the full count and everything, you see a lot of players that have been in the league for a long time that don't have as much patience as you do at the plate. And I'm just kind of curious where that comes from. Was that something you learned at a young age? Is there a certain set of rules where you were like, this is how I get the count to be in my favor all the time?
Yeah, I've just kind of, I guess ever since I've really in high school and, travel ball, whatever, coming up through the minors, it's just been one of those things that's like, hey, if I don't feel like I can really do damage to this pitch, I'm not going to swing at it. And, a lot of times if they nibble at the edge is good for them, but, pitching's hard too. So, if somebody makes 3 really good pitches in a row, you tip your cap, but, the chances that they do that, it's not always going to happen. So I just, wait for something that I feel like I can do damage to and, just kind of be strategically picky, I guess, with what I'm looking for.
I like it.
In addition to tipping your cap for a good pitch, if it's a pitch that's a strike that maybe was not as good of a pitch, I think we all noticed occasionally you will turn back at the ump. Do you say anything, or is just the turn good enough to voice your displeasure?
I think that in the minor leagues, I was around a lot of those umpires a lot because we always had the same, couple crews coming through. And so you build a relationship with them. And, if I didn't agree with them, I'd tell them. I'd be like, hey, man, I've got that a little bit outside right there or something. And, it's a respectful conversation that you want to have with somebody, but I'm not going to tell them they're wrong. I'm just going to tell them that I disagree with them, and there's nothing wrong with that.
I know as you go along further with the Texas Rangers, you'll develop more and more relationships. But Corey Seager, best hitter in baseball last year, arguably, he has a very different approach. Do you ever talk about his approach and ask him questions about his approach at the plate?
I definitely do try and pick his brain as far as kind of, especially against lefties. I try and talk to him a lot about that. Somebody that I really like to talk to as far as approach and game planning and stuff was Nate Lowe, because I feel like, I really jived with him as far as like our mindsets hitting. Corey's kind of a one-of-one type of hitter. I don't want to necessarily say that what he does wouldn't work for other people, but it wouldn't for me. And obviously, he's one of the best, if not the best hitters in baseball. So I'm not sitting here telling him what to do, but I definitely, I like talking shop with Nate Lowe a lot.
You were talking about especially going up against left-handed pitching. I'm curious if you can walk us through any of your thought process or anything like that you will adjust with left-handed pitching going forward.
I don't think there's really going to be any adjustments going forward. I had like 10 at-bats against lefties in the big leagues last year. So there's not really a sample size for me to say, hey, I need to change something, because I didn't get a chance to really do anything against them. And in the minor leagues and stuff, I didn't change anything really against them in the minor leagues. Just maybe might be a little bit more aggressive than I would be against righties, not be as picky. But other than that, there's nothing really to change. Like, I feel comfortable against them, feel ready to go. Just going to be one of those things that the more I see him, the better it'll be.
Evan Carter joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. I think there've probably been a lot of rookies that have come into the league and veterans probably just ignored them or kind of left them out on their own. But the story about you guys walking out there at Houston's outfield and kind of walking the wall and the veterans going over some things with you, how cool is that a team, the veterans on that team aren't looking at you going, man, he just took my spot. They're going, hey, how do we help you win?
Yeah, I definitely think that that's what kind of makes us stand apart from, other teams in that moment was, hey, you didn't have any bitterness on the team. Everybody wanted to win, and whatever it took in that moment, I'm super thankful for that, to have those type of people around me, because that only is going to help me in my young career. I'm very blessed to, like I said, have people like, Robbie and Travis around me that were doing stuff like that for me.
I think we all realize how important winning that World Series was for you, the guys, Boch, and everything. But over the last couple of months, when you see people, when you talk to people, or when you see them at the Dallas Card Show this weekend, have you gotten a sense for how important that championship was for this Metroplex?
Yeah, gosh, it's just one of those things that people, however many, back in 10, 12 years ago, it's like you get right there that close, you get a taste of it, and you can't, you just kind of leave with a bitter taste in your mouth. And to be able to, pull through, and, we got a young group of guys coming up right now that's, hopefully, going to be a really good young core of guys for the years to come. So it's kind of exciting to, set the standard here, and then hopefully, it's going to be like one of those things, hey, we're here to stay, for the foreseeable future. And that's the way I want to think about it.
Was it weird after the World Series was over and the parade that you got to sleep in a bed that you had slept in before?
Yeah, it was. Gosh, I hadn't been home since February in spring training. So it was definitely was nice to get home and see everybody and see some familiar faces for sure.
How many days do you remember that in AAA, were you in a hotel the whole time that you were in AAA once you got called up from Frisco? And then we assume you were in a hotel every day here in Arlington / on the road.
Yeah. So whatever day I got moved from, I was in a hotel the week of AA that I got moved up to. So a week before I got called up to AAA and till the end of the season in November, I was in a hotel.
So that was August something, right?
Yeah.
Gosh, yeah, probably a week before, a week before my birthday, which is August 29th. So, yeah, August 20-something till November 1st, I guess.
When you turned all of 21 in the season in which you won the World Series.
Yeah.
Hey, when it comes to, I think as Kevin was expressing there, he, myself, Mike, we are all lifelong Rangers fans since we were kids, and this is our first opportunity to see that. And a big factor for us, obviously, too, was Bruce Bochy's leadership throughout this. And I keep trying. I really do like hearing the different answers from the players because they all have kind of a different, unique way of their relationship with him. What is your perspective on Bochy and his leadership style?
Yeah, I didn't necessarily get to see, I wasn't there the whole season, so I didn't get to experience a full season of him. But whenever I got there, as far as his style towards me, it was just, hey, man, listen, like, there's no pressure. You just go out there, you do you. And just the confidence that he instilled in me, I guess. Hey, like, we're going to put you in the 5-hole. We're going to put you in the 4-hole. We're going to put you in the 3-hole. Like, holy smokes, like, this is the World Series. And my manager has that much confidence in me, and that just makes me have confidence in me. So that was kind of all him, I guess, just that finding a way for him to put confidence in all of his players, I feel like.
I love the phrase "holy smokes" because you made several "holy smokes" catches throughout the playoffs, and I was just curious because I had joked on air about it, and I got a lot of negative feedback for making this joke. Did you ever go back and look at any of those catches and say the wall was still a few feet back? I might not have had to jump for that.
I definitely think so, but it's just one of those things that it's like, I would rather jump and get it and then not jump and not be able to get it.
Sure.
That was my first time in literally every single park that I was playing in, so you definitely don't have a feel for anything yet.
Can you walk us through the logistics and the mechanics and differences of being in left field as opposed to center field? And then also you just touched on, this is my first time in these parks. Yeah. Like, how different do things play park to park?
Yeah, so I in AA this year, I probably played 3 games in left field maybe. I played 98% of my games in the minor leagues in center field. So obviously left field was, it's still the outfield, but it definitely was not somewhere that I'm like, oh yeah, this is, where I play. Like, and it's fine, wherever gets me on the field is where I'm going to go, and I'm not going to complain about that a bit. But it's definitely, took some getting used to, just like while I was picking the brains of a lot of the other players. And then on top of that, you're going to parks that you've never played at before. They've got weird dimensions. Like in Houston, you're like, okay, like there's this huge concrete and metal wall that if I get too close to running into, I'm going to break a shoulder, knock it out of place, or do something stupid. So I just need to make sure that, or if it bounces off the wall and I can't get to it, it's a triple. Like, it's just, there's a lot of stuff going on in your head that it's like, all right, on top of playing a position that I'm not necessarily used to, I'm also in some really weird parks. So you just try and play it a little bit more safe, I guess.
So, Evan, you'll be Saturday in Allen at the Dallas Card Show with Marcus Semien, Josh Young, and Cody Bradford, so cool. 4 world champions signing autographs. I know Josh Young is a card collector and has had fun with one of his cards, putting like fake glasses on him and stuff. Are you into baseball cards, and have you ever done something fun when signing one of your Topps cards?
Yeah, so I've never done the little doodling like he did. I thought that was hilarious, though. But yeah, I really enjoy collecting cards. I got into it. A bunch of my buddies in the minor leagues were really into it, and I'd never kind of experienced that before. So I'm like, oh shoot, like this is fun. I'm going to start doing it. And then turned out my dad had a ton of cards from back in the 80s and 90s. I'm like, well, crap, Dad, like we can start doing this together too. So now it's just kind of I've really gotten into it, and it's a ton of fun.
Did you get one of the Topps Now World Series champion sets? And if not, do you need us to help you out with that set?
My mom bought like 3 sets. Yeah, we've got them.
Excellent.
That's really nice.
We've had, I know we've talked mostly baseball and cards here, but there's been a whole bunch of people who are curious about this. And like, I love the shirt. I know a lot of people did. I was kind of curious about your Jesus One shirt and how that's kind of played a factor in your life and your athletic career.
Yeah, so they gave us those in spring training this year. So they were just, gosh, they were. A ton of people in the minor leagues had them, and in the big leagues too. And I just thought it was the coolest thing that whenever, and it was a shirt that I wore most days, just like normal. So it was no other thought to me of just like, hey, this is the shirt that I wear every day. And then it turned out, kind of went viral on social media, I guess, a little bit. And everybody started, hey, where can I get the shirt? Like, that's super cool. And being able to kind of use the playoff platform, getting called up, that platform, it was great timing to be able to kind of promote that message. And I, you know, that's what it's all about, man. I mean, life's bigger than baseball, you know, just being able to do something like that. It was really cool and the timing was perfect. So yeah, I mean, that was definitely something that meant a lot to my wife and I, for sure.
Evan, there's a lot of people that are excited about Wyatt Langford right now as well. And I don't know if your paths have crossed at all yet. I don't know exactly what your relationship there would be, but can you kind of give us some people that you spent some time with in the minors that you're like, that dude's going to be a stud. Y'all keep an eye on that guy.
Yeah. So I've never met him before. Never talked to him or met him before. I mean, obviously we will in spring training this year. Gosh, man, I tell you what, my two best friends, Tom Sajaci and Takoa Roby, I thought were absolute studs. Obviously they're not with us anymore. But you know, it worked out really well getting Monty and Strat. So, but yeah, those are probably two players that I'm like, those guys are going to be really, really, really good.
And if you had your say, you would really like Jordan Montgomery to come back to this team, right?
Yeah, who wouldn't? Crap. He was a huge role in us being able to win, not just in the World Series, but all throughout the playoffs.
Agreed. We've tried to get Chris Young on the phone like every day just to give him a heads up about that. Man, thank you so much. Mike and I will both be out at the Dallas Card Show in Allen this weekend. I know tons of folks are looking forward to seeing you. And congratulations once again on, I guess, just being awesome.
Yeah, man.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Bye, Evan Carter right here on 105.3 The Fan. And I know people are asking.
Have you ever seen Mike so giddy? Like, look at him right now.
Okay. So, and I know we're going to have to go to break, but I told Alec this in the break. This is the most nervous I'd ever seen Mike.
Come on now.
Like, we talk with Jerry Jones, whoever, and he's like, I'll be fine. But Evan Carter, he's like, hey, did you get his number? Is he on the phone? Hey, when do the ads end?
The
like, these
smile
are
has not
never
left his
things that
face.
he asked.
For Christmas, my son got me Evan Carter Full Count Carter shirt, which is really cool. And then I was wearing it the other day. Obviously, I had on a hoodie, but then when I got home and I had it on, it's like, it does feel a little bit weird. I'm a 46-year-old man wearing a 21-year-old, guy's T-shirt and being like, I love this guy. And I'm like, he's 21 years old.
And he's gonna be exceptional, man.
And he's gonna be here for the next 20 years.
He's a good dude.
God, that's so long.
He's a good dude.
Is Marcus Simeon, Josh Young, Cody Bradford also out at the Marriott in Allen this weekend signing if you want to check that out. And you brought up Wyatt Langford.
What?
I don't know if they've made that official announcement yet.
Okay, all right.
In a couple weeks, he is going to be doing an autograph signing here in the Metroplex.
My house?
Not at your house. We're the KNC
awesome.
Masterpiece.
That'd be called a private signing.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. No follow-ups. Coming up next, could the Cowboys, should the Cowboys possibly trade Micah Parsons? 877-881-1053. We'll talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial?
or just want up-to-date information on the market on the Texas Lending Mortgage Show, Saturdays 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. The Texas Lending Mortgage Show is paid for by Aspire Financial Inc.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Parsons is lined up at left tackle. And Jones back to throw. Parsons coming. Parsons got him. Slung him all the way back at the 12. There's number 1 for the Lions.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan in the most dramatic way possible.
Home of the Rangers.
With the Cowboys.
Into. Yeah.
Could the Cowboys, should the Cowboys trade Micah Parsons?
Have you looked at the fan text yet to see if there's a response here?
They won the division.
Shocked.
They're division champs. I was at Dick's Sporting Goods the other day. They have them
Getting
for
that
only
discount T-shirt.
They're actually right now 33% off. If you wait 3 more weeks, they will be 99% off.
I don't know if they'll ever get that cheap, but maybe.
I think it'll be 75% off soon.
That I could definitely believe. All right. So the first few texts I saw, and hit us up, truckwreck.com, text line 877-881-1053. Also, hit us up on YouTube and Twitch are in support of it. I have a feeling that will change.
I feel like it's overreaction.
Okay.
But and I guess this question yesterday, my answer was, yeah, man, because I said blow the whole thing up. Just change a lot of the pieces out. But now that you're bringing back McCarthy, Dak's not going anywhere. You're going to give this one more shot. I say keep him around, because what Jerry has said is, I'm not trying to build a future team.
Yeah.
I'm trying to win right now. And he believes that Mike McCarthy gives him the best chance to win in this moment. And so if I am looking at my team and saying, I'm about to shred it and I'm about to redo everything, then yes, I'm about getting picks, man. And I also understand the idea that you're going to take your best player off the team and think that that's going to make you better, whereas most people are trying to add
Yes.
other players around your best player. So this is 2 different instances for me. Currently in this place where you are trying to run it back with the team you have, I don't think so, because now what you need to do is add to it. But if I'm going to rebuild, then I'm saying all my players that are of value, it was good having you. I'm going to try and get valuable picks for you and build an entire new roster.
So,
because I think you could get a first and a second out of Micah.
Okay.
If not 2 firsts.
That's what I'm intrigued by, is knowing the value, the trade value as well. All right. So Micah Parsons next year his cap hit will be $5.4 million. And then after that, you still have an option for 2025 before you hit unrestricted free agency. And last year over the cap had his contract value at $26.6 million. So you're talking about a player who, at least for one more year, will be probably $20 to $22 million below market value. And then the year after that, he'll still be below market value. And that's where I wanted to start while we go into this.
I think this is a fun radio conversation. The one thing that we know is ever since Herschel Walker.
Yep.
And obviously, let's just give Jerry all the credit on that one, because he then kept doing those things later in his career after Jimmy left. So, I mean, he was consistent.
No, he didn't.
But he takes the credit for Herschel Walker, yet then he never made any bold move like that the rest of his life without Jimmy Johnson, which is always interesting that that's the path he goes down. But just look at things, don't listen. If you look at it, this is a fun conversation, but I would be shocked if Jerry signed off on trading a player in his prime, getting valuable assets.
For sure.
He just never, ever since Herschel Walker, the organization has never gone down that path. The closest they got is they traded Amari Cooper for a 17th round pick.
Okay, I agree about unlikelihood of making the trade. However, I guarantee you there are people who work for this team and are in that building that think the Cowboys should trade Micah Parsons.
You think there are?
No, I know there are.
Okay. All right.
All right. And so
is there a reason is it because of maturity? Because I do compare this a lot to Luka in that he needs to grow up and be a different type of leader than the one that he was.
Here's the thing that I thought out. And tell me if this sounds like the Dallas Cowboys at times. Micah is great.
Yes.
No doubt about that. But does he not also represent some of the issues of the Cowboys? He talks a lot, but doesn't back them up in the biggest moment and doesn't take responsibility for it and is still gonna want to get all the money and get paid. I'm not begrudging him for getting paid. I'm just saying that sounds like this team. We talk a lot of big talk. Then when nothing happens, like I posted on our Facebook page yesterday, the idea that Jerry Jones used the word accountability in his statement about McCarthy, I think is laughable because he was talking about accountability for himself. Accountability for himself is whatever he wants it to be because he's never going to get fired. So that's like if you did a terrible job, if I did a terrible job, we would get fired. But that's not the case. And so if this is a guy who, I don't necessarily need to do the things for practice, I'll show up on game day. If he's somebody who maybe doesn't want to show up for media day, if he's somebody who's going Josh Hamilton's route and going off of pure talent, is that eventually going to catch up to you? Or is that somebody you want to invest all your money in?
Oh, wow. That's interesting because that last part that you said there, the Josh Hamilton thing, makes it feel like you're insinuating there's not a lot of study in what he's doing.
Look,
I don't know that.
I didn't just randomly I did come up with this topic, but then I decided that's true. But I decided to start talking with some people. And I'm not saying the overwhelming sentiment is these things, but there are enough people who I had conversations with that I was like, okay, let's see what people think. And I'm just curious what people think about it because Mike is right. It's a fun radio conversation, but I don't think it's likely to happen. But you still have the time to consider it. And I wanted to look at this objectively. Like if you think the practice thing, if there's other things that maybe he's not given his all for, if you think there's doesn't matter, how does he show up in the games? That's all I care about. He's about to be top 3 defensive player of the year for the 3rd time in his 3 years.
And it's weird too, because in training camp, we were like, man, he needs to not practice because he's disrupting everything the offense is trying to do. And then we're like, he comes out, he's like, I'm just trying to make the offensive lineman better.
Yes.
And so there is this weird, when he wants to,
And this is where I kind of run into the disconnect because I'm going to read this quote back to you. And you might think, well, that doesn't make sense. You should want high achievements. Totally agree with that. But listen to this. This is Micah Parsons. I think we can be up there with Ray Lewis's defense. I think we can be up there with a Legion of Boom. I don't just want to be mentioned in the Hall of Fame. That's a great accolade. But I want to be one of the greatest in the Hall of Fame. All right? So let's juxtapose that with what's happened in the biggest moments. Again, I don't begrudge him for wanting that at all. It is great to have high aspirations. But he's not one of the team leaders, and your systems function so much better when your best players or some of your best players are among the team leaders. I'm not saying every team, your 1, 2, and 3 best players have to be the team leaders, but he is the best player on this team. Or if you think Zach Martin's the best player, he's the second best player on this team. He is not one of the team leaders. And maybe that's because of age. I can't rule that out. But I looked back at the playoff games. 4 playoff games for Micah Parsons. In those 4 playoff games, total 18 tackles, 1 sack, 3 tackles for loss, and 4 quarterback hits. His pressure rate against Green Bay, lowest of his career. Now, counter argument, LaFleur, he was prioritizing stopping Micah Parsons. He was sending extra help to stop Micah Parsons. I hear that. And I understand.
And then not only just took him out, but then also took out other linebackers while those other linebackers are making poor decisions along the way as well.
Exactly.
And that was, if I'm Micah, I was probably very frustrated with the way that some of my teammates played.
Sorry, Mike. No, I feel like I've cut you off a couple of times.
Keep doing it.
You're not.
This is the team would I say this correctly? And then this is the team you care about the most?
On the professional level, I could see that. Yeah. Man, I do love the Rangers. It's pretty close between them and the Rangers. Your
passion's coming out.
Exactly.
Right now.
Micah is great. great. I also think he represents some of the issues that this franchise runs into in general is, I'm great now, I'm always going to be great. Don't worry about it. Instead of, I'm great now, let me make sure I do all the work to stay great or do even more work to be greater than that.
But he did a bunch of work this offseason, right? Like that's all that we heard was he wanted to put some extra, make sure that he was in shape late in the season. And so he did some other things to make sure that he was prepared for a full season going up against the big defensive or offensive tackles.
And I appreciate that in the offseason. I do. I really do. Is it there during the season?
I don't know.
And that's one of my questions. Is he, because he's going to get huge money. Whether it's here, whether it's elsewhere, he's going to get all of the money. But sometimes we run into the problem here with the Cowboys, and a lot of other organizations do as well, that you're paying for some sort of inherent leadership that you think is going to come along with this contract.
Yeah.
I think we're going to make that mistake. I don't think he's going to be that leader.
I think it's silly to compare him to Ray Lewis in this. Ray Lewis was calling out offensive plays and disguising things to make the quarterback go insane. Peyton Manning has talked about it. Like, Ray Lewis is one of the smartest football players ever. Now, he had a little bit of a different responsibility. He was not rushing the quarterback the majority of plays, but he knew where he would know he would study so much that he would know things. And then he had another guy on the backside of him later in his career, Ed Reed, who would also know all of these things and help out. I do think Micah Parsons is I say Lawrence Taylor starter kit at this. Look, I don't think that Micah Parsons is getting coked out and doing all kinds of things.
I'm not saying that at all.
No.
Yeah.
And you're not. And I'm just saying, like, Lawrence Taylor was an individual great player, but he wasn't doing like, I'm calling just as soon as you snap the ball, I am going to go kill the quarterback, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's
relentless. Yeah.
That's who Micah Parsons needs to be. He needs to stop saying all these things. He's not studying, like, we know this from the people we talk to. He's not studying tremendously or helping out other players on the team with their responsibilities. He is a guy who is trying to get to the quarterback. And that was what Lawrence Taylor was the greatest of all players in the history of football at. He would just go get the quarterback. And you had to deal with, hey, he might be out partying till 5 a.m., if you know what I'm talking about. Like, but he's going to show up at 11 a.m. and he's going to do his job. And as long as he does his job, we're not dealing with that with Micah. But he doesn't have, from what we understand, he really doesn't have any leadership qualities that you would want from your best defensive player. But
Yeah,
it doesn't mean you can't succeed
walking away
with that.
from losing a game like that and just leaving. That's something.
Even when they win,
Yeah.
and he doesn't have the stats, he leaves.
Yeah.
It's all about him, which is fine. You can have players on your team that's all about him, but you have to understand that those guys can't be spokesmen in your locker room. It doesn't matter what he says to us. The players don't believe he's a leader. They just know he's a super great player.
I will say, for me, this would be less about attitude, less about effort, and more about what his value is in the market.
Okay.
So for me, it's about trying to acquire as much as I can to build a better team. And if I have a good individual player, that's great. Can I get multiple good individual players that can be better?
And the issue, okay, hold on to that point for just 1 second, because that's a really good point. The issue that you're going to run into, because I've seen some people, I've been trying to look, it's like there's a lot of feedback, is for the Herschel Walker trade. The issue is, like, the market for the NFL has kind of changed in general. But Herschel Walker, 1,514 yards rushing, I do believe, in his last full season before they traded him. But that team was also really bad.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what made life very much easier. Now, Corey,
It goes back to this earlier when I was like, this team is trying to do it now.
Yes. And you brought up a really good point that I honestly think is the biggest thing that is going to kill this whole deal, is they're trying to do it right now. But if they did, if you made that trade for not only draft assets, significantly cheaper players.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where
And
it
they
goes.
need that right now.
Yes. And that's where it goes into is, could you get somebody that you think could be 75% of Micah Parsons for what is going to end up costing you 20% of Micah Parsons? And I know that's probably not a fun way.
It's crude business,
to
right?
do it. Yeah, but that might be the logical way to build up this team. So going back to what Mike said at the beginning, I don't think it's going to happen. I would like discussions. If there are people in your building that think you should trade him, then I think that's a conversation worth having.
From the 4-6-9, they changed his position but did not replace it. And that's something that I will hold them accountable for. They were like, hey, we're bringing back Leighton Vander Esch. Everything's going to be fine this year. We're letting go most of our linebackers, and Mike is an end now. We have a linebacker and Clark.
Can I give them an excuse? They did have their third-round pick who they were relying on get
Overshown
hurt.
if you talked about
But
anybody,
it was before the season that they knew he wasn't going to be there. It was in training camp.
Right.
So they had plenty of time to make a move after that. And I am reacting very emotionally there. But they had plenty of time to make something happen, and then they were like, "We're going with safeties instead."
I do think, to your point, Kevin, which the Cowboys won't consider. They are not forward thinking in this at all. You're about to give him $35 to $40 million a year. You're about to give Dak Prescott $55 million a year. You're about to give CeeDee Lamb approximately $30 million a year, looking at what those positions get for the highest paid players. They're all going to be, when they sign their contracts, Micah will be the highest paid defensive player in the NFL. Dak will be the highest paid quarterback in the NFL in the next few months. And then CeeDee Lamb will probably be the highest paid wide receiver when he signs his contract. I know that, yes, Justin Jefferson will take over. It'll keep going up. But if you start doing the math, and I know you can manipulate numbers, but if the cap is at a certain number and you're paying your quarterback 55 and you're paying your top wide receiver 30 and you're paying your top defensive player, let's just say 35 a year, you start running into issues that, can we be great with those three guys? Are they that good that they can carry at times weaknesses on teams because of the salaries that they're making? And I think the answer is no. But the Cowboys won't look at it that way. They'll say, dude, do you know my kids want number 11 jerseys and my kids want number 88 jerseys? To be honest, maybe it's because they hear me talk too much. They do not want anything to do with Dak Prescott jerseys and haven't for years. But there's millions of people that do want Dak Prescott jerseys and want number 11s and want number 88s. And that's what's most important to this organization. And I don't think Jerry will look at number 11 jerseys and go, dude, they're selling out at Dick's Sporting Goods. They're at our team shops. We're not getting rid of that guy.
The other thing, Kevin, I just saw you reply back to this person, but somebody said, can we have this conversation about the QB? And I just want to add to that.
Sure.
That goes in part of me also trying to get as many picks as possible. Hey, how many first-round picks can I add to this team? Because that's where I'm getting the best quality players in the first round.
Sure.
So, yeah, I'm having that conversation about as many players as I can that have value. But this, again, that is a lot of work. And I got to be willing to do the work to go pick up the phone, call teams, not say, I'll wait till teams call me, which is a position of power. I got to go call teams and say, hey, I'm ready to make a deal. Do you want this player or not? Because I got some value for him. Now, the other part of it is somebody did say, yeah, but they'll get you, like a 7th-round pick for him instead, because that's what the Cowboys do.
Yeah, then I'm out. Just one more quick thing, because people are asking about the World Cup. Is the Sun and the Daily Mail in the UK are saying that AT&T Stadium is going to host the 2026 World Cup final. We reached out. We have some cool soccer connections with people who are responsible for helping put this bid together. They said no confirmation yet. That is just rumors. So that's all I can tell you about it.
All right, well, tell us when Tattoo confirms it.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
I think it's interesting, though, like you made it sound like just things exist. So the Sun and the Daily Mail,
Yes.
like those
are
are newspapers.
I'm sorry. Yes, the Sun and the Daily Mail are big media organizations. So
You
yes,
just made it sound like, oh yeah, the Sun and the Mail have told us
Cloud
this.
said not today. All right, it's time for Mike Likes It. Sorry, Mike.
All right, so I don't want to talk about a division champion. I want to talk about the Texas Rangers, who are a wild card team.
Well, we won the World Series.
Yeah, I know.
We just talked to Evan Carter.
But the World Series shirts are 50% off now at Dick's Sporting Goods, and the division champ shirts are only 33.
How wild would it be if Matt LaFleur came out and was like, the Rangers proved to us that wild card teams can win?
Let's talk about MLB Network's top 10 now. We're having fun with this. We've been disappointed a little bit. Adolis Garcia is the 9th rated right fielder. Jonah Heim is just considered by MLB.com an average catcher, which was crazy to me. And Corey Seager is considered the best shortstop in baseball. So now we get to second baseman, the man who finished third in MVP voting in the American League.
Am I dumb to assume he should be one because the person who won the MVP was not a second baseman?
Well, you're dumb. Number one was the number 2 right fielder last year, Mookie Betts.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I get it.
That's kind of unfair, but it is what I totally get it. Mookie Betts is one of the 5 best players in all of baseball.
I get it, yeah.
And he's now going to be an everyday second baseman. So I totally get they're taking a top 5 player right now and saying, look, if they're going to play him at second base, which they are, he's going to be the top rated second baseman. I think it's going to happen the same thing in center field. They're going to rate Aaron Judge the number 1 center fielder in baseball, even though he's never really played center field for the majority of his career. It's mostly been right field.
And I don't know if you think this is fair or not. I guess I have a little bit of an issue with the wording of their list then, because it's like the number 1 right now. And it feels like it's taking reputation and past more into account.
Are you ready?
He's not second?
No. It's Jose Altuve who's second. Now, I pulled up these stats. Jose Altuve for his career, right? If we're saying who's had a better career,
Concur.
The only thing, and literally the only thing that Marcus Semien has over Jose Altuve is career home runs. Everything else, Jose Altuve has more WAR. Everything. Like literally every stat, Jose Altuve has Marcus Semien beaten. But I went the last 2 years, okay? In the last 2 years, Marcus Semien's WAR, 13.1. Jose Altuve, 7.9.
Oh.
If I look at number of hits, Marcus Semien, 348. Jose Altuve, 270. Home runs, Marcus Semien, 45. Jose Altuve, 55 to 45. Marcus Semien. RBIs, 183 to 108. Marcus Semien. Stolen bases,
108?
39 to 32 in stolen bases. Now, all the batting averages on base percentage, slugging, OPS, and OPS plus all go to Jose Altuve because it obviously doesn't take in games played.
Yeah.
Because when you look at games played, Marcus Semien the last 2 years is playing literally almost every game. He missed one game so far, and that was he got really mad at that from what I understand because Woody gave him a day off, and he did not want that day off.
And he just had the most plate appearances in a season in the history of baseball.
So what I don't get is he also won the Gold Glove.
So did Adolis. They didn't seem to factor
Yeah,
that
well,
in.
I thought you were saying like that doesn't the
No,
Gold
no, no.
Glove
Oh,
doesn't matter.
No,
Wow,
that's a
you
big
hate
deal.
Gold Glovers, huh?
No, that's a big deal. That is a big deal.
I don't mind Marcus Semien. Look, we love him. He's great. A top 3 second baseman. What's awesome about this is this. You gave a whole bunch of money to Corey Seager, and you gave a whole bunch of money to Marcus Semien, and they're producing at their contract levels. Now, after the first year, we were disappointed because the team still lost 90-plus games, didn't look like they were going anywhere. And in their second season, it's like these contracts already paid for themselves because literally these two guys led you to the playoffs. And even though Marcus Semien did not have the best playoffs, he did help tremendously and played a great defensive second base. I struggle with this. Jose Altuve's, to me, a for sure Hall of Famer. Now, he might struggle a little bit when it comes to the reputation of all these things.
I'm very curious about that.
But he's a for sure Hall of Famer. Right now, Marcus Semien is not a Hall of Famer. He has time to create a Hall of Fame resume. In fact, there's things that say he might become a Hall of Famer. It's just going to take him more time, where Jose Altuve's done so much in his career so far, and he still has some more to go, that he will probably be a Hall of Famer. But if we're saying, this is where you go, Kevin, right now, in 2023 / going into 2024, Marcus Semien is more reliable. He plays more games.
Yep.
He's much better defensively. Like, that's not even close. And then offensively, it's tough. It's tough to say a dude who is producing 100 RBIs in the leadoff position and 100 runs scored. Jose Altuve, I'll give you this. When they're both healthy, I think Jose Altuve is a better hitter. The problem is with Jose Altuve is he's starting to miss about 40 games a year.
Yeah, I have no beef with Betts at 1, but I think 2 and 3 are absurd.
I don't know what the Rangers did to people at MLB.com or MLB Network for them to kind of get a little bit of a shaft on what they just accomplished.
One Tolo from the 903, they think Smoltz is making these lists. So maybe that's it, Mike.
I need to read more if he's part of the voting. He obviously is part of MLB Network and MLB.com, so he might get a vote in this, but it's probably more than one person making this list.
Sure.
But it feels like the people are not really respecting what the Rangers position players did. Luis Arraez, great on base guy, great batting average guy. He's fourth.
350 something.
Yeah, so he's fourth. Ketel Marte, who we played in the World Series, is fifth. And then this is where second base is not a high offensive production, big name position. So when I start going over these names, I think people are going to struggle with who these people are, to be honest. Matt McClain, Cincinnati, second baseman, was not on the list. Now, Andres Jimenez, I know him because he was part of the Francisco Lindor trade because they got their middle infield off of the Francisco Lindor trade. So he was number 3 last year. So he is a good player. Then you have Eduardo, I'm going to be honest, don't know him very well. Julian from Minnesota, not on the list. I'm sorry, I should probably know this guy better than I know if he's a top 10 second baseman. Here's one that I really don't know, and then we play them 12 times a year. Zach Geloff plays for the Oakland Athletics.
Rice
and then
Pilaf.
Nico Horner, I know him because he was about 3-4 years ago a big rookie for the Chicago Cubs, who you're playing on opening day on March 28th. It's really opening night because it's a 6 o'clock start or 6:30 start. But that's your list of second basemen. So after you kind of get past the top 5, which are very notable names, it's interesting that second base doesn't have depth to it. At least in my opinion, it doesn't have depth that you'd think it would have when we look at shortstop and right fielder. The lists are done until I believe Tuesday they go to first base. Maybe tonight is first base. But I know that they kind of take a break during the weekend. Any
anticipation at first base?
I think
with the way it's played out,
maybe Nate Lowe would be 8, 9, or 10.
Well, 8 or 9's acceptable. 10, not even.
Yeah.
No, if you're top 10 in the game, that's good.
If Jonah Heim is a starting all-star, and a Gold Glove winner, and Nate Lowe did win the Gold Glove too, and the Silver Slugger the year before. I don't expect Nate Lowe to be on the first base list, and it's just the way that the Rangers, besides Corey Seager, are kind of getting knocked.
Yeah, it's crazy. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
What billboard will you put up for Jerry to see? And Rangers promo nights have been released, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get to that next.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the man who let that slip, the award-winning C-Block starring Corey Majors.
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
There is news out there from Bleacher Report that
McCarthy's coming back.
Cliff Kingsbury will interview for the Bears' vacant OC job. And he spent the last season coaching Caleb Williams at USC. And wasn't he like an analyst for them or something?
Whoa, and when he went to Arizona, he kicked that Josh Rosen to the curb.
That's true.
Well, he did. He was like, I know you guys just drafted a quarterback like 10th overall, but we're drafting Kyler Murray. And I'm telling you, that guy, he studies football.
All right, before we get into the this Rangers promotion schedule, I love. There are some really cool items because when you win the World Series, you can do a lot of cool stuff. Before we get into that, because there are bobbleheads, wearables, and other cool things. This morning, I was listening to Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton. And
Sean was so disappointed.
They were taking a lot of calls. And one of the guys, I think it was Matt from Orlando, was
I think
on.
Harpering.
Okay. And he might be right. I don't know.
Matt Harpering, like forward in the NBA for a long time with Orlando Magic, Utah Jazz. That's who I was referencing. Thought everybody knew who Matt Harpering was.
Did you? Did you think everybody knew who that was?
I know who he is.
Yeah.
But
he's white.
All right. But Matt from Orlando said, guys, can y'all help me out? Where would be a good place to put a billboard so that Jerry can see it every day? And what would you put on the billboard? He wanted to have something written on there. And I immediately texted Sean and was like, my billboard would say, "Are you embarrassed?" And it would be right outside of the star.
Awesome.
And it would just say, "Are you embarrassed?" And how many Tolos out there would know what that means? Like how many? There are lots of Tolos that would be like, I know exactly what that billboard means.
Are you embarrassed?
Right? There it is. Dude, that'd be cool if the billboard just said that all day too. If it read it and said it over and over. That'd be awesome.
I'd buy them all and just have home of your division champs.
Because he used the word shocked multiple times after this loss. And I think embarrassment goes along with it. That was an embarrassing loss.
I feel like I just tipped my hand on what I would put on there. It would either be more definitive or at least say, consider trading Micah Parsons.
Consider. Okay. Yeah. All right. 877-881-1053.
Trade Micah Parsons.
And Mike, what would your billboard say?
Money, fame, entertainment.
Okay, I feel like that's just kind of driving home the already felt sense of Jerry Jones. So you're just you're really just stroking the ego on that one.
Don't worry, I've really scolded myself.
Okay. Or like I think Mike's would probably be better being something along the lines of "This is Rangers country now."
I'm sorry, Corey. He put accountability in his statement about bringing back Mike McCarthy.
He is accountable.
Who?
He has an accounting department, and I'm sure that
is not.
He's accountable to them.
That's not the accountable.
He's accountable to all the people in that building who have jobs.
Can you imagine the person who does type out the check, how much each sibling gets and them? Like, God, this team makes billions of dollars.
Yeah, that is wild. That would be a fun
Like Steven goes into the office today. He's like, I just want one paycheck a year, and they're like, here's $500 million.
And he's like, oh, here are my receipts from my expenses.
Make sure you scold yourself.
Like, dude, you just have a black card. It's okay. Don't worry about it. We got this. But yeah, so that's what.
Do you want me to read some of the suggestions?
From the 214, one of us had to win with a shrugging emoji.
For the 972, only the home of the only team that lost at home in the playoffs. It still stings. How will you be?
From the 214, we're not better.
Will you be even madder if all four of the home teams win this weekend? And so then it'll be 9-1 in the playoffs with the only.
No, I won't.
Okay.
Because I've moved on mentally.
I think I will.
I've moved on emotionally.
I think I will. I have not.
Fine, man. They brought back a coach who went 5-6 with Andy Dalton, who went 4-1 with Cooper Rush. He can coach.
From the Oh, man, there are a lot of billboard actions
Well,
here.
what did you expect?
From the 704, why didn't you get Dak into a rhythm like the prior 12 games? Why did Dak and CD have problems? Why do you specifically call 4 out of 5 running plays to start the game? That's their billboard. And I think like all black letters, all white letters on like a blue background, that looks good.
Okay, here's my question.
I thought it was a bad play, too, when he called the play wide open to CeeDee Lamb for about a 30-yard play, and Dak threw it too far away, and we couldn't catch the ball, and then we punted. Thought that was a horrible play call.
I'm very intrigued by this question. And we'll get to promotional stuff, I promise. If you put too much text on there, does that blunt the income? Because the impact? Because then are you just gonna have to stop at the billboard and just be like, hold on, there's many sentences.
They have to spend some time looking at it now.
Yeah,
I think that's important. Okay, all right. From the 817, we ass. What about that one?
What about 28 years and counting?
I think everybody knows how long it's been. It's like 27 or 28 years.
It feels like 400.
It's been 28. Do you want to go with Alex's suggestion? Here we go.
None of his grandchildren have seen their grandfather successful at owning the Dallas Cowboys and like winning football. Like they've seen him successful because they're all billionaires, but they've never seen him like actually run a franchise into championship football.
Super Bowl 30 champions.
From the if 817, my billboard would say, at least we have the Rangers. From the 469, my billboard would say, build you up to let you down.
Oh, it's true. It's true.
So, yeah, guys, listen, I'm not saying that I have the money to put a billboard up because
How much does a billboard cost?
$20.
I don't know if that is factually accurate.
Mike, where did you come up with that number?
I said it. I'm actually looking right now at everybody
billboards?
complaining
Evan
that
Carter eBay cards.
Everybody complaining that he ran on second down. And look, I don't have the facts in front of me, like written down where I can quickly go over it. The first play, Tony Pollard runs for 6 yards. Should he have not ran the next play? Was that a stupid, like I'm asking, I'm a stupid baseball guy. After the first play, you run for 6 yards. Is it moronic to run the next play?
I think that's just I think some people get frustrated. That's a perfect opportunity for like play action or whatever. I don't think it's the worst decision to run. I probably would pass.
All right, guys, let's get into.
I mean, he passed on 3rd and 8, except his quarterback can't complete the pass.
We're moving forward.
So what am I supposed to do about that?
Move forward.
Okay.
Exactly.
The 8 bobblehead giveaways, which will be distributed to the first 15,000 fans in the ballpark each time.
Yes.
So like not like just one.
Not over the span of 8 games. You're like, oh, there's already 2,000 people.
April 8th. The moment Kevin despises the most.
No.
Evan Carter ALCS catch bobblehead.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I know. Dude, I'm telling you, these things are awesome.
April 8th, I'm buying 1,000 tickets.
You only get the one thing though, right?
No, if you have every ticket, there's people that will buy 10. There'll people that'll buy 10 tickets and then collect their 10 bobbleheads and walk back to their car. I think when maybe the Rangers weren't that great, they might have just left. But I think at this point now, you would take them back to your car, put them in your car, and then walk back into the stadium to watch the game. So, yeah, people will buy extra seats that they won't even use to sit in to get extra bobbleheads.
I do want to say I did really like his answer when he was like, plus it's like first time through the ballparks.
In lots of these ballparks, yeah.
And he never played left field. Like,
And I loved his, I'd rather jump and not need to and catch it than not jump. And I thought that was a great answer.
I did kind of want a line somewhere. He's too humble, but I wanted one of those lines of, look, man, if you can jump like me, wouldn't you?
By the way, the next possession, Dak Prescott has an open Brandon Cooks who he misses. So he ran the ball on 2nd and 10, and he's like, well, let me pass again. And then he threw it to the green team.
Yeah, that's.
So he was, I tell you what, man, that Dak, we should have thrown more on 2nd down as the first 2 possessions. He was really giving his head coach a lot of confidence. He was on that game.
April 24th, Corey Seager World Series MVP bobblehead. That's dope.
It is dope.
I hope it is him hitting the home run.
That's what I want.
Because if it's just like him sitting on a chair,
do you want him screaming or you want the finishing swing?
The finishing swing when he's got it and he's that
whole,
and I want the umpire and the catcher in the background too, because that's all they're all looking up going, good God.
So we have the
hold on, I'm almost there.
Benji Molina Neftali Feliz statue. Is that the statue?
Yes.
Is it Corey Seager or is it Adolis?
Nope. It's.
Oh, you don't want an Adolis statue.
I have very difficult time deciding between Corey Seager. Corey Seager ended up being the MVP.
Yeah.
So I guess we got to give him all that too. But man, Adolis had some amazing moments. April 30th, Marcus Semien Silver Slugger bobblehead. May 28th, Adolis Garcia ALCS MVP Gold Glove bobblehead. So I'm wondering what moment will it be the cartwheel?
They're going to give him a gold head because it's a bobblehead.
Oh, that'd be dope. But probably a Gold Glove. June 5th, Nathan Evaldi bobblehead. July 2nd, the day after my birthday, Kevin.
Yes.
Nathaniel Lowe Gold Glove bobblehead. July 24th, Jonah Heim Gold Glove bobblehead. He wasn't even on the list for
Do you
best
remember
catchers.
the one that they had of Pudge where they had it like 12 catcher gold gloves stacked up? That's a cool bobblehead.
August 30th, another Corey Seager Silver Slugger bobblehead.
God, he shouldn't have done so good. He's having all these bobbleheads.
September 21st will be Adolis Garcia cartwheel bobblehead. So
awesome.
Will it just continue? Like, will it over and over do cartwheels?
I want to make it where
yeah.
his head isn't the bobble, like his hands are the bobble.
Maybe his feet go back and forth.
Oh, his feet are wiggling.
He's upside down.
They did that with a bell tray one time,
Yeah,
right?
I
But
like
I feel
that.
like you should be able to slinky his thing.
I agree.
Well, slinky his
what's that
his
now?
body.
What's that now?
Hey, just don't mark the part where I said I agree, Alex, if you can.
Don't forget tomorrow, Masterpiece of the Week.
I knew where he was going. He just took it a step too far. All right, now this is the cool part. I like this part. Wearable giveaways for 2024. So these are things you can wear.
You're out if it's boxers or underwear.
Yeah. I was wearing gym shorts yesterday, though.
For Bob Stoops.
For Bob Stoops. May 1st.
The athletes underwear.
Nathan Evaldi postseason replica jersey. So you get a Nathan Evaldi jersey with probably like a Hurtado, stamp on the arm or something. One of their sponsors.
God, that Hurtado's rolling if they start doing that.
I don't know. Like I was thinking
Usually
about
it's like water. To your point, usually it's like
Taco Casa.
Whataburger or Dr. Pepper or something that do that. Like,
here's the one though. I love this. May 14th, Corey Seager replica World Series ring. How are these are plastic rings,
no,
right?
they're real gold.
They're
shut up.
15,000 real
So
gold rings.
stupid.
But that's dope to have something like it's gonna say Seager's name on it. But a kid's gonna love having a World Series ring replica, like in their
What
room.
if they made some sort of World Series replica WWE Championship belt?
They're doing that for the Cowboys.
Oh, their
this
division
year.
championship belt?
Yeah.
All right, good. Hey, can I get one of those? I want to remember this
It's
season.
expensive.
They'll have a Corey Seager replica
it'll
postseason
be
jersey
80%
in
off
May.
soon.
Simeon replica World Series ring, a Simeon replica jersey. Mexican Heritage Nightcap is on June 22nd. Josh Young postseason replica jersey, Adolis replica World Series ring, Evaldi World Series ring, and the World Series champion short sleeve hoodie, August 16th. And they'll have another Adolis postseason replica jersey. And then September 22nd, which is my anniversary.
And Wednesday's Dollar Dog Night.
Ooh.
Mystery replica World Series ring. So they'll have it could be anybody. Like just kind of
Could
guess.
say Corey Majors.
Could maybe so, or
Mystery.
it could say Bochy. Yeah, it could.
I would like that.
I would love a Bochy. And then the remaining ones, April 10th, World Series replica trophy night.
Evan Carter.
Dude, you get to take home a World Series replica trophy. Like I know how many people tried to touch the trophy when it was up here. Did anybody? I know we had
it
400 or 500 people here.
It wasn't zero.
It wasn't zero. And then the 2024 Texas Rangers yearbook in May, and the Corey Seager and Marcus Semien Silver Slugger Bat Night will be June 18th. Hopefully that won't go along with Nickel Beer Night.
They would never do that again.
No, you
right?
can't.
Why?
I don't think you can have major discounts on alcohol in stadiums.
I know the University of Connecticut, I think, just did $2 beer night. That's not like, that's clearly
No,
a
and
discount.
obviously you have the Thirsty Thursdays in minor league parks all the time, but I think that I'm not 100% sure, but I think for some reason like the highest level leagues, NFL, NBA, they're like, we can't do discounted alcohol at our games.
Makes sense. But I really do those. I think the replica rings, the replica trophy, that's the creativity you can have when you've won the World Series. Like there are those other ones that were like, oh, those are cool, like the gnomes.
Do you think
and
we'll
stuff.
get tired of this, like in 2028, that like, oh, great, another World Series championship ring, because all we do is win championships all the time?
Yes, we will get tired of it after that long.
And we're just like, can't we just
Oh,
go next
man.
door and
But it
go
will
get
be-
our 2023 division championship gear?
It will be our responsibilities, Kevin, to let everybody know that we can't get tired of it because we had so many years where it was so bad that we didn't get it.
What if Jerry had to start doing giveaways to get people to show up? That'd be awesome.
Oh, first giveaway, playoff wins.
Well, God.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NFL overreaction or reality. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
They are three lifelong DFW guys talking sports, sharing laughs.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
4th and a long yard. 2 for the touchdown. Goff looking to throw. Throws back to the end zone. Touchdown Detroit again. They're 3 for 3.
It's time for some NFL overreaction or reality. I don't know if this first one will derail us off into a different direction.
Do you think the referees, I'm already doing this, do you think the referees would have fixed the game so the Cowboys could have beat the Lions again in the playoffs and in the regular season like they did?
Yes.
Dang, we would have made it to the NFC Championship.
I don't think any of that happened, but yes. Is NFL overreaction or reality? The Cowboys didn't just have a bad draft, they had the straight up worst draft class in the league.
It would be tough to argue that. Mozzie looks like he can't play in this league. We'll see in the offseason if he can improve to look like he should belong in the league. I think if he plays this year, if he plays in 2024, Corey, like he did in 2023, I think he's released. I think that would be the end of his career in Dallas.
Holy moly.
He was pathetic.
You think they would release a first-round pick after their second year?
Remember when they've drafted people this bad, Taco, like after the year 2, they're like, crap, we might have to. And I know it wasn't fair. The second-round pick, because he traded for Amari Cooper.
Yeah.
Who was the second-round pick? Defensive tackle who stunk. Anyways,
Tristan Hill.
Yeah, like they were after year 2, they're like, we got to release him. Like he's horrible. Now they didn't. They were like, nobody really stepped up. We thought somebody would step up, but we were ready to release him. So I think after year 2, you could be ready to release Mozzie. And then their second round pick, Scooney, it was weird. They took a blocking tight end. That's a weird pick in the second round.
And then the one everyone seemed to think was going to pop in training camp was out.
Yeah, Scooney's kind of a reach for a position I didn't think you absolutely needed so much, but I guess they did.
Man, I want to talk about that a little bit more. What better time than now is our faith in Jake Ferguson was well placed. Not everybody had faith in Jake Ferguson, but I think you can look. Yes, we did. That's one of the reasons we didn't think Schoonmaker was necessary. And you can look back at the season now and be like, oh, okay. Yes, that was faith well placed. So ESPN did their analysis of all of the rookie class's production. Now, if in case anyone's curious, that did not include Brandon Aubrey. He did not count as part of the rookie class per ESPN.
Okay.
Number 1, the Houston Texans, which...
Well, they had pick 2 and 3.
And 3, yeah. And both of those picks played excellently.
What did their picks do?
Well, I think pick 2 is going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. I think pick 3 is going to finish second for Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty good.
Pretty good. Second on the list.
Behind Mozzie?
Behind Mozzie Smith. Or Carter with the Eagles. One of those two will win. Puka Nacua leads the way for the number 2 Los Angeles Rams. And unfortunately, number 3 on the list is the Green Bay Packers, which I feel like you just got a pretty good look at that with Dontavion Wicks.
Oops.
Yeah, exactly. You go down the list, all the way at the bottom, the Dallas Cowboys.
32?
Yes, literally 32. And this is not good. Based on total points, the best Cowboys rookies were undrafted guard TJ Bass and undrafted fullback Hunter Lipke.
Yes, and he never fumbled, so that was good. Corey, here's the thing.
Fumbled on the goal line of a very important game.
Here's the thing. How important was it? We still got number 2 seed, and still it didn't matter. We actually should have fumbled more.
None of the games are important.
Corey, the scary thing about this is this reminds me of the special teams draft.
That 09?
And the problem is when you start paying, Dak's about to get $55 million a year. Like I've gone through this. You're about to have to pay your 3 best players over $100 million a year, well over $100 million a year for your 3 best players. It is so critical and crucial now to be drafting well. You can't do every draft pick, but you need to be getting 4 or 5 rookies that can help you for their 4-year minimum contract. because you're just not going to have a lot of money available when you're paying a defensive end $35 million a year, a wide receiver $30 million a year, and a quarterback $55 million a year. It just makes it tough. It doesn't make it impossible, but when you have a special teams draft, or it looks like this draft, it really hurts you because you can't go out. The Cowboys, just to let you know, when we're in spring training, they're not signing a single human being who's on another team who's actually decent at football. They don't have the money to do it.
So then we shouldn't have brought back Will McClay?
It's 1 year. And we've seen what the Joneses do. They destroy franchises without supervision.
We got a future starting running back in the 6th round. So
Do you believe Deuce Vaughn will at some point be a multiple game starting running back for this team?
No.
Okay.
I believe he will be a change of pace back for this team.
Okay. And there's in the 6th round, there's absolutely
can
value
find
to that. I agree.
I guess I see why people like that fall, because it's really tough to use is he 5'7", 5 whatever? It's really tough to use those guys in special teams.
Maybe.
Right? Like that's the tough thing is, hey, you're going to be on punt coverage.
5'5".
Yeah, like it's just tough to put him on special teams because of his size. And so now, returning you can, but besides that, you're just like, dang it, our third string running back really needs to play all of the special teams, and he's too little to do it.
Here's their breakdown. First round defensive tackle, and I don't think most of this will be shocking news for people. First round defensive tackle Mozzie Smith played as part of the defensive line rotation in every game, but disappointed by not being a stalwart against the run as advertised. Second round pick Scooney, 8 catches for 65 yards. Third round pick DeMarvion Overshown, missed the entire season with a torn ACL. Fourth round pick Fehoko, didn't play a single snap. He spent half the season as a healthy scratch and the other half on injured reserve with a knee injury. And then they noted they did not count Brandon Aubrey because he had previously played in the USFL.
If Tyron Smith retires or goes somewhere else, is Fehoko? Who's
Fajoko's on the other side of the ball.
Who's
Awesome?
Who did we draft that?
Awesome.
Awesome Richard.
Yeah, is he the guy that's supposed to take over?
My initial thought
I don't
based on
think
this
I'm
year.
hoping a 5th rounder takes over, but
Well,
maybe I
you're
am.
going to hate this plan even more, is would they immediately think Tyler Smith at the left tackle and TJ Bass, who's an undrafted free agent, at the left guard? So you probably won't like that system anymore. But you also might need to worry about retirement on the other side of the offensive line, and that would really be a gut punch for the Cowboys if they can't figure that out.
Why? They've never won with him anyway.
perspective.
They've never won with him anyway. Why do we need the All-Pro?
Yeah, we don't need him. Look how horrible they blocked in the playoffs.
Zach
Dak only had 1 second on all the plays.
No! One of his sacks, he had 6.5 seconds.
No, that was the offensive line should have given him 8.
Move on.
Was that Donovan McNabb play when he ran around in the backfield for 20 seconds?
I was like, Greg Ellis, get to him, please.
If there's one thing I've learned doing this is every sack is the offensive lineman's fault. And pressure.
There are absolutely some people who believe that. All right. We might have to go back into my regular overreaction or not questions tomorrow. Overreaction or not. Jason Kelce is the coolest, even though he plays for the Eagles.
What makes him cool?
Yeah, I think he retired just so he could hang out with Taylor Swift in the Chiefs place.
If you remember,
so you can
he
go hang out
said
and watch his brother
yesterday
play.
he's not necessarily retired. He was like, that was an emotional decision.
We need competition in the East.
He stopped by his usual McDonald's with a customized autographed jersey.
This is pretty cool.
For the lady who takes his order. So I guess his go-to is, you'll bounce over to McDonald's.
Yeah.
Not every day, but a lot of days.
What's his go-to?
Sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit. And
McGriddle's better.
Okay. Well, actually, this article just says sausage, egg, and cheese. So it could be a McGriddle.
Okay.
I don't know that for a fact. And he always usually has the same person working the same shift, taking his order, giving him his food. And so now that the season's wrapped up, maybe his career is wrapped up, he stopped, gave her a personalized autographed Jason Kelce jersey with her name on it and all kinds of cool stuff. I know we're not supposed to like him because he plays for the Eagles, but That's pretty awesome, right?
Hey, look, man, if he's retired, then we can talk nicely about him all the time.
But
It
he
is
said
so
he's thinking about it.
Thinking about
the
it.
two teams that look like they're in the most disarray are the Cowboys and the Eagles in the NFL right now. And there's no competition for them not to be the division champs next year.
Yes.
Until Drake May goes to Washington.
You do not think Drake May is going to be any good just because of the school he went to.
Whoever the Washington Commanders draft, I'm buying 100 of their rookie cards.
All right.
If that's a quarterback, I'm not buying wide receiver cards are worthless.
Well, right now, Raheem Morris is interviewing for that job as the head coach. So,
Is it weird how much interest I lost in who's interviewing where once they announced McCarthy was back? Because normally I'd be like, oh, you better watch out. Belichick's having his second interview with the Falcons. But as soon as the McCarthy news came out, I was like, who cares?
Dang it.
All right. I got to
We
know.
got our guy.
I got to shut up.
Belichick did win 36 games, 37 counting the playoff game.
Yeah, how many did Belichick win in the last 3
Not
years?
37.
No, way less than that in the last 3 years. All right, you ready for No Joke Zone? Because this is probably something people want to update on. Josh Giddey is not going to face any charges over his alleged relationship with a minor. Remember, this broke, I think, right at about Thanksgiving with accusations that he was hooking up with an underage girl. The Newport Police Department has said, after a thorough and exhaustive examination, we've completed our investigation into information that was circulating on social media. Our detectives reviewed all available information, and basically what they said was after that, we couldn't get anybody to corroborate or interview to back up this information. Because, like, you might have a social media post where some girl's like, I just banged Josh Giddey, but like that, damn it. Alec, do the right thing.
You know what the right thing is.
do the not right thing.
The right thing is subjective, Kevin.
And that's a fair point. Do what I would, never mind. Anyways, if you talk to those people and either A, they won't talk to you because that's what we talked about is the alleged, person he was hooking up with, and their family said they were not going to cooperate with the investigation. And Josh Giddey can just be like, that didn't happen. And if the other people are like, I don't know what you're talking about, or I'm not going to talk to you,
there's no further way to go with it. So it just kind of has to not exist.
Yeah. So that's probably pretty tough right there. So Josh Giddey will continue on playing for a team that has obviously been very, very good this year.
Mm-hmm.
So no criminal charges will be filed against Josh Giddey. For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Home of your division champion, Dallas Cowboys.
And your world champion, Texas Rangers.
Non-division winning.
Thank you.
Texas
Wild
Rangers.
card,
You know what, Mike?
wild card team.
Here's the thing.
It's time to promote the division champs.
I like you, but I can see why people don't like you.
Oh, you want to
somebody's
punch
like,
him?
Somebody on Twitter's really mad at you. And I'm like, welcome.
Same new day, same S. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Maybe tomorrow I'll do my real NFL overreaction or reality. Coming up next, as I said, we'll chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Heggy. How are you?
Doing okay. I'm still a little agitated about just change in general. Maybe it's about the Cowboys. Maybe it's not. But you know what? If you want to make a change, do the work. Try to make a change.
Maybe I could cheer you up.
Michael Jackson wrote a whole song about it.
He was pretty cheered up for a little bit after the Evan Carter interview. That was exciting. That guy, the words golly and geez and holy smokes, that guy's just a joy. He's
I feel like I heard a crapola in there at one point.
Yeah.
I feel like if you watch the Andy Griffin show with Evan Carter, it would be a heck of an experience.
That is 1,000,000% what I think as well.
And that's amazing because I was actually going to try to cheer you up with Ranger stuff.
Oh, what else? What else can?
I'm trying to figure out how to order this Corey Seager home run for Zach from Game 1.
Oh yeah.
A lot of people made sweatshirts out of that, and I
Did you
thought
see
that'd be
the
a
back of
perfect
the
way to
truck
commemorate
bed?
it. Yes, the truck
Yes.
bed. Yes, that image. See right here, this guy on Twitter right here. He's unwrapping some. So
That's
apparently
awesome.
some people are making those.
That'd be
Sounds
cool
like
to
somebody's about to have a lawsuit on their hands.
To have the little baby thing, the thing that goes over their crib, and it's just a bunch of Corey Seagers. Yeah, the mobile. Yeah,
That'd actually be really adorable. I should do that for my baby girl.
That'd be awesome.
You can
Those are nice.
outsource it. The awesome Twolo community bought baby Noah a Star Wars mobile. He loves it.
Hell yes. That'd be awesome.
All right, so this happened a couple days ago. I didn't get a chance to talk about it with you guys. Is Rob McElhaney from It's Always Sunny, maybe from Wrexham is where you know him. He was watching the Eagles game at the Emmys.
Yes.
What do you think is the
Should have been
most
writing another
important
episode of Mythic Quest.
or highest profile place that you've ever watched something on your phone or diverted? Because I was 100% at a wedding where we all sat in the back because one of our friends getting married was a A&M alum, diehard Aggie. It was the night of a Texas and A&M game, football game. And we're like, what, dude, what are you doing? And he goes, oh, it wasn't my choice. I'm like, they play it the same time every year. And so we all sat toward the back of the church and we're kind of just watching each other's phones and stuff.
Yeah, the Saturday fall wedding never really goes well.
We had people at the Buffalo Wild Wings that were like, I can't let this Rangers World Series get to Game 6 because I'm stuck at a wedding that day, and I can't let it happen.
My buddy had his dad was getting married the day of the Julius Jones draft, and so when we passed on Steven Jackson, all of us were in the back, and we were just like, "Oh no!" In the middle of the wedding, they're up there doing the.
We were in the room and saying that at the same time too.
We're standing up there
what are we
doing? His
Maurice Carthon on that one.
He was his dad's best man too, and he turned to us and went, "What happened?" in the middle of the ceremony. So.
I think there was. I was involved in I was involved in a wedding, and it was during a Stars playoff game.
Oh,
it might have been a Stanley Cup. When they win the Stanley Cup, not for the bubble stuff or anything like that, but New Jersey. Yeah. I was trying to remember. It was one of those, and because it was. You're going. We got to go to this wedding. What?
That's
no, it's a Star.
Yeah.
I mean, you've been playoff hockey, you condition yourself every other night.
Yep.
You just get yourself ready every other night. And yeah, this was one of those weddings we had to go to. And I'll never forget. I was like, I'm out. I'm not. I mean, I was going in and out of the church as part of it.
My aunt got married Game 3, NBA Finals 06, Mavs Heat.
Oh, no.
And none of us were we were all at the bar watching the game.
Thing that turned out to be. Do you think it takes some of the drama out of the wedding that they don't necessarily say anymore? If there's anyone here that objects, that was always my favorite part because I'd kind of side eye the room.
They need to ramp that back up.
They do.
Yeah, because there's some people that actually could say, "Hey, listen, he didn't listen to me the first time when I told him he shouldn't marry this gal." Wow. And I'm going to tell you why.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
I sit in every wedding I've ever been to. I sit there and think,
You have a-
they're
do you have
not,
the-
they're going to make it.
Do you have the checklist in your mind? Do you have like the legal pad? Like, man, this, yeah. Oh, no. That kind of thing. Yeah.
I also, sorry, go ahead.
Two things. I'm with Broadus on. I'm totally with him on. You always say to the groom, "You got a chance."
Yeah,
we can go now.
Right now, I've got a credit card with like a big limit on it.
Yeah.
We can get the hell out of here.
Yeah,
very
we go
important.
fly somewhere. They won't find us for a few days. We'll figure this out.
You get to see the commitment on their face
Yeah.
when you offer them that.
Oh, no.
You can definitely
No,
see
you
it.
do. I've had guys tell me like, "No, man, we're good, Broadus. We're good. Hey, thanks." Tap on the shoulder, pat on the back, that kind of thing. I'm like, "Hey, listen, I did my part. I did my part here."
So it's not necessarily what happens immediately next. It's the reaction.
It's the
that
reaction.
leads you-
You get to see.
Yeah. You see how committed.
And
I really do.
Out of
concerning.
I am still undefeated in weddings. In that all the weddings I've done 6, and none of them are divorced.
Wow.
Would
Good
you
for
turn down a wedding now because you're like,
I did tell Adrian the other day I don't want to mess up my record. But the other thing too is
known this.
Is this officiating? Is this
I've
officiating?
officiated 6.
Oh, wow.
And the one thing that I never have done is I've never given anybody the opportunity to like stand up and say this one doesn't go. So like I did take that. I eliminated it from it. So I'm sorry, Kevin. You may not want to go to the weddings I officiate.
Do you ask the couple if they would like to put that in? Can you? Is that?
Yes.
No, well, here's my
would say
whole
yes.
approach to
That's
this.
my
I'm trying to
dream
get to the
life.
party as quickly as possible,
Oh.
and I know a lot of people are sitting there going, "I don't want to hear this guy." I'm just
So
really
you're like
ready.
a 35 minute mass guy.
I want to move. I want to move
you're
quick.
moving along. Yeah.
I'm trying to
Okay.
get there
Yeah.
quickly.
I'm almost positive that these people don't listen to the show.
Hurry up and enjoy your life.
My wife's maid of honor, her husband did the ceremony. Colby was there.
Mhm.
He doesn't care who is there, who is not. So the maid of honor, we're all standing outside waiting to do like the introductions, everything. Colby walks outside and he's like, "Hey man, I'm about to have to go. I'm glad you got married, but I really wish that guy talking would have shut the." And I was like, "Oh, Colby, hey, let me walk you out," because his wife was right there. And I was like, "Let me walk you out." And I was like, "Hey, his wife was right there." And he goes, "Well, she needs to know. He needs to shut the F up." And I was like,
That's Colby.
I don't know what to tell you.
How long was your I guess the ceremony portion?
Yeah, it was because we did
communion and all.
Extendo.
No, we didn't do communion, but there was a
Did you light some candles or whatever?
there was a
Throw
lengthy
dove in the air?
discussion, and then you could see he married the right person because his wife was the maid of honor. She is delightful. She started her speech by going, "There's really 12 points."
Oh, no.
And you can see everybody. And point 1 was so long.
It was a long point. Yeah, it was a long point. It took a while. I
There
didn't
needs
think.
to be a rule with like how long these wedding speeches can be.
Did she throw a Yoda quote out there
Yes,
too?
she did.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
she did. Whereas my son's opening line was, "I think all the people here is really a tribute to how far people will travel for an open bar," which I thought
nailed it.
Great
was a
line.
quality line right there.
Yeah, open
And
bars are good.
I felt really bad because people kept coming up to Brandon when they were both standing there. I was like, "You did such a great job with their speech," and then they would walk away. I was like, "Oh,
And you tried hard too.
yeah." Thanks for being here,
Shorten it up.
bud. All right. I forgot what else I was going to ask. What's on your mind, Corey?
Man, Mike had a note just a moment ago, and I got tagged in this. There is a player from Miami who is now going on his 9th season
That's
of college
real?
football.
Yeah.
It's real.
And I think we've gone too far with this, guys. Like I think
asked
this
my
is
buddy when he registers for his classes this year. He's like, "Look, I've taken all the
He's
classes."
teaching one. He's
Every
teaching,
class.
he's teaching the class.
Yes.
He's a TA somewhere.
Yeah, he's
I think
teaching.
it'd be pretty cool is if you're not good enough to go to the NFL, you can stay.
Just keep going. Just keep
Get your
playing college
master's,
football.
get your PhD. It'd probably improve the game.
I really hope that he doesn't make a 10th year, but I hope that we see that he's on Miami staff as a grad assistant.
That is amazing. 9th year?
Yeah.
What are all those other waivers for? Like, I know how we got to 6. Maybe that one fella at Oklahoma now who's up to 7, but what were the other
He had some
waivers?
injuries. Yeah, he had some
Yeah.
injuries on hand for sure.
That's
kind of
Charles Thompson's kid,
Yes,
right? From
yes.
Oklahoma. Yeah, quarterback.
Chuck.
sports.
Chuck.
What do you fellas? Yeah, we talked some
We
sports
just did
here.
sports in your face.
What do you fellas got coming up on the program today?
Our reaction to everything that's developed here over the last, what are we looking at, about 19 hours with the Cowboys coaches. And that's coming right out of the gates. John Machota at 4 o'clock.
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking.
Yes.
Mashoda's going to be positive about it. He's a positive guy.
I think he'll be more objective than positive.
Okay.
I think unbiased.
Hey, he's back, baby.
Facts.
37 wins in 3 years. No coach in Cowboys history's ever done that.
You think Jerry's moving on from that?
G-Bag Nation is up next.
Division champs.
Sarcastic Mike will be back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2
Dallas
p.m.
Cowboys division champs.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go.
Bye, Kevin.
See ya.
Always a welcome sign for From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. The news late last night confirming what we were starting to suspect, Mike McCarthy coming back for at least one more year, and the latest reports indicate DQ would be coming back as well if he does not get the head coaching job maybe that he wants. Your reactions are welcome in the truckwreck.com fan text. There is former Cowboy scout, NFL executive Brian Broaddus. And you can follow him on the Twitter X machine at Brian Broaddus. Lucius Alexander was in the Pimp Cup there at Master Control here at 75 and Fitzhugh. Set for 5 hours of producing, engineering, and hosting. LA Live's coming up at 5:40. G-Bag of the Day at 2:30. Here's Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And I'm Gavin Dawson. Along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. So what can the Cowboys do to get you excited now? Looks like the band's coming back. What do you think, guys?
I mean, are we surprised? Probably not. You know, I think that we expected most likely this is how it would go. The Dan Quinn stuff is interesting. You know, if he doesn't get a head coaching job and he comes back, I felt like they would make some type of change. So if for the reports are like if he does come back and you're just literally running this thing back together, hey, I guess it's truly is a make or break season now, right? Mike's in the final year. If this doesn't work, which we probably think it'll be much of the same, all right, then you move on next year, year 5. This is the plan. This is Jerry's plan that he's laid out here.
You know, it would be weird to bring everything back. I mean, could they maybe pivot in free agency, or do you think they're just going to do the same exact team and hope to draft better?
Yeah.
Nothing is going to change?
No, it's interesting because Zach and I were doing the draft show this morning with Nick Harris of DallasCowboys.com, and he was pretty adamant. I mean, we were all kind of talking about different things, and he was adamant. He feels like the Cowboys are going to get super aggressive in free agency.
Okay,
that you're going to see them do something that they haven't done in several years. And so I was like going, oh, okay, well, maybe he's talking to somebody. Maybe somebody's kind of pointing some things out that he needs to know. But he was pretty much like, this team drafts. They talk about drafting. They didn't draft very well last year.
Yeah,
we'll see. But he was kind of like that. And and always these people that live in the building, I understand it because I used to live in that building too.
Yeah,
people walk up to you and they tell you things like, okay, we ain't going to do it this way anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But if they do run it back with all the same characters and pieces and all that stuff like that, then they deserve whatever fate they get. That's just what it is. And it's unfortunately for the fans, they're going to draft, but if they go out and show that they will be aggressive in free agency and try and spend some money, and maybe some of these, maybe there's some guys that we're not that we're talking about or think are going to get re-signed that might not be getting re-signed here.
And I think that's exciting because, Dak scored a lot in the playoffs before. He has won big games on the road when this team could really run the ball, and that was, 2016. Maybe the finest year that they've had as far as regular season wins and playoff performance, even though they lost in the wild card round. They went out and put up 31 against a very good Packers team and dang near beat them if it wasn't for Aaron Rodgers being a damn magician. So that would get me excited because I do believe Dak and Mike are capable of being on a team that wins the Super Bowl. You just have to make the team good enough. So that would have me going into Oxnard if that happens. If I can look on the roster and see, wow, they don't have major holes on their roster. They are going to have a good chance to run the football. And they're not totally dependent upon their draft class being terrific to be better than what I saw last year. That's what I'm going to need to see.
If they come out of the gates, the opening day of free agency or when the league year starts on March 12th, 13th, whenever that area is, and they're hammering this thing, or we're starting to hear a lot of things coming from the combine that they're in on a lot of players. You usually hear stuff from the Cowboys. It's, the Cowboys are in on this guy, and it's just an agent drumming up business.
Yeah.
And the Cowboys then say, no, we're not onto this. But if they come out firing off the when the league year opens up, the new league year. Now you're going to get people to start, because the pro department does a pretty good job of evaluating guys that they could go get, that they can go either trade for or sign. They just haven't signed enough. They just haven't.
Yeah, they've done the trade market, right? Hankins, Gilmore, Cooks. It's really in free agency, and that's one of our complaints is, using all of what is at your disposal for team building. So I think that would be a way to get the fan base more excited. The question is, I don't know how much cap space you're going to have. And maybe when they rework Dak's contract, that would help to create some of it.
Well,
but Nick was also hinting at the position they could be aggressive at would be running back.
Yeah.
Well, that would sort of take the wind out of the sails of some folks like myself. I know that if you're going to be aggressive in free agency, I'm excited about that notion, but then the details on where you go about being aggressive there, and if you're going to go spend a bunch of money on an aging veteran running back and that's your big splash, then that would be aggravating. But in general, if they do more in free agency than what we're accustomed to seeing them doing, I think that would certainly help.
Yeah.
It doesn't erase anything. There's still the overarching pessimism of understanding what this coaching staff and this quarterback are where they're going to get you long term.
Sure.
So it doesn't erase that, but it would certainly help.
But yeah, the optimism would be, by running it back. Dak just had his best year with Mike McCarthy. Now, granted, postseason success, that's another thing. When we start talking about the playoffs, we'll probably go ahead and be super pessimistic, and you guys got to show us. But we know in the regular season, they can be a good team. They can win the division. They can get you 12 wins. They can be fighting for home field advantage, and they were able to do this without really any semblance of a running game whatsoever. So that's got to be number one for Mike McCarthy is, how do I fix this running game?
Yeah, I think we'll know as soon as they hit a difficult stretch on their schedule. We'll definitely know by Thanksgiving next year if they're good or if they get that deer in headlights look as soon as they step onto the field with a real contender or on the road consistently. That's a perfect adversity check where your character and I think your true abilities will be revealed pretty early, maybe even before we get to Halloween next year.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Would you guys have any objection of letting Dak ride this thing with the massive cap number?
No,
no objection.
I would have no objection. You tie Mike and Dak together.
I think, though, out of those three possibilities of new contract, let it ride, or restructure and push some of that money into a voidable year, I want to do the voidable year one. I want to create cap space so we can put a real solid roster around him, a great roster around him, and see what happens. Because right now, the Dak, to me, if you're a Dak supporter, you can say, yeah, of course he's not getting to the Super Bowl because he doesn't have as good of a roster as the Super Bowl contenders. Other than Patrick Mahomes, everybody's had a better roster that gets there. So if I'm the Cowboys, I need to create a control study. And my control is going to be, okay, build him the perfect team. And next year we'll talk to his agent and say, we built you the perfect team and you won us the Super Bowl. Here's your market-setting contract. Or we built you the perfect team. We were out in the wild card round again. We're done, And I think, you need to stress test it because you can't trust your evaluations right now. You don't know your butt from a hole in the ground when it comes to evaluating how good this team is relative to winning the championship. Do what the other contenders are doing. Say, to hell with the cap 3 years from now. We're borrowing money from the future to pay players to win now. Like the Buccaneers did when Tom Brady still got there, was there, and the Rams did, and the Eagles did. Let's do that. And then, if it doesn't work, then we know the absolute truth. But I have a feeling what would happen if that team stays healthy is they would steamroll. There are so many damn good players on this team that are being held back because both sides of the ball are massively exploitable.
They're exploitable for sure.
You can't play just because you're an awesome pass defense. You can't. You're going to get wrecked by good teams, and you can't play offense just as a good passing game. Eventually, they're going to figure out, oh my goodness, they really can't run. We can stop them without committing any extra bodies. When Dak was great and they beat Green Bay and Pittsburgh in Dak's rookie year, you had to put 8 in the box to have a chance of stopping Zeke.
Yeah, the best
and
team in football.
You know what that team did all the time was go run, first down. Run, first down. They didn't even get to third down, bro. Yeah. And the same thing was true in 2014 with Tony Romo's Cowboys and DeMarco Murray toting the rock because of how damn dominant those offensive lines were. That's the last time I really felt like you had a legitimate chance of going wherever it was required and winning. They had some bad breaks in that game, in 2016. Otherwise, that's the one example where if you wanted to say, hey, play another quarter and I believe the Cowboys win, I think that would have happened in 2016.
Well, this is a good draft for offensive linemen.
It is.
You could go draft heavy, and there's some good linebackers in free agency.
Yes.
So you can kind of pick and choose, hey, where do we want to be aggressive in free agency? And then we're going to fill this hole in the draft. I mean, it is interesting. Mike did talk about his exit interview with Tyron, and he said, finally Tyron's going into an offseason where he's not having surgery. This was the best year that Tyron's had with him since he got here in 2020. To me, it kind of seemed like maybe Tyron's coming back next year. But then you need to make sure you've got a contingency plan for when he misses those 4 games or whatever it is. Because Udoga wasn't your answer, and that definitely cost you a football game, at least one football game.
Do you see any center? Or you do see the center
There's
of the
some
draft.
good centers, yeah. I think Graham Barton's a good player. Powers Johnson, we talked about today on the
Morgan,
There's definitely some centers you could get that I believe would be upgrades power-wise, because that's your weakness with Tyler Biadasz, is the power inside.
Yeah, be great at center, and then I think you can build maybe a running game off of that and be balanced and get the best from Dak again. I mean, what he did this year, I do believe is evidence that he can be outstanding, and if you balance it, then I think he would have 14 wins and an MVP. Mike McCarthy saying, I believe the direction, the leadership, everything's in place, and I'm not very comfortable talking about myself, but I came here to win a championship. I didn't come here to get another contract or anything other than that. I came to Dallas to win a world championship, and that's why I'm standing here. Buy into us. They're asking for buy-in. Are you buying in? At 877-881-1053.
I think it's hard. I think it's real hard right now. I mean, the one thing I feel like that they can do is you want to add players, let's go add some players. You know, the one thing they could do. Last year wasn't a good year of adding players when it came to college players, And I think there's a lot of pressure not only on the coaches, I think there's a lot of pressure on the front office to not let this draft fall apart for them. They need to make every pick count, and they need to move around in a way to try and get some more picks. To be able to, they have some early picks, 1, 2, 3, and then they're gone in the middle of that draft. That's where you make some hay in that middle of that draft. They'll figure out ways to kind of get that. But I'll buy in because I think they can draft, and I think they can go find some players in free agency. Just go make all that happen, and then you'll get me started back. But right now, it's a very, very difficult buy-in with the way things have gone here the last 3 years.
Especially, it appears Dan Quinn's coming back as well if he doesn't get a head coaching job. So all the main pieces so far staying the same.
I think they made a huge mistake. I mean, Dan convinced them that they could play nickel or play dime and play that big nickel or whatever with the safeties down, and they went light at linebacker. You cannot do that. You cannot make those mistakes again. You absolutely have to protect yourself. Teams will run the football. You can't change out all your players on defense.
No.
You could add size. The problem is you added Mozzie Smith, and he was a 329-pound defensive tackle. Now he's a 293-pound guy. There has to be why. What's the answers there? Where are we going with that whole thing?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
He lost 30 pounds while playing his rookie year.
He completely reduced his body. I was watching tape a month ago. I brought it up a month ago. I said, "What's the deal with Mozzie? He looks smaller." And they're like, "Yeah, he's lost quite a bit of weight." Trying to figure out, is that Sharif Floyd who's saying that, the defensive line coach? Is that Dan Quinn? Is that Mozzie? Does Mozzie feel like he needs to be quicker? There's a lot of questions about that going on. It was something I saw a month ago that we talked about a little bit.
You pointed it out. Weird, man. It was very bizarre. But Jane put this out when it came to Dan's defense. They allowed 28.7 points per game against winning teams, 11.7 points per game against teams with losing records.
Yeah.
And that's the big thing this offseason. That goes to both sides of the football, not just defensively, but offensively as well. Like, what is our problem?
Cowboys finally wore off on Dan Quinn.
Yeah, the better teams in the NFL.
Script, guys.
And another thing is, like, guys, if we go around the room and we say when this team is at a deficit and they're losing by 7 or they're losing by 10 to 14 points, do we have faith that they're going to come back and win?
Not right now. No.
Right. And
well, the record shows that.
Exactly. And that's probably, you're looking at the head coach and you're looking at the quarterback. They've got to figure out a way when we're behind, guys. We can't just let this thing snowball. Like, What are we doing wrong?
That's why they're the front runners, right, Eric?
That's 100% right. Aaron Jones, that was literally what he called them in his pregame speech to his team right before they took the field. And of course, Matt LaFleur, when he wins the coin toss, is going to say, yeah, we want the ball. Because all we got to do is go down and score that first time.
Yeah, I think, on maybe some of that is mental, but on top of that, anytime they get one-dimensional, they're hosed. They're not coming back in a fourth quarter. They're not scoring in the first quarter. If a team can make them one-dimensional and play half-decent coverage, it just totally has shut this thing down. And
they're one-dimensional on their own sometimes because they just can't run the ball.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, they just automatically, people played, 4 across too high, and they because you're not going to, they don't feel like you're going to run the ball.
No.
They're just like, no, they're not going to do it with that guy, and they can't do it. So that's a big problem.
I hope they understand that's their biggest thing. I know you need another this, another that, but you need to make your offense not totally susceptible to quality play. You can't be shut down like that. And I don't think you can go back and invest significant resources in the defense until you're sure that offense is going to be balanced.
Yeah, that's to me, that's the biggest problem. The teams figure out Dallas does not have a play that they can hang their hat on, that they can run the ball with, a counter tray, something like that we've seen past through history.
The lead draw.
Yeah. Something that kind of
push.
Something that gets them going. They don't have that right now.
And maybe scheme could adjust it, but I think they need scheme and good players. Call me crazy, Chief. Where are we going next?
Little restroom revelations. Is this habit of yours a point of contention with the old ball and chain? That's next here in the nation.
They poke fun out of mutual love.
Welcome back, Nation. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 8 minutes. Mike McCarthy saying, buy into us. 817 says, Dawson, I'm not buying anything. I'm asking for a refund. That's a good joke. Okay, segment's brought to you by Soda. That's state-of-the-art. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. And here's Eric.
What's your average toilet time, and is it point of contention with the wife? We have some science here, boys. Let's dive into the revelations.
That's right, buddy. You show that turd who's boss. Hey, just grab a hold of something, bite your lip, and give it hell. Come on. We're going to get through this.
Now, we know men generally stay on that toilet a little bit longer than the ladies do. Gastroenterologist Kyle Staller says anyone who knows a man
What a name
knows it's true that men do spend longer on the toilet than women do. Men are much less likely to have bowel issues and chronic constipation than women are.
Ooh,
so we actually have better gut health.
Okay.
And so much about going to-ski is just the ability to relax, you know? And men apparently have a sort of binary switch that allows them to abruptly hop between a tense state or relaxed state. So you can go from the high stresses, intensity of life to all of a sudden it's time to go potty. Boom, I can click into relaxation mode very quickly. Once a man is in relaxation mode, he wants to harness that moment. He wants to appreciate every single second of that. Okay. When I'm here on the toilet, I can't be told to do something. I can't fix this or handle this or do that. I'm in my zone here. I am relaxed. We have the ability as men to get into relaxation mode much better than the female counterpart. They should actually be learning something from us here. They should be taking a page out of our book. They shouldn't be hounding us for what just because we have this skill. Now, I understand the sense of envy and the jealousy as mama's walking around constipated as all get out because she doesn't know how to switch from stress mode to relax mode. And so this is just something that hopefully, as you're with a woman for many, many years and you sort of start to become a little bit more like the other one as God sort of intended, I think that the lady needs to be understanding, you need to take advantage of this. You're having issues here. I have better gut health than you.
Yeah, maybe have a kombucha.
This is actually, this is a you
have
problem.
A glass of wine, honey.
So don't be hounding me. And I get hounded for this. Now I think most of it,
personal.
Most of it is because
this is personal frustration for me.
I really don't think my wife would care if it was just me and her, or maybe even just one kid.
Yeah.
But it's, I'm going to go, obviously, I'm probably a good 10, 15 minutes,
Okay.
I'm double that.
That's a longer shift.
Yeah, you know that.
For Walchuk, that'd be running the 2-minute drill.
That'd be
okay.
quick.
We're going NASCAR here, and we got no timeouts. We're humming through this thing.
How do you guys keep your legs from not falling asleep?
I think there's just like a physical adaptation that occurs over time or something. Yeah.
Yeah, there are occasions where it will happen. But I'm staying active. I'm doing my best work on the throne, in my opinion. That's when I have some of my best thoughts. I jot it down.
Oh, so you're telling me you have your phone constantly when you're doing this?
I do.
Yes, the phone is for real.
Okay, so when's the last time you went to the men's room and didn't have your phone? And how do you get in your relaxed state
2004
with your phone?
It happened accidentally a couple weeks ago.
Maybe 05.
And the good thing was I said, Alexa, and I apologize for those of you that have this, and I said, play 105.3 The Fan, and then I just listened, and then I started yelling at Blake and Alec about what they were talking about.
So you got out of your relaxed state.
But it felt awkward. I was like, damn it, I left my phone, and now I can't get up. Like, the business is happening. So it was probably not the best, but yeah, she's got, now my significant other's gotten used to this, and I think that she's actually started to take more time for herself in the restroom as well.
There you go.
I think I've had a positive influence on her in this regard.
Kudos to her for her willingness to, see an opportunity to better herself and see something in you that she would like to see in herself.
I just could not imagine timing anybody out, on this. I'm too busy minding my own business, Wow. Whether that's 1, 2, or you're 1 or 2.
Another thing that, women could probably take a page out of our book on.
Hint.
Now, okay, so what's your average time for, what would you say? Because I have I have in front of me here the average American
adult toilet time.
I would say it increases at periods of time where,
Sure. We're not talking about the outliers.
Well, I was going to say, when I had a little kid running around the house and I was,
intentionally creating this space for yourself.
At those points, I probably pushed 5 or 6 minutes regularly just because I needed a breather.
Pushed? How about that? Okay, so you're quick.
But I would say now I'm more maybe 3 minutes.
Honestly,
Maybe.
you had one in between like a break the other day that was unbelievable. Like I could never have accomplished what you accomplished.
Well, that's the fiber thins working.
Shouts out to the Metamucils.
Yeah, there's significantly less in a lot of different ways in that department.
So should I expect when Eliza, our baby girl, comes that this is probably going to end up being an issue for me?
It's going to become certainly more of one. I don't know if it will be just a steadfast issue, but it will at times you will get yanked out of. You won't get your every time half hour throne time.
Well,
You're not going to get that.
I think at 1 it's manageable with Mama, right? Okay, Mama can be good, but 3 can overwhelm.
I think the early days of 1 can feel like 3.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you're the expert on this, my man.
I mean, I just, the 1, like when you look back after you have 3,
I'm turning to you.
You look back after 3 and you look at 1 and you think like, man, that seems so easy. But if you could really get back into your shoes in that moment when your head's spinning and this is your first experience with this, then 1 feels like you've got 50.
I kind of feel like that you've added 6 to 8 minutes because you have your phone.
The phone, yes, my wife will look at me like when she knows what I'm doing. Yeah. She's doing, tomahawk punch drills to get that phone forcing fumbles.
She's like a linebacker.
She knows, like I'm actually to the point now. This is just like sort of that healthy fear that I have. I don't know how healthy it is, but I'm trying to hide the fact that I do have my phone when I'm going to the bathroom so that she doesn't ride me on the way in. But I know at some point she's coming. I mean, there's been times where I hear her coming. I'm like, let me drop, just hide the phone. Because I'm like, no, I'm not even using the phone. You can't use the phone as an excuse. This is just what my body's telling me. I need to still be here.
It's my pocket.
So I'm like hiding the phone.
Yeah.
Yes.
So she's actually parenting 4. You're parenting 3.
Yes. That is
well done.
That is 100% fair. But nonetheless, I think this is actually. This is something that we need to appreciate about ourselves as men, and hopefully the women in our lives will appreciate it as well.
Should be celebrated for that, I think, not just appreciated.
I think the longest I've seen so far on the fan text is 30 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah,
no one's going longer than Walchuk.
There's no way in hell that.
No, I mean I'm usually 20 to 30.
It is 2 hours and 30 minutes after noon. That means it's time for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Gives you Alexander.
Slip, slide, trying to survive for me. Hey, G-Bag of the day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there on social media, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on the Twitter. On most social media platforms. Facebook is Lucius Alexander. You can go to G-Bag Nation on Twitter. You can follow us all right there. Our winner right here, let's go up to Nova Scotia, yeah? It's our high school hockey announcer. The puck got out of control. It was headed right for him.
The rush. Pulls it back there, and now Murphy. Murphy throws the pass across. And that puck's going to go out of play here, and that's going to do it for that sequence right there. 9:25 left. I apologize if I just damaged your eardrums there. It went right over the mesh, right over my head. So, oh my God, I apologize for that. I'm sorry. Everyone's few people look at me. I'm fine. I'm fine. Oh my God, I apologize for that one right there, and for saying, oh my God, I shouldn't be saying that. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm just trying to catch my breath here. Okay, all right. As we're back to this thing, rush here with it.
The nervous energy is insane with this guy. It's got to be his first game ever. I just want him and our other guy from a couple of weeks back to do a game together.
That would be cool.
Oh, yes.
That would be cool.
That'd be a nice duo.
Yes. We need to set that up.
Let's go to my man, Mo Mitchell right here from the Burt Show. Burt Show out of Atlanta. Q99.7 out of Atlanta. It's everywhere, though. It's all over the country. Mo Mitchell went viral for a letter to the Cowboys.
Dear Cowboys, I do not hope this letter finds you well. I hope it stings, actually. About as much as it stung to watch you fall short in the playoffs once again. The ups and downs are a natural part of sports. But the way That you'll continue to end up being losers at the end of the season every season should be studied. If only the goal were to lose, you'd be gloats.
The gloats.
There I was, an 8-year-old kid, excited, full of life, and stupid. My dad walked in wearing a blue and white jersey and turned on the television, said, "Son, come watch the Cowboys game with me." And that was the moment I should have walked away from my dad and never spoke to him again. I didn't. We bonded and have shared that bond for over 30 years now. It pains me to know that although my dad claims he loves me, he wanted this for my life. It has been 30 years since the 5-time champion Dallas Cowboys have tasted true victory. 30 years. Do y'all know what people have been able to accomplish in 30 years? Let's see. The internet. And the Dallas Cowboys can't find to win a damn football game when it matters. Although you have saved me a lot of money by never forcing me to attend a Super Bowl, it still hurts when I think about the fact that I have attended at least one game every year for over 10 years. Every season with the Dallas Cowboys feels like a repeating Linkin Park song because they tried so hard and got so far. But in the end, it doesn't even matter.
That's a good radio voice right there. Great job by Mo Mitchell there on the Bird Show. Tugs at your heartstrings. It really does.
Not wrong.
I feel like Wolchuk really identified with that one.
Very much so.
Yesterday was a church day. Hope you got your blessings. Though midweek church day is the one I dreaded the most. Come home from school, you got to hurry up and do your homework and then eat real fast and go to church. My mom had us there all the time. But we got shout out to my pastors, Reverend Ike and Freddie Haynes over there at Oak Cliff. We got a political pastor right here, though. He's not a fan of having any libs in his church.
No libs.
You know, the Bible talks about church discipline, right? About kicking folks out that cause trouble. I'm almost going to say I'm about to the place. I am to the place. I'm to the place
Come
right
on,
now. If you
Pastor.
vote Democrat, I don't even want you around this church. You can get out. You can get out, you demon. You can get out, you baby butchering election thief. You cannot be a Christian and vote Democrat in this nation. I don't care how mad that makes you. You get pissed off as you want to. You cannot be a Christian and vote Democrat in this nation. They are God-denying demons that butcher babies and hate this nation.
Wow.
They hate this nation. Get mad all you want to. I don't care if you stand. I don't care if you throw tomatoes, praise God. I'm about to throw a microphone up in his house. CNN can eat my dirty socks. You cannot be a Democrat and a Christian. You cannot. Somebody say amen.
Amen.
Really a man of God. Setting the record straight for us.
Passion.
Let me cleanse the palace real quick. Let's do this girl laugh. That's how she laughs for real, bro. Cleanse the palace real quick because I know somebody's charged up out there after that one.
She'll have a hard time finding a spouse.
Oh my gosh. She doesn't want the funny guy.
She didn't want the funny guy.
Definitely doesn't want her.
Man, I might make her laugh on purpose just to watch her break down all the time. It's like a super strength, you know what I mean? She's out of control now. I got you. I can just do what I want to. I'm going to your purse and take everything I want. I got you, girl.
Just take it and go.
Yeah, I got you. All right, let's go to Jason in Rockwall. He goes off on Jerry Jones for keeping Coach McCarthy.
Jason in Rockwall, your reaction to Mike McCarthy coming back next year?
Good morning, boys. Thank you for taking my call. I just have to ask, what are we doing here? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting different results. God forbid that somebody comes in and causes some waves in Jerry's little pool of entitlement he's got up there. So he's going to keep Mike McCarthy when he's got the perfect head coaching candidate out there to come in and change the culture of entitlement and hand-holding and non-accountability on this football team. I'm not talking about Belichick. I'm not talking about Harbaugh. Mike Vrabel is the perfect person to come in there and change the culture of this team, but Jerry don't want that. Jerry wants to make money. Jerry wants to see a full stadium. He don't care if there's 30 or 40% of the opposing team's fans in the stadium. He don't care as long as he looks up there and sees a full stadium and he's making money. Jerry, the fans are sick of this, man. We're tired. It's been 28 years. We are sick of the same thing. Do something about this because you expect us to stay loyal, keep watching, keep showing up, keep wearing our gear, and you disappoint us year after year after year. Jerry, we're sick of it, man.
Oh. Jason and Rockwall taking it to the owner once again. He's bringing back Mike, probably Dan Quinn as well. What could he do to get you to buy in? That's what Mike McCarthy asked you to do in his press conference today. Yeah, while you consider that, it's time for us to consider who's the G-Bag of the day as the high school hockey announcer, our one-time G-Bag of the day champ, Mo Mitchell from the Burt Show there. Pastor Man ejecting the Democrats from the congregation. Lady laughing, or Jason and Rockwell. I'm going to vote for Mo Mitchell there, Chief. How about you?
I'll rock with the pastor.
I'm looking on the fan text. I can't. How long was the longest person sitting on the toilet?
30? I saw 30.
Man, I'm an hour and a half every morning, bro.
Lucius.
I've told y'all that though.
Yeah, you know. This is true.
And I knew you would be the leader in the clubhouse.
I thought you were exaggerating.
I'll go with Mo Mitchell.
Okay.
All right.
Mo Mitchell.
My favorite thing is you go in the shower, you poo in the shower, and then you just sit on the toilet to chill.
That happened twice. Yeah. And I knew it wasn't going to be a solid. I can tell by how it brelled up. You know what I mean?
Knows his body.
I'll
go with Jason.
Yeah, I'll go with Mo.
All righty. By a score of 3-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's Mo Mitchell there with his Cowboys tail. Where are we going with Krusty's Corner, buddy?
Guys, we're going to have a little fun. The Rangers have announced their giveaways for their stadium this year. How about giveaways with fan hosts involved on the days? We'll do those next.
Coming up Friday morning on
Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. So why go anywhere else, people? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
All righty, welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a fantastic day. John Machota of The Athletic is coming up at 4 o'clock. It's time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Man, we've had a lot of serious conversations about guys' jobs and what people are going to do, this, that, and the other, man.
Toilet time.
Yeah, well, that's okay.
Well, that's serious to me.
That's serious, serious
And
what's going on with the
delicious.
Cowboys. So I thought I'd just, the Rangers, I saw this. The Rangers announced today, their special ballpark promotion nights.
Mm-hmm.
When I was a kid, I went to in 1972, they had bat night, real bats. You got a real bat, ball night, and
now you can't do that because it's a weapon.
Yeah, it's a weapon. They'll throw those on the field in a heartbeat. Fans get mad and they'll
in Philadelphia,
they'll toss those bad boys onto the field. I used to go to games thinking that every time you went to the ballpark, you got something free. I was like, oh, hey, this is cool. But but the Rangers announced
no free lunches, man.
No free lunches. But the Rangers announced so. But I thought I would create if fan hosts had their own night at the ballpark.
Oh, I like this.
And so kind of, work with me here, help me, contribute, whatever you want to do. But the first night we're going to celebrate at the ballpark is Sean Sharif Kids Batting Glove Night.
Boy. Kids Batting Glove?
Yeah, kids Batting Glove Night.
Oh, no.
Kids 8 and under receive a batting glove the actual size of Sean's hand.
Might need to make that 6 and under.
You think it's 6 or under?
Yeah.
So would that be a good night, you think, for Sean? Kids batting glove night. Not adult kids, tiny kids.
Yeah.
Batting glove night.
Undersized kids.
Yeah.
Make something positive out of his lifelong affliction.
Yeah. It's amazing how small his hands are, isn't it?
It is.
It's almost embarrassing.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
But yeah, well, kids.
That's a really good promotion, dude. The
You
kids
like
are
that
going to
one?
be fired up for that one.
I think
like that
so,
one?
too.
He makes up for it with his big mouth.
How about this one?
He's going to replay this tomorrow morning.
How about Kevin Hagelin, no condiment night?
Okay.
Yeah.
What happens there?
Wait, I got to have a dry brat?
Oh, get ready for this. All ballpark items will be served with no taste, flavor, or appearance being worth eating. That's Kevin Hagelin, no condiment night.
That's a hell of a deal right there.
You like that one?
I think we're getting people in the doors with this one.
Do I get any discount on these items or anything?
No, not at all.
Can I try and sneak in my own mustard?
No,
They're going to be super uptight about it.
Everybody is
like airport security.
We're going to be just like Hagee. We're going to be super uptight about it.
If we see a single bit of mustard on your dog,
Yeah.
you're getting kicked out.
Hey, as long as they're still dialing up the Mont sticks, I'll be
Okay.
all right. Now it's going to suck not having my marinara and my ranch.
You got none of this because it's Kevin Hagelin, no condiment.
None of it.
Yeah,
none of it.
basically no flavor night.
No flavor night.
It's the opposite of Guy Fieri night.
And you can't have any booze there either. It's just a dry bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, dude.
How about this next night we have at the ballpark?
And the water has to be tap water. You can't
temp.
No bottled water?
No bottled water. I've watched Hagee bypass our filtered water system over here to just go right to the tap water out of the sink.
Crazy.
He likes the taste of heavy metals in his mouth.
Yeah. How about this next night? RJ Choppy Meathead Night.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay. What's in store for
Well,
Meathead
hey,
Night?
One lucky fan wins a year's supply of Omaha steaks. Okay. So we're gonna have a giveaway.
Okay, he's got the best night so far.
Yeah,
I'm showing up that night.
We're gonna have a giveaway for RJ Choppy Meathead Night.
Throw in a date with Sarah. I think that one's a sellout.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I see what you're doing there. But yeah, Omaha Steaks, one lucky fan, year's supply.
Sounds like Wolchuk's a big fan.
Yeah. It was a little Brent Musburger-ish right there, wasn't it?
Oh, man. Kids in Alabama, you better pick up on football now.
Anytime Choppy gets brought up, he just veers all the way over to the other lane to get a Sarah reference
So
in
does
there.
everybody that's friends with Chop. It's okay. I'm not alone.
No, but it can't be Omaha Steaks, though.
What are you going to have?
It's got to be Nolan Ryan beef, unlimited.
Okay. All right. Nolan Ryan beef. Okay. I like what you're doing.
That's true. We got to keep with the theme.
I like the adjustment there. I like that adjustment. How about this next night? This will be Bobby Belt Bad Beard Night.
Oh, no.
Okay.
First 10,000 fans receive a poorly kept, untrimmed beard similar to one Bobby wears every day.
Is that like a Santa beard thing?
Oh, it's kind of, you put it over your ears,
thing?
Yeah, it's a costume beard, but it's kind of like half-ass patchy.
It's disheveled.
It's on your neck.
Homeless.
It's kind of like you really don't give a damn how you look.
Absolutely. There's no self-respect involved in the making of this beard.
We might have to have a hoodie thrown in there from Marcus High School,
You're appreciated.
I like loud fan night or something where every fan gets a megaphone of sorts. Yeah.
With Bobby's face on it.
No, Dak's face on it.
Or how about Bobby Belt bobblehead that just yells at you the whole time? You just hit the button and it just yells. That could be another night. All right. Hey, this one's for you.
A lot of Bobby nights.
This one's for you.
Okay. Oh, I got one?
You got this one's for you. You're going to like this one, Dawson. Yeah. It's Corey Major's flat beer night.
Oh, okay.
Flat
beer?
Flat
he
beer.
brews his own beer.
He does. That's why we're having flat beer night.
Okay.
Okay. So we're all right.
Yeah.
So who sampled his beer and realized it wasn't good?
Fans will get a Major's brew, a flat Major's brew.
Flat.
Plus a bowl of grits for your enjoyment.
With cinnamon grits?
Yeah, you'll get some cinnamon grits and a flat beer on Corey Major's flat beer night.
You embarrassed?
Yeah, you would be embarrassed.
So all of the beer consumed was personally brewed by Corey himself, and that explains the level of flatness and general disgust with the beer.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
The cinnamon grits, I think, are going to be people are going to be calling for the cinnamon grits to stay.
And all proceeds for the cinnamon grits will donate to my possibilities.
The cinnamon grits, they're going to be like, okay, this is something that we need to make a game day staple here at Globe Life Field. I got a feeling about those cinnamon grits.
Grits. All right, this might be my favorite night here.
Oh, crap.
Favorite one. Coach Ballsack bike short coaching shorts night.
Yes,
do that one more time. I'll try and do it right this time.
Okay, here we go.
I won't be dyslexic. Coach Ballsack bike coaching shorts night. You know those coaches, those 1980s bike shorts?
Yeah, the PE teacher shorts.
PE teacher shorts?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the movie Mr. Woodcock. That's where I was introduced with Billy Bob Thornton.
It's a great movie.
Oh, is that okay?
Yeah, with Billy Bob. Yeah, Billy Bob.
It's good.
I thought you were making up a name.
No, he's his gym coach, and the gym coach later in life ends up dating his mom, and he hated the gym coach growing up. Sean William Scott.
Yeah, here we go.
Stifler.
All men will receive a pair of 1980 bike coaching shorts in road gray.
Yes.
You got to have it in road gray.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, no belt with the buttons and, those snaps.
Yeah.
And then,
like they were polyester slacks or something.
If you walk too fast, you start a fire. You know what I mean? Saying that polyester.
Oh, the chafing is real.
Chafing is real.
If they weren't so tight, your testicles might hang out.
Yeah.
I heard.
That's
what I heard.
That's what you heard.
Could there be some
dirty
Gold Bond
grandpa.
could we pair Gold Bond with this? Because
Maybe.
the chafing is just going to be out of this world.
Well, I was thinking, and I know I was thinking kind of for our show, maybe some stuff here too.
Okay. And
maybe we got a minute here, so maybe we can. I thought about this one. Eric Chiafalo's sock night. First 10,000 fans receive a pair of unmatched socks. Compliment of Foot Locker.
Yes.
All right.
I'm so here for that.
We can get down for this.
And then we can have the Woolly Bully tube sock night, which is just slightly different.
Yes.
Okay.
We got 903 Lucius CBD night.
CBD night.
That would be awesome.
That would be night. I like that one. I like that.
CBD with
CBD.
LA.
Are there any other ideas we got?
Dawson's NA beer night.
Okay.
Ooh, okay.
A soccer horn night. That would be fun.
Section 133 will be a little bit tamer on Dawson's NA beer night.
Just a little bit.
I was kind of thinking of maybe this one for Dawson.
Yes.
I was thinking Gavin Dawson flip-flop night.
Flip-flop night?
Flip-flop night, yeah. First 15,000 can choose between several items and change out them as many times as you want. You can change it back and forth.
Okay.
So, yeah, a
For just some
flip-flop.
pure gold as always
flip-flop night.
flip-flops?
You can flip-flop if you want to on some of this stuff.
Sounds like you got a fight coming, Brian.
Fight.
Is there something you need to get off your chest here? It's already Thursday.
No. I mean, flip-flop. It could be shoes. You can change out whatever you want.
It could be sports takes.
It could be whatever you want.
Am I a flip-flopper?
It's flip-flop night.
Walchuk's called me that in the past. It hurts,
Is that my
doesn't it?
reputation?
Doesn't it hurt?
Everyone's got a little flip-flopping in them.
That's it. Flip-flop night.
That's it. I think we need to stick around here and
it's a great dismount.
Overtime.
You got one for me? I'm sure you do.
You can't just fire off a shot like that and then no, because I thought we were teammates.
We are
you
teammates.
You can't just fire off a shot like that and then be like, no. I got no details for you. You got to tell me why you think I'm a flip-flopper now.
No,
Did you keep the receipts?
Come on, Mr. Jokey guy. Everybody's got their own night at the ballpark.
Yeah, I just, I thought maybe there were some opinions that, flip-flops. We got, flip-flop shoes. Kind of into that stuff, aren't we?
Like thong sandals?
Yeah, thong sandals.
The ones that go right between your big and your next toe?
Flip-flops.
Man, I appreciate it, Brian. That's good stuff. That's a good segment. NFL News Today coming up next with Wolchuk. Where are you taking us?
He's like Jared with the bits. Like, no, I really liked it. I really
see if we flip-flop really here in the NFL News of the Day. Uncrustables, ticket sale records, and your Super Bowl pregame lineup. That's next.
By DFWSecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yes, sir. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a fantastic day. John Machota's coming up in 1 hour. We'll talk with the Athletic Cowboys writer about what he thinks about the news last night, Mike McCarthy staying. And it appears Dan Quinn will as well if he does not get a head coaching job. That is what the reports are saying. In the meantime, here's Zach Wolchuk in your NFL news of the day.
Well, Dan Quinn's still interviewing for jobs. It appears Mike Vrabel is interviewing today with the LA Chargers. According to Tom Pelissero, Falcons and Seahawks also will be talking and meeting with Mike Vrabel as well. David Shaw, former Stanford head coach, is interviewed with the Chargers. There seems to be some reports, though, that are expecting Jim Harbaugh to get that job. Nothing confirmed, as the Chargers are still, of course, interviewing. But he might be the favorite to get that Chargers job right now.
Who?
Jim Harbaugh.
Okay, yeah.
And then Belichick's going to get a second interview with the Falcons. And we had kind of thought, obviously we were having some fun with maybe Belichick to the Cowboys if they moved on from McCarthy. Yeah. They're not doing that. But a second interview, I think Bill and the Falcons makes a lot of sense there. No confirmation if this is on the yacht for round 2. I don't think it will be. But I could see Harbaugh to the Chargers, Belichick to the Falcons, and maybe that thing's done pretty quickly here.
I wonder, you probably can find this out, I wonder if Belichick's going back in to talk with their cap guy, their general manager, because he wasn't involved in the interview process the first time around, I don't believe.
Probably not.
So I think this was just Arthur Blank and Bill sitting down. And I wonder if this is Bill getting to meet, Rich McKay is the president of the team.
Apparently they have a good relationship.
Yeah. So I just wonder if this is kind of like, okay, these are all the parties involved now. And we're gonna let you talk to them. And I guarantee you, Bill is interviewing them. They ain't interviewing him. He's asking them the questions.
Yeah.
Why would you do this? Or how did you do this? Or how would you handle this? This is him interviewing them. This ain't he's deciding what if he wants to coach anymore.
Yeah, the moment he got pink slipped by the Patriots, he could have just pulled out his cell phone, called Arthur Blank, and said, I'm going to be your coach. And Arthur Blank would have said, all right, sweet, you're our head coach now. I don't have any questions for you. Belichick's definitely got all the questions, but it makes sense, dude. I mean, what is the NFC South? Class, the worst division in football.
Okay.
What did Bill Belichick dominate for 20 years? The AFC East.
Which was the worst division in football.
By and large, it was the worst division in football.
The NFC East for this year. I mean, at least the Bucs are playing this weekend. Both of our guys got knocked out.
But that's a heady play. That's a heady play if you're Bill. You're like, dude, well, I mean, I'm not worried about Dennis Allen. Okay, I'm not worried about Bryce Young in Carolina with their schmuck face owner.
And who knows who they hire.
Right. And then the Buccaneers, like, okay, yes, they're in the playoffs right now, and okay, sure. But if that's one challenge, really, then okay, like whatever.
Yeah, Ben Johnson of the Lions, as they get ready to host the Bucs, he's going to speak with the Panthers and the Commanders tomorrow about their head coaching vacancies. He's scheduled to also talk with the Seahawks and possibly the Chargers on Saturday as well. So we'll talk more of the coaching carousel a little bit later on as well. I did see this, and this was amazing, with the Texans. And the Texans are trying to do something that is pretty historic, where they had the worst odds. Obviously, nobody thought the Texans would be any good this year.
Speak for yourself.
Coming into the season,
I kind of felt like the Buccaneers were going to be worse
than the Texans.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they were both going to be teams picking definitely in the top 10, maybe top 5. Yeah. Bad football teams.
Yeah. Well, Houston's trying to become one of the most improbable conference championship teams in NFL history. Of course, you've got the 99 St. Louis Rams, who were 4-12, and then they go on to win the Super Bowl. The 2021 Bengals were a team that started the season with just terrible odds, 150 to 1 preseason title odds for them. So the Texans would end up being right there with the worst odds to start a season, to make it to a Super Bowl, and then to end up doing it. So I'm rooting for him, man. I think that would be amazing. You've got the rookie coach and the rookie quarterback, and this audio that came out from NFL Films with DeMeco Ryans talking to Christian Harris, basically telling him, hey, this is exactly what you need to look for Flacco's going to throw you the football. Just stand here. Flacco's throwing you the football, leads into the pick six. Here's the audio. D'Amico Ryans, sir, you are a genius. Take a bow.
You just hang right there and just play the quarterback. Play the quarterback. As soon as he snap, step in front of it, go pick. Yes, sir. I'm telling you.
4th and 2 from the Browns 33. It's picked off. Here we go to the left, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Christian Harris. Second pick six of the game.
Zone defense. So here's Harris. His eyes are on the quarterback, and at the last minute, he breaks underneath in front of the intended target, Harrison Bryant.
Just had to run go for it. I know, I'm sorry, baby. It's it's exciting out here. I don't want to hurt you. I got you. Yeah, please don't. Sorry.
It's amazing. Like, D'Amico Ryans knew exactly what was coming, and that's coaching right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, what he's been able to do, and it just goes to show, man. Like, for as bad of an organization, the Texans, they're a laughing stock.
Yep.
But when you can nail the head coach and the quarterback, all of a sudden, insane things can happen for you. And that is extremely difficult to do. Some teams identify one or the other. Yeah. They can't figure it out. When you nail both of those things, boom, to the moon you go. And that's the two worst things about the Cowboys. They cannot identify a head coach. They cannot identify a quarterback.
Yeah, I think the draft and free agency, they work perfectly together to keep the talent pool pretty similar. That if you can just be coached well, have a good scheme, and a quarterback that takes care of the football and makes plays, you can make a very significant jump in a short period of time. There's so many great storylines in this playoffs, and if Houston goes a long way, it's just another one of those that I'll be really excited about. Even though I don't find myself pulling for the Houston teams often, I know
it's weird. Time. It's like I never pull for Houston squads, but this Texans team, there's something about them. They're likable. What they've done with moving on from Deshaun Watson, and then here they are, just a year really into their rebuild, and boom, they're back in it, and they got a legitimate chance there in the AFC because the Chiefs aren't quite what we expect them to be. The Bills, the Bills were bad for the first half of the season. Now maybe they're on a run, but who knows?
I think it's because they've been bad for so long, and there's really not a lot of bad history between the teams.
No, there's not.
Yeah.
Lions and Bucks. My gosh, the average ticket price for this on Sunday, $1,186. It is the highest priced divisional game ever, according to TickPick. Just to get into the building, the current get-in price is $673. Some of the comments on this are great. Respectfully, the Lions fans have had 30 years to save up for this moment.
Yeah.
Lions fans have had plenty of time to save money for playoff football tickets. Hopefully
that's what it was for Rangers World Series.
Yeah. No. Oh, yeah. The World Series. We were so lucky we got to be in that building, but I know a lot of fans were priced out. But it is. It's Bucks and Lions. They're probably thinking we can watch our team go to the NFC Championship game by getting the Bucks, but that's a team right now that's also playing with house money. Baker's playing with a lot of confidence. They've got weapons. That's a fun one, too. Like, none of those teams either are you looking at and you're like, man, I hate that team. I hope they lose.
I wonder if that Detroit ticket market thing went crazy because they didn't think they were going to get a home game.
Could be.
They
thought they'd be going to Dallas.
They thought they were probably on the road for the next time. And so, and all of a sudden now they get the opportunity and there's this, we've only got so many tickets left. And now they're, pushing them out like that. So.
Yeah, I think it's the excitement and euphoria coming off of a win. People are just now willing to be like, I can't miss out on this. Yes, I'm willing to make an irresponsible deal with my credit card.
Yeah.
Honey, I just ran $2,000. We're going to the playoff game, and she's happy. You're happy. Everybody's just stoked.
It's a great point because they're probably still like last week. They're in the playoffs. They're probably thinking like we're the Lions. We're gonna lose. We're gonna get upset. Stafford's coming back. We're gonna lose to the Rams. Rams are red hot. Now they beat them. They're thinking, Bucks, we should win this game.
Yeah.
This is a game we should win.
Yeah. This will be our last, chance to see them before they go to San Francisco and win that game. And then we'll go to Vegas.
Gosh, imagine the crazy Lion fans that are going to be in Vegas if they make it. Ravens are adding Dalvin Cook to the roster ahead of their postseason game. They're waiving Melvin Gordon. Great story, though, that I saw. The key, and we talked about hot dogs maybe being the key to the Rangers World Series run.
Maybe.
They were just consuming. Well, that and Creed,
definitely,
of course,
dude.
one of the keys.
Yeah,
they
1A,
were
1B.
Consuming glizzies at a historic rate. Apparently, the Ravens are just consuming Uncrustables. That's their thing. The small prepackaged peanut butter and jelly sandwiches without crust have been flying off the shelves at the Ravens practice facility. They are anywhere. They're consuming 30 to 60 packs a day, 7,500 eaten per season right now for the Ravens there. And
the calorie content on those things is crazy.
It is.
Really?
It is. No, yeah, seriously.
It is.
It's one of the most. It's one of the what am I trying to say? High calorie things. They always have those like power bars and stuff like that. I looked at a package that one time there at the when I was working with the Cowboys. I'm like, there's no way. It's like damn near 1,000 calories for that little round sandwich.
Okay, Smuckers.
But the Ravens are saying it's the perfect pre-practice snack. It provides protein, carbs, and it's easily digestible, and it's good. I mean, those.
Yeah, ultimately, that's what it is. It's freaking delicious.
It is. It's excellent.
It's grab and go. We're just grabbing it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna eat it real quick and then move on.
If you take them out of the freezer, I think they're ready to eat in like 30 minutes. I like to pop them in the air fryer though.
Oh, get a little.
Is it like toasted a little bit? Like put a little toast on it?
It's super gooey, I'm sure, in the middle.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
It melts the middle and toast it a little bit.
That's a life hack right there.
Yeah, I mean, they are really, really good. I'm seeing here, each one is 210 calories, 28 grams of carbs. So that's what these guys are really needing, because like the protein,
I think
six
you must have
grams
looked
of
at the
protein.
4-pack, Brian.
I was doing something wrong. I mean, I'm gonna reach out to somebody here because I think they make them for the NFL that are.
Oh, they make giant ones.
They make
special
ones. Yeah,
more protein, more carbs.
Let me see if I can get
more macros.
Yeah, let me see. I'll get a
918 said the Jumbo Uncrustables. They've got one in their hand right now. It's 360 calories.
Okay, so the jumbo is basically almost twice the size of the regular.
817, 200 calories per sandwich.
I was trying not to be so sensationalist, but it sounds like I was. I thought it was.
No, but I mean that's fair, dude. I mean, if you really think about it, those things, like how many would it take to fill you up? It would take. I mean, yeah, I would say minimum. Boom. There's 1,000 calories.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So,
but if you just have one for a snack pre-practice, then you go burn that off. Probably not too bad.
Now you can make. I've seen the people, and I've done this. You make sort of your own, but you can put anything in there. Like you can decrust your bread. You put whatever you want in there, like a chocolate. I've done like a Nutella one. Ooh. So you put Nutella on the bread, and then you just take your fork and you go around the edge of it to sort of make it the pocket, to really keep it
kind of your own hot pocket.
Yes, and then you put that in the toaster or in the air fryer, and boom, now you have a delightful little dessert.
That's awesome. We also now know the Super Bowl performers. Of course, we're going to have Usher have the halftime. Reba McEntire, Post Malone, and Andre Day are announced as the pregame entertainment lineup. Posty is going to sing America the Beautiful, and then Reba is going to sing the national anthem.
Okay. So how many pregame songs are we going through here?
We've got the national anthem, we've got America the Beautiful, and then we've got Lift Every Voice and Sing, which Andre Day will be singing.
I don't think I'm familiar with those other two.
That's kind of a reach with Post Malone actually singing that song like that. That's something you would want like an actual vocalist doing.
They're going for the names. But I'm excited for Posty to be part of this thing. I mean, I think Post Malone would be a hell of a halftime.
Is he wearing his cowboy gear while he's doing this?
He did wear his Micah Parsons jersey at the concert I went to at Dos Equis over the summer. So maybe he does like to rep his Cowboys. Ron Rivera, we talked yesterday, he said he's got several opportunities right now. He just wants to make sure it's the right one. So this was probably the greatest learning experience I've had in a while this past year. I mean, a lot of things came to light at certain times this past season that I think going forward will really help. Apparently, not only is he willing to be a defensive coordinator, he might be willing to just go back and be a linebackers coach. If you want him to just be a positions coach.
Get out of here, really?
Yeah. Yeah, he's got several opportunities. I'm sure that one of them could be as a defensive coordinator, but he was the linebackers coach from 99 to 03 with the Eagles, and then as recently as 07 with the Chargers. So, hey, maybe you end up getting Ron Rivera as your linebackers coach.
I really
people
thought
would be pretty amazed by that.
Man, I just thought he was so beat down and done. Going through that whole bit, what he had to go through, the cancer and stuff to beat that, and maybe he wants.
It's hard to stay away from the game. You know that.
Stay away. Yep, you're right. You're right about that.
And shout out to George Kittle's 101-year-old grandma. George Kittle was talking to 95.7 The Game. Still texts him after every game. And she's giving him little nuggets, breaking down his game and telling him like, hey, what about this play? What about that play? I think that's awesome. I mean, grandparents are the biggest fans. I know mine were. I mean, shout out to my parents as well. They're awesome in the support system. But it's 101-year-old grandma still sending him post-game texts, and that's pretty special. I mean, that's a bond that's unbreakable right there.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
It's a big day for the Rangers down there in Austin. The caravan cruises through Whataburger in North Austin right now. John Gray, Justin Foscue, Tony Beasley, Dave Raymond down there signing autographs for the Rangers fans.
Nice.
It's awesome. You know, this thing just continues in the way that it does. Any mention of it or picture just gets me excited for spring training, which is now just right around the corner. Okay, why are people saying this person being at the NFL games is bad for the game? That's coming up next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Thanks to our Tolos. Those are our listeners who turn it on, leave it on. We're here for you.
Can help you jumpstart the process with a ton of other benefits like optimizing your mood, drive, mental clarity, and weight. Men's T Clinic is the authority and the only place I trust for my total wellness optimization. And with 5 convenient DFW locations, it's super easy to get in, get out, and get back to being you. Cash pay and insurance options are available.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel. The go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Still a little disappointed in Brian for, naming the Rangers ballpark night flip-flopper night after me. I don't know. Maybe he's a little bit petty because he feels like my takes on the Cowboys haven't been transparent or honest enough. So I want to know what you guys have to say. The truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. I will change my mind from time to time. Now, I'm not digging in person. Okay, yeah. So maybe that's what you're talking about there. You think if somebody has a take one year, they got to have the same take 40 years later, or their character's not any good. Are you that crusty?
I am that crusty. I'm that crusty of a guy. Yeah.
Woolchuck and Shia follow. Every time I bring this up, just keep looking at their shoes. They don't want to make eye contact with me either. So. I'm feeling this might be I might be outvoted 3-1 on this. Might not even need the truckwreck.com fan text.
I'm not as good at identifying the flip-flop stuff because I didn't look in the mirror and see a flip-flopper, but I married somebody who calls me a flip-flopper. So now I'm trying to decide, am I?
This was like a shoe flip-flop night.
I think a perfect example of this would be last week, Eric's mad that we're not in agreement with him on the Dan Quinn stuff. And Monday, and hey, to your credit,
I don't think I was mad.
You admitted this.
I don't think I was mad.
Well, you did bring it back up. I mean, you seemed a little frustrated. You were like, come on, guys, this is a no-brainer. Dan Quinn's the guy. And you did make a good case.
Right.
But then, of course, Monday, it's like, hell no, Dan Quinn needs to leave. I think that's an example of flip-flopping.
And Walchuk wouldn't be considered a flip-flop because in that same conversation, he wanted McCarthy. He wasn't ready to move on from McCarthy. But then, of course, you come in on Monday, and guess what? You're ready to move on from McCarthy.
Based on what we saw on
is
Sunday?
That a flip-flop?
Yeah.
I don't think that's a flip-flop. I think that's getting new information.
No, because if you go back and listen to the show, I also did say if they lose this game against Green Bay, I would clean house. And I said that on Monday last week. So that would take me out of the flip-flopping.
I think that actually I should take that back. You didn't want to get rid of McCarthy. You said that.
No, I don't. Yeah, I didn't want to get rid of McCarthy.
No. Yeah, you did not want to get rid of McCarthy.
No. Yeah. And I would be willing to right now. I just didn't think that the Cowboys would. I think maybe they do in a year. If you get the same result next year, I think they would. I think most of it is cheapskate Jerry not wanting to pay 2 coaches.
You know what, guys?
I think you're right.
Like he makes $250, $300 million cash every year off the NFL, and he's worried about little things because he's such a businessman. He can't break himself from that routine.
Man, I'm going to get myself in trouble for saying this.
Yes, please do.
I don't think it's Jerry.
Oh,
I think it's Steven.
Really?
I do.
He's the tightwad?
I don't know. I'm not saying a tightwad. I just don't think Steven is into change. I really don't. I think Steven and Will and Mike are running this team. I really do. And Jerry, I'm not saying that Jerry's not the president, owner, general manager, and all those things, but I'm sure somebody will text me here in a minute and all that. But when it comes to the day-to-day operations of your football team, I really don't think that Will and Steven have this personnel department right where they need it.
Yeah.
Mike's been here now 4 years. Mike in Green Bay, when he was with Ted Thompson, that whole Green Bay thing, they kind of pick players for you. Mm. So Mike, they've got this thing. If you bring in Belichick, Harbaugh, Vrabel maybe.
Yeah.
All of a sudden now you got to switch everything. Now all of a sudden all this that we've built that's gone, is going hey, we're drafting well. Last year wasn't very good. I'm not trying to wash my hands of Jerry on this one, but I think this is more about Steven and he wanting to keep the continuity of what they're doing.
Well, I'll buy that because when I read that Jerry statement about keeping Mike McCarthy, I was like, he's never used half of the words in this paragraph. I know he didn't write it, so I thought either Tad did or maybe Steve did.
Well, Tad probably wrote it for him, or Scott Golnick probably wrote it, and and they approved it. And Dad, here's what we're going to say.
Yeah.
That's
fine. That's fine. One or the other. And I think that's an important clarification because Steven is, I don't. We've been heading that way for about 12 years now.
I really do think when you start to talk about the day-to-day operations, Jerry is involved with decisions. Yes. Was he involved with Mike McCarthy? Yes. But ultimately, who's trying to talk Jerry into when he's not too happy about things going on? Yeah. It's Steven. It's Charlotte. It's Jerry Jr.
And some of the biggest moments in recent history are Jerry actually getting overruled, like, the Johnny Manziel thing.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Steven, Steven's saying, Dad, no, Zach Martin's that's the pick. Yeah. Zach Martin's the guy on our Dad. We're taking Zach Martin.
That's interesting. Yeah.
I think at one point Jerry would overrule him. And I think I want Jerry to overrule him right now and insist they go spend a bunch of money, not on two different head coaches, but on, free agents. And we'll see if that plays out. And if it does, I'm going to get excited about the Cowboys possibly going all the way in 2024. If they do not spend big, I will remain as cynical as I am this week. I ain't running from this position. I ain't flip-flopping on this position.
No, don't you dare flip-flop.
What would be like going into camp, though, if they don't do exactly what you're talking about? How's all our demeanor going to be going to Oxnard? I know we get excited. We got really excited about Rangers baseball.
It would be ho-hum.
Oh, hell yeah.
Here's another nice week in California where we're watching, some guys that are going to front run for 17 weeks and then lose in the wild card of the division.
Look, they're running motion offense. Oh, look, they're doing, I think it would be a little bit different. I think you maybe your approach of the team is like, okay, I'm not going to get fooled by this.
Yes.
I'm not going to get fooled by Dak Prescott launching the ball downfield to Brandon Cooks,
and you got to carry
beating Bland or something like that.
And I think you got to carry that until they win big games in the regular season.
Yep. Their schedule could be to the point being a first place schedule with the teams they're about to play.
Yeah,
this could be one of those kind where like you said it, Dawson, by November, by Thanksgiving, it's like, okay, who's the next coach of the Dallas Cowboys?
Absolutely.
That's what could happen with this
tough games. Yeah. There's no doubt.
I think 3 Live Mics, you're out there and you're couching everything with not that it would happen in the playoffs or not that it would happen when it matters, but I just saw competence from my team.
Just from a scrimmage out here at training camp in July, this is just what we're seeing. Don't get overly too excited about it.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Because we didn't even see half of what we saw for the first 6 weeks of the season.
Or maybe we should just like get Super Bowl excited in those training camp moments because that's as close to that excitement as we're going to get,
Okay, checking these texts over here. Choppy's actually the king of flip-flopping. Don't worry about that.
Choppy is the king of flip-flopping.
Dawson, I owe you an apology for that. I should have done differently.
I've been saying Gavin's a flip-flopper for years, says the other 214. Come on, Gavin, a little sensitive. Look, Scooby-Doo van equals flip-flopper. That's Michael from Weatherford. That's funny. Okay, Tony Dungy wins Boomer of the Year, actually, in the NFL. He's gone full crusty. Brian, I'm sure you have an award or a medal for him.
No, he and I are like the same guy, pretty much, yeah.
I don't know. Maybe
he's got the bunion, too.
Couple Super Bowl champs.
Yeah.
Maybe he should go join your friends at the 33rdteam.com. Isn't that where all the washed up crusties go?
That's where we all go, sir. Yes, sir. You're absolutely right about that.
He was talking about Taylor Swift and says that's the thing that's disenchanting people with sports now. There's so much on the outside coming in, entertainment value and different things taking away from what really happens on the field. Yeah. I just can't imagine that you wouldn't want a lot of people and famous people at games. I mean, little did I know that in the 80s, when I was watching in horror, as Magic Johnson and the Lakers took over basketball from everybody else, and you had Jack Nicholson, high-fiving Rob Lowe, and that was actually bad for the game of basketball. That's actually what was taking away from it, not propelling it to heights that it had never seen before. It's Lifetime, but this Taylor Swift story is bringing out some interesting think pieces, if you ask me, boys.
Yeah, it is. Now we've got like a Philadelphia jeweler that says, hey, I'll make a custom $1 million engagement ring for you for free because they know the marketing that will go towards that. Like I'm the person that made Taylor Swift's engagement ring. So now he's going to generate business because of that. It's actually smart on his part.
Yeah, Kelsey needs to capitalize on that.
You got to try to close this deal.
Yeah, you got to go ahead. Sure, free $1 million ring here. Yes, I'm not too wealthy to pass.
She's like serial dater guy though, isn't she? Like probably before we get to OTAs, or is she settling down mode now? I don't know. Maybe
I don't know. There's a lot of rumors that this is serious between them, but I don't know what to believe. I don't know.
I thought I saw true love when they made out behind that porta potty back there. A couple of weeks into their dating,
I thought that was Baker Mayfield.
There was
that was a cheesecake.
There was like an understating
in a dumpster, not a porta john. My bad.
Sold me. I think it's real love.
Yeah, no, for sure. I was actually it was actually this weekend that I was like, okay, maybe this is like for real, because I had never seen the trench coat parka jacket that was just like a player. You know, it was like a jersey. It was the Kelsey. She had the giant jacket on, and on the back, it was Kelsey 87. Like she had an individual player. Like I'd never seen that before.
She's a player wife.
Like she's fully committed to this thing now. This isn't a
taught
jersey.
Everybody
this
up there the dance. They're like doing a celebration choreographed dance.
Swag wave. What do they call that?
The swag wave.
Surfing.
No, it's a swag wave.
Is that? It's not the swag wave.
Should have let him run with it, Wolchuk.
Swag
I kind of like the swag
right?
wave.
Swag
it was a great team dance.
Yeah,
where you're sort of surfing on
Damn it,
swagger.
I'm sorry, I blew that one.
No, it's okay.
That's
Did we
on
determine
me.
that like Juszczyk's wife made these?
Yes. I know you doubted that, but she did.
Okay.
Flip flop.
They had cutaways in the pregame of her like doing the actual stitching and stuff.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, you could tell she had committed
labor of love
a lot of her life to maybe she was going to be a fashion designer or at some point, because it was like top notch type of a gear. And yes, you have Taylor Swift rocking that thing like a super fan. She looks up to him right now in that a very special way. I think it's the real deal.
It's adorable.
But she is a serial dater, and she's looked at many people that way over the last 6-7 years.
She's written a lot of songs.
Many people.
Do you think she really likes football?
Yeah.
Or she just like the game of the football, or like being in the football?
Yeah,
arena?
you would have to like football to fall for Travis Kelce. You know, it's not like he is a superstar. You're like watching games and you know about the sport a little bit if you find Trav.
She did put him on the map.
Yeah.
Okay, now you back off.
It's not like Tom Brady, you know. If you find yourself with Tom Brady, you might not love football at all. He was super handsome, famous guy. You know, you're like, holy crap. But you know, Travis Kelce is not like super famous guy bumping around with other famous guys. He's hanging out in
his brother made the most
sexiest man alive.
Sexiest man alive. Yeah, he made that list.
Yeah, have you seen those eyebrows? Come on.
That beard.
Okay, article Todd Archer. Dak has become the new Tony. The career arcs of Dak and Tony have become so similar, they've essentially become the same QB. Each showed outstanding regular season success, but left lingering questions in the playoffs. Tony was 2-4 in the postseason. Dak is now 2-5. Similar stats. And I don't know. I think it's more organizational failure than putting it on them. I think inferior players. Eli Manning won 2 of them, for crying out loud. Get him a damn coach and a defensive line and a running game. You'd be surprised what somebody can do here. But I like a couple of ways that Todd Archer took this. Check out this stat. Since 1980, Ken Anderson's the only QB to be his team's starter for more consecutive seasons than Dak will have in 2024 before going to the Super Bowl for the first time. So, like, Dak is about to become the longest running starting quarterback for any team that has not made the Super Bowl, unless he does it next year. If he does it next year, he'll be tied with Ken Anderson. There's a couple of other things in here I wanted to get to.
Ken Anderson wasn't a bad quarterback.
No, he was good.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
That's what we'll be saying about Dak.
Dak wasn't a bad quarterback. He was good.
Wasn't a bad quarterback.
Romo was not a bad quarterback. He was good.
The other thing with Romo is we're now in this place that Romo was taken away from us before we could see what else happened.
With the injuries piling up.
Yeah, Tony, he said, if you combine all the experience, now you've arrived at a point where your experience allows you to play chess while the kids are running around playing checkers. And maybe Dak has an opportunity now with all this experience that he's gained to write the second chapter of his book that the injuries prevented Tony from doing.
Well, we can only pray and hope that that is the case. Now, I have had a lot of the hope and optimism just drained from my body over the course of my lifetime growing up in Plano and being a Dallas Cowboy fan. So now it's just hard for me to think that will happen.
Yeah.
But maybe if they actually do go ahead and use free agency, trades, and the draft and try and build this team to be as good as possible, maybe.
When hope gets drained out of your body medically, where do they approach that? Is that right in the heart?
Yeah.
They just, okay.
I actually go through my wrist to get to the heart like they did for Brian.
That was incredible. It really was. To watch them do that, you're like, man, this is. And then they did, and you're like, you're sitting there, you're thinking, and you don't even feel it.
Yeah.
It's weird, but they get there.
And then you walk right out of there and you go have a biscuit omelet.
Yeah,
you know what that's like.
Smother it in gravy.
Oh yeah, you just you go right in the line and in and out and order the double and
get those tacos from Jack in the Box.
Like you throw some extra fries in there and a shake. Yeah,
that's good.
As a guy that grew up in Dallas and had season tickets in the 70s, Brian, you know what that feeling's like, don't you?
Yeah, man.
What getting
having the hope?
Oh,
maybe temporarily or permanently pulled from your body.
No, I was just writing down my quarterbacks of like all time Cowboy quarterbacks. I was trying to kind of power rank them.
Oh,
where I wrote down Aikman, Staubach, White, Romo, Prescott. I was trying to kind of put them in order.
Ooh, we should
as a guy
tease
that grew
that.
up here, you've watched all of them play in person.
You have.
I have.
We should tease Broadus' top 5 all-time Cowboy quarterbacks.
I don't
Dude,
know.
You should do that for Krusty's Corner.
I'm always Staubach, but see, Aikman just crushed us. Maybe I will do that for tomorrow.
That'd be fun.
That'd be fun. Yeah,
that would be fun. Best and worst rookie classes will be good. Where do the Cowboys rank? Plus a 2-round mock. Would you be happy if the Cowboys went and got these guys coming up in the spring? That's next year. G-Bag Nation, the fan.
One of the G-Bag's hottest segments, LA Live with Lucius. Every day at 5:40 right here on G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
Winter's here, and if you've had enough of the cold drafts blowing through your old windows, bundling up in layers of clothes and blankets, and hearing the heat turn on for the 5th time this hour, then it's time to talk to
Tolo weeks all year. Our live broadcast from Radio Row. Also presented by Best Buy Windows and Siding and A#1 Air. Hey, Sin City, get ready. Here we come. And hopefully we'll survive the week of February 6th in Las Vegas on 105.3 The Fan.
Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. So why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
All righty, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a good one. John Machota's coming up at 4 o'clock. We have a report here on the best and worst rookie classes and a mock draft to look at here from one of the Kings, Dane Brugler. Zach, what you have for us?
Yes, so the mock draft situation, then we can get into the rookie class. Dane's put out, this is his second one, but he put out a 2-rounder. And the offensive tackle group, Brian and I have both looked at quite a few so far.
Yes.
Very deep. And there's a lot of good offensive linemen in this first round. So for Cowboy fans that are thinking, man, we'd really like to improve along the offensive line.
Yes.
Could be an opportunity to do it.
That's a must.
So Dane's got the Cowboys at pick 24, taking Tyler Guyton, who people in this area probably know. He went to TCU, then transferred to Oklahoma. So I'm sure Carter Freeman.
Yeah, he just went 6 to midnight.
Big fan of Tyler Guyton. So Dane writes, after the loss to the Packers, I'm sure Cowboy fans were expecting to see a defensive player here, but Tyron Smith might leave in free agency. And if Dallas keeps Tyler Smith at left guard, left tackle shoots to the top of the need list. Based on his raw traits, Guyton could go much earlier than this, writes Dane Brugler. Now, I don't think you're the biggest Guyton fan, Brian. Am I wrong?
Not at all. Not at all.
Guyton's not your guy?
Not my guy at all. I think there's several guys, and I was pulling up my notes here. My one notes are sitting here taking forever to pull up. But, yeah, when you start to look at, like, I was looking at the kid last night from Arizona. I mean, there are several offensive tackles that I would take. Jordan Morgan from Arizona, I would folks are going to – I said this morning on the draft show. This guy's got some Tyron Smith traits to him, the way he plays. He's 6'5", he's 325. He bends his knees, he's powerful. He comes off the ball, he gets movement. Now, again, that's a tackle. I'm kind of sitting there thinking about, what about a center?
Yeah.
We mentioned, Jackson Power Johnson. I think in Dane's mock draft, he had him going 2 spots ahead of Dallas, right? At Miami, 22?
Yes. He's got him going at 21.
21.
To Miami.
Gosh, if he got that close,
it would be. And I don't know. I think Graham Barton from Duke, who plays tackle at Duke, but I think
the second round.
Because I think the Cowboys are going to move on and they're going to want a center. I mean, I don't know that they bring back Tyler Biotish. I think center definitely is going to be one. In the second round, Texas Longhorn fans will be excited because he's got the Cowboys then taking Jonathan Brooks at running back, which I do think obviously is going to be a big need. We talked to Calvin Watkins yesterday, said the one position group probably going to be the biggest overturn will be running back because I don't know that Pollard's back. Rico Dowdle, I mean, the issue with him has been health throughout his entire career. Can you count on him? So that he's got Jonathan Brooks, and he writes that this pick makes just too much sense. Pollard's a pending free agent. Running back could be a need for Dallas. And even though Brooks tore his ACL in November, the Cowboys have never shied from taking risks. We know that, especially in the second round. And Brooks was expected to be the running back 1 before his injury and still has a chance to do that. Here's the nugget that you need to know and why Cowboy fans that have followed the draft process are going to say this might end up happening. Dan Cooper, Cowboys doctor, their head physician, performed Brooks' surgery.
Yeah.
So they're going to have more information than anybody else on
Jalen Smith, they did the same thing with Jalen Smith. That's why they had the most information about the player. So Dr. Cooper's really good at his job.
And that's consistently the round that they're willing to take chances on, whether it be character or injury, whatever. And that's why they have their biggest miss rate of all the rounds, at least when it comes to the top 3. Their biggest miss rate is in the second round over the last decade or whatever, because they take chances there. And they've been chances that have crushed them over the years. And Brooks is good. I mean,
he is a good
just
back.
Watch it, like watching Texas, watching him, like, hey, this dude is clearly one of the upper tier running backs, especially in a draft class like this where there's not maybe a ton
not a lot of elite
talent
guys.
there, elite guys there. Like if it wasn't for the injury, I'd be, Be like, okay, cool. But off an injury like that, just I'd be a little bit like, you can't find it. There's got to be another running back out there. You don't have to get the guy that just had knee reconstruction.
Well, and can the Cowboys afford to take a risk like that this year? Because ESPN put out the best draft classes of 2023, and this is based on, of course, production. Like, what is the production you got, out of your draft class?
Yeah.
The Cowboys are usually very high in this. I mean, they're usually a top 10 team. It's no surprise that Houston is number 1 with your starting quarterback, C.J. Stroud, and then Will Anderson, whom they took in the top 3 picks and was arguably the best player in last year's draft. Then you add in Tank Dell. Who was fantastic for them. Xavier Hutchinson, who they took in the 6th round, a wide receiver out of Iowa State, has been getting some playing time. But yes, you go down to the bottom of the list, 32 is where we find the Dallas Cowboys.
And the draft is an inexact science, and everybody knows it. I mean, you're gonna have some years where it's not as fruitful for you, and this is obviously just a 1-year judgment. You'll look in a couple more years and really get a better idea. But this is the kind of thing that happens. It happens to the best of us. You're gonna have some years where your draft isn't that great, and when you put all your eggs into the draft basket,
that's the issue, right?
you don't have any margin for error.
There you go. That's it.
If the year before you had Tyler Smith and Sam Williams and Jake Ferguson and Deron Bland.
Yeah.
So I do think part of it is the years just average out. And that goes to what Chiafalo was saying.
Yes.
Like, you need 3 perfect ones in a row, I believe, to win the Super Bowl with this team building model.
And we talked about that on the draft show today, and I made that same point. Like, I don't have any lack of faith in what we play in the scouts. Like, it's due to happen. Eventually, you're going to have a draft where, you just lay an egg.
But like Chief says, though, if you put all your eggs in that basket, the margin of error is very small.
Which is exactly why we've been critical of the way this team basically does nothing in free agency. They just punt on it. And it's not like, hey, you've got to be the most aggressive team. You don't every year have to sign the highest paid player at X position.
Well, they did use picks, which they love to make.
They did. Trades.
For trades.
They did.
And that's something
going to impact them this year.
Yeah. We haven't seen them do that in the past.
No, I mean, so now you're looking at, they've got picks in rounds 1, 2, 3 for the upcoming draft and in the 7th, but you're sitting there, without a 4, 5, and 6. And that's also where they've really done a good job. You find a Deron Bland, right, late in the draft.
Best case scenario is they get a 5 and a 6 from that compensatory
stuff.
They think that they're going to get 2 6s, but 5 and a 6 is their hope.
Yeah, I mean, we got to hope that. But man, I mean, who do you think was their best rookie this year? Because they didn't include Brandon Aubrey in this.
TJ Bass.
So TJ Bass, is a guy, and technically he wasn't even part of their rookie class because he was an undrafted signing.
Or the kicker.
Yeah, and they wrote that they did not include Brandon Aubrey as a rookie in this ranking because he had previously played in the USFL. So they didn't include him in this. But, I mean, I think Overshown probably would have ended up being a bright spot for you. Unfortunately, he got hurt. But Mozzie, and the stuff with Mozzie we talked about earlier is bizarre, the weight loss. And you need Luke Schoonmaker. I mean, I know you were talking about the blocking issues.
Yeah.
And that was his biggest trait. I mean, he was arguably the best blocking tight end. He's got to figure out a way to translate that into the NFL, or else, I don't know. Is he going to be able to sustain a career?
Yeah, right now I feel like I let you down on that one. Luke Schoonmaker.
I feel like he let us down a lot more than you did. So it's all good.
I mean, he's the player.
Yeah.
Rest of the NFC East, Washington was also low at 27. They weren't very high in here of what they were able to get out of
that corner did not play as well from Mississippi State.
Very up and down season.
Yeah.
The Giants were at 16. They also took Deontay Banks, the corner out of Maryland that was rumored maybe the Cowboys would have interest in. They didn't. He didn't. I don't think he really performed well on the board. There might have been some IQ questions there. The Eagles, of course, ended up ranking the highest at 11 in the division with Jalen Carter. Tyler Steen ended up starting a couple of games. Sidney Brown, who we loved, and then Keely Ringo started the wild card game for them. They benched James Bradbury and started the rookie out of Georgia.
Thank you, Chuck. Fantastic report.
Thank you.
February 4th, they're going to announce the full World Cup schedule with venues. That was announced last night. Hey, look out, February 4th, big TV events coming up here for World Cup Soccer 2026. Late last night sparked a report internationally that the final is going to be at AT&T Stadium. Okay,
home of the Packers.
Throughout and the front runners throughout the day, there have been more reports. Most of them coming out of the UK saying the same thing. World Cup final is going to be at AT&T Stadium. So it's not something you could absolutely take to the bank, but it's quite loud out there and prevalent. The reports could be true, and that would be a historic event.
How awesome would that be to show up for a World Cup final?
Be incredible.
Would be.
It'd probably be I think the greatest game I would ever attend in my life.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
There's,
yeah.
unless the Cowboys get to the Super Bowl.
Well, yeah.
It will still be the greatest game you ever attended.
Possible. Yeah. I mean, it could, maybe it's a bad matchup or a bad game or something like that.
I mean, could that be the best sporting
Weird things
event,
happen.
period, the World Cup? I mean, I know we don't view it as a country as maybe the best, but in the world it is.
You put the United States, if somehow the United States ever got in that thing, the final.
You need to find a goalkeeper.
We got pretty locked in.
Well, the whole
couple years ago.
the whole country would just mobilize behind that.
Yeah, we're ready now.
Kind of wish this World Cup was like 10 years from now when the sport of soccer really is
It took
number
over.
one in America.
We can host it again then?
10 years away, baby.
Or I think it'd be 12 or 8, but totally feel you. It's time now to get to John Machota of The Athletic here. We're talking Cowboys with the Rider next here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat Frankels here because if you were hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, you need to call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-33.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time now to talk with John Machota, Cowboys writer, here with The Athletic, and he joins us now here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, John. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on.
So they're just going to run it back? Is that what we're seeing here? What's your take on what's developed so far since the Cowboys lost?
Yeah, that's what it appears to be. I don't know. Like, I want to sit here and say it's surprising, but going over how Jerry Jones has managed the team over the last decade plus, this is kind of in line with the way he's done things, where there haven't been a lot of big risks. And I think even though the fan base would look at it as going in another direction, a head coach not being a big risk, I think Jerry looks at it that way, that it would be the changing up a bunch of things. You know, it's not just your head coach is changing, the staff's changing, the way they interact with the scouting department and the front office, and now all of a sudden the players have to learn new systems. And I just don't think that Jerry Jones wants to go through that. I think he wants to I think he hopes that it works with Mike, and then if it doesn't, then next year at this time, then that's when he can be like, hey, we tried everything we could with this. Now it's time to go in a new direction and kind of be a new path then. But I am a little surprised just with the way that Jerry sounded after the game immediately. I thought after he got a chance to kind of sit there and sleep on it for a little bit, I thought ultimately that loss would have been too much for him to get past with just running it back, but clearly it isn't.
You're very good at keeping a level-headed and professional approach, which I certainly am not good at that, John. But how did Sunday impact or change the way you view this team moving forward, considering you are going to have the same head coach, the same quarterback, and potentially Dan Quinn back as well?
Well, from my reporter standpoint, I would say that it's not as exciting, I guess. I don't know if that's the right word to describe it, but it's one of those things where I know it's going to be a hard sell to the fan base to want to read a lot of articles about the Dallas Cowboys over the next 365 days, no matter what you talk about, coaching staff, players, the draft. There's just a lot of things that have happened in the last week or so that have turned a lot of fans off, and understandably so. When you have a game like Sunday where it's such a shock, because it's not just a loss, it's the manner that it happened, and then the fact that Dak didn't play well, and you didn't get some big game out of Micah or CD, and the defense just looks like it's trending in the wrong direction. There's just not a lot of things when you cover this team.
Have we lost John? That was the weirdest dropped call sound I've ever heard.
That was weird.
I thought it was my headphones.
Maybe it was his headphones. Maybe that's what it
was.
He's maybe John was wearing the AirPods.
He's wearing his AirPods. His AirPods died on him.
That could have been what it was.
He's switching over to his Bluetooth right now.
Right now, he's probably scrambling like, "Oh my gosh, I need to get back on the phone."
Man, that's a pretty good sound quality there.
Yeah, it is.
If you're doing that,
yeah, fantastic. He's a pro about that.
Over an earbud situation. I think that's the biggest storyline right now. That's why I opened up the show with it today. Like, what's Jerry's thinking about getting the fans to buy in and generating some excitement? I thought that was incredibly interesting what, John, you just brought up to us a minute ago, and we have you back about, you know, the readers of your articles not being as interested. How do the Joneses approach getting fans excited about this season, or do you think they believe it just doesn't matter and we're going to go to try to win games and get them back that way?
I mean, obviously it matters and they care about that. You know, Jerry cares about, you know, the selling merchandise and getting people to, you know, sell out the AT&T Stadium. I don't know that the Cowboys have such a big fan base. I don't know that they're going to have problems in that area. Their games are still going to be the highest, most watched games. You know, being somebody that's from Detroit, I'm used to when things are going poorly, you know, you get the fans chanting to sell, you know, the owners to sell the team, or, you know, when Matt Millen was the GM in Detroit for far too long, there was like scheduled walkouts, and it didn't matter if you were at a Lions game or a Red Wings game or a Tigers game. If there was a break in the action, people all got together and started chanting, "Fire Millen." You don't get that with the Dallas Cowboys, you know, like, and they're just, I still think that there's just so many fans that they will still get people that are so interested, because the Cowboys are probably the biggest brand in sports. But in terms of people that like the fans that want to see them finally get to a Super Bowl, I don't know that there's anything they can do in the next 365 days that can get them to buy in. I mean, they can go 15-2, and it still won't matter, because when you play as poorly as they did after thinking that this season might be different because of the way they were playing at home and 3 consecutive 12-win seasons, like, I don't know what they can do to get you to buy in between now and next year at this time.
Well, we were talking about it. For me, I thought, boy, if you could draft early a great lineman who shows up early in the season, if you could maybe sign a veteran lineman as well, and I don't know if that's Tyron Smith or somebody else, but, and then get a runner in there to where you are the team that's getting like 4.8 yards per attempt for the first month of the season, then I would think, hey, this might actually, be something that could win games in January.
Yeah, and I hate that I have to say this because I like the guy so much and he's such a good dude, but with the way Dak has played in the playoffs, even if all of that happened, there would have to be part of you that would say, man, but it could all fall apart. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how he can play any better than he did this regular season, and then to play that poorly against the Packers, and that's your most important player. Because of that, that's always going to be in the back of your mind. A great running game will help a lot. I mean, that's obviously been a huge help for that Lions success with Jared Goff. It's not like they're just put it on Goff's back. I don't think Jared Goff's doing anything in Detroit that Dak wouldn't be doing if he was there. So that will help. But this playoff appearance and then the last one at San Francisco with how poorly Dak played, that's always going to be in the back of your mind that no matter how well things go in the regular season, is it going to revert back as soon as these games start being win or go home?
Okay, one more. And then, so I wanted to follow up on Dak there. What do you think's going on there? Is there any indication of reason to believe that the pressure, there's like a Kirk Cousins situation going on, like Kirk in primetime, Dak in the playoffs? Is that a narrative that is valid in your mind, John?
Until it changes, you have to think that. Until he goes out there and gets over the hump and puts together this 3-game postseason winning streak and gets them to a Super Bowl, I don't know how you can think otherwise. He has to show it. And really, he's about as open as any player is when it comes to things like that. I mean, to sit there and admit how poorly he's played in those games, I mean, he's not running from it. He knows it has to be better there. I'd say the one positive you have is now with the second season with McCarthy calling plays, maybe things get to a level where this becomes like the perfect offense for him where, there are no weaknesses. No matter what an opposing defense does, they have the answers to the test, and that will ultimately make it for the difference in January. Maybe that does happen next January. Maybe we're talking about a deep playoff run next year. I'm just saying that between now and then, it's tough to sell that to people.
John, from one guy that owns up to it to another guy that hasn't, Micah Parsons. What about that whole thing? We see him on podcasts and he's always out there talking about things, but then at the end of it, though, when it's all kind of trying to explain, he's nowhere to be found.
Yeah, not a great look. I mean, it's not a great look for somebody that, is on track to be paid like maybe, if not the highest, one of the highest defensive players to ever play this game. And so if that's the case, you need that guy to also be face of the franchise leader type as well. No question. I mean, he's still young, so that's not to sit there and say that can't happen. And he's obviously a freak, talent, and you would rather have him than not have him. But no, it's not a good look that you don't hear anything from somebody like him because of how important he is to the franchise. I mean, he's the face of their defense. He's one of the biggest reasons the reason that they've won 12 games each of the last 3 seasons. So, yeah, I don't love that. It kind of surprised me because usually once, he gets in front of the microphone, he's great. And it seems like he actually enjoys doing it. But maybe there's a part of him that's not right now because he doesn't want to say something that he'll regret. And so while we'll sit here on the radio and talk about how he needs to talk, maybe in the background there, people around him are like, no, it's better that he doesn't. You guys can think it's bad right now, but it would have been way worse if he would have talked. And so maybe he's just waiting to give it some time because he doesn't want to say the wrong thing.
John, is there any thought about the Cowboys not doing anything with Dak's contract and just letting this thing ride and see what happens?
That's certainly possible. I think that all comes down to, Jerry and Dak and Dak's guys sitting down and talking about where they're at in terms of a new deal. As bad as it's looked in some of these playoff games, I just don't see Dak Prescott not being here a year or two from now. I just can't see it. I can't see it from the Jerry Jones perspective. I don't see him wanting to start over with a new quarterback. I don't think that it's one of these things where, they're setting it up for Trey Lance to be the guy. I think Dak is going to be the guy. They just have to figure it out financially. And obviously when you're one of, the top quarterbacks in the league, you're going to get paid that way. So I would be very surprised. It would go against everything we've seen from Jerry Jones. I mean, again, I wrote about this the other day. I mean, you go back to 2012. They did the trade up for Morris Claiborne.
Yeah.
They paid that $50 million for 5 years to Brandon Carr. Since that day, everything has been very conservative, and it's worked out in some areas very well. The draft, the way they've built this roster, the talent, being conservative has been smart. Not trading up, trading actually back, and still getting Micah Parsons and gathering picks along the way. There's a lot of things that have been positive, but when you look at the totality of it, it's been very conservative. It hasn't been very risk-taking. And going in another direction without Dak seems like that would be too much of a risk that Jerry would want to take.
Okay, well, how about Dak then trying to help the organization? Any thought about that? With a better deal in order to try and
takes a little bit less,
take some pressure off himself, but kind of helps him with some players around him.
That would certainly be possible. I could see that. If I step away from covering the Cowboys and I pretend that I'm Dak's agent though right now, I would say don't do that. And the reason why is because of Jared Goff. I do think that there would be plenty of teams out there that would say, man, it's crazy what you've been able to do with the Cowboys being under that microscope and all that. Come over here. Let us take some pressure off of you. And then all of a sudden he has an outstanding year. It's kind of like Stafford leaving Detroit and going to the Rams. That would not surprise me either. It's not like they part ways with Dak and now Dak's got to go to the announcer booth. No, Dak's getting another job somewhere else. He's too good of a player not to be a starting quarterback in this league. He's still in his early 30s. He's not going to be out of the league. He has options. And so I don't think his agent will tell him to do that at all. So, but if he wants to do it, I could see Dak doing that. I can see Dak stepping in. That's the type of guy he is, no question. But I can't see his agent being cool with that.
The Athletic's John Machota with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Did anything stand out to you from what Mike McCarthy said earlier today at his presser? And what do you think he's got to make sure he changes this offseason going into next year?
Yeah, you could tell that, even though there's been a few days that have gone by that, the way the season ended, like the shock and of it, you could still tell he was still emotional about that. That's going to leave a bad taste in his mouth for a long time. And I know obviously it will for fans too, but Mike McCarthy had to be surprised with what he saw Sunday. There's no way. Losing a close game to the Packers and getting upset or something like that, sure. To get punched in the mouth, be down 27-0 late in the first half, being down 32 come on. What are we doing here? Not a team that's won 16 in a row at home to the Green Bay Packers. I know I saw a guy that is still stunned that the season came to an end the way that it did. That was probably my biggest takeaway from it, because everything else, Mike's a longtime coach, longtime head coach. He's going to say the right things. He he's not going up there as nervous as a lot of us would be in that situation, knowing the questions you're about to get. He's been through this stuff, so he wasn't really rattled with that. But I could just tell the look on his face and just kind of the way he was carrying himself that he still can't believe that they're not playing right now.
What did you think was happening early in that game when McCarthy's conversing with CeeDee Lamb and everybody's body language seemed a little bit weird and mopey, and it felt like they had already lost the game down 7? What do you think was being talked about there?
He said it had something to do with the way CeeDee ran a route and with the way Green Bay was in coverage, and maybe that was. But there's a part of me that thinks that it might have had something to do with the fact of I got to try and get ahead of this thing right now because I've seen this before. I saw this in San Francisco earlier this year. I've seen this in Buffalo. When things start going bad, you saw it against the Cardinals. When things started going bad early in those games, it didn't matter. They could have played 16, 17, 25. They could have played 50 quarters of football, and you were like, they're not turning this thing around. And so I think maybe he saw something early where he was like, I need to say something. Let's try and rally these guys and get them back focused because there's still a lot of game to play. Let's not have the deer in the headlights look. There's still plenty of time here. Let's try and get this thing back on track. But I'm sure everybody was very concerned with the way it was going up to that point. But he said it had something to do with the route that was being run.
So was it your AirPods just now, or what happened?
Why did my phone cut out?
Yeah, we heard like a bloop bloop.
It did for a moment there, yeah. Or very beginning of the interview.
No, I don't think so. I'm just talking to my regular cell phone here outside of the CBS, so I don't think so. Maybe Jerry's cutting into this thing.
Yeah, dude, phones are being tapped.
How fired up are you for the Lions? Are you flying home? Cheer them on?
I'm not, man. Those tickets are crazy expensive. It's like $600 is like the cheapest ticket to get in that building, and it's a divisional round game. I mean, if they were to make it to the Super Bowl, I would try and get to that, or I'd go back to Detroit or something like that. But I mean, I don't know. I expect them to beat the Buccaneers, so I'm excited for them, though. I mean, I'm excited for the city. It's been a long time. I mean, too long for the Lions, but it's been a while for a Detroit sports team to kind of be on the map like that. And obviously, as you see by the turnout of the people at the games, I mean, they're fired up about it. So I'm obviously happy for them.
Now, what was your honest reaction when the Cowboys beat the Lions in Week 17? Was there any disappointment in your John Machota mind there as you watched that game with your objective reporter hat on?
Not really. I mean, that was my 10th Cowboys Lions game, and I've just seen too many to where I would say the closest that I've ever been to that was if you guys remember that game. I think it was 2013 when they played up in Detroit. And Matthew Stafford won the game by like faking the spike and reaching over the goal line, and Dez was flipping out on the sideline. They have an open air press box in Detroit, which is my favorite, and you just felt the crowd. And that was probably the last time that I've ever been like professionally working somewhere where I was like really like, wow, that was crazy. I can't believe that happened. But I just I don't know. It's like, I mean, I still want the Lions to win. Don't get me wrong, but like when I'm covering a game or something like that, like I don't really feel too much emotion. I try and be as much down the middle as I can, including on the pivotal call there. I was trying to tie a bunch of friends in town for the game, and I was just trying to explain to them, like, I don't know why you guys are mad at the refs. You need to be mad at Dan Campbell because he needs to kick the extra point and go into overtime. Have you seen this Cowboys defense play? Why would you think that they're about to stop you in overtime? Like, you're not trying to shock the world. You're as good as them. Go to overtime and win the game. Like, that's the thing you should be mad at. It's not the refs.
So what's next here? We're waiting for Jerry and Steve to talk at the Senior Bowl. Is that our next chance at getting some good news here, Crankin? What do you think?
I would think so. I was disappointed that they didn't do some interviews with you guys this week. I was hoping we'd get something, but I think Jerry and Steven are going to lay low for a little bit. They know the frustration that the fan base has, and they know that there's nothing they probably can really say right now. But yeah, Senior Bowl in Mobile. They'll definitely be there. Jerry will definitely talk there for sure. So that might be the next time. And then they'll get right into draft and free agency talk. And I understand. I mean, time heals wounds, but I think this one's going to take a while for a lot of Cowboys fans to get past. There'll be a lot of them that hey, new season, new life, everything's great. Let's do this again. But I think there's a significant chunk that will be noticeable that it's going to take them a while to buy back in after what they saw this season and the way the season ended.
In the meantime, we'll tell everybody to keep reading your articles to keep your clicks up.
Absolutely. You know, that's what I'm hoping for. I'm going to find ways. I'm not giving up over here. I'm going to find storylines. I'm going to find ways to keep Cowboys fans interested. Believe me. I mean, I have nothing to complain about. I've hitched my wagon to the Dallas Cowboys. I'm going to cover the Dallas Cowboys probably until I take my last breath. So I'm not going anywhere. So I can be frustrated. I can feel bad for the fans, but I'm going to be here.
Hey, Johnny, real quick. Kalen DeLoach, you going to play him at linebacker or safety?
Ooh, that's a good question. I would probably go with linebacker, but he's a playmaker. He's one of those guys that got the it factor. So
yeah,
I'm a
Florida
fan.
State guy. Mm-hmm. There we go. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Cheers.
Thank you, guys.
There he goes, John Machota of The Athletic here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Probably been on that beat for 12, 13 years by now, and he's doing a hell of a job. Okay, when we come back, Wolchuk, it's time for the top 10. Where are you taking us?
Top 10 ways to move on from your team losing. How do you cope? 877-881-1053. That's next on The Fan.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in.
Welcome back. G-Bag Nation segment here is brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. And it's also brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Now here he is, your Wooly Bully, Zach with an H.
Thank you very much. What are your best ways to cope with your team losing? I have a top 10 list for you. Now, I don't know.
One bourbon. One shot.
I think yes.
One beer.
Alcohol.
George Thorogood and the Delaware Destroyers.
And it's a great song. Alcohol is certainly the way that most people have attacked this. Listening to tequila or drinking tequila and listening to 105.3 The Fan was a response that I got. A lot of beer was another response that I got. Some of the texts, 469, a lot of beer drinking. Still not over it, but I support my Cowboys. Dallas Cowboys for life. Lots of angry sex from the 972. I cope from the Cowboys losing by remembering that the Texas Rangers are World Series champions from the 214. I've tried to do that as well. Shout out to Evan Carter for jumping on the KNC Masterpiece earlier. It was an outstanding visit. Watch Jimmy Johnson say, how about them Cowboys on a loop from the 214. Find a new team to root for from the 903. So, I mean, do you have anything? Like, for me, it's just time. Like, I let time go by, and eventually, like, I move on and get over it. But I'm certainly not one that can just pick a new team. Like, yeah, I guess I'm going to watch the Lions and say, hey, Detroit, go win the NFC. I think that'd be a fun story. But it's not like I'm fully immersed in Lion fandom. I mean, I can't do that. I can't just pick, like, a secondary team to just go and root for.
No, you can't just conjure up an emotional connection with the team. That's just that's what's already there inside you. You can't really switch that. If you actually have a love for a team, then that's just it. And you gotta ride or die with that squad. So I don't know. I imagine you though, Walchuk, do a lot of, like, you do the internal talking to yourself, but I feel like you will actually let it out. Yeah. And it's just you in a room and you're just talking and your mother bleeping people and you're name calling and you're lashing out. And I feel like that could be therapeutic for you.
Yeah, the difference this year was I don't live alone anymore. So
she's in the other room hearing obscenities, and she's like, "Are you?"
And then
who
she
are you
looks at
talking
me like
to?
I'm absolutely crazy. And she doesn't quite get it. Like her dad and brother are also like her dad's a season ticket holder. And her brother, writes for and covers Texas Tech athletics and is also a diehard Cowboy fan. So I can kind of cope with them a little bit, but she makes fun of me. Like she thinks it's hilarious in a way.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't get that type of support. But yeah, I mean, I just think, immersing myself, and Brian said this on the way out yesterday. It's all about the draft.
Yeah, that's what I've always done all my life. When my team, and people, they used to get on me about this because there were times where I wouldn't even watch the Super Bowl because I would just not, when my team's out, I'm out. I just don't. But now being in this business and stuff, you got to kind of watch the game. But I used to start right into the NFL draft. I mean, just immediately right into it. As soon as it was over, boom, next day, here we go.
I've never found anything to wipe away my biggest sports fan disappointments, Wolchuk. It's never worked. Okay? Now, the good news is, and I've alluded to this a couple of times this week, as you get older, you start to accept it, that you ain't special. You're not going on a magic carpet ride again. Now, when they happen, it's surprising and it's amazing. Like the Rangers did win it, right? But I think what happens over time is, especially around the Cowboys, you don't let your hopes get so far up. And then it's much easier to accept. But from the time before I accepted that, like those losses are torturous for me right now. They traumatized me in a way I'll never recover from them.
And you tried to coach me into this. And I think that maybe this loss has finally put me into that perspective.
Yeah.
To where like next year.
You're in that window.
Yeah. When
you're
they
starting a family.
Right. I
you
mean,
see things are more important than it.
It's just, I'm just not going to get that as optimistic. Yeah. I'm not quite yet. I'm just probably going to expect, okay, they're probably going to lose this game. And if they win, then awesome. Hell yeah, let's go.
Right.
But I'm not going to let myself get into the point of like, I'm expecting now we're going on a run here. Like NFC Championship game or bust. We got 2 home playoff wins. Let's freaking go. And then we'll see what happens and take our chances with San Francisco, which will probably be doom and gloom again. But no, I don't think I'm going to be going into wild card round against Green Bay, whoever it is next year, and thinking like, yeah, this team's doing it.
And Cowboys fans have done that to all fans here. I mean, that is kind of why the stadium is a little bit more tame. The highs don't rage and the lows don't get as low as Philadelphia, because I think a lot of people around here have accepted that, and they'll be in shock and disbelief if that confetti ever does come down.
I remember, Lucius, you were telling us, little Lucius, it's Penny Hardaway Jr. Like, that's the one you've never been able to get over.
Yeah, I still can't get over it, so I can't help you on this one. There's nothing I can do, man. I've been holding out for a long time. I don't like the Houston Rockets. I don't like Clyde Drexler and that cul-de-sac in his head. I don't like that. I don't like Akeem Olajuwon, because he was faking like he was going out of bounds, and they all went for it. This man was going out of. Come on, man.
It's still very vivid.
Yeah, ruined my whole summer, bro. It still sticks with me.
Yep.
Time doesn't heal all wounds.
Okay, well, crap. That one might be out. All right, so number 10, top 10 ways to try and survive and cope with your team losing is to remain optimistic. Like, there's always next year.
Yeah, that gets you to a certain point.
And I think that I'm past that point.
That's sort of been your...
That one's not working for me anymore.
That's been your go-to move for many a year.
Here we go. Number 9, adjust your expectations and celebrate the small victories.
Yeah.
So I'm in the phase now where maybe that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to adjust my expectations.
I think so.
We're going to realize, like, most likely this team might not ever win a championship in my lifetime with how it's currently constructed.
They're actually getting farther away.
They really are.
Yeah.
Like 28 years. I remember 25 years. I'm thinking, like, eventually the odds are one of these years is going to be that year. The more we get removed from this, I'm thinking, could this be the Chicago Cubs?
And I don't know if your quarterback can play any better. I mean, that's the problem you run into, right? You had an MVP quarterback for basically the whole year.
He's going to finish runner-up for the MVP, most likely.
Yeah. And you got bounced in the first round of the playoffs. Like maybe you're going to get
got a home game. You won the division.
You're going to get a repeat of that. Man, that's going to be tough.
Number 8 is stay loyal to your team, which I think a lot of Cowboy fans are, even though we don't want to be.
You can celebrate your loyalty.
Yeah.
You can make yourself, I forget what the exact word is, but you're making a presentation out of, you know what, I love this team so much, I'm here for all the pain and suffering, and I'm still proud.
Number 7.
A martyr. You're a sports martyr.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah. You are. I definitely feel that. Number 7 is retail therapy. Buy something nice for yourself. Help yourself cope.
Yeah.
Whatever it is that you like. New pair of shoes.
Buy a cowboy hoodie.
That's
Booze.
the American way right there.
Yeah.
And it is America's team.
Just buy something for yourself. Number 6 is choose a backup team or sport even. And I did get a lot of people say like, hey, man, you should just go ahead and ride with your EPL team. Like,
hey, that is the great thing about North Texas now with the Rangers and the Mavs and Stars, everybody playing well. You can just go to the next team. I think maybe the real adjustment here is to care more about the other teams if you can. I know a lot of people are Cowboys first, but some people, especially younger people, there's a lot of younger ones that have branched. I'm Stars first. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of Super Rangers fans, and with them winning the World Series, that might become something that's actually doable for them. Well, that could minimize your pain.
They've earned it, right? Yeah. The other 3 teams in the Metroplex, the big ones, and even FC Dallas, like they've had more playoff success in recent memory and really over the last 3 decades than the Cowboys have. So maybe I should give more of my time and dedication and effort and the rest of Cowboy fans to the Stars, to the Mavs, and of course to your World Series champion Texas Rangers. I have given a lot of time and dedication to the Rangers, but the Stars and the Mavs, I think they deserve all of our views and eyeballs and ears. Number 5, remember the good times. And I think that as a organization, that's all we do is just remember the 90s.
Yeah, but it's
remember
not
Jimmy?
It's not
Yeah,
fair.
you remember Emmett, Michael, and Troy?
But you're having to borrow those memories as well. Like those aren't. You can't even go back to those times that you got to share.
Yeah,
because
I used to remember watching the VHS of the '93 championship team on a loop growing up.
Was that the thing you get from
Sports Illustrated?
Yeah.
Yep, my grandparents got it for me, and apparently as a kid that was the only thing that could shut me up. They would put that on and I would watch it.
Did you ever go for the autograph ball or the sweatshirt?
I think they went with the ball.
Did they?
Because I have it.
Yeah.
Yep.
You had a choice. You had a choice there. Yeah.
In fact, I think I'm going to be donating a Troy Aikman signed football to Peace-a-thon this year.
You are?
Yeah.
You're giving up?
I think I'm going to be giving some of my merchandise to Peace-a-thon. I got a lot.
Is that your 1 seed? You're not going to give up the Emmett Fathead that you got on the
thing.
ceiling.
I'm not giving up, and I've got like a seat signed by the entire Doomsday defense. I'm probably not going to give that one up. I think that's pretty badass. But the Troy Aikman signed football, it's benefiting a good cause. And my case broke. I'm like, you know what? I think it's time.
Did you break it on the move?
Yeah.
Yeah. You just dropped it.
Just cracked in the box.
The
ball's still perfectly fine.
Lazy or not athletic?
Well, it might have been the movers. And I tried to tell him, I tried to put packaging in there to keep it. It was the only thing that cracked. And I still got the ball now in a safe space. Maybe. I mean, I'll take the blame for it. It's on me.
A Troy Aikman ball? Yeah, that's generous.
Signed ball. Yeah, it is. Hey, it's benefiting.
Especially because Troy had the best balls.
Yeah, but the case broke, so it's really not worth all that much.
No, I mean, we'd easily get a new case for it. The ball is all that matters, and that thing's still in pristine condition. Number 4 is eat something. And
that's where I was going, bro.
How I got fat.
Like a gallon of ice cream?
I am. I'm sensitive. I mean,
it's a great ball.
It is. I value all this stuff. But yeah, I mean, Eric knows this. Like, a big reason why I need to go on soda weight loss and why I was fat as a kid. Like, I eat my
Cowboys.
And the Cowboys. And it probably is all the Cowboys.
Was it the gallon of ice cream? Was that the problem?
I would do that too.
Was that after a loss?
It wasn't a gallon.
Was it the ice cream? Was it the Dr. Pepper being poured into the ramen noodle soup?
That was one time.
I mean, that
was one time.
The creativity has been really marveling to witness over the years.
Number 3 is find something to distract you, which is usually Eric saying something like that to pull me off sides. But that's the draft, I guess, right? We're going to distract ourselves with the draft. Number 2 is get some exercise, which I'm trying to do and is therapeutic. The walking helps. We're going to walk it out. I'm going to listen to Sean and RJ in the morning, go walk it out, and then usually RJ will infuriate me again. Or, Bobby's really letting them have it this week. I mean, Bobby was upset today.
Dude, Bobby came out of the gates on fire.
Bobby was upset yesterday in crosstalk.
Yeah, Bobby
needed a win. He accused Choppy of making stuff up.
Bobby's in a bad way right now. But number 1 is just to let it out, and that goes back to what you said.
Yes.
If it needs to be by yourself, if you've got friends, I mean, heck, fellow Cowboy fans, you can reach out to me. I'm here for you. Just vent. Just let it out. We're in a bad spot right now.
Why would they call you? You're just as miserable.
Right, but that's right.
Yeah,
misery loves company.
Right.
Oh.
And so we can be miserable together.
Being miserable together?
I mean, I feel like I'm miserable with you sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
You're a Cowboy fan.
No, you were good in the postgame show.
We sat there together and we're both really upset.
In the postgame show?
Yeah.
I just kind of, I felt, they got what they deserved.
817 says video games. That can be good because that can totally distract you. It's immersive.
Definitely.
You got a good immersive video game where for hours you're just not thinking about it. That might be a good escape right about now. I know Brian's getting awful testy. Wolchuk's sensitive about his Troy Aikman football.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, Troy's got the best balls.
Brian lashed out at all of his teammates back in the 240 in Krusty's corner. You should go back and listen to that. It's one of the most hurtful things I've heard since Peyton Russell went off on Alec Medford.
Ooh, I like the idea of crappy mustache night for Peyton Russell's.
Oh, that's good.
At Globe Life Field?
Yes.
I was also thinking as well, the little troll dolls is what we should be giving out for Bobby Belt night.
Oh, I thought you were meaning for Medford.
Even better than that.
What was the bad hair, the little Cupid doll?
Yeah,
thing?
well, just because he's the king of the
That
trolls.
is so great.
You know?
And he got a big taste of his medicine, didn't he? The king of trolling. He kind of got Choppy got under his skin, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah, he did.
Choppy Dan Marino hard count. Yeah,
man, it's been good entertainment. Facts to know for the divisional round and predicting the NFL coaching carousel that's coming up next here in the nation. I have to chat D&M Leasing with you.
ClassicChevrolet.com.
Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings, so why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Yes, sir. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Football's finest coming up at 5 o'clock. We have some facts to know for the divisional round and predicting the NFL coaching carousel, Wolchuk. Is Dan Quinn on any of these?
Well, would you like him to be? Would you like him to be on one of these?
I honestly think Dan Quinn is at the he's the what not to do interview. I feel comfortable with that. He's going to be back as a DC.
Well, the Atlanta Falcons, and this is the prediction that they're going with. We know about some of these candidates already, including Belichick, Brian Callahan from the Bengals, Evero, Panthers defensive. Yeah, their offensive coordinator, Brian Callahan. But the prediction is Bill Belichick gets that job. Carolina, the prediction is Brian Callahan actually gets that job.
Wait, that's okay. Is that Bill's son?
I don't know if there's any relation, but he has been the offensive coordinator there with Cincinnati for a couple of years.
That's not running game Jesus' son, is it?
No. Okay. No, I don't think so.
No relation?
No.
I think this is the guy from the Auto Parts family.
It could be. But the insiders are telling Bill Barnwell that
want to cook a steak, I'll reach up on it.
Not so much here or here, but right here.
Right here. But yeah, Brian Callahan might be the leader in the clubhouse.
What was the guy's name? Callahan.
Bill?
The guy who. Come on, Gavin, you get it off the top.
I think it was brake pads guy.
Yeah, what was his name?
I think his name is Brian Callahan.
Yeah, Brian Callahan.
Yeah.
No, the actor is Brian Dennehy.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I didn't know who the actor was.
But
are we all talking about Tommy Boy?
Yes.
Okay,
of course.
thank God.
Yeah.
Oh, Big Tom Callahan.
Big Tom.
Big Tom Callahan.
And his son is Bo Callahan, and
Listen
no one shows up to
this
his
will
birthday.
just take a minute. But yeah, they want to get a young offensive mind in there for Bryce Young, and he's done a good job with Joe Burrow, although I think a lot of people probably could do a good job with Joe Burrow. And Zach Taylor, their head coach, is off the McVay tree. So I don't know. It's interesting, but Brian Callahan is one of the big names. And
well, I think when you see the way the offense was able to perform without Burrow, with Browning, maybe that gives him a little bit more respect around the league.
It seems like anybody you hire off of these, McSex, Shanahan trees do well. So, hey, he might end up being the next in line. Raiders, the favorite is to just go ahead and keep Antonio Pierce. They have gone ahead and interviewed Leslie Frazier as well, but it seems like Antonio Pierce has the inside on that job. The Chargers, this is interesting, but it is indeed another one going for Harbaugh here. I think this is where Harbaugh lands. There's a ton of smoke around the situation, and Harbaugh is known to be a fan of Justin Herbert, and the Chargers are a team desperate for attention on both sides of the football right now. That's a roster that people look at from the outside and say it's pretty good, but they actually have a lot of issues and deficiencies, and Harbaugh right now can fix that. And it stays in the West Coast, where, of course, he's been with Stanford and with the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, no, it makes a ton of sense. If Harbaugh is going to make the leap back into the NFL, it seems like that's the no-brainer situation that he would choose. That's the perfect marriage. So I'm in agreement there. I saw they interviewed Mike Vrabel, and so maybe Vrabel is sort of their plan B if Harbaugh decides. But I do imagine if Harbaugh wants that Chargers gig, it's his.
And you mentioned Mike Vrabel. He is the prediction to get the Seahawks job. We thought maybe Dan Quinn would be the guy, and he's certainly one of the known and potential candidates, but Vrabel, they are predicting, goes to Seattle in a little bit of a surprise, and the Titans actually hire Aaron Glenn as the replacement for Mike Vrabel. Aaron Glenn, who's the defensive coordinator of the Detroit Lions. They're also interested in Mike McDonald of the Baltimore Ravens.
That would be the guy, dude.
I think so, too.
Where did Rand Cawthon, the general I'm asking questions.
Where did he come from?
Yeah. Was he a Seattle guy?
Or Kansas City, maybe? I'd have to look that up.
I was trying to think of an Aaron Glenn kind of a connection.
Tie-in?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the Commanders, it's Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator of the Detroit Lions, they'd be looking at, which I'm sure the Cowboys would, I don't know, could they hit on that with their new GM from the San Francisco 49ers? And then now with Ben Johnson, the sexy new offensive name. Is that something that might make us nervous a little bit?
Yeah, it would give you reason for optimism for sure. If you're a Commanders fan and you see, okay, I get a little bit of what they got cooking in San Francisco, and I get the guy pulling the strings for this Detroit Lions offense, you would feel good. But all of this stuff is a total crapshoot, and you have no idea who's actually going to be good and who is not. So you just don't know.
It's not enough to just know it. You got to know how to teach it, when to call it. A lot of savvy goes into it. And then can you create the culture?
The culture is a big thing, and shout out to Dan Campbell. I mean, he's probably the poster coach for it right now.
I mean, people try to take Bill Belichick's act and go to other teams, and they end up pissing everybody
Clearly
off.
hasn't worked.
Yeah, you cannot try to recreate a situation.
No
like
question.
that.
And yes, 972 says they were teammates with Brian Callahan at UCLA. He is Bill Callahan's son. So there we go, the son of Bill. Now, very quickly, some of the stats to know. I didn't know that either. Stats to know for the divisional round. We've talked about it's Mahomes' first playoff game. The Chiefs have a streak on the line. They're seeking their 6th straight conference championship trip, which would be second to the Patriots, who went 8 in a row. It's also the rivalry, Mahomes and Allen. They're trying to put themselves on the list with Brady and Manning as two quarterbacks that meet the most in the postseason. Mahomes and Allen have met for their 7th time. This will be their 7th meeting on Sunday night, matching Brady and Manning for the most matchups by quarterbacks from different divisions in a 4-year span. That's pretty incredible.
Okay, so that's including the regular season. So that's not just playoff matchups.
No
Okay.
doubt.
Because I guess the Bills have won. I mean, they won this year.
Yes.
I think there was another occasion where they won in the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
But in the playoffs, it's really not.
They won.
It's not a rivalry in the playoffs.
Chiefs have owned them in the playoffs. Now, the Ravens have the MVP favorite at quarterback. They've got the league's top rushing offense and top scoring defense. Lamar Jackson named first-team All-Pro. Ravens are the 4th team since 1970 with a first-team All-Pro quarterback and the number 1 scoring defense. And the other 3 teams all went on to win the Super Bowl. So a lot of pressure here on the Baltimore Ravens. And how about C.J. Stroud? He can become the first quarterback to beat the number 1 scoring defense and number 1 total offense in the same postseason since Steve McNair did it in 1999 for the Tennessee Titans.
Right on, dude.
Pretty incredible.
Getting some great texts in here. Of course, that was Dan Aykroyd playing Big Tom Callahan. A guy who says he was teammates with Brian Callahan at UCLA did confirm that it is his son. A lot of other good stuff in here as well, including a factoid that I saw here on Twitter just a second ago. Patrick Mahomes on the road compared to at home in the playoffs. Don't be counting on Mahomes falling off. He raises his completion percentage by 2.5 points, his yards per attempt by 1 yard, his passer rating by 5.7, takes fewer sacks, and his passing success rate jumps another 1.7 percentage points compared to playing at Arrowhead.
That's incredible.
Yes. So we shall see. We'll take a look at more of those games tomorrow in a Football Friday.
Wasn't Dan Aykroyd Ray Zielinski? He was Brian Dennehy was Big Tom Callahan. Did you just say that? Did you say that
it was Dan Aykroyd?
Dan Aykroyd was Zielinski. He was trying to take over. He was
the bad guy.
Zielinski was the guy
The
that
dad? Dennehy was the dad, right?
Dennehy was the dad that was going out with Bo Derek.
Okay, Aykroyd's the bad guy
Aykroyd's
coming.
the bad
he's the
guy
big
coming in and
corporate
trying.
bad guy.
He's trying to. Yeah, his last name was Zielinski, I think.
He was, and Big Tom is Brian Dennehy.
You're right. Thank you,
bro.
Broadus, the
he
movie
knows his
buff.
Tommy boy, bro. That's amazing. That's incredible.
You
And
finally got one thing right today, Brian.
Shout out to you. Boom. We did get a text asking about Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah, I got a little something for you.
Okay, you're going to bring this up? Okay, thank you so much. I'm glad because we need to talk some Kingsbury. This is interesting to me.
Shoot, yeah, it is. And what are we doing next, Chief?
All the football and football's finest. You've heard of Fox and the Hound, but have you ever heard of the Cox and the Clown? That's next here in the nation. But first, let's get you.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We'll go commercial free here coming up in the Expressway starting at 5:20. LA Live's coming up at 5:40. Right now, it's time for an edition of Football's Finest. And here's the Chief.
Man, the disrespect levels are so high right now when it comes to our front runners. It's starting to tick me off, okay? I mean, we saw it with the clip from Aaron Jones before kickoff. He identifies this football team as the front runners. Then Kyle Shanahan gets asked in his Monday press conference, when did you start preparing for the Packers? And with a bleep-eating grin on his face, he said, on the second quarter of the game, we knew the front runners were bleeped. Now we go to the TikTok of Darian Lassiter, who is a Cowboy cheerleader, or front-runner cheerleader, excuse me. Gosh, I hate when I misspeak.
It's all good, don't worry.
She is talking into the camera. She is venting. She's just getting vulnerable about something here. More disrespect. Looking at you, Packers players. Listen to her vent about what transpired over the course of 4 quarters while the front-runners were getting run out of their own building and the cheerleaders were catching strays from the Packers players.
So I cheer for the Cowboys, and y'all, the Cowboys versus Packers game last Sunday, I have never experienced such disrespect from the other team's players to the cheerleaders in my 5 years as an NFL cheerleader. Like, we would literally be minding our own business, and the Packers just scored a touchdown. This is one example. They would come up to us, standing on the sidelines, minding our own business, and start yelling at us. Like, sometimes it was this close to our face. Also, I feel like that's unsportsmanlike conduct, and it's so crazy how they can do that. They can't do that to the Cowboys players or any other players, but they can do it to the cheerleaders, and nothing's gonna happen. Like, I understand the playoffs is a huge deal. Like, I truly get it, but that does not mean your humbleness and respect for women flies out the window. Like, what is going on? I can't. So I'm rooting for every team but them now that the Cowboys are out.
Disrespecting America's favorite ladies.
That's ridiculous.
Are you freaking kidding me?
America's Sweethearts. The line.
Thank you. America's Sweethearts. That's right.
Yeah. Number one, they haven't felt that violated since Rich Dalrymple was in the building. I want to establish that right out of the gates here. Okay. And that number two, I think she's got a great point.
I agree with everything you just said.
Everything she said.
There's no crawfish on that.
Well, here's the thing. It's just not. It's
no
not
flip-flopping there.
It's not fair because Green Bay knows that they don't have cheerleaders to be berated. Like there is, you can't retaliate.
They don't have any.
We do.
The Packers have cheerleaders?
Yeah, and they're from St. Norbert's College. Yeah.
Okay, so they're not really the Packers cheerleaders.
They're not
then.
really the Packers cheerleaders. They're St. Norbert's College cheerleaders. Yeah.
Okay.
They're dressed up in Packers.
Is there a team in the NFL that doesn't have cheerleaders?
There's quite a few. Chicago Bears.
Have you?
Okay, ding, football guy, ding.
Pittsburgh Steelers, Chicago Bears.
Ding, ding. Yep, you've nailed it. There's a couple more.
How many more?
We got 1, 2, 3 more, I believe.
I said Chicago.
I believe there's a total of 7, including
New York
the
Giants?
Packers. The Giants.
Jets?
Not the Jets.
Oh.
The Jets have them, but the Giants
The
don't.
Jets, they like a little bounce.
Okay. How many more do I have to name?
You have to name, let's see, you've got the Packers, you've got the Bears, you've got the Giants, and you've got the Steelers. There's 3 more. 3 more on the board.
Bills, Vikings.
Bills, ding. Dawson's on the board.
Is it all cold weather places?
Vikings is a misfire.
They do.
Yeah, I think it's cold weather. I think cold weather's a key here.
Yes, cold weather
Browns?
is a key here. Browns, ding, ding, ding. The Bullies on the board. And this one is actually shocking. This has nothing to do with weather. And I really couldn't tell you why this team. It seems like it would be perfectly
Carolina.
normal. No, opposite coast.
Chargers? LA Rams or Chargers?
Chargers. Chargers don't have cheerleaders?
Yeah,
that must be a new thing.
That's hard to believe.
That's got to be somewhat new.
Yeah, you got 2 possibilities here. I think the
Harassment.
weather is one of them, and then the harassment concerns.
Harassment.
Or a more progressive organization, maybe in Los Angeles, New York.
Maybe
they want to be on the forefront of that.
Yeah.
Maybe some of their fans are a little bit less excited about it than others.
There's
nothing more progressive than not allowing women to be a part of your presentation.
And avocado toast.
Some programs that have male cheerleaders with the women cheerleaders.
Well, we know Texas A&M exists.
And that's going a little too far.
In the NFL.
NFL.
In the
yes.
NFL.
Really?
Yeah, in the NFL, yeah. Yeah.
Well, hell yeah.
Both.
Now we get the flips.
Okay, I would like to know, can we get the list of teams in the NFL that have dudes?
I'll work on that.
Dudes
for you.
throwing chicks?
Dude throwing chick NFL
I don't
teams.
think we're
Yeah, just
throwing
Google
them.
that.
I think we actually have the pom-pom things we're doing.
Yeah, it's not your traditional male cheerleader.
It's not. It's not. It's not muscle
pom-poms.
dude throwing guys in the air or gals.
So what
in
are
the
you alleging?
It's like normal.
That dudes are out there wearing skirts and pom-poms
Not
and
skirts,
dancing around and
they've
high
got-
kicking?
They've got slacks and a kind of a logoed shirt.
I
and-
got them.
And you got them all?
You guys want to guess them?
How many? Yes, dude. I want to play this game.
1, 2, 3,
Seahawks.
4, 5, 6.
I think the Seahawks.
Seahawks are one.
I saw it on the sidelines. That's
and this
why
happened
I
in
remember.
2019.
You've never forgotten it.
In 2019, we got males to the cheerleader squads.
The Rams.
Yeah. The Rams are not one, no.
Rams are not one.
Sorry,
Really?
Rams are not one.
Let's go with the Titans of Tennessee.
Yes. Seahawks. Titans.
Okay.
There's one more.
Give me the Jags.
Not the Jags.
One
One of them I really hate.
Oh, okay. It's filthy.
Yes, the Eagles are one. And
Wow.
the other two, we got one cold, one warm.
Just some sloppy Italian dudes out there giving it their best.
Hey.
Well, I know there were men cheerleaders with the Packers with St. Norbert's. I don't think that might not be on your list.
In fact, there's 3 more teams. I've missed one at the bottom of this
Cheerleaders
article.
from St. Norbert's.
St. Norbert's College. Yeah.
Oof.
They don't count, no.
That sounds like a bet payoff.
St.
got-
Norbert's or University of Green Bay. One of the two.
We got
Holy
one team
hell.
that's currently in the playoffs and another one that just hired a new coach. And then actually 2 teams that are currently in the playoffs and the other one just hired.
Wow.
Houston.
Baltimore.
Baltimore's one, yep, and Baltimore's permanent. They've got permanent co-ed cheerleaders with the Seahawks. The other one's like this is kind of a trial deal.
Oh, let's see how the people react. We'll sprinkle a little hairy testosterone on our sidelines. Let them do some high kicks. So these guys are not throwing the girls in the air.
No.
I guess not, but
No.
Patriots and Bucks are the other 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
wild, man.
Fire them cannons, bro. Literally, cannons got fired, and they brought in some. You know what they brought in.
Male cheerleaders are on the cannons. being
Okay.
fired.
Okay.
Be more of a rifle, I think they're firing now.
That's a good call. Let's get to filthy, where they have male cheerleaders. Obviously, the Nick Sirianni conversation is alive and well. Now, I think it's going to be much like the McCarthy deal. He's just going to be back, and they'll figure out maybe their coordinator situation. But that doesn't stop the questions from being asked. So Fletcher Cox made himself available to the media, and he's standing in front of his locker. And here's the interaction between Fletcher Cox and a reporter when the job status of Nick Sirianni gets brought up.
Have you gotten any wind on what's going to happen with Nick, and are you have confidence in if you do come back that confidence in him if he's also the head coach?
Like any news about what about Nick?
Nick, I mean, there's obviously some speculation about whether he may be fired or not.
Huh?
Yeah.
Come on, man. No, man, he head football coach of this team, man. Come on, man. There ain't even no discussion about that.
Yeah,
man.
okay, you don't think it's going to happen?
Like, I don't got nothing to say about that, man. You're a clown, bro. Get out of my face, bro.
You're
a clown.
Can't do
You're
that.
a clown and get out of his face.
Yeah.
So
That's a theme in Philadelphia, the Bryce Harper clown question, bro. I think this is the updated version. This is the
great
2024
point.
edition of the clown question, bro. Wow. I think it's a sensitive topic, and I think Fletcher Cox and many other players know it's a very valid one. They just don't want to talk about the coach getting fired. It puts them in a weird spot, So they're trying to squirm off the hook in some way or another. And one way you can do that is go after the questioner.
Yeah, this is one of those deals where like players, they know what's going on, but they lie. They lie here. They're talking about, we fell apart because of this.
Yeah.
And this and this.
That idiot Sirianni put Matt Patricia in charge. Yeah.
All of a sudden, you're a guy walking out of there like you're Fletcher Cox. It might be your last time, and you don't want that blood on your hands.
You want to come back.
Yeah.
You don't want to leave.
That's
if
right.
Nick Sirianni is in charge and you sit there and be like, oh, yeah, we're talking about it, and a lot of guys want Nick Sirianni out, then you're not coming back to Philadelphia to play next year.
No, they trust me. They were complaining about him making the changes on the defense and all that with the coach, and they're blaming him for that stuff.
I think that reporter got what he wanted, though.
Sure he did.
It's
like
a good clip.
if you go into the locker room down here and you do that, you're like, man, things didn't go well at work today. Ticked the player off. Probably should have thought about my question a little bit better. Up there, they're like, got it.
Yeah,
they're coming back to the station like, dude, guess what I got? I ticked off Fletcher Cox.
Yeah.
It was the perfect day at work.
I think you're right about that. A good day at the office for my guy, the clown, who Fletcher Cox.
I mean, I think it was a good question. I have no problem with asking the guys. You know, I just think that is another sign of how toxic that situation has gotten with Jason Kelce's weird emotions and everybody going down. I have no doubt Lurie's going to totally blow that thing up.
That
they know when something's gotten too bad.
They do.
Well, maybe that's what it is. Maybe they'll put out some feelers and see what this next guy's up to. Old Cliff Kingsbury.
Coach.
I thought he was still in Bangkok.
Yeah, we never got a follow up on that.
We
When
didn't.
did he returned?
Last we heard from him, he was just loving life with his girlfriend or whatever in Thailand.
Yeah, that sounds amazing.
Apparently, he was a senior offensive analyst,
USC,
and quarterbacks coach at USC.
Yeah,
I was not prepared for that.
Yeah.
He is expected to interview for the Bears' offensive coordinator job, which of course makes sense as the Bears are picking number 1 overall, and maybe they'll go get Caleb Williams. So
That makes sense. He knows him well. Maybe an offense he likes.
Maybe that's all this is. Maybe this is them saying, "Hey, Cliff, we were thinking about you as our OC," but the whole time they're just asking him about Caleb Williams. Let's get the truth serum on old Caleb.
Man, you're being a smart football guy right now.
Did anybody go to his birthday party?
Yeah, you're being
exactly.
a smart football guy right
when
now.
When he cried to his mom, like, give us the deets on that.
These are the questions on Caleb Williams. Is he a guy that just isolates himself? Is he a good team leader? Do people like playing with him? Is he kind of just a me first dude, front runner? I mean, we don't want a front runner quarterback. Certainly don't. When things don't go well for you, what you going to do, Caleb? Because the talent's there. When the dude is an elite freak of nature prospect.
I would feel bad for Cliff Kingsbury if that happened. I understand he is now a humbled man after that trip to
is he?
To Bangkok.
Is he?
But if I'm the Bears, there's no way I'm actually considering hiring him. I'm not convinced. Like what I've seen from Cliff Kingsbury, I think he's in the perfect role as a quarterback's coach. But he is so brilliant at that he keeps talking himself into bigger opportunities. And if I'm Chicago, I'm drawing a strong line in the sand.
Would you want to know if he being Caleb Williams, would you want to know if he's always a paint your nails guy or if that was just a bit he did before the Utah game and that's not really who he is?
He did it going back to Oklahoma. I think that's a thing for him.
It's a thing for him.
Okay. Today is an anniversary.
Is he off the draft board?
When you talk about football's finest, he'd certainly be off Cole Beasley's draft board.
That's true.
If you've seen his Twitter account lately. Football's finest, 11 years ago today, episode 1 of the draft show.
Wow.
Legend.
Featuring Brian Pleepin Broaddus, ladies and gentlemen.
Whoa.
We have a photo to accompany this on the fan cam. Thanks to Carter Freeman.
My guy.
YouTube, Twitch, 1053thefan.com.
Yeah, if you're
young Brian Broaddus.
Wow.
Who's that young nerd? Is that Landry?
That's it's
Cahill, right?
Ed Cahill. Ed Cahill to the left.
Eddie C.
And we're interviewing Tom Siskowski. By the way,
wow.
You see that room right there?
It's a Valley Ranch?
Yeah, Valley Ranch. We covered 3 days of NFL draft, 5 people in that room.
No, you did not fit 5 people. People were making fun of us in the new way we've got it going yesterday.
That room right there.
There's no way you can fit 5 people in there.
And here we go.
Here's
Look
us
at this.
yesterday.
Yeah, here's us yesterday.
Are we sure the new studio is bigger than the old closet that you worked out of? Can we confirm?
It is bigger. It is
you
bigger.
guys make that room look small there.
Well, the desk, it's smaller. The desk is smaller.
The desk is
They
smaller.
redid it.
Oh, I see.
It's a beautiful place to work, though, with all the TVs.
Oh, it's stunning.
Yeah.
It really is gorgeous what they've done.
Yeah,
So you've been cranking that show for 12 years now.
11 years, yeah.
11 years.
Yeah,
Wow, that's
see,
impressive.
Ed came up with the idea. Ed Cahill's like, you ever thought about doing a draft show with just talking about the draft? And we got fortunate, too, because Dane Brugler was doing, like, PR for the minor league baseball team here.
No way.
Yeah.
What?
That's how we found, like...
So was Dane just always a big draft guy?
Always
doing
a
this stuff?
draft nerd. I knew about him, and I'm thinking maybe we could get this local guy to come over and be a part of this.
You knew from day one the D and Dane stood for
Holy
draft.
crap. What?
Yeah.
I mean, think about the 11 years surge
Talk about a
for Dane
scout's
Brugler.
eye.
Yeah, and so...
That's amazing.
You went into I mean it's typical Broaddus going into the baseball world to find something that could help his football team. It failed him once, but Dane Brugler was a gosh darn home run, sir.
He was part of a group called NFL Draft Scout, and I was reading his work and all that. I'm like,
isn't that Matt Miller's former vehicle?
I think so, yeah.
Look at that, man. Happy anniversary, Broadus.
Thank you. Appreciate
You're
that.
now Drew Bledsoe years into this thing.
We get a pretty good extensive group of alumni that's part of
do.
that.
You're now Cedric Wilson years into this thing.
This is awesome.
Cole Beasley years into this thing.
Cole Beasley years, yeah.
Damon Heward.
Micah Parsons.
Wow. It is time now, gentlemen, to hit the expressway. We'll take you.
That should have been the first pull.
Well, he was, forgettable like he was on Sunday.
Commercial free to the top when we return right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat with you about my friend.